Chapter 1 Fellow Cultivators. Before we begin this journey, strengthen this channel's foundation. Subscribe and ring the bell so you never miss a new chapter. A single like fuels the furnace. Now let us begin. The jade slip shattered at the third watch of the night. Wei Liangchen had not meant to break it. He sat cross-legged on his moth-eaten sleeping mat in the room he had occupied since childhood, the one with the cracked ceiling plaster his mother had always intended to fix, turning the slip between his fingers as he had done every night for 6 months. His thumb traced the hairline fractures the same way a man prods a sore tooth that might still be saved, with equal parts hope and self-punishment. His mother had sewn the slip into the lining of her quilting box, concealed under 3 layers of oiled cloth and a faded red silk ribbon that had once secured her wedding hair. He had found it the day they buried her, his fingers catching on the uneven lump while he was supposed to be sorting her linens for donation. He had stood in the middle of her room holding the ribbon and the slip for a long time before he remembered where he was supposed to be. He had been 19 years old that day. He was still 19 now, trapped in an age he had not yet figured out how to leave, because every month since his mother's death had felt less like forward movement and more like standing still while the ground shifted beneath him. For 6 months, every cultivation probe he had directed into the slip had returned hollow. 11 formal tests at 4 different testing houses across 3 districts of Ironbell City. 11 examiners with varying degrees of sympathy and contempt, ranging from the first, a gray-haired woman who had patted his shoulder and said gently that some paths required more time to reveal themselves, to the last, a young man barely older than Wei Liangchen who had snickered behind his assessment clipboard and charged him double for the consultation. 11 identical verdicts in 11 different registers of professional disappointment. No qi, no detectable talent, no cultivation path. The Wei family gift had looked at Wei Liangchen and passed over him entirely. Whatever had made his mother a core formation cultivator and his grandmother a practitioner of regional reputation had decided, when it reached him, to skip forward a generation and let him wait. Then his thumb pressed too hard on the central fissure, and the slip gave a sound like a finger snap against a knuckle bone. Golden light poured out of the crack and drove directly into his sternum. Wei Liangchen hit the floor. He did not lose consciousness. The experience was too specific and deliberate for anything as merciful as that. Every meridian in his body lit as though someone had threaded a heated wire through each one in careful sequence, beginning at the sternum and branching outward along his arms, down his spine, through his legs to the soles of his feet, where his heels drummed once involuntarily against the mat. The sensation occupied the same territory as pain without quite being pain, close enough that the distinction felt like philosophy rather than fact. His fingers splayed against the old floorboards of their own volition, pressed flat by a reflex operating below his conscious control. He tasted copper, and then something entirely different beneath the copper, sweet and mineral simultaneously, like Riverstone in summer rain, like the smell of turned earth on the morning after frost, like something that had endured a very long wait in the dark and had simply remained patient enough to receive whoever arrived. The light was writing. He could feel the characters pressing into the walls of his qi, the hollow space behind his navel where every cultivation attempt of his life had produced nothing but echo, and the quiet humiliation of trying in front of witnesses who were politely recording his failure. The characters did not arrive individually, one stroke at a time, the way he had always imagined technique acquisition worked when he read about it in the manuals he had studied in hopeful preparation for cultivation that might never come. They arrived in simultaneous layers, each wave depositing something structural and architectural, the way a crystalline lattice forms not by stacking individual pieces, but by the whole pattern asserting itself at once across all its nodes. The deposit was patient and thorough and seemed to carry within itself a precise understanding of exactly which spaces needed filling and in what order. Not the careless rush of power seeking the nearest available vessel, but the deliberate attention of something designed, specifically and carefully, for a person shaped exactly like him. When it finished, Wei Liangchen opened his eyes. The room was dark again. The jade slip lay in 4 fragments on the mat beside his knee, the pieces arranged by the force of the break in a rough outward pattern. He sat up slowly, braced for the familiar failure ache of spent meditation, the low throb in his lower back from straining against an empty center, the tightness behind his eyes from effort that produced nothing. Neither came. Instead, he held a moment of pure neutrality, and then the neutrality resolved into something he had no ready name for. And then the name arrived with the certainty of something that has always been true becoming sayable for the first time. Full. He extended a careful thread of awareness toward his own center, testing the way a person tests thin ice. Minimal pressure, ready to pull back at the first sign of fracture. He found a seed. Not a mature core, not anything so developed, but a living seed of golden qi, spinning with its own self-sustaining momentum, casting warmth outward in all directions like a small ember settled into a cold hearth. Actual qi. In his actual qi see. For the first time in his life, at 19 years old, after 11 examiners in 4 testing houses had told him it would never come. He sat with this while the sky lightened through its gradations toward gray, not trusting it. Examining the sensation with the same careful attention he had given the jade slip every night for 6 months, waiting for it to vanish or reveal itself as the cruelest variety of failure. Hope-flavored, detailed, and temporary. It did not vanish. It spun, warm and steady and entirely real, and the warmth grew incrementally as he held his attention on it, as though being witnessed gave the seed a reason to increase. When the light was sufficient, he gathered the 4 fragments and arranged them on his desk. The pieces showed characters too complex for his current level of archaic script scholarship. Older layers beneath older layers, a palimpsest of cultivation theory written in traditions that might predate the modern cultivation lexicon by centuries. But the largest fragment held 4 words at its top edge in a clean, legible line, the summary placed before the instructions by whoever had crafted the slip. A household complete is a heaven entire. He pressed his palm flat against the windowsill and reached through the wood and stone and morning damp into the estate's foundation, the bedrock 4 generations of Wei family had built on, back when the family had been worth building on. Something in the deep earth beneath the central courtyard shifted position. The movement was ponderous and patient and deliberate, the adjustment of something enormous that measures time in centuries rather than seasons, not waking exactly but acknowledging that something above it had changed in a way that warranted notice. Wei Liangchen pressed harder against the wood. The shift settled. Then it stilled. He did not understand what had moved. He understood that it had, and that the movement had followed the light into his chest, and that both were connected to the 4 words on the broken jade, and that these things together meant he was holding something far larger than a latent cultivation technique that had finally condescended to activate. He stayed at the window until the compound's first morning sounds began. The gatekeeper's shuffle crossing the yard, the kitchen fire being stoked, a door opening on the east staircase with the creak on the 3rd step that he had heard every morning of his life. The creak of Meihua's door. The seed in his qi si pulsed, once, warm and unmistakably directional, toward the sound of his sister's footstep. Whatever he was holding, it already knew who mattered. The sutra did not seem inclined to wait for him to arrive at this conclusion on his own. It was pointing, clearly and without apology, at the one person in this compound who had never once treated his lack of cultivation as evidence of a lack of worth, and the warmth of that pointing felt, against every prior expectation of this morning, like finally being seen. He went to find his sister before he had time to construct any further reasons not to. Chapter 2 Meihua was in the courtyard garden, crouched over the spirit mint beds in her undyed mourning robe with her braid fallen forward over one shoulder, trimming browning edges from the plants with a pair of small bronze shears. She had been tending these herbs since she was 11 years old. She had cultivated the plants from seedlings bought with her own allowance at the lower market, in the years when the family still generated allowances to distribute. The spirit mint was currently in considerably better condition than the Wei family's financial situation. She straightened at the sound of his footstep on the flagstones, and her expression did the thing it always did when she registered that something had altered, a sharpening beneath the surface, a rapid recalibration. Meihua had been reading him for 19 years. She had developed a specialist precision at distinguishing his ordinary morning face from the specific quality of stillness he carried when something significant had occurred and he had not yet found language for it. She rose and crossed toward him. "Your eyes are doing something," she said. It was exactly how she always opened these conversations. "My qi si isn't empty anymore," he said, because the only honest way to deliver this kind of news was directly. Meihua stopped 2 paces from him. Something moved across her face, not alarm, but a reconfiguration, the rapid internal adjustment of someone receiving information that rearranges the landscape of everything they had believed was fixed. She was quiet for the space of 4 or 5 heartbeats. Then she crossed the remaining distance and took his right hand in both of hers and pressed his palm flat against the center of her sternum. It was a gesture from their shared childhood vocabulary, the touch assessment that cultivation families use the way other families use questions, because qi told the truth faster than words and with less opportunity for misinterpretation. She closed her eyes. Her foundation establishment qi extended toward the new presence in his center, delicate and precise, checking its reality with the care of someone who does not want to be wrong about something this important. Her breath went out in a long, slow exhale. "That's the Supreme Family Sutra," she said, and the words came quietly. The way language behaves when the thing it describes is large enough that normal volume feels insufficient. Mother talked about it once, when I was 15. She said it had passed through 4 generations of the family before reaching her, and that she had stopped expecting it to activate in either of us. Meihua's grip on his fingers tightened fractionally. She kept the slip because she had never entirely stopped hoping, but she had stopped expecting. She hid it in the quilting box. "I know." A pause, while she assembled something from memory. "The sutra works through bonds, not techniques acquired through training or payment, genuine family connections. Each sincere bond you hold unlocks a new chapter of the art, manifesting a new technique in the bonded circuit." Mother called them sutra chapters, not cultivation ranks. Her thumb moved slightly against his palm. "And the techniques multiply, Liangchen." That was the part she was most careful about explaining. Not additive, geometric. Each bond amplifies every other bond. 2 bonds don't produce twice the output of one. They produce something exponentially greater. He held this information alongside the sensation of the seed in his chi, feeling how the warmth had increased from the moment Meihua had taken his hand. Who does the sutra want first? Her face shifted into the register she used for things that were obvious but needed stating aloud to become fully real. "You've known the answer to that question for the past 3 years, she said. "You just didn't know it was a question." He extended the art's awareness toward her. Not a probe, not a scan, but something that felt closer to recognition. The deliberate act of acknowledging a specific person with full awareness of who they were and continued to be. Genuine attention carrying genuine care in its architecture. The seed responded before his intention was fully formed. It pulsed outward like a bell struck in a resonant room, and the resonance traveled down his arm and through his palm and found something in Meihua's chi that had apparently always been waiting for exactly this contact. A socket shaped by years of genuine sibling connection, sized precisely for the bond he was now formally acknowledging. The first sutra chapter unsealed. Wind veil technique entered the bonded circuit between them. A defensive art calibrated to kinetic deflection, elegant and responsive and faster in execution than anything he had encountered in years of studying technique manuals. The technique was simultaneously his and hers. Their cultivation outputs did not add together. They multiplied, each resonance finding the other and amplifying it in both directions, so that Meihua's established foundation establishment power became the base against which his nascent chi condensation spark measured itself and grew. Meihua released a breath that sounded like something she had been holding for years. "I always felt something was incomplete," she said, half to herself. "I thought it was grief. I thought it was the family situation. I didn't know it was a socket waiting to be filled." He understood, because he could feel it now from his side. The way the bond had formed not by creating something new, but by completing something that had always been there in nascent form. The way a key completes a lock not by adding something to it, but by allowing it to function as it was always designed to function. The lock had always been a lock. The key had always been the key. The question had simply been whether they would find each other. "Mother knew," he said. "Of course she did." Meihua withdrew her hand slowly, as though the contact had been physically warm, which perhaps in some cultivation technical sense it had. She knew what she was hiding and why she was hiding it. She was waiting for the conditions. A pause. "I used to be angry about the waiting when I thought about it. I'm finding it harder to be angry now. It waited for the moment I was ready," he said, which was probably true, and was also the understanding that made the anger most difficult to maintain. "Or the moment the household was ready," Meihua said. "You needed me for the first bond. You needed grandmother for the second. You'll need others for the rest. If the slip had activated earlier, when fewer of us were here, or when the circumstances were different." She left the conditional unfinished, because the conditional was not the point. The actual morning was the point. The courtyard, the spirit mint, the golden light. The warmth of the first bond running through both of them with the self-sustaining momentum of something that had decided it was going to keep growing. Above them the morning sky deepened from gray toward its first gold. The spirit mint in the herb beds rustled without any wind to justify the movement, responding to the change in the chi field the way living things do when something fundamental has shifted nearby. The seed in Wei Liangchen's chi was no longer merely a seed in the passive sense. The first bond had changed its character from dormant potential to active structure, from an ember considering whether to catch to one that had already caught and was now choosing what to burn next. The warmth shifted, orienting through the courtyard walls, toward the east corridor, toward the slow tap of a cane against stone floors, the distinctive morning rhythm that had been part of this compound soundscape for 30 years. The art had tasted one genuine bond and had immediately begun its assessment of who else in this household qualified. And it was not waiting for him to conduct that assessment deliberately. From inside the east wing, clearly audible through the courtyard quiet, his grandmother's cane tapped its patient morning rhythm toward the garden door. The warmth in Wei Liangchen's meridians surged toward the sound with a recognition that felt completely unlike cultivation technique. It felt like being spoken to by something that already knew exactly what mattered and was pointing, with certainty, at what had to happen next. The household was one bond old, 20 minutes into its existence, and the sutra was already moving faster than he was. Chapter 3 Grandmother Yao Sufan moved through the compound the way stone moves through landscape, slowly, and with the absolute confidence of a presence with every intention of outlasting everything around it. She was 73 years old and had survived 2 sect conflicts, one territorial war that had redrawn the prefecture's administrative boundaries, the loss of a husband to illness, and then a daughter to the same cause, and 4 decades of watching her family's cultivation lineage deteriorate from something the regional rankings had once considered formidable to something that politely declined to participate in rankings at all. She had not stopped cultivating during any of it. She had slowed, because joints at 73 carry the accumulated record of everything they have been asked to bear, but she had not stopped. Her chi remained at mid-stage foundation establishment, steady and undisturbed, the cultivation character of a practitioner with nothing left to prove, and has therefore freed herself from the need to demonstrate anything. What remained was pure practice, cultivation maintained with the consistency of a practitioner who had internalized the truth that consistency itself was the virtue. She found them in the garden. This did not seem to surprise her. Her face, as she crossed from the east corridor to the flagstone path between the herb beds, carried confirmed expectation rather than the surprise of discovery. She had anticipated this event and was simply watching it arrive on schedule. She settled her cane against the stone and regarded Wei Liangchen with attention refined by 73 years into something approximately clinical in its precision. "You broke it," she said, by way of morning greeting. It was not a question. He nodded. She studied him for a moment with the intensity her eyes always carried, the same shape and color as his mother's had been, the same quality of perceiving more than they appeared to be examining. "I told your mother she should have given it to you directly," she said, the words carrying neither reproach nor vindication, only the satisfaction of a prediction confirmed. She believed the slip needed specific conditions to activate properly. She was apparently correct about that as well, which is consistent with her general record on the subject. A slight pause. The sutra woke, then. "Show me." He extended the art's awareness toward her. With Meihua the recognition had arrived warm and quick, the character of a bond present for an entire lifetime being formally acknowledged. With his grandmother it arrived differently. Not warm in that particular way, but deep, the way a root system is deep rather than wide, touching substrates that surface connections could not reach. He had known Yao Sufan for the full 19 years of his existence. She had taught him to read cultivation theory before he had ever demonstrated cultivation practice. She had accompanied him to every failed assessment at every testing house, never suggesting he stopped trying, never implying that the failures reflected on his worth. She had maintained, with a consistency indistinguishable from faith, the belief that his path would reveal itself. He had never found adequate words to acknowledge what that had cost her in patience and hope. The sutra, it turned out, did not require words. The recognition moved through him and into her with the quality of a tide returning to a bay that had been shaped by centuries of its passage, filling exactly the contours that previous contact had carved. The second sutra chapter opened. Hearthstone barriers surged through the bonded circuit connecting all 3 of them, a defensive formation technique designed explicitly for multiple simultaneous practitioners, drawing on each bonded member's chi to generate a layered shield that grew in power exponentially with each additional person in the resonance. The technique was architecturally unsuited to solitary use. It was designed, with the specificity of something built for a purpose rather than adapted to one, for precisely the bond network the sutra was assembling. Each layer of the barrier fed energy back into the bond that had generated it, strengthening the bond, which strengthened the barrier, in a recursive reinforcement loop with no theoretical ceiling as long as the bonds remained genuine. Yao Sufan held very still while the technique established itself in her meridians. Her face maintained its composure with the deliberate control of one experiencing something emotionally significant and preferring that the experience remain private. "Your mother would have been very pleased," she said, when she had completed her internal accounting. For Yao Sufan, This was the equivalent of a full and detailed emotional report. She adjusted her grip on her cane. You need more bonds. The sutra's design has never been satisfied with 3. The art is asking what else is real in this household's network. How many does it need? Mei Hua pressed. Your mother asked me the same thing 15 years ago. A pause. Yao Sufin selecting the most accurate phrasing from several candidates. My answer then was the one your mother gave me before that. The art has never established an upper limit for bonds, only for their quality. Shallow bonds, formed from obligation or calculation, feed the sutra poorly and degrade under stress. Sincere bonds, the ones that would exist and persist whether or not the sutra needed them, feed the art extraordinarily and grow stronger under pressure that destroys artificial connections. Her cane tapped once against the stone. Take inventory of who in your actual life qualifies. Not who you wish qualified. Who actually does. Wei Liangchen thought through the inventory. The Wei family's decline over the past decade had shed acquaintances the way a tree sheds leaves in hard autumn. Every relationship rooted in mutual advantage rather than something more fundamental had detached itself when the advantage evaporated and blown elsewhere with the efficiency of things never genuinely attached. What remained was the essential structure. Connections that had persisted because the people in them had chosen to persist, because they found the connection worth maintaining independent of what it provided them. He thought of Liangchen, the son of the family's former gatekeeper, who had grown up running through these same compound corridors since the age of 8 and had maintained genuine contact through the lean years through some form of loyalty that had never announced itself as loyalty because it had never considered the alternative. He thought of Chun Ryu, his childhood betrothed, whose family had pointedly declined to dissolve the engagement even as the Wei family's status contracted, and whose monthly letters had continued to arrive with the dependable warmth of someone who considered continuity in difficult circumstances to be its own form of respect. He thought of the old custodian in the Eastern Stone Building, Zhao Tsuiming, who had maintained the boundary formation without pay for a year because he had made an agreement, and an agreement was an agreement. The sutra pulsed, warm and specifically directional, toward the city beyond the compound walls. He could feel it pointing toward Liangchen with the same clarity it had used to point toward Mei Hua and Yao Sufin. Not a vague warmth in a general direction, but a precise orientation toward a specific person the art had already identified and assessed and found genuine. He was not choosing who to bond with next. He was following what the sutra had already recognized, and the recognition would either form a resonance or it would not, which meant the art itself was conducting the quality assessment he could not conduct himself. This was, he thought, the most honest cultivation system he had ever encountered. It did not allow him to pretend. It simply showed him what was real and asked him to follow it wherever it led. He needed to go find Liangchen, and he needed to do it today, because whatever the sutra had recognized, it was clearly not willing to wait. He walked toward the training hall with the careful deliberateness of someone who has resolved not to perform urgency, because the sutra had taught him, through 2 bonds already formed, that the quality of his approach mattered. The art was watching. Not in the sense of external judgment, but in the sense that it was, at every moment, accurately reflecting the quality of what was happening between people, and what was happening between people included the quality of intention with which he arrived at any encounter. He breathed slowly, walked at a pace that was purposeful without being rushed, and let the sutra's warmth guide the orientation of his attention the same way a compass needle finds true north, not by trying, but by being still enough to register what was already there. Chapter 4. Liangchen arrived at the compound gate that same afternoon, as though he had received a message from some source that had not consulted Wei Liangchen about the timing. He stood in the gateway with his characteristic physical posture, shoulders easy, arms at his sides, the stance of a person who had concluded long ago that projecting threat was a waste of energy better allocated to actual readiness, and took in Wei Liangchen's face with a single measured glance before stepping through the gate. You look fundamentally different, he said. He said it in the tone he used for observations he was confident in. I feel fundamentally different, Wei Liangchen replied. Come inside. There's a great deal to explain. They settled in the east reception room with spearmint tea that Mei Hua had prepared, the good batch from the courtyard beds, which she deployed for occasions she considered worth the quality. Liangchen has sat across the table with his hands folded and his attention fully present, the posture he took when information was about to arrive that he intended to actually retain. Wei Liangchen explained from the beginning. His mother's death, the 6 months of failed testing, the jade slip hidden in the quilting box, the golden light, and the new seed of qi in his previously empty center, the first 2 bonds, and what each one had revealed about the art's architecture, the way the resonance multiplied rather than added, the sutra's attention now pointing outward toward people it had identified as genuine. Liangchen listened to all of it without interrupting, which was one of his consistent qualities across 16 years of friendship. The ability to receive complicated information without deploying commentary before the structure was complete. He waited until everything had been delivered, and then he engaged with what had been delivered. The art requires bonds that are genuine, he said. What does genuine mean, specifically, to the sutra? It seems to know the difference by direct assessment, Wei Liangchen said. The recognition moves through me toward the other person, and either the resonance forms, or it doesn't. The formation appears to require actual sincerity, not performed sincerity. I don't believe it can be deceived by approximations of genuine care. He considered the next sentence. I also wouldn't want to try to deceive it, even if it were possible. Liangchen absorbed this, his fingers moving slightly against the table in the habit he had when working through implications. He had been Wei Liangchen's closest friend since the age of 8, when they had gotten into trouble together over a stolen almond cake from the kitchen and spent an afternoon hiding behind the herb beds in the garden. He had stayed through the years when staying required active repetition of the choice, when other children from the compound's associated families had drifted away as the Wei family's circumstances thinned, each departure so gradual that no single one could be called a betrayal. He had continued to visit when it was inconvenient to do so. He had maintained correspondence during his 2-year apprenticeship period at a trading house in the Western District. He had never once, in 16 years, made his continued presence feel like a favor he was conferring or a sacrifice he was marking. Then I'm probably on your list, he said, without ceremony, without the kind of hesitation that sometimes attaches itself to things people want to be true. He said it the way he said most things of substance, as though the fact simply was the fact, and stating it plainly was the most useful thing he could do with it. Wei Liangchen extended the art's recognition toward his friend with full deliberate intention, letting the acknowledgement carry the accumulated weight of 16 years. Every choice Liangchen had made to maintain the friendship when maintenance required effort, every conversation that had been real rather than social, every shared difficulty that had revealed something consistent about both of their characters, the specific texture of knowing someone across a wide enough range of conditions to predict not just their behavior but their values. The resonance formed immediately, and with a depth that felt proportional to the years it was drawing on. Not the quick bright warmth of Meihua's bond, not the root depth of Yao Sufan's, but something with its own distinct character. The solid clarity of a bond that had been tested repeatedly over time and had passed every test without anyone formally administering them. The third sutra chapter opened. Vanguard Surge entered the bonded circuit, an offensive enhancement technique that amplified each bonded member's cultivation output during coordinated aggressive action, drawing on the collective resonance and converting it into combat force directable by any member of the network. The technique was designed with operational assumptions built into its architecture, that the people using it would coordinate without hesitation, that they trusted each other's judgment under pressure, that the bonds would not fracture at the moment when fracturing would be most costly. Liangchen sat forward in his chair, and his attention sharpened into the focused concentration he deployed when a problem had become interesting enough to fully absorb him. That technique told me something significant about the sutra's design logic, he said, thinking aloud. The Vanguard Surge is completely non-functional for a solo practitioner, no single practitioner mode. It was built from the beginning for group action. He met Wei Liangchen's gaze directly. That's not incidental. The art's architect made a deliberate choice. The sutra would be dependent on genuine bonds, not merely enhanced by them. They assumed you would always have people around you. A pause in which the full implication settled. They built an art that required you to build a household, not as a side project, as a structural necessity of the cultivation system itself. The words settled between them while the afternoon light shifted on the east reception room walls. A household, a genuine one, not a sect with formal oaths of allegiance, not a network of convenient alliances, not a group bound together by calculated mutual benefit. A household, people held together by bonds genuine enough that an art 4 generations old could read their authenticity from the inside, by connections that would persist because the people in them had decided that was what connections were for. Outside the compound walls, on the eastern street, footsteps approached the gate and stopped. Wei Liangchen knew the sound before he consciously placed it. The deliberate, unhurried gait of someone who treated arrival as an act that deserved to be performed properly. He had catalogued this particular footstep across approximately 48 visits in the past 7 years, once per quarter, twice for the new year, without knowing he was cataloging it. Shenryu's footstep paused outside the gate for precisely long enough to compose herself. Then she knocked. The sutra's warmth pivoted toward the door with a quality that Wei Liangchen would have called certainty, not excitement, not urgency, but the warmth of an art that has recognized something it has been waiting to recognize, and is simply, quietly, confirming. Yes, this is the one, and she's here already, and she has been thinking about this longer than you have. He did not move immediately. He stayed where he was for a breath, 2 breaths, 3, letting the sutra's warmth inform him rather than commanding him. It had no voice. It communicated through sensation and inclination, through the quality of the qi moving in his meridians at a particular moment, through the difference between warmth that urged action and warmth that simply confirmed what was already true. This was the latter kind. Xianxia was outside the gate, and the sutra already understood that she belonged here, and there was nothing left to decide. Only the door to open, the conversation to begin, and whatever came after the beginning of something that would shape everything that followed. He rose. He crossed the small room deliberately. He opened the door. Chapter 5 Xianxia had traveled 3 days by road from the southern district to deliver the Chun family's answer to a question Wei Liangchen had not yet had the opportunity to ask. She stood in the east reception room in her traveling clothes. Dust darkened at the hem, her cloak showing the wear pattern of 3 consecutive days of road use. And her posture carried the same quality it always did regardless of circumstances. The composure of someone raised to treat dignity as a practice rather than a display, something maintained not for observers, but because it was simply how you moved through the world. She took in the room and the people in it with a single comprehensive assessment, the way she gave everything her attention, completely and efficiently, and then directed that attention to Wei Liangchen with the quality of observation she had developed across 7 years of quarterly visits and monthly correspondence. "Your letter said you had news," she said. "I have always preferred to receive news of genuine importance in person." "I didn't send a letter," he said. "I know." A brief pause in which she considered whether to explain and decided honesty was more efficient than strategy. "Mine was preemptive. I have been watching for the Jade Slip's activation for 3 years. Your mother spoke to me about it once, 2 years before she died. She described what the activation would feel like to anyone in the household's extended circle, a warmth moving in a specific direction toward people who qualified as genuine connections. She set her traveling bag by the wall with deliberate care. 3 days ago, I felt warmth moving in your direction. I preferred to be here for whatever followed." The engagement between them had been arranged when they were both 12 years old, managed in the formal way that cultivation families handled such things. Not a guarantee, simply a stated intention, a placeholder that would develop into something real or be dissolved by mutual agreement when both parties reached the age where such decisions became their own to make. Most such arrangements dissolved quietly when circumstances shifted. The Chen family had not dissolved it. Xianxia had not dissolved it. The quarterly visits had continued. The monthly letters had continued, written in her characteristically precise hand, covering her cultivation progress and the events of her life, and asking after his days with a genuine curiosity that had accumulated across 7 years into something he had not found adequate vocabulary for, because naming it would have required him to make a claim about the future he was not sure he had grounds to make. He told her everything. The jade slip, the seed in his qi sea, the 3 bonds already formed and the techniques each bond had revealed, the art's geometric multiplication architecture, what Yao Sufan had explained about genuine bonds versus shallow ones, what Lian Xinghe had identified about the sutra's design, presupposing a household rather than merely benefiting from one. He told her because she had traveled 3 days to receive the information in person, and because that fact was itself evidence about the quality of her investment in his life. She listened with complete focus, hands folded in her lap, posture unchanged from the moment she sat down, attention absolute. When he finished, she held the information for a moment, turning it from several angles before she spoke. "You need to know whether what exists between us is genuine enough for the sutra to recognize," she said. It was not a question. She was naming the practical reality. "Yes," he said. "And before we find out," she continued, "we should determine whether it should be, from the perspective of both of us making clear-eyed choices rather than simply discovering what the art does and then building a relationship around the discovery after the fact." She met his gaze directly. 7 years of letters and quarterly visits have given us considerable information about each other. I think we can answer the question of whether that information adds up to something genuine. They spent the next 2 hours in genuine conversation, not the quarterly visit conversation of family obligations maintained at appropriate ceremonial distances, but the conversation of 2 people who had been corresponding for 7 years and had built enough mutual knowledge to now ask the questions the correspondence had been building toward without quite arriving at. She described her experience of the engagement from her perspective. The annual choice to continue the correspondence and the visits, made not because her family required it, but because her own assessment of what she knew of Wei Liangchen suggested it was worth continuing, and the accumulation of evidence across 7 years that the assessment had been sound. She described the cultivation path she had been building independently, core formation approaching, perhaps 2 years away, and what she imagined that path might look like if it were networked into a genuine bond formation rather than pursued as a solitary endeavor. He spoke about the failure years, the 11 examiners, his mother's illness and death, the sustained project of maintaining the estate's relationships and the family's remaining dignity without a cultivation foundation to stand on, the quality of difficulty that comes from caring for people you cannot protect the way you want to. He spoke about what the 3 bonds had already demonstrated about what the sutra could become, and about what he believed genuine bonds required in order to remain genuine when conditions became hostile. At the end of 2 hours, Chun Ryu fixed him with the look of an evaluator who had completed her assessment to their own standard and arrived at a conclusion she was prepared to defend. "The question of my willingness is settled," she said. "The relevant question is whether you understand what you're constructing and are prepared to protect it at real cost once it's built. Because the sutra multiplies. Anyone with strategic intelligence will understand the mathematics of that before you've finished counting your own bonds. They will target your bonds specifically, because in a multiplication system, a single bond severed doesn't reduce your power by a fraction, it degrades the entire network nonlinearly." He extended the art's recognition toward her, 7 years of chosen contact moving through him, seeking what was real on her side. It found in her chi a socket shaped not by accident or family proximity, but by 7 years of deliberate choice to maintain the connection between them, which was a different kind of genuine than Meihua's or Yao Sufin's, and equally real. The resonance formed. The 4th sutra chapter opened. Heartlink sight manifested in the bonded circuit, a distributed perception technique allowing any bonded member to access the sensory awareness of any other within an expanding operational range, creating shared perception that could not be blinded by targeting a single observer. Chun Ruoyu's eyes adjusted, and she was quiet for a moment, processing the sensation of 4 other presences at the edges of her awareness. "I can sense the others," she said. "The shape of each bond. The different qualities." A pause. "This art is extraordinary, and what it asks of everyone in the network is serious." She met his gaze. "Complete transparency is not a feature of this art. It is a structural requirement. I need you to understand that before we go any further, because there is no version of this in which anyone in this network can maintain meaningful secrets from the others and the sutra remain healthy." Her voice was steady, but her eyes were serious. "Can you agree to that? Not as a declaration of intent, as an actual commitment you've thought through." "Yes," he said, and he meant it completely, and she could see that he did. "Then we start now," she said. "Completely." The warmth that moved through Wei Liangchen's meridians when she said that was not the sutra activating. It was already active. It was the sutra recognizing something it had been registering since he arrived at the registry and found her behind the intake desk, and confirming what recognition feels like when it encounters no resistance from either party. Chun Ryu met his gaze with an expression he would come to know well over the weeks that followed. Clear, present, and entirely uninterested in pretending the moment was anything other than what it was. The bond was forming. Both of them could feel it, and the only thing left to do was to be exactly the people who deserved it. Chapter 6. The orphanage district in the northeast quarter of Iron Bell City occupied a section of the city the administrative maps categorized as residential, but that functioned more accurately as the city's institutional holding area for circumstances that didn't fit comfortably elsewhere. The Mended Reed Hall was the largest of the district's 3 children's residences, housed in a converted merchant compound donated by its original owner in the 3rd year of a cultivation conflict, when it became clear the conflict would not leave enough children with homes intact to justify private living. The building was structurally sound, well maintained by a rotating roster of volunteer cultivators who considered its upkeep their civic contribution, and smelled consistently of the river, wood smoke, and the specific dry warmth of spaces where more people live than the architecture originally anticipated. Wei Liangchen had been visiting the hall since the age of 16, when his mother had sent him to deliver the family's monthly charitable contribution, and he had returned 3 hours past schedule because a 7-year-old boy had needed help locating a lost rabbit behind the 3rd rain barrel. The rabbit had been found. The rabbit's finder had not received thanks in words, exactly, because the 7-year-old in question was not in the habit of verbal thank yous. When he could say things through the sustained quality of attention he subsequently gave to adults who had proven worth paying attention to. The 7-year-old boy was now 10, and his name was Xiaoyan, and his eyes assessed the gap between what people presented and what they meant with the efficiency of a child who had developed this skill as a survival tool early in life and had sharpened it without cessation since. Xiaoyan had been a resident of the Mended Reed Hall since the age of 4. He could identify 12 medicinal herb varieties by smell alone and 3 more by texture. He had never, in Wei Liangchen's observation across 3 years and numerous visits, sought sympathy for his situation or constructed a narrative around it that asked anything from observers. He had adapted to the actual circumstances with a pragmatic thoroughness that Wei Liangchen had found striking enough to think about regularly between visits. He found Xiaoyan in the hall's secondary courtyard on a morning of pale autumn light, seated on an overturned wooden bucket with a flat of seedlings in his lap, transferring each one into an individual clay pot with focused precision. The work required genuine care, and he was giving it both without reservation. "You look like something significant happened to you recently," Xiaoyan said, without lifting his attention from the seedling he was handling. The observation landed in the cataloging tone he used for information he was noting but had not yet categorized. "Something significant did," Wei Liangchen agreed, and crouched down across from him. "I wanted to tell you about it." Xiaoyan set the seedling into its pot, pressed the soil gently around its base, and then gave his complete attention, the kind that children give when they have decided an adult is worth listening to. He did not give this to many adults. "Tell me," he said. Wei Liangchen explained the jade slips activation, the qi awakening, the 4 bonds already formed, and the sutra chapters each bond had opened, using language calibrated to the specific knowledge base of a 10-year-old who had absorbed considerable cultivation theory from the hall's elderly resident practitioners across 3 years of proximity. Simplified where the simplification was accurate, honest where it mattered, free of condescension. Xiaoyan listened with a quality of stillness rare in children his age, his eyes tracking the information and filing it with visible precision. "The art needs genuine bonds," Wei Liangchen said, arriving at the point. "For so far, the sutra has been pointing its attention toward you specifically, and I want to be honest with you about what that means and what it asks of both of us before we make any decisions." Xiaoyan held his full attention on Wei Liangchen's face. "What does it mean?" "It means I would like to adopt you formally, if you're willing. Not primarily because the art requires a bond in your direction, though it does appear to be indicating you, but because I've been coming to the hall for 3 years, and in 3 years you have never once needed me to pretend that difficult things are not difficult. You've never wanted me to simplify the world to make it more comfortable for you to hear. You've never asked me to perform optimism." He held the boy's assessment with his own direct attention. "That is, in my experience of a reasonable number of people, a rare and valuable quality. The family is small right now and in the process of building itself. There is a grandmother who maintains medicinal herbs and has opinions about most things that are worth hearing. There is a sister who knows cultivation theory comprehensively and deploys it precisely. There is a sworn brother who is reliable in difficult situations in a way that requires no maintenance. There is a woman joining the family who is constitutionally incapable of being dishonest when honesty is relevant. I am not offering you a comfortable life. I am offering you a real one with real people who mean what they say." Xiaoyan processed this at his own pace, which was longer than most children required. He looked at the seedlings in their fresh clay pots. He looked at the compound walls of the hall. He looked at Wei Liangchen with the quality of attention he reserved for decisions he intended to maintain. "I have conditions," he said. "Name them," Wei Liangchen said. "I keep growing things, even if it takes space that isn't considered a cultivation priority." The first condition, stated without apology: "I'm told the truth about what's actually happening, including when the truth is difficult." The second condition, and, he paused, the third item requiring more precise articulation: "I am a real member of the household. Not the youngest, not the charity project. A real member who is listened to when I have something accurate to say." "Those aren't conditions," Wei Liangchen said. "Those are the minimum standards the household already operates by. I agree to all of them. The grandmother especially would find them entirely unremarkable as requirements." He extended the sutra's recognition toward the child with the quality of acknowledgement that adults owe their youngest members: protection, genuine investment in a future the child could not yet reach alone, the promise of continuity in both directions. The resonance formed with a clarity he felt in his chest as something physically warm and specific. The 5th sutra chapter opened. Seedling of Heaven manifested in the bonded circuit. A cultivation acceleration technique designed specifically for the youngest practitioners in a bond network, drawing on the full collective resonance to provide exponential growth assistance no solitary practitioner could replicate for a student this young. Xiaoyan's eyes went wide. And then his expression did something Wei Liangchen had never seen it do in 3 years. It registered genuine surprise. Not performed. The actual thing. Something moved through me, he said. That was real. It was, Wei Liangchen confirmed. Pack what you want to keep. Say your goodbyes to the hall's residents this afternoon. You have a household to meet. The boy looked at the seedlings in their fresh pots for a moment, calculating. The seedlings come, he said. It was not a question. All of them, Wei Liangchen said, without hesitation, because some things don't require deliberation, and he had learned today to trust that instinct when it arrived clearly. Xiaoyan said nothing else. He moved to the shelving and began wrapping the smallest seedlings in the oiled cloth squares he apparently kept folded in his trouser pocket, for reasons Wei Liangchen would learn later were entirely practical, and his silence had the quality not of absence, but of presence concentrated toward the task. The sutra's warmth held steady around both of them, the 5th chapter open and active, the seedling of heaven feeding both cultivations with quiet efficiency. Wei Liangchen watched the boy work and understood what the sutra had understood before he did, that genuine bonds were not built from extraordinary moments. They were built from the accumulation of ordinary ones, from watching someone wrap seedlings with practiced care and understanding, without needing it said aloud, that this person was exactly where they were supposed to be. Chapter 7. The Iron Bell City Cultivator Registry's notification arrived 3 days after Xiaoyan moved into the East Wing's smallest bedroom and arranged 11 seedling pots along the windowsill in the precise order that maximized each individual plant's morning light exposure, a calculation he had performed systematically before placing a single pot. The notification was written on the registry's cream paper with its formal red seal and communicated in the registry's characteristic preference for administrative language that was technically precise and practically obscure. The Wei household was requested to appear and register all cultivation practitioners currently participating in household-bound formation bonds under the Joint Household Registration Ordinance, revised 847, within 14 days of formation or face financial penalties and potential administrative dissolution of unregistered bond networks. Meihua read it twice and set it on the kitchen table with the face she used for administrative obstacles, annoying in the short term, manageable with appropriate attention. Someone reported us, she said. Or the bond formation registered automatically on the Chinet monitoring system, Chen Ryu said, from her position near the window where she had been working through cultivation notes. The sutra's energy signature is unusual enough to appear as an anomaly on a sufficiently sensitive monitoring net. The Hearthstone barrier especially. That technique generates a formation pattern that would stand out clearly to anyone monitoring for household bond activity. She addressed Wei Liangchen directly. The administrative response is the same regardless of how the detection occurred. We register the household. The requirement was not in itself unreasonable. The registry had a legitimate interest in tracking cultivation formations drawing on group resonance, since improperly formed bond networks could create chi field interference in populated areas. The registration process would require a registry assessor to evaluate the bond's authenticity, which was not a process Wei Liangchen had any grounds to be concerned about. The bonds were authentic. They would present as authentic because they were authentic. He could not imagine a simpler assessment condition. We register, he confirmed. All 6 members, together, as a complete household. We answer every question honestly. We document the sutra's nature and each bond's character, and we proceed with complete transparency. He set the notification down. The registry assesses what it finds. If they process the application, we move forward. If they decline, we determine the reason and address it. There is no version of this process in which being anything other than completely honest serves us. Xianxia, who had arrived at the household for breakfast and had shown no particular indication of having other obligations that morning, addressed Wei Liangchen from across the table with the expression he used when he had information he had been holding until it was relevant. There is a complication worth addressing. The Joint Household Ordinance specifies that the head of a registered household must hold minimum qi condensation cultivation rank. Wei Liangchen achieved qi condensation rank when the jade slip activated. But 3 days before that activation, he did not hold the rank. He met Wei Liangchen's eyes steadily. If someone filed a formal complaint questioning the timeline of the bond formation relative to when the rank was achieved, arguing that the bonds were initiated before the household head held qualifying rank, it would create a procedural challenge the registry would be required to investigate, regardless of the challenge's ultimate merit. Who would file that kind of complaint? Meihua asked. Lianxia placed both hands flat on the table. I have contacts who move through the lower market district and adjacent trading networks. For the past 2 days, I have been receiving consistent reports that a cultivation sect based in the northern hills has been making active inquiries about the Wei family and about the energy signature that appeared on the city's Chi-net monitoring systems 3 weeks ago. He paused. The sect is called the Crimson Leash. They have a standing documented interest extending across 4 decades of registry records in acquiring control over family bond cultivation arts. Their interest in the Supreme Family Sutra specifically predates Wei Liangchen's birth. He said the name with the deliberate extra weight of a person who has assessed a threat and found it to be exactly as serious as its name implies. What are they specifically? Wei Liangchen asked. A sect that developed a corrupted variant of traditional family bond cultivation technique, Liangchen has said. Their variant, the Crimson Leash technique, creates forced artificial bonds that flow only from the compelled practitioner toward the sect master. Not bidirectional, not genuine. The enslaved practitioner contributes cultivation output to the formation continuously while receiving nothing back. The bonds are brittle under real pressure and deteriorate over time. But while they function, they provide the sect's senior cultivators with a significant power base built on stolen resonance. He held Wei Liangchen's gaze directly. The sutra represents the demonstration they most fear, that genuine bonds outperform forced ones at every scale. If the household reaches full development, the arithmetic speaks for itself. They cannot afford to let that demonstration occur. The bond network pulsed through Wei Liangchen's meridians. 5 genuine connections, 5 sutra chapters active, a household 1 week old, and already someone with 40 years of experience targeting family cultivation arts had identified them and begun planning their response. He thought about what Liangchen had just told him. A sect that had been running on forced bonds for 4 decades. A sect that had been trying to acquire the sutra for 3 generations. A sect that understood, because its own corrupt technique was built on the same resonance mechanism, exactly what a fully developed Supreme Family Sutra household was capable of producing. They would not be frightened by a household of 7 that had existed for 1 week. They would be very interested. They would be calculating precisely which pressure points to address and in what order, with the patient expertise of an organization that had done this before and had developed an institutional understanding of how households like this one failed. Meihua had been listening carefully to all of Liangchen's account, her hands resting flat on the table in the posture she used when she was archiving incoming information with maximum fidelity. What specifically should we be watching for in the next 14 days? She asked. Beyond the complaint I already suspected, what patterns should we recognize as their hand rather than coincidence? Liangchen was quiet for a moment, ordering his answer. Any administrative challenge that consumes response resources without having substantive merit, he said. Any social contact with household members from individuals who cannot easily account for why they know about the household's formation. Any offer of assistance from unexpected sources. The Crimson Leash has a documented pattern of embedding agents in household support networks as apparent allies. He paused. And any attempt to separate individual household members from the group for extended periods under apparently legitimate pretexts. The Hearthstone barrier operates more powerfully when all bonded members are in proximity. They know this because they have studied family cultivation arts specifically. Chunryu set down the cup she had been holding. I'll compile a contact registry, she said. Every new contact the household makes during the registration process gets documented with source and apparent purpose. If a pattern emerges, the documentation will make it visible. She addressed Wei Liangchen directly. This is what I was referring to when I said they would target the bonds specifically. The administrative proceedings give them legitimate reasons to approach household members separately. Registry requirements, legal filings, witness statements. Every separate approach is an opportunity. Wei Liangchen held the 5-way resonance of the bond network in his awareness and felt each connection warm and steady and real. 5 people who had chosen genuinely to be here, for reasons the sutra had assessed and confirmed. The Crimson Leash understood the arithmetic. The household needed to understand it better. 14 days to register. Considerably less time than that before the Crimson Leash's planning produced something more concrete than monitoring. The household needed to move faster than an organization 40 years its senior was expecting it to. And more importantly, it needed to move smarter, because speed alone would not compensate for 4 decades of institutional experience in dismantling exactly what they were trying to build. Chapter 8 The Iron Bell City Cultivator Registry occupied a substantial 3-story building in the administrative district, its facade dressed with the carved seals of every formal cultivation organization that had operated within city limits over 3 centuries. The oldest seals at the foundation level had worn smooth, their original characters visible only to specialist readers. a detail Wei Liangchen found genuinely reassuring. Administrative systems old enough to erode carved stone were unlikely to be destabilized by a single unusual household in its first month of existence. He brought all 6 household members. Shunryu had argued persuasively that arriving as a complete household demonstrated confidence in the bond's legitimacy in a way no administrative framing could replicate. A household that appeared together, intact, for its own assessment was making an argument through action that would be difficult for any assessor to contradict. Wei Basan was still 6 days out by messenger's estimate, not yet arrived, which meant registering as 5 members with a 6th declared as forthcoming. Bei Russian had confirmed this was procedurally acceptable. The assessor assigned to their file was a woman named Fen Qing, whose official designation was Senior Registry Assessor, and whose face upon receiving their paperwork indicated that she had processed a significant number of unusual registrations over a career long enough to have developed considered positions on most of them. She moved through the registration process with the efficiency of someone who trusted her instruments and had no interest in reaching conclusions before the evidence delivered them. She led them to a registration chamber on the 2nd floor equipped with 4 chi measuring instruments arranged in a precise semicircle. She invited them to be seated with the brisk economy of someone who intended to complete a comprehensive assessment before the building's afternoon staff change, and she produced her forms. Joint household registration under the ordinance requires, she said, working through her checklist, documented evidence of genuine bond formation, certification of bond authenticity by registered assessor, cultivation rank verification for the household head, and a formation stability assessment conducted over a minimum 7-day period from formation date. She paused to look up from her checklist. You have submitted your notification at 4 days post-formation. This is within the legal window. However, she set the checklist down and regarded the household with an attention that carried something beyond professional neutrality. Your household's formation has been flagged by the registry's ChiNet monitoring station. The flag characterizes the detected formation energy as anomalous and consistent with known historical signatures of the Supreme Family Sutra. Does that create a procedural problem? Wei Liangchen asked. Assessor Fenqing considered the question with more deliberateness than its surface meaning required. The Supreme Family Sutra, she said carefully, has not been formally registered as an active cultivation art in this administrative zone for 47 years. Its current registry status is listed as dormant, family line specific, and non-transferable. It is also classified as a protected cultivation lineage under the city charter's cultural preservation provisions. Under those provisions, no external organization may compel its bearer to transfer, license, discontinue, or modify the practice of the art. She held Wei Liangchen's attention while she delivered this next sentence. I mentioned the protective provisions specifically because the registry received an external inquiry regarding your household's registration status yesterday afternoon. The inquiry originated from the Crimson Leash sect. What was the nature of the inquiry? Shunryu asked, her voice carrying the clarity of someone who wanted precise information and had the composure to receive it without audible reaction. A standing objection to registration, Assessor Fenqing said. They cite a lineage agreement they claim to hold from 40 years ago, allegedly providing the Crimson Leash with consultation rights over any activation of arts related to their own formation techniques. They have filed this type of objection before, twice in the past 20 years, against different practitioners, with different outcomes. She looked at the file. I am procedurally required to inform you of the objection. I am not required to accept it. My review of the cited agreement is pending, informally, and I am choosing to be informal because the protective classification I mentioned is relevant to your interests. Lineage agreements signed 40 years ago by non-direct line family members under circumstances the registry's own records describe as irregular have consistently been found to lack standing against the primary lineage bearer. But the formal finding requires review time, 7 to 21 days. What is the household status during the review? Lianxia asked. Provisional recognition, she said. The bonds are legally acknowledged as existing. The household is legally acknowledged as forming. But the sutra's protected status is pending formal confirmation, which creates a narrow window during which an external organization could theoretically petition for an injunction against continued practice. Such a petition would require them to demonstrate immediate harm. Given that your household consists entirely of adults with documented informed consent, plus a minor with documented guardian authorization, they will find this very difficult to demonstrate. She picked up her chi measuring instrument. We begin the assessment now, starting with you, as household head. For hours, perhaps 5. Cooperate completely and answer every question accurately. He would do exactly that, because the assessment would find exactly what was here, and what was here was entirely genuine, and the sutra had been built for precisely this moment, to be measured honestly and found to be exactly what it claimed to be. He settled into his position at the assessment chamber's center and extended a thread of qi toward the first measuring instrument assessor Fenqing placed before him. The instrument, a formation jade sphere mounted in a silver cradle, responded to his qi with a faint internal glow, calibrating against the sutra's signature. He could feel the assessment beginning, the way a careful hand feels when it takes hold of something in the dark to determine what it is. The instrument was checking the same things Mei Hua had checked with her foundation establishment qi on the morning of the first bond. Authenticity markers, bidirectional flow patterns, the resonance consistency that distinguished genuine family cultivation arts from their artificial variants. The sutra met the assessment without resistance. It did not modify itself for the measuring instrument's benefit. It simply was what it was, which was exactly what it appeared to be, and this complete absence of gap between presentation and reality, was what Wei Liangchen had begun to understand was the sutra's core defense mechanism. An art this transparent had nothing to hide. An art with nothing to hide gave its opponents nothing to use. The Hearthstone barrier technique, Assessor Fenqing said, adjusting the instrument's calibration and moving to the second measuring position, generates a formation signature I haven't measured in approximately 20 years. The last time I encountered this specific pattern was in a family cultivation assessment during my 5th year in this office. She set the second instrument in position. The household that carried the technique at that time produced the highest authenticity rating I've recorded in my career. She said this in the same tone she had used for every other piece of information she had delivered, factually, without warmth, as information that was simply accurate and therefore belonged in the assessment record. Wei Liangchen said nothing. He understood that she was telling him something useful, without making it look like she was telling him something useful, and he appreciated both the communication and the professional form it was taking. The assessment chamber was quiet except for the faint harmonic resonance of the measuring instruments, and the warmth of the bond network pulsed through his meridians with the steadiness of a formation built well and certain of its own foundation, waiting for the measuring to confirm what it already was, patient in the way that genuine things are patient, because time and honest assessment are always on the side of what is real. The assessor made one more notation, reviewed the full instrument array with a slow, systematic attention, then set his stylus down with the deliberate care of a person closing a particularly important document. He said nothing for 17 seconds. Wei Liangchen had counted. I have assessed 47 household cultivation arts in my career, the man said finally. 3 are genuine. You are the 4th. He picked up his stylus again and completed the notation with the precise movements of someone entering a fact into the permanent record, which was exactly what he was doing. The council will receive my assessment by evening courier. I suggest you prepare for correspondence within the week. Chapter 9. The assessment took 4 hours and 20 minutes. Assessor Fenqing worked at the pace of someone whose professional standard was thorough accuracy rather than efficient completion, demonstrating no inclination to compress the process at any point. She assessed each bond individually, measuring the resonance pattern, checking the bidirectional flow quality that genuine bonds generate and forced bonds cannot replicate without detectable distortion, verifying the authenticity markers specific to family bond cultivation arts. She found no distortion in any bond. The resonance patterns matched genuine formation signatures across every metric her instruments measured. When she completed the full circuit, she sat for a moment reviewing her notes with the face of someone whose findings are professionally clear and administratively complicated in roughly equal measure. All 5 bonds are authentic, she said, without preamble. The sutra chapter techniques have manifested in correct alignment with genuine family bond formation patterns. Every bidirectional flow metric is consistent with voluntary, informed bond formation by parties exercising genuine mutual recognition. She wrote something in her file. Your registration will proceed to provisional approval pending the lineage agreement review. You will receive formal notification within the stated window. She set her pen down. I recommend retaining a cultivation advocate before the review period closes. The Crimson Leashes agreement is almost certainly invalid, but unrepresented challenges to invalid agreements have a poor outcome record compared to represented ones, for reasons entirely unrelated to the underlying merits. Can you direct us to appropriate representation? Mei Hua asked. Assessor Fenqing wrote an address on a separate slip of paper and passed it to Mei Hua, not to Wei Liangchen, who as household head would have been the formal recipient. She did not explain this choice. Mei Hua immediately folded the paper and placed it in her inner pocket. The protections office at that address maintains records of historical lineage agreements, Assessor Fenqing added. including the one the Crimson Leash has referenced. If the original circumstances of signing were irregular, which agreements filed under duress frequently are, the records will document it. She gathered her assessment materials. I will note in my formal report that the household appeared voluntarily within the compliance window and cooperated comprehensively with the assessment. This characterization will be relevant if the Crimson Leash attempts to use the review period to construct a narrative that contradicts the actual record. They filed out of the registry building into the afternoon light. On the steps, Wei Liangchen let the bond network settle from the extended scrutiny back into its natural resonance. All 5 connections present, warm, unambiguously real. The assessor's instruments had measured them and found them genuine. Bureaucratic verification of what he had known from the moment each bond formed, which was simultaneously satisfying and insufficient, because official recognition and actual security were different quantities. Xiaoyan appeared at his elbow with the quiet efficiency he had already made characteristic. The assessor, the boy said, keeping his voice at the volume appropriate for information not meant to broadcast to the street. Her chi did something different when she mentioned the sect that filed the objection. Tighter, more contained, like someone managing what they're showing. What do you make of it? She doesn't like them, Xiaoyan said matter-of-factly. She was controlling something when she talked about them that she wasn't controlling when she talked about us. He looked at Wei Liangchen steadily. The sect that makes fake bonds that go only one direction. I want to learn to fight. I understand I'm too young for most techniques, but the seedling of heaven is accelerating my cultivation and I want to apply it to something practical. Tell me what I can start now. Don't defer it. Shun Ryu descended the steps to stand beside them. Tomorrow morning, she said to Xiaoyan, as though this had been decided some time ago and only now required stating. East Garden. Before breakfast. Foundation theory and basic chi direction. We start with what your current capacity supports and advance from there. She addressed Wei Liangchen directly. The advocate's office. We go today. The Crimson Leash filed their objection yesterday. They have a full day's advantage in whatever they're building, and urgency is the appropriate response. She was correct. They went. And as they walked, Wei Liangchen was already thinking about what it meant that a 10-year-old had noticed what trained adults had missed, that the assessor's controlled anger was a piece of information, and that every piece of information about their opponent's true feelings toward the Crimson Leash was potentially a resource. Xiaoyan fell into step beside him with the natural efficiency that was characteristic of him in motion. He had, in the 3 weeks since joining the household, developed a remarkable ability to match pace and adjust position relative to the people around him without appearing to do so deliberately. The unconscious spatial intelligence of a child who had spent years navigating group living in shared halls where awareness of others' positions was simply a survival competency. The assessor, the boy said, keeping his voice low, was also angry at herself when she talked about the Crimson Leash. Not just at them. At herself. He glanced up at Wei Liangchen briefly. I think she encountered them before, professionally, and the encounter didn't go the way she wanted it to. She's been waiting for a case where she could do something useful about them. And this case? Wei Liangchen asked. She thinks this is the case, Xiaoyan said. He said it with the certainty of one who had read this correctly and was simply reporting what he had observed. She's going to write the best report she's capable of writing. She's going to make the protection designation as strong as she can make it within her authority. She's not going to say any of that to us directly, because that would violate her professional standards. But that's what she's going to do. Lian Xinghe, walking on Wei Liangchen's other side, said nothing for a moment. Then, how confident are you in that read? Xiaoyan considered the question seriously, the way he considered everything seriously. More confident than I usually am, he said. Her chi pattern when she passed the address to Mei Hua instead of to the household head was very deliberate. She knew exactly what she was doing. She wanted the address in the hands of whoever would move on it fastest. He paused. She's done this before. Given information to the right person in the right way without it appearing in the official record as anything other than a routine referral. Wei Liangchen looked at the boy walking beside him. 10 years old, 3 weeks in a genuine household. Already reading cultivators trained decades his senior with the precision of a person who had been reading others in considerably more difficult conditions for most of his life. The seedling of heaven was accelerating his cultivation. But what it was accelerating was already remarkable before any sutra chapter had opened. The advocate's office was 4 streets away. They walked toward it with the purposeful pace of people who understood urgency without performing it. The household had learned this already, in 3 weeks of genuine shared work, that the difference between urgency and panic was presence of mind, and that presence of mind was exactly what genuine bonds preserved when pressure arrived. Xiaoyan fell half a step behind as they turned onto the main thoroughfare. scanning the foot traffic with the automatic, unhurried assessment that Wei Liangchen had noticed from the first day. The boy read people the way some cultivators read formation arrays, building a complete picture from the arrangement of details most observers never noticed they were registering. He said nothing. He simply fell back into position when his assessment was complete, and the thing he had assessed had apparently not warranted comment, because his expression had not changed. The seedling of heaven was not making him do that. That was Xiaoyan, the person who had survived the streets of the northern district for 3 years by learning to read every room he entered accurately enough to know which exits he would need. The sutra chapter was accelerating his cultivation. But the person the cultivation was accelerating was already, before any technique had opened, someone worth accelerating. Wei Liangchen noted this, as he noted all such things, for the conversation he planned to have with the boy eventually. The one about what his actual capabilities were, and what could be built from them, and whether he understood yet that genuine competence was a foundation rather than merely a survival tool. Chapter 10 Counselor Wei Liangchen of the Family Cultivation Protections Office was the kind of practitioner whose professional reputation was built on knowing everything about a narrow field rather than knowing approximations about a wide one. And his narrow field was cultivation family law in the Iron Bell City Administrative Zone. He had been operating in this field for 22 years and had the specific quality of attention that practitioners develop when their discipline is narrow enough to master and complex enough to require mastery continuously. His office was lined floor to ceiling with organized files whose system was not immediately apparent, but whose retrieval speed suggested an internal logic of considerable sophistication. He never searched. He simply reached. He received the household without appointment, which was either characteristic of his office's general accessibility or a specific accommodation for cases he had been anticipating. He read the preliminary registry notification with the complete focus of someone for whom document analysis was a primary mode of thought. He set the notification down. The Crimson Leash's lineage agreement claim, he said, is the third variant of a filing template I have seen from this organization in the past 15 years. They file comparable claims against any active family bond art appearing in this district. Relying on a blanket agreement, their founder supposedly entered with multiple family cultivation lineages approximately 50 years ago. The agreement exists. It was signed. The question of whether it was signed under conditions of genuine consent is documented in the registry's own records from that period, which describe the circumstances using language that the registry's traditional preference for administrative understatement does not fully conceal. He held both hands flat on the table. I have handled 2 of the 3 previous challenges to this agreement successfully. The third failed on a procedural issue that does not apply to your case. You registered within the compliance window, voluntarily, with complete documentation. What does the challenge process require? Shenruoyu asked. A counterpetition filed with the registry, attached with relevant precedent cases, requesting formal review before a district adjudication panel. 3 to 5 weeks for the process. During that period, the Crimson Leash cannot compel any action regarding the sutra without a court order, and obtaining a court order requires demonstrating immediate harm, a standard they cannot meet given that your household consists of consenting adults and a documented consent minor forming genuine bonds. He addressed Wei Liangchen directly. They know this. The counterpetition is worth filing, but it is not the extent of the threat you are managing. Organizations that have operated for 40 years have learned to apply pressure through channels that generate no administrative record. Xianxia said, meaning they will apply pressure on the bonds directly. Harassment designed to create genuine conflict between bonded members. Manufactured situations intended to force difficult decisions under time pressure. Introduction of informants into the household's social network. That is consistent with their historical pattern, Wei Liangchen said, and did not ask how Xianxia had arrived at this characterization so quickly. The sutra presents a specific threat to their operational model. Their forced bond system's entire justification rests on the premise that the forced variant is functionally equivalent to genuine bonds at sufficient scale. If your household reaches full development and demonstrates the contrary publicly, the mathematical argument becomes impossible to refute. He picked up his pen. I recommend retaining me on an ongoing basis with authority to respond to administrative complaints without requiring household review of each individual filing. They are capable of generating administrative friction faster than a 1-month-old household can manage reactively. Today, Wei Liangchen said. All of it. Wei Liangchen nodded and drew the relevant files without hesitation. While the counselor worked, Wei Liangchen thought about the arithmetic of what they were building. 5 genuine bonds. 5 sutra chapters active. A formation beginning to develop genuine power. and an organization with 40 years of experience in targeting exactly this kind of art, already in motion. The 7th Sutra chapter was sealed. Bond 6 was still ahead of him, and the art was patient about it, not pressing, simply maintaining its attention in a direction he had not yet consciously followed, towards someone who had been present in the background of his life so consistently and quietly that the art's attention toward them felt, when he noticed it, less like discovery and more like recognizing something that had always been obvious but required the right moment to become visible. Wei Liangchen worked efficiently. His pen moved without hesitation through the counterpetition, drawing language from the precedent cases with the facility of a lawyer who had prepared for exactly this task. He paused once to ask a clarifying question about the exact date of the jade slip's activation relative to the date of the bond formation. The timeline distinction Lianxia had flagged, and Wei Liangchen answered precisely. The counselor incorporated the answer and continued. Xianxia had taken a seat near the window and was reviewing the 3 precedent case summaries Wei Liangchen had provided, her attention moving through them with the thoroughness she applied to all strategic information. After 15 minutes, she looked up. The 3rd case, the one that failed on procedural grounds, she said. The procedural issue was failure to register within the compliance window. We've already addressed that. But there's a secondary issue in the case record that isn't the stated reason for the failure. The household in the 3rd case had one bond that the assessor noted as exhibiting signs of conditional formation. The assessor believed one of the bonds might have been formed with an expectation of material benefit rather than from genuine connection. She set the document down. The Crimson Leash can argue the same thing about any of our bonds. The sutra opened the day I arrived. The bond between Wei Liangchen and me followed within hours. They can argue I came specifically to form a cultivation ally beneficial bond. That my engagement to the household head is, from their perspective, a calculated arrangement rather than a genuine one. Can the assessment address that? Wei Liangchen asked. The assessment can and will, Wei Liangchen said, without looking up from his writing. I've already noted the timeline. I'll add supporting documentation about the engagement's history, 7 years of maintained correspondence prior to the sutra's activation. The argument is weak, but it needs to be preemptively addressed rather than addressed reactively. He looked up briefly. They will make every argument available to them. Our task is to have the documentation ready before they make them. Mei Hua, who had taken the seat across from Xianxia and had been listening with the attention she brought to legal and administrative information, said, How long does the counterpetition process actually take? At each stage. Filing today, acknowledgement within 3 days, assignment to an adjudication panel within 7 to 10 days after that, panel review and ruling within 15 to 21 days from assignment, Wei Liangchen said, reciting this from memory with the fluency of someone who had been through the process multiple times. Total, approximately 30 to 40 days from today's filing to a ruling. The protective provisions of the city charter remain in effect throughout, which means the Crimson Leash cannot take any compulsory action during the review period. And the Continental Council assessor arrives in 30 days, Wei Liangchen said. Yes, Wei Liangchen said. He looked at Wei Liangchen over his counterpetition draft with the expression of a practitioner who has noticed a timeline overlap and is deciding whether it is a coincidence or a strategy. If the counterpetition's ruling comes before the assessor's visit, the Continental Council's assessment will have the benefit of the city-level protection finding as additional context. If it comes after, the assessor's evaluation may become the more relevant document for subsequent rulings. He returned to his writing. Both sequences are workable. The important thing is that both processes proceed simultaneously. He would follow the art's pointing when the advocate situation was fully established. He would follow it today. In fact, the counterpetition was in Wei Liangchen's capable hands. The retainer arrangement was confirmed, and the sutra was already pointing with the patient persistence of an art that had been waiting for this particular recognition since the first morning the jade slip had broken. He had learned not to make it wait any longer than the work required. Chapter 11. The counterpetition was filed the following morning. Wei Liangchen worked past midnight preparing it and delivered the completed document in person at the 8th hour, which was not standard practice and which he explained, without apparent awareness that it required explanation, as appropriate prioritization. The document was thorough, precisely sourced, cross-referenced with the 3 most relevant precedent cases, and included an appendix analyzing specifically why the procedural technicality that had defeated the 3rd previous challenge did not apply to the current household circumstances. 3 days after filing, Wei Liangchen arrived. Wei Liangchen's father appeared at the compound gate on a morning when the household was conducting its 2nd formal joint cultivation session in the main courtyard. All 6 members arranged in Zhao Zunming's chalk-marked formation positions. working on synchronizing the resonance flow under Chun Ruiyu's direction. He stood in the open gateway and regarded what his family had become in 3 years of his absence with a face Wei Liangchen, reading it from across the courtyard, could not immediately categorize. Wei Bosshan was 51 years old and looked like someone had taken a man of 51 and introduced him to an additional concentrated period of hardship. He was thinner than Wei Liangchen remembered. His cultivation chi was irregular at its edges, the specific signature of meridian damage partially healed and continuing to heal in the slow way that damage heals when the available healing resources have been limited. His eyes, when they found Wei Liangchen across the courtyard over the heads of 5 other people mid-cultivation session, held the quality of someone returning from a long absence who had been rehearsing this meeting for a long time and was now discovering that the actual meeting was different from the rehearsal in ways he had not prepared for. Wei Liangchen crossed the courtyard and opened the gate fully. His father's gaze moved from him to the formation in the courtyard, the 6 positions, the chalk marks, the resonance patterns visible in the morning air as faint chi currents between the members, and then to Yao Sufan, who had risen from her formation position and was watching her son-in-law with a face that was not warm and was not hostile and was precisely what the situation required, honest. "You found the slip," Wei Bosshan said. "Mother hid it in the quilting box lining," Wei Liangchen said. "I found it the day we buried her." His father's jaw tightened by a degree most people would not have registered. "She should have given it to you directly. I told her that. She had her reasons," Wei Liangchen said carefully, holding the space between endorsing those reasons and dismissing them. "I think I understand them. The sutra required specific conditions, and the conditions arrived when they arrived." He stepped back from the gate. "Come in. The household has people you haven't met." Wei Bosshan walked into the compound, and his eyes moved across the 6 people now arranged in a loose arc near the courtyard entrance. Meihua, who met his gaze with the complicated warmth of someone who loves a person and is not entirely sure what to do with the complexity that love has accumulated. Lian Xinghe, whom he recognized and acknowledged with the brief nod of someone updating a long-standing category. Chen Ryu, whose presence registered with visible surprise that resolved into recognition and then into something more layered. And Xiao Yan, who was watching the new arrival with his undiluted assessment attention, completely unself-conscious about being observed doing it. Then there was Yao Sufan, who said nothing, and whose silence carried more content than most speeches. Wei Bosshan looked at all of them for the space of several breaths. This was, Wei Liangchen understood in that pause, his father's version of rapid assessment, the same process in a different register from Xiao Yan's, or Yao Sufan's, or Chen Ruiyu's. 3 years in the disputed territories had refined whatever social assessment capabilities Wei Bosshan had begun with into something considerably more efficient. He was cataloging quickly relationships, power dynamics, the quality of the training session he had interrupted, the specific combination of people who had chosen to be in this compound, and what that combination suggested about what had happened here in 3 years of his absence. What Wei Liangchen saw in his father's face, completing the catalog, was not quite what he had expected. He had expected some version of regret for the absence, for the lost years, for arriving to find his children running a household formation he had not known they were capable of building. He saw something more complicated. The rearrangement of expectations that happens when what you find is better than what you feared, combined with the awareness that the better thing had been built specifically because the feared outcome had been survived. Then, with the particular quality of a returning traveler who finds home has continued growing in his absence, and is discovering the growth is more impressive than he had grounds to expect, he said, "Tell me what you've built." The sutra pulsed in Wei Liangchen's meridians, warm and patient, its attention moving toward his father with the specific quality of interest in art shows when it has identified something genuine and is waiting to see if what is genuine is also willing to be acknowledged. Wei Liangchen took his father inside and introduced the household in the order that felt most natural. Meihua first, who was the person Wei Bosshan had known longest, then Yao Sufan, then Lian Xinghe, who shook Wei Bosshan's hand with the direct simplicity of someone with no need to perform feelings about the situation, then Chen Ryu, whose presence required a separate moment of orientation, because the last time Wei Bosshan had encountered the engagement discussion, it had been a formality of uncertain future. Finally, Xiao Yan, who listened to the introduction of "This is my father, Wei Bosshan," and then offered, without ceremony, "You've been in the disputed territories. Your meridians show it. Have you had a healer assess the damage recently?" Wei Bosshan gave the boy a long look. 2 months ago, he said. "The Hearthstone barrier has a healing application," Xiao Yan said. "Chen Ruiyu knows it. The assessment from 2 months ago is probably outdated." He returned to his seedlings with the satisfaction of a child who has identified a problem and proposed the correct solution and considers the matter addressed. The household settled into the specific rearrangement that the arrival of a significant new person always requires. The space had to adjust, the rhythms had to find new equilibria, the conversations that were ongoing had to find a way to include or contextually exclude someone who was present but not yet embedded in the full context of what was being discussed. Wei Bosan was family, and he was a stranger, and both of these things were true simultaneously and required being held simultaneously. He sat at the kitchen table and asked questions with the attentiveness of someone trying to understand a situation accurately rather than situating himself within it strategically. Good questions, careful ones. The questions of a cultivator who had been in the disputed territories long enough to know that accurate situational assessment was worth more than positional advantage. He asked about the Crimson Leash's specific capabilities. He asked about the Continental Council's timeline. He asked about the seventh bond, which had not yet formed, and about what the seventh sutra chapter would open when it did. And through all of it, the sutra's attention rested on him with the patient warmth of an art that had identified what it needed and was simply waiting for the right moment to act. Something was about to happen between the sutra and Wei Bosan. The question was whether it would be what Wei Liangchen hoped, or whether the absence and damage had created a distance that the art could not bridge. Wei Bosan did not appear to notice the sutra's attention. He was describing the northern courtyard's structural weaknesses with the unhurried thoroughness of a person who has spent 43 years forming opinions about walls and has finally been asked for them. His hands moved in the air in front of him, sketching the load-bearing problem he had identified in the Eastern Gate Foundation, and Wei Liangchen watched them and thought, this is what a genuine person looks like when they have been genuinely invited. Not performing helpfulness, not managing an impression, simply being useful in the manner that comes naturally when someone is truly welcome somewhere, which his father had not been for a very long time, in any place that mattered to him. Chapter 12 Wei Bosan's account of the disputed territories took most of the evening. He gave it at the kitchen table with the household arranged around him and delivered it with the specific flatness of tone that people use for material they have processed enough to narrate, but not enough to narrate easily. The expedition had been organized by the Iron Bell City Adventurers Compact under terms designed to obscure the Compact's actual commercial interest in the region, a deposit of rare formation stones that the Compact intended to extract and sell to buyers in the central provinces, using the recruited cultivators as security contractors without disclosing to those contractors the full nature of what they were protecting or who was contesting their presence. When the local clans whose ancestral cultivation rights included the deposit had resisted extraction with force, the Compact had withdrawn its organizational infrastructure and left the contracted cultivators to manage the conflict alone. Several had not survived. Wei Bosan had survived through a combination of circumstances and a healer in a small settlement near the boundary who had agreed to provide treatment in exchange for cultivation assistance, an arrangement that sustained him through 2.5 years of recovery that could not be called comfortable by any standard. His meridians were currently functioning at approximately 60% of prior capacity. The healer had done what was possible with the resources available. Full recovery, if achievable, would require either significant specialized treatment or external cultivation support of a specific type. Yao Sufan listened to the account without interrupting. When Wei Bosan finished, she was quiet for a measured interval, the kind of quiet that is deciding rather than processing. Then she directed her attention toward Wei Liangchen with the face she used for questions she was posing without asking them aloud. He understood the question. The Hearthstone barrier operated through the bond network to actively support every member's cultivation simultaneously. If his father's relationship to this household was genuine enough for the sutra to recognize, and the question of what 3 years of absence created was not simple, a bond might provide exactly the kind of external cultivation support that specialized meridian healing required. The barrier's architecture was designed for exactly this, sharing cultivation resources across the network in ways that made every member more than they could be alone. Wei Liangchen extended the art's recognition toward his father with the same deliberate sincerity every previous bond had required. What moved through him was different in character from everything before it. Not the quick warmth of Meihua's bond, not the root depth of Yao Sufan's, not the tested clarity of Lian Xinghe's, or the deliberate construction of Chun Ryu's, or the protective promise of Xiaoyan's. This one was heavier and more complicated, carrying the weight of a relationship real in ways that had survived 3 years of distance. Real in the way that the structure of a family is real even when the people in it have been separated and have accumulated difficult histories during the separation. The absence had been real. The return was real. The damage was real. The fact that Wei Boshan had traveled with compromised meridians back to this specific compound was real, and the sutra appeared to be reading the full picture rather than any single piece of it. The resonance formed, not with simplicity, with the character of a bond that had been complicated and had remained genuine through the complication. The sixth sutra chapter opened. Pillar of Heaven entered the bond network, a formation stability technique that anchored the full bond network's cultivation output against external dispersal, preventing the formation from being fragmented by sustained outside pressure, providing each member of the household with a structural stability derived from the network as a whole rather than from any individual's personal cultivation level alone. Wei Boshan felt the technique establish itself in his damaged meridians. His face, maintaining the composure of someone managing the logistics of a complicated emotional situation, fractured briefly at the edges and then resettled into something quieter and less managed. "The sutra accepted me," he said, and the words arrived with the weight of a truth that had not been certain. "Your family," Wei Liangchen said. "The art recognizes what is real. The rest is what we make of it going forward." His father pressed his palm flat against the kitchen table in the gesture of someone grounding themselves against something solid after a period in which reliable ground has been scarce. Outside the compound walls, the city continued its evening sounds. Xiaoyan, seated at the table's edge, looked at Wei Boshan with the assessment characteristic of him and then addressed Wei Liangchen. "Does the sixth bond change the Hearthstone barrier?" "It adds a layer," Wei Liangchen said. "The barrier grows stronger with each genuine bond. The architecture is additive in number and geometric in output." Xiaoyan absorbed this. Then he turned to Wei Boshan directly, with the same unself-conscious directness he brought to everything. "I'm Xiaoyan. The household adopted me 4 weeks ago. I grow things. And I'm going to ask Qinruoyu to teach you the Hearthstone barrier's healing application, because your meridians are damaged and the barrier was designed specifically to help with exactly that." He looked at Qinruoyu. "It is designed for that, right?" "It is," Qinruoyu said, and the quality of her face suggested she found the 10-year-old's medical instinct both accurate and entirely remarkable. "Tomorrow morning," Xiaoyan said, addressing Wei Boshan, "after my training session. You should plan accordingly." It was not a suggestion. Wei Boshan regarded the child for a moment with the look of someone recalibrating their understanding of what they had walked into. "I'll plan accordingly," he said, which left Wei Liangchen with the quiet understanding that the household was now 6 bonds strong, that the 6th chapter stability technique was running in his meridians, and that the 7th bond, still ahead, still waiting, was the one the sutra had been circling toward since the first morning, the one already present in his life, and simply waiting for him to turn and look at what had always been there. That evening, after Wei Boshan had been shown to the West Wing's guest room, and Xiaoyan had returned to his seedlings and the household had settled into its end-of-day rhythms, Wei Liangchen walked the compound's perimeter with the particular attention he had been developing for the past month. Not a cultivator's patrol, but the awareness of someone learning to hold a space as something more than a location, as a home that the cornerstone of heaven had, as of yesterday, formally declared. Within the bond network's protection, the compound was small by the standards it had once maintained. The east wing needed repairs to the second corridor's flooring. The courtyard's central planting bed had not been maintained since his mother's death, and showed it. The gate hinges needed oil. The list of deferred maintenance that 3 years of declining household resources had produced was substantial. None of that was the point. The point was that the boundary formation Zhao Cunming had maintained for 30 years was, as of that afternoon's assessment, being upgraded to accommodate 7 bonded cultivators rather than 1, and that the warmth of 6 genuine bonds now ran through Wei Liangchen's meridians with the steady quality of a formation that had found its foundation and was continuing to build on it. The 7th bond would form tomorrow. He knew this with the same certainty the sutra had been communicating to him for 48 hours. Not pushing, not demanding, simply pointing, warm and patient, toward the stone building at the east boundary, toward the person who had been part of this compound's definition for longer than Wei Liangchen had been alive. Tomorrow, then. And then the household would be complete in its first architecture, 7 bonds and 7 chapters, a foundation strong enough to build from. And he was beginning to understand, strong enough to need defending in ways he had not yet fully worked through. Chapter 13. The Crimson Leash sect made their first visible move 8 days after the counterpetition was filed. It came in a form that Wei Liangchen and Lian Xinghe had both identified as a likely escalation pattern. A secondary complaint to the City Bounty Board alleging that Wei Liangchen had engaged in unlicensed cultivation formation experimentation during the 6-month period between his mother's death and the Jade Slip's activation. The claim was baseless. During that period, he had not been experimenting with formation cultivation. He had been failing to cultivate at all, which was the direct opposite of formation experimentation, a point that 11 registered failed assessments documented implicitly. But baseless did not mean costless. The bounty board's complaint mechanism required a formal response within 10 days, or the complaint was logged as unanswered, and generating the response required documentation, time, and sustained attention. They're not trying to win this particular complaint, Liangchen has said, reviewing the document at the kitchen table. They're trying to multiply our administrative load. Each complaint they file, valid or not, requires the same response infrastructure as a legitimate one. If they file enough simultaneously, we spend more of our capacity answering administrative challenges than we spend on household development. Counter, Chen Ryu said immediately. We give Belarusian full authority to respond to all administrative complaints on the household's behalf, without requiring our individual review of each filing. He manages the complaint mechanism as a standing function. We pay the retainer, we focus on the formation. They went to Belarusian that afternoon. He received the bounty board complaint with the face of one who had anticipated exactly this escalation pattern. Not surprised, simply prepared. I have drafts for the 3 most statistically probable complaint types they would file, he said, pulling a folder from his shelving with the speed of someone who knows exactly where everything is. This variant is the second most likely. The response is nearly complete. I will file it tomorrow morning. He accepted the retainer arrangement without negotiating and began generating the formal authorization paperwork. On the walk back to the compound, Wei Liangchen processed what the complaint pattern revealed about the Crimson Leash's strategy. They were not seeking a single decisive confrontation. They were applying distributed, sustained friction, small costs accumulating across multiple fronts simultaneously, designed to occupy attention and gradually degrade the household's developmental capacity until a mistake became inevitable. The strategy of an established organization using institutional experience against a household in its first month of existence. He sat in the east courtyard after the household settled for the evening, the bond network warm in his meridians, and thought about what the complaint pattern implied about what would come next. The complaint mechanism would eventually exhaust its utility. Belarusian was capable of managing it, and eventually the adjudication system would establish a pattern and weight the complaints accordingly. When the administrative channel was depleted, the Crimson Leash would shift methods. What those methods would look like was not yet clear, but he had a sense from Liangchen's intelligence, and from the pattern they were already demonstrating that clarity was coming soon. An organization that had been targeting family cultivation arts for 4 decades did not have only administrative tools. It had cultivators. It had operatives experienced in exactly the kind of household disruption that left no administrative record. It had patience, because it had learned over 40 years that patience was the resource that households in their first months lacked most acutely. He thought about what it meant to be a 6-bond household, 6 connections, 6 chapters, 6 techniques running in the bonded circuit, facing an organization that had been specifically studying and targeting arts of this type since before he was born. The math was not comfortable. The Crimson Leash had accumulated 40 years of experience in what worked and what didn't, against targets that had not known they were targets until it was too late. The household had 32 days of experience in being a household. What the household had that no amount of experience could substitute for was this: the bonds themselves. 6 genuine connections that the sutra had assessed and confirmed. An architecture that multiplied rather than added, so that 6 members with modest individual cultivation levels produced a formation output that outperformed what any individual cultivator among them could achieve alone. A record, accumulated over 32 days, of making decisions from the most honest possible assessment of each situation. No performances, no strategic positioning, no gap between what they showed and what they were. An organization whose power was built on forced bonds and institutional experience was facing, for the first time in 40 years, a household that understood exactly what it was building and why. That was not nothing. It might, if they were very careful and very fast, be enough. The 7th Sutra chapter was still sealed, and the art's attention had been oriented, with patient consistency, toward the compound's eastern corner, toward the stone building adjacent to the boundary wall, toward Zhao Tsuanming, who had been maintaining the compound's formation without pay for a year because an agreement was an agreement, and who had been present in the background of Wei Liangchen's life so consistently that his presence had become as unremarkable as the compound walls themselves. The sutra was not interested in unremarkable. It was interested in real. And it had apparently identified something very real in a direction he had been looking through for 32 days without seeing what was there. Tomorrow morning, before any other task, he would go find Zhao Tsuanming. and he would bring the same deliberate, genuine recognition he had brought to every other bond, and he would see what the art had seen before he had. It was not complicated. He had learned across the past 32 days. The sutra did not make finding genuine bonds complicated. It made them undeniable. You simply followed the warmth until you stood in front of the person it was indicating, and then you brought the recognition honestly and without performance, and either the resonance formed or it did not. Every previous bond had formed. He had stopped around the third bond, being surprised by this, and had started instead being careful. Careful to deserve what the art was building, careful to hold each bond with the attention it required, careful not to treat the art's recognition as a resource to be optimized rather than a relationship to be tended. The compound's east boundary wall was visible from where he sat. Behind it, the stone building where Zhao Cunming had spent 30 years keeping the boundary formation operational. 30 years of consistent maintenance performed because he had agreed to perform it, continued without pay for the past year because the agreement had not specified compensation as a condition of continuation. An arrangement sustained through the family's decline, through his mother's illness and death, through 3 years of Wei Liangchen's absence and the household's diminished circumstances, through every year in which a less committed practitioner would have found a reasonable excuse to end the arrangement and take better compensated work elsewhere. The warmth in his meridians was not subtle about this. It had been specifically directional for 48 hours. The sutra had recognized something in the direction of that stone building and had been patiently waiting for Wei Liangchen to do what it had already clearly assessed should be done next. He had been sitting with the knowledge for 48 hours. That was already too long. There was a particular quality to postponing something you already knew needed doing. Not procrastination exactly, because he had been doing other necessary things in the interim, but a kind of deferral that had more to do with wanting to understand what he was about to do before he did it than with any reluctance. He had not been reluctant. He had been careful, the way he was careful with all the bonds, wanting to bring genuine recognition rather than expectation or performance. He understood it now. The sutra's recognition of Zhao Cunming was built on 30 years of accumulated consistency. Consistency of materials, consistency of agreements kept, consistency of continued presence through circumstances that had made continued presence objectively difficult. The old custodian had never, in 30 years, done anything other than exactly what he had said he would do. He had not required gratitude or ongoing acknowledgement or any adjustment to the terms that would have made staying easier. He had simply maintained the formation, as agreed, because that was what he had agreed to do. In a household whose history included a father's 3-year absence, a mother's death while trying to protect a legacy through indirection, and the general attrition that came from circumstances declining faster than relationships could adjust. In that context, Zhao Cunming had simply continued to be exactly what he was, without fanfare or complaint or the expectation of reciprocity. The sutra recognized this the way it recognized all genuine bonds, not with the warmth of chosen close friendship, but with the solid acknowledgement of something real and continuous and worth building on. Something that had been real for 30 years before the sutra had awakened to notice it. He went. Chapter 14. Zhao Cunming had opinions about nearly everything and delivered them, without preamble to whoever was present, because at 78 he had outlasted most of the social consequences of directness and found diplomatic formulation unnecessary overhead. He had maintained the Wei compound's eastern boundary formation since before Wei Liangchen's father was born, under a service agreement that contained a stipulation he considered binding. He would maintain the formation as long as he was physically capable of doing so. He held agreements the way some people held cultivation oaths, not from inflexibility, but from the conclusion that a person who could be talked out of a commitment had simply never genuinely made one. He received Wei Liangchen in his stone building with tea already steeping. Either coincidence or the observation of a practitioner who had seen this visit coming. "Sit," he said. "Tell me what you need. Not what you think you need, what you actually need." Wei Liangchen told him. The sutra's activation, the 6 bonds formed across 32 days, the techniques each bond had opened, the administrative opposition in motion, the Continental Council notification that had arrived the previous week, and the sutra's sustained attention toward the stone building for the past several days. He delivered it in the order that made the most structural sense, without omitting the parts that were uncertain or the parts that were concerning. Zhao Cunming listened with his hands folded around his teacup and asked 3 questions during the account, each aimed at a structural detail Wei Liangchen had summarized rather than fully explained. The first question was about the nature of the resonance multiplication, specifically, whether the amplification was bounded by the weakest bond in the network or by the average of all bonds. Wei Liangchen did not know. He said so. Zhao Cunming nodded in a way that suggested this was the correct honest answer, and that he would form his own estimate from the available data. The second question was about the Continental Council notifications language, whether it used the word assess or evaluate, which in the Council's formal communications apparently carried different implications about the assessor's mandate. Wei Liangchen quoted it accurately. Assess. Zhao Cunming's expression suggested this was the more favorable of the two options. The third question was about the Crimson Leash emissary's cultivation level, which Wei Liangchen estimated at mid-stage golden core. The old custodian absorbed this with the expression of someone who has received a number and is placing it in a calculation. When the account was complete, he was quiet for a moment, performing the internal calculation his face always showed before he said something he intended to carry weight. The Crimson Leash, he said. I knew their founder slightly, in the early period of his research, before he made the choices that produced the organization you're describing. He turned his teacup. He began with legitimate inquiry. How do family bond arts generate resonance? What is the mechanism? Could it be understood and applied systematically? The research was sound. His conclusions were sound. Then he arrived at the application point and chose badly. He set the teacup down. He determined that the resonance mechanism could be artificially replicated if genuine care were replaced with sufficient compulsive force. He was not entirely wrong about the mechanism. He was completely wrong about the consequences. Force bonds are structurally brittle. They degrade under pressure and fracture under genuine stress. Genuine bonds grow stronger under the same pressure. He knew this when he made the choice. He chose the brittle path because it was faster, because he wanted power at a scale and speed that the genuine path would not provide. Why does someone make that choice? Wei Liangchen asked, wanting the model to be accurate. Because the genuine path requires you to actually care about other people, Zhao Cunming said, with the simplicity of someone describing a phenomenon observed in many variants across many decades. Not performed care, real care, the kind that persists when it's inconvenient, that requires genuine investment and real change in how you move through the world. Some people find it easier to build a tool than a relationship, especially when the tool produces faster results. He picked up his formation toolkit from the corner. The Crimson Leash's entire power base is brittle. They have known this for 40 years. That is why they fight so hard to prevent anyone from demonstrating publicly what genuine bonds produce. The demonstration makes the brittleness undeniable and permanent. Wei Liangchen extended the art's recognition toward the old custodian. The specific recognition that a student gives to a teacher who has shaped their understanding of how the world works, without ever claiming credit for doing so. The recognition moved through 30 years of formation lessons delivered as commentary on other work, through an agreement maintained without pay for a year, because the agreement was the agreement, through the specific education that comes from watching a person be exactly the same person in every condition across a long enough period to understand what they are fundamentally made of. The resonance formed with the quality of stone settling into its correct position, not dramatic, but final and solid in the way that only things tested repeatedly before formal testing can be solid. The 7th Sutra chapter opened. Cornerstone of Heaven manifested in the bond network, a formation extension technique that allowed the Hearthstone barrier to expand outward from the bonded members to encompass any designated location, effectively allowing the household to protect their home with the same sincerity they use to protect each other. The technique's architecture recognized something the sutra's designer had clearly understood, that a household needed a place, and that a place defended with genuine investment was defended by the same force that defended the people within it. Zhao Cunming felt the technique settle into his meridians and held his teacup for a moment, very still. Then he gave Wei Liangchen the look he used for students who had done something correctly. 7 bonds, he said, in 32 days. He picked up his toolkit and rose with the careful economy of an old practitioner who manages his joints deliberately. Your compound's boundary formation was built for a single practitioner household. 7 bonded cultivators generating active formation resonance requires substantially different architecture. I'll begin the assessment today. He set his toolkit down once more, which Wei Liangchen had never seen him do mid-departure, and turned back to the formation plan spread across the work table. 7 distinct chi signatures now moved through the boundary stones, each one carrying a different harmonic, each harmonic reflecting a different bond. Zhao Cunming studied the channels with the careful attention of a craftsman diagnosing a structure he had not built and was not yet certain he fully understood. The formation architecture will take 9 days, he said. I need every household member's chi signature documented by morning. Formation resonance built on genuine bonds distributes load differently than standard multi-cultivator arrays. The pattern must follow the actual structure of your household, not a theoretical approximation. That means understanding how the bonds between all 7 of you function in practice before I can calculate the correct anchor points. He picked up his toolkit for the second time. I will begin with Meihua. Have her available, undistracted, and rested by the second hour. He moved toward the door, then paused. Before the Continental Council's assessor arrives, the Crimson Leash will escalate. They always escalate when administrative channels fail, and your legal response has been thorough enough that the administrative channels will fail them soon. What they do next will not look like paperwork. He held Wei Liangchen's gaze directly. And there is something else. Something I've been monitoring for 2 weeks that I should have mentioned earlier. Something older than the Crimson Leash and considerably more dangerous. We need to discuss it, and we need to discuss it today, because if I wait until it becomes visible, I will have waited too long. Chapter 15. The escalation arrived at the 23rd day in the form of emissary Wei Liangchen. He appeared at the compound gate on a morning that had given no advance indication of significance. Clear sky, spirit mint smell from the courtyard, Xiaoyan's seedlings turning toward the light on the east windowsill. He identified himself to the gatekeeper as a representative of the Crimson Leash sect's Outer Affairs Department, requesting a formal meeting with the Wei household's senior cultivator. He presented emissary credentials bearing the sect's seal. He was approximately 40 years old and carried mid-stage golden core cultivation, significantly above anything the household's individual members could currently match, though the bonded resonance of 7 members was a different calculation than individual comparison. He wore the sect's formal Outer Affairs designation, deep red outer robe with black trim at the cuffs and collar, the trim signifying diplomatic rather than combative intent under the cultivation protocols both parties were presumably observing. Wei Liangchen received him in the formal reception room with Xianxia present as household witness, the legally correct configuration for receiving a sect emissary under standing protocol. He did not bring the rest of the household into the reception room. The fewer people present, the less information available for the emissary's assessment. And 4 hours of joint formation practice that morning had left the household's resonance running warm and high. He wanted the emissary's first experience of the bond network to be the controlled version. Wei Liangchen sat and assessed the reception room with the practiced efficiency of a professional who has done this kind of environmental assessment many times, cataloging the quality of the furnishings, the state of maintenance, the arrangement of objects indicating the household's real circumstances versus its aspirational presentation. The room was genuine throughout. His assessment was accurate. He was now working from accurate information about the household's resource base. Then he directed his attention to Wei Liangchen with the face of someone initiating a prepared presentation. He said the Crimson Leash held a long-standing interest in the Wei family's cultivation lineage. He said the current administrative proceedings were an obstacle both parties would benefit from resolving through direct agreement rather than formal review. He said the sect proposed an affiliation arrangement that would provide the household with sect-level resources, protection infrastructure, and cultivation support in exchange for formal household affiliation with the Crimson Leash and a shared cultivation output contribution schedule. He produced a document. Wei Liangchen read it from the beginning, at reading pace, without performing reaction. Xianxia read over his shoulder at the same pace. The document was a construction of considerable craft. Every individual provision was worded to sound reasonable. Each clause could be defended as standard affiliation language. The cumulative structure they assembled was of a household that would, within 18 months of signing, possess theoretical autonomy and practical none, embedded in a consultation requirement network, an output sharing schedule, and a coordination mandate system that made any independent cultivation decision subject to sect oversight, with appeal processes too slow to provide meaningful relief against time-sensitive decisions. The document was, in its architecture, a version of the Crimson Leash technique applied to an institution rather than a person, a forced bond dressed in affiliation language. The coordination guidance provision, Wei Liangchen said, when he had completed his reading. Specifically, Clause 7. The Sect's Formation Committee provides quarterly guidance on household formation development. I want to understand the process by which the household declines guidance it determines is contrary to its interests. Wei Liangchen's surface composure held with professional consistency. The household head attends quarterly committee sessions and raises objections through the standard objection protocol. Concerns are addressed by committee, and if the committee declines to address them to the household's satisfaction, an appeal can be filed with the senior council. Timeline for senior council review: 30 to 90 days, depending on council availability and docket. Wei Liangchen set the document down with deliberate care. Clause 12 specifies that the household must remain in compliance with all active committee guidance during any open appeal period. which means the household would be required to implement guidance it is formally objecting to for the full duration of the appeal, which may last 3 months, after which the guidance in most cases would be effectively complete regardless of the appeal's outcome. He met the emissary's gaze. What you're describing is not affiliation. It's absorption with a procedural layer between the entry and the outcome. I'm not declining specific numbers. I'm declining the architecture. Something shifted in the quality of Wei Liangchen's attention. He had prepared for either immediate acceptance or refusal that additional inducements could address. He had not prepared for the terms to be read structurally and rejected on architectural grounds in the first pass. The document is a starting point, he said. We decline to negotiate from this starting point, Wei Liangchen said. The counterpetition proceeds. The legal review proceeds. The household registration proceeds. He stood, which ended the meeting under the emissary protocol Wei Liangchen himself had invoked. Thank you for coming. Wei Liangchen stood, and in the moment before his face fully reassembled its professional quality, Wei Liangchen saw in it the recalibration of an operative encountering unexpected resistance and revising his model of the target. The sect master will be informed of the household's position, he said. I would expect nothing else, Wei Liangchen said. The emissary left. The bond network settled back into its natural resonance, warmer after the encounter than before it, the way genuine things warm under pressure while brittle things do not. The first direct approach had been declined. Wei Liangchen stood in the reception room for a moment after the emissary's footsteps had cleared the gate, then sat back down at the table and looked at the document that had been left behind. Wei Liangchen had not retrieved it. That was intentional. Leaving the document allowed the household to study its terms in detail, which would either reveal vulnerabilities the Crimson Leash could exploit in future negotiations or serve as a basis for a counterproposal. The emissary had not expected the household to refuse to negotiate from the document at all. That was the thing that had shifted in Wei Liangchen's attention during the conversation. Not anger, something more useful to understand, which was recalibration. The emissary had arrived with a model of the household, newly formed, resource-constrained, facing organized opposition from an established sect, probably relieved to receive an affiliation offer that promised resources and protection. A model in which the household's first response to the offer would be to evaluate the terms and propose modifications, not to decline the architecture. The model was wrong. And the moment the emissary recognized it was wrong, he had begun the process of constructing a more accurate one, which meant that the Crimson Leash's next approach would be built on better intelligence. Xianxia, who had maintained his position as household witness throughout the meeting without contributing a word, which was exactly correct, because a witness's function was to witness accurately, not to participate, leaned forward and rested his forearms on the table. He'll go back and tell the sect master one of two things, he said. Either that the household is more formidable than they assessed, which changes the resource they're willing to deploy against us, or that the household is naive about what the Crimson Leash is prepared to do, which gives them a different kind of advantage. He paused. The truth is probably the second thing. We declined the affiliation offer based on an accurate reading of its terms. But we don't yet fully know what the Crimson Leash is prepared to do when affiliation is refused. We should assume it's considerably more than administrative complaints and emissary meetings. Wei Liangchen looked at the document on the table. I need to tell the full household what happened here this morning, he said. And I need to tell them what Zhao Tsuming told me about the Hollow Patriarch. Both pieces of information are relevant, and the household needs both to make good decisions about what comes next. Liangchen nodded. Tonight, he said, before it's easier to delay. The next contact would arrive in a form designed to make declining less straightforward, and it would arrive very soon. The only question was whether the household would be ready for the form it took, or would be discovering what form that was in the middle of dealing with it. Chapter 16 The formal registry review concluded on the 28th day after the counterpetition's filing with a finding in the household's favor. The lineage agreement the Crimson Leash had cited was invalidated on the grounds Wei Liangchen had anticipated, signed by a non-direct line Wei family member under circumstances the adjudication panel described as demonstrably coercive given the concurrent complaints against the signing party's counterpart on record in the same period. Protected cultivation status for the sutra was formally confirmed at the city administrative level. Wei Liangchen delivered the notification in person before breakfast, which he said he did not usually do. He did not attribute this to personal satisfaction at the Crimson Leash's defeat. His face while he said so told a different story. Yao Sufan made her specific spiced tea, reserved, in Wei Liangchen's experience, for events she considered worth marking, and the household sat together in the main hall through the morning hour before practice began. Xiao Yan had arranged 3 new seedlings on the main hall's windowsill that morning, additions to the growing collection of living things the household was accumulating, and their presence in the early light felt consistent with the occasion in a way that did not need articulating. They'll shift approach now, Liangchen has said, when the morning had been sufficiently present. His voice was even, informational rather than alarming. The legal channel has failed them. The emissary meeting was declined and analyzed. They will move to something that doesn't generate an administrative record. What specifically does that look like? Wei Liangchen asked. He asked it with the directness of someone for whom accurate threat assessment had been a survival skill for 3 years. Individual isolation, Liangchen has said. Any member of the household who moves through the city alone is accessible in ways the bonded group isn't. Particularly members with external relationships, professional contacts, supply sources, the advocate's office, the registry. He paused. Also information operations. They have, at some point in the past month, gathered information about the household's composition and each member's background. They know who has the longest absence from a formal cultivation context, who has existing external obligations, who is new enough to the household that their commitment might be characterized to outsiders as provisional. They'll also attempt to undermine the Continental Council assessment, Chen Ryu said, without looking up from the cultivation notes she had been reviewing. The assessor will have read preliminary background material before arriving. We should request from Bei Russian that the city panel's finding be formally transmitted to the Continental Council's regional office before the assessor departs for the visit. I'll contact him this morning, Meihua said. She was already writing a note. Meihua had been managing the household's correspondence and administrative scheduling since the first week and had developed a system for it that operated with the efficiency of someone who had committed to treating organizational management as a cultivation discipline in its own right. Formation combat training, Wei Liangchen said. Starting today, we add a defensive dispersal drill, the response pattern for situations where the formation is separated rather than intact. We need each member to be effective when the group isn't physically together, because any threat that specifically targets isolation will attempt to catch members apart. He looked at Zhao Zunming. How much of the cornerstone of Heaven's defensive range can we extend to cover member positions within the city? At current cultivation levels, reliable active coverage extends to approximately 3 li from the compound center, the old custodian said, calculating against known variables. With the 6th and 7th chapters fully operational in the resonance, the range will extend further. But it requires all 7 members to be actively maintaining their side of the resonance. Passive coverage is significantly narrower. Then active maintenance becomes the baseline state, Wei Liangchen said. Not a mode we activate under threat, the default condition. If maintaining the resonance actively becomes habitual, the coverage is always at operational range. He looked at the household around the table. The Continental Council assessor arrives in less than 30 days. The Crimson Leash knows that time frame. Whatever they do before the assessor arrives is their best window, because a favorable Continental finding severely limits their future options. He paused to let the weight of the next sentence carry clearly, which means the next 30 days are the most vulnerable period the household will face for some time. I want everyone thinking about that explicitly, not as background anxiety, but as a practical planning reality that changes what we do each day. He met each person's gaze in turn. Meihua, Yao Sufan, Lian Xinghe, Chen Ryu, Xiao Yan, Wei Liangchen, Zhao Zunming. And in each face he saw a different version of the same thing. Preparedness, genuine, without performance. 6 bonds, and the warmth of 7 people who had chosen to be here. Whatever the Crimson Leash sent next, it would find the household waiting for it with its eyes open. But the Crimson Leash was not the only thing that had been monitoring them. Zhao Zunming had come to Wei Liangchen 2 days ago, at the end of the morning's formation session, and had asked to speak privately. The request itself was unusual. The old custodian did not typically seek private conversation, preferring to deliver information in whatever context it naturally arose. The fact that he had separated it from the household's ordinary interactions indicated that what he had to say was significant enough to require deliberate framing. What he had said was this. For 2 weeks, he had been detecting a presence at the northeastern edge of the city's Chi-net monitoring range. Not a cultivation signature he could read clearly. Not the Crimson Leash's operatives. He knew their monitoring pattern from 2 weeks of watching them watch the compound. Something older. Something that did not feel like a cultivator monitoring a household from outside, but like something much larger slowly turning its attention toward a location that had just become relevant to its interests. He had named it the Hollow Patriarch. He had described its history with the Supreme Family Sutra and with the Yin family's 9-bond household specifically. He had described, with the precise vocabulary of a custodian who had spent 30 years maintaining formations, and understood qi patterns in terms of structure rather than feeling, what the entity did and how it did it, and why the approach it used was fundamentally different from anything the Crimson Leash or any conventional cultivation sect would deploy. Wei Liangchen had asked when they needed to be concerned. Zhao Cunming had said, "We should be concerned now, but we should not let being concerned now consume the resources needed to address what is immediately in front of us." The Hollow Patriarch did not move quickly. It had patience that cultivators could not match. It would come when it came. The household's task was to be ready for it when it arrived, which meant building the genuine bonds as deeply as possible in the time available. "The Crimson Leash is the immediate threat," Zhao Cunming had said. "The Hollow Patriarch is the existential one. Don't confuse which is which, and don't let the existential one become an excuse to underinvest in addressing the immediate one." He needed to tell the full household. Tonight, Lian Xinghe had said, before it was easier to delay. And Lian Xinghe was right. The household would face what was coming better if it faced it with the complete information, because genuine bonds did not benefit from managed disclosures, and the sutra itself was built on the principle that transparency was not optional but structural. Wei Liangchen stood in the courtyard for a moment longer after Zhao Cunming left, letting the weight of both threats settle into something manageable. The Crimson Leash was immediate and visible. Magistrate Bei Russian's next filing would arrive within the week, and the administrative response required precision and speed. The Hollow Patriarch was neither immediate nor visible. It was patient, methodical, and would not announce itself until it was already embedded. Two different tempos. Two different kinds of preparation. The household would need to hold both without letting either crowd out the other. And that kind of sustained dual attention was exactly the discipline that genuine bonds made possible, and that performed ones could never sustain under real pressure. Chapter 17 Formation Combat Training entered its third week and had progressed from position familiarity through resonance synchronization and into what Zhao Cunming called fluid response, the stage where the formation stopped being a configuration the household consciously assembled and started being one the household's bodies remembered how to find. The operational significance was considerable. A formation requiring deliberate conscious assembly under stress was vulnerable in the gap between the stress beginning and the assembly completing. A formation the body remembered operated before the conscious decision could be made, which closed the gap to near zero. Zhao Cunming had been emphatic about this from the beginning and had structured the training accordingly. Position first, until sitting in the correct configuration relative to other members was as natural as sitting in a chair. Then flow, until the resonance between positions moved on its own. Then response, until the response operated faster than deliberation. By the third week, the Hearthstone barrier could be fully deployed in the time it took Wei Liangchen to exhale. The Vanguard Surge could be activated across all 7 members within 3 breaths of the first activation impulse, the signal propagating through the bond network faster than any verbal coordination. The cornerstone of Heaven's defensive extension had reached a stable radius of 4 li from the compound center, operating continuously at low maintenance cost to every member's qi reserves. Zhao Cunming observed each session from the courtyard's perimeter with the continuous assessment of someone whose evaluation process never fully stops. He intervened once to correct the positioning of Wei Bosan relative to Yao Sufin's anchor position. His father's meridian damage created a resonance flow asymmetry requiring a specific positional compensation, and Zhao Cunming had calculated the adjustment to within 3 degrees. Wei Bosan accepted the correction with the practiced discipline of someone who had spent 3 years managing physical limitation and had long ago made peace with working with it rather than around it. Mei Hua noticed the 3 Crimson Leash observers at the Eastern Street corner at the 40-minute mark of the session. They had changed position from the previous day's vantage, closer now, which meant either their instructions had changed or they had been replaced with observers whose assessment priorities required closer access. "They're watching the formation," Chen Ryu said, under the resonance synchronization breathing, her voice low enough not to carry. "Trying to assess our defensive coverage and identify weaknesses in the configuration." "Let them assess," Wei Liangchen said, at the same volume. "What they're seeing is the defensive coverage. What they're not seeing is the offensive capability, because we haven't activated the Vanguard Surge during any session they've been present for." He extended the bond network's Heartlink site to include the observers at the edge of the technique's current range, testing the perception technique's ability to assess individuals outside the formation. He could sense the 3 qi signatures, their formation school training evident in how they manage their own qi to minimize signature while observing. Mid-stage foundation establishment, most likely. Outer sect members, deployed for intelligence collection rather than action. "They'll file a report tonight," Lianqing has said, also below carrying volume. What they report shapes what their sect decides to deploy next. If the report characterizes the formation as primarily defensive, they may significantly underestimate our offensive response capability. A pause. If we allow them to reach that conclusion. Wei Liangchen held this for one full resonance cycle. Continue the defensive drills exactly as planned. Give them an accurate picture of our defensive capability and nothing about the offensive. Let the assessment be complete and honest. We don't need to deceive them. They'll deceive themselves by seeing what they're looking for. Zhao Cuanming, listening without appearing to listen, adjusted Wei Bashan's position by half a step and said without looking up from the work. A household that shows only its defense and never its offense creates a specific expectation in its opponents. Established expectations are extremely useful things to have in place before an engagement. The morning session ended at the appointed time. The three observers departed the eastern corner shortly after, their reporting route traceable through the HeartLink site's range until they turned toward the northern district. The bond network settled back into its maintenance resonance. After the session, Wei Liangchen spent an hour reviewing the dispersal drill positions with each member individually, not because any of them had done it incorrectly, but because the drill operated on the principle that each member needed to be able to hold the formation's resonance from their position alone, without the visual and physical proximity that the group formation provided. The dispersal drill was about what each person carried internally, independent of who was standing beside them. Yao Sufin's dispersal position was the most demanding. As the formation's stability anchor, her position required maintaining the full Hearthstone barrier's foundational layer for the entire network, regardless of what other members were doing. She demonstrated the position twice at full extension, the barrier manifesting in its complete 7-layer architecture with the unhurried competence of someone for whom this was simply what the formation required. Wei Bashan's position was the most technically complicated, given the meridian damage creating the flow asymmetry Zhao Cuanming had identified. He had spent the past week learning to compensate for the asymmetry through positional adjustment rather than chi output adjustment, using his body's position relative to the formation center to correct for what his meridians could not currently do cleanly. He demonstrated the dispersal position with the focused precision of a practitioner who has converted a physical limitation into a refined technical skill through sustained disciplined practice. Meihua noted, when the individual reviews were done, that the dispersal drill had taken 23 minutes to complete across all 7 members in sequence. That's too long, she said. If we ever need to disperse the formation under pressure, we won't have 23 minutes. We need to be able to confirm each position within 10 minutes, maximum. She was already calculating how. The bottleneck is communication, confirming that each position is held without using verbal coordination, because verbal coordination could be monitored. We need a chi signal protocol, a brief pulse through the bond network, specific to each position, that confirms readiness without content. Zhao Cuanming, cleaning his formation tools at the workbench, said without looking up, HeartLink site handles this. Each bonded member can broadcast their position readiness as a specific sensation through the shared perception network. Takes practice to send clearly. Takes less practice to receive. Begin training the signal protocol tomorrow. That afternoon, Xiao Yan completed his first solo chi direction exercise without assistance, maintaining a small cultivation vortex for 6 seconds before losing coherence. 6 seconds was well above what his baseline pre-bond cultivation level should have been capable of at 10 years old. The seedling of heaven was doing exactly what its architecture promised. The boy looked at the dispersed vortex. Then he looked at his hands. Then he met Wei Liangchen's gaze with his assessment face, and something in it was not just focused, but genuinely satisfied. Not the satisfaction of an apprentice who has achieved what was expected, but the deeper satisfaction of one discovering that what they are capable of exceeds what they had been told to expect. Again, he said, and started immediately, not waiting to be told to, not asking if he was doing it correctly. He simply began again, the way the household had taught him to begin, and the way Wei Liangchen had begun to understand was the household's truest character. Not any single success or failure, but the returning to the work, every time, with full presence and no performance. The pillar of heaven resonated through both their meridians as Wei Bashan stepped back into starting position. Wei Liangchen felt it not as external reinforcement, but as something more integrated than that. The 6th chapter functioning exactly as the sutra had designed it to function, not propping Wei Bashan up, not compensating for deficiency, but amplifying what was already genuinely there. Genuine capability being cultivated in the presence of a genuine bond produced something different from the same capability cultivated in isolation. The sutra had understood this from its inception. Wei Liangchen was only now beginning to understand the full depth of what that difference meant. that the technique did not make the household. The household made the technique what it was, and could be, and was only beginning to become. Chapter 18. The Continental Council's notification jade slip arrived with a silver rim and the council's formal seal, and Yao Sufan identified the seal from across the room before anyone had read the slip's contents, by its character alone. She said nothing for a moment, the kind of nothing that is composing rather than simply pausing. The message was formally worded and clear in its substance. The Continental Cultivation Council had detected the activation signature of the ancestral household art within the Ironbell City Administrative Zone, and was dispatching a formal assessor to evaluate the activation's authenticity and assess the household's current formation development. The assessor would arrive within 30 days. The household was asked to be available for a 3-day assessment period. There was no consequence clause for non-availability. Wei Boshan noted the absent consequence clause. The Continental Council doesn't omit consequences unless they consider non-compliance an unrealistic scenario, he said. They're coming because they're interested, not because they're threatening. Interested how? Meihua asked. 2 possibilities, Yao Sufan said, her voice carrying the quality she used when sharing information from a category she had kept carefully considered. The first is oversight. They want to monitor a formation complex enough to require management at their level. The second is protection. They want to formally classify an art that warrants continental-level protected status, which supersedes all city and regional classifications and removes any local organizations standing to interfere with the art. She held the slip in both hands. When I was young, the Continental Council formally classified 2 household cultivation arts. The first resulted in monitoring conditions. The second resulted in a protection designation that the sect opposing that household found absolutely impossible to work around. The outcome depends on what the assessor finds. What does a Continental Council assessor look for? Wei Liangchen asked. Bond authenticity, primarily, Yao Sufan said. Not the administrative surface of the household, the actual quality of the connections. The assessor I observed spent 3 days. She examined each bond individually, then examined the formation as a collective, then interviewed each member separately about how they experienced their bond from their own perspective. A pause. She was specifically checking for narrative consistency. Genuine bonds produce accounts that are different in detail. Different people have genuinely different experiences of the same connection, but consistent in substance. Forced bonds produce accounts where the 2 sides describe fundamentally different experiences, because a forced bond creates an asymmetric relationship. The master and the enslaved practitioner experience their connection as essentially different things. So each member needs to know their own experience of the bond well enough to describe it accurately, Liangchen has said. Not accurately in the sense of giving the officially correct answer, Yao Sufan said. Accurately in the sense of being honest about what is actually real for them. The assessor can detect performed accuracy. Real accuracy is what it is, different in detail from anyone else's account, but consistent in substance with all the others. She looked around the room. Each of us should spend time between now and the assessor's arrival thinking carefully about what the bond is for them specifically, not the technical description, the actual lived experience of being in genuine connection with the other 6 members. What it felt like when the resonance formed. What it means now. Where it is certain and where it is still developing. Including you. Her attention settled on Xiaoyan. Xiaoyan, seated at the table's edge processing everything with his characteristic systematic attention, directed his gaze back at Yao Sufan with the face he used for adults who addressed him as though his perspective was worth the effort. I already know what my bond is, he said. I was surprised when it formed because I wasn't certain I qualified. I'm not surprised anymore. A brief pause. I'd like to understand specifically what the assessor will feel when they read it, so I can answer their questions without having to translate between what I know and what the technical language for it is. I'll prepare that translation with you, Chunryu said. At the very edge of his awareness, at the boundary of what the heart-link sight reached when he pushed its range, Wei Liangchen had been feeling, for the past several days, the suggestion of something very large and very patient in the direction of the northern mountains. Not a chi signature he could read clearly. Something more like pressure, the atmospheric change that precedes significant weather by many hours, before any visible evidence arrives. Zhao Zunming had told him yesterday what that pressure was, and the name he had given it, and the history he had attached to it, were still processing through Wei Liangchen's understanding, settling into a category he had not previously needed. The household had 30 days before the assessor arrived. How much longer before the other attention fully localized toward them, he did not know. But Zhao Zunming had been watching it for 2 weeks, and described it as approaching, slowly, with the patience of something that measured time differently than people did. He needed to tell the household. He had been waiting until he understood it well enough to explain it clearly. He understood it now, and clarity had not made it easier to describe, only more necessary. He had told them that evening. All 6 members gathered in the main hall after the day's training, the cornerstone of Heaven's protective field running warm around the compound's perimeter, the bond network steady in all 7 channels. He had described the Hollow Patriarch as Zhao Cunming had described it. Not a cultivator in the ordinary sense, not a sect or an organization, but an existence of considerable age that had been feeding on the dissolution of genuine bonds for a very long time, that had developed techniques specifically for this purpose, and that had targeted and dismantled the last household to carry the sutra at full development. The room had held the information with the particular quality of silence that falls when something significant and unwelcome becomes real rather than hypothetical. It was Liangchen who had spoken first, in the tone he used for tactical analysis. It doesn't approach quickly. Wei Liangchen had confirmed this. And it doesn't attack directly. Confirmed again. It creates conditions in which the bonds fail from inside. He had nodded. Then the primary defense, Liangchen had said, is not the formation's offensive capacity or the Hearthstone barrier's defensive coverage. It's the bonds themselves, their genuine quality and their depth. Yes, Wei Liangchen had said. Which means, Chun Ryu had said quietly, the most important work we do in the next 30 days is not the formation training. It's knowing each other. Actually knowing each other. Not the way people in shared circumstances know each other, but the way people who have decided to be truly known to one another. The conversation that followed had lasted until well past midnight, and it had been, in Wei Liangchen's assessment of their first month together, the most significant thing they had done. Not because of what was said, but because of the quality of presence that saying it required. 7 people choosing to be fully known by each other rather than strategically presented, which was the only kind of household the sutra was built to protect. Zhao Cunming had spoken last, as was his habit when a conversation reached its real center. He had described the compound he had lived in before his master died, a household of 4, genuinely bonded, that had faced a threat smaller than the Hollow Patriarch and survived it. What they had carried into that confrontation, he said, was not superior technique. They had faced cultivators with better technique and stronger raw cultivation. What they had carried was the knowledge that each person in the household knew and was known by the others in a way that no external pressure had been able to alter. That knowledge had made certain things impossible. Certain varieties of doubt, certain manufactured divisions, certain wedges that worked against households where knowing each other was performance rather than reality. The Hollow Patriarch relies on fracture, Zhao Cunming had said quietly. It has dismantled household arts before by creating doubt between household members. Real doubt, real grievances, manufactured and cultivated over months. What you have done tonight is not theater. It is foundation. There is a difference. Wei Liangchen had understood. Sitting in the lamplight with 6 people who had chosen honest mutual transparency rather than careful self-presentation, exactly what the sutra required and why. The technique was not separate from the relationship. The technique was the relationship, rendered in Qi. Chapter 19 Zhao Cunming's records on the Yin family occupied 7 volumes stored in the stone building's innermost shelf, wrapped in oilcloth, and organized chronologically. Wei Liangchen had been given access to them on the 7th day after his bond with the old custodian formed. 3 weeks later, with the pressure from the northern range growing incrementally and the Continental Council's assessor less than 2 weeks out, he brought Liangchen and Chun Ryu for the reading. Because important documents benefited from multiple readers approaching them from different angles, and these 2 were the members of the household best suited to strategic analysis. They worked through the 7 volumes over 2 days in the stone building. Zhao Cunming present, but not directing, available for questions rather than providing narrative. What they found was not a story of catastrophic confrontation. It was a study in gradual erosion conducted by an entity that understood, with a precision suggesting either long experience or fundamental insight, exactly how genuine bonds could be compromised without direct attack. The Hollow Patriarch, Zhao Cunming confirmed the name when Chun Ryu asked for direct confirmation, using the same careful weight he had used the first time he mentioned it 2 weeks ago, the weight of a practitioner who had been deliberating carefully on how to convey the significance of an entity and still believed that straightforward accuracy was the best available approach, had not targeted the Yin family's 9-bond household directly. Over approximately 3 years following the household's peak activation, it had introduced pressure into the environment around each specific bond, not attacking the bonds themselves, but engineering circumstances that caused the bonded members to make genuine choices that placed stress on the connections between them. Separations necessitated by events outside the household's control. Crises requiring responses that different members assessed differently. creating real disagreements that were not manufactured but also not accidental. Events designed to produce exactly the kinds of doubt that genuine bonds could genuinely experience, because genuine bonds are vulnerable in ways forced bonds are not. They respond to real doubt because they are real. It weaponizes the nature of genuine connection, Liangchen has said, on the second reading afternoon, his voice carrying the quality of an analyst who has arrived at an accurate conclusion that is simultaneously analytically clear and deeply unpleasant. Genuine bonds can be genuinely strained. Forced bonds cannot be genuinely strained because they are not genuine. They don't respond to authentic doubt in the same way. The Hollow Patriarch found that real connection is specifically vulnerable to real doubt in a manner that artificial connection is not. The Yin family's bonds held initially, Xianxia said, reviewing her notes. The formation maintained integrity through the first 2 years of pressure. The dissolution began in the third year, when 3 bonds were strained simultaneously rather than sequentially. The resonance fluctuation when 3 bonds are under simultaneous stress creates a feedback effect. Instability in one bond transfers through the network and amplifies instability in the others. Which means, Wei Liangchen said, completing the analysis, the defense isn't preventing the bonds from ever being strained. The defense is ensuring that when bonds are strained, which they will be, because genuine bonds and genuine relationships experience genuine stress, the straining doesn't cascade. Zhao Cunming, in his corner with a cup of tea that had been replaced twice during the reading, said, the Yin family lost 3 bonds in 18 months. Not because the people in those bonds stopped caring about each other. Because the doubt, under sustained pressure, became louder than the certainty. And the entity feeding on the process amplified the doubt at precisely the moments when the certainty was quietest. Then we need to know where our certainty comes from, Wei Liangchen said. Not abstractly, specifically. Each bond, each member, each connection's particular foundation. The places where our certainty lives, so that when the doubt is loudest, we know where to reach for the countering reality. And we need practice doing that before we need to do it, Xianxia said. Because doing something for the first time under extreme pressure is categorically not the same as doing it with genuine prior experience. Zhao Cunming gave Wei Liangchen the level attention of a teacher who has been watching a student arrive at an important conclusion. You've identified the correct problem, he said. The work this analysis points to is harder than formation training. Formation training occupies the body and can be measured in qi output. What you're describing requires each member to be genuinely known by the others, specifically enough that when doubt arises about any one connection, another member of the household can provide the actual evidence from lived experience that the connection is real. He paused. That is not something you build through training drills. It's something you build by being genuinely present to each other over time. We have some time, Wei Liangchen said. Some, Zhao Cunming said. Not unlimited. The pressure you've been feeling at the northern range, it's real. I've been monitoring it for 2 weeks. The entity doesn't approach quickly. It is patient in ways that are difficult for people to fully account for. But it is approaching. He looked at Wei Liangchen directly. The assessor arrives in 12 days. Do what you can with what you have, and don't let the long-term threat consume the attention the short-term preparation requires. Both are real. Both need you to be present to them. And the household needs to understand both, which means it's time to tell them everything you've learned about what comes after the Crimson Leash. Wei Liangchen returned to the compound with the 7 volumes of Yin family records under his arm. Zhao Cunming had permitted him to bring the most relevant portions to the main house for the household's review. He set them on the kitchen table and gathered everyone without preamble. The account took over an hour to deliver. He described the Hollow Patriarch as accurately as the records allowed and as Zhao Cunming had supplemented. The entity's nature, its method, its history with family cultivation arts generally, and the sutra specifically, the 3-year erosion of the Yin family's 9-bond household, and what specifically had made each bond vulnerable to the pressure applied. He did not summarize. He delivered the full picture, because the household had committed to complete transparency, and this information was too important to be selectively presented. The 7 people around the table were quiet when he finished. Not the silence of people who have been frightened, but the silence of people who have received large information and are processing it honestly. Meiwa spoke first. The Yin family's bonds were strongest individually, she said. 9 bonds, each one genuine. But they didn't know to build the bonds against each other as well as toward the sutra. They weren't built specifically to endure doubt. They were built to generate power. She held Wei Liangchen's gaze steadily. We can build differently. The conversations we start tonight are part of that. We start tonight, Xianxia said immediately. Tonight, Wei Liangchen confirmed. And that was the beginning of the most important work the household would do in its first month. not the formation training, not the administrative proceedings, not the cornerstone of Heaven's expanded range or the Vanguard Surge's combat application. The most important work was 7 people in a kitchen on a winter evening, choosing to be genuinely known by each other, because the sutra had been built for exactly this, and the entity approaching from the northern range fed on exactly the opposite. And the difference between what the household was building and what that entity was waiting for them to lose was the difference between surviving what was coming and becoming another entry in Zhao Cunming's carefully maintained records. Wei Liangchen noted, not for the first time, that the sutra did not tell him whether they would win. It offered no guarantees, projected no outcomes, promised nothing beyond its own accurate reflection of what was genuinely happening between the people it connected. It was not a technique built on confidence. It was built on clarity, which was a different thing and, in the long run, a more reliable one. Whatever the Hollow Patriarch was bringing toward them across the northern range, the household would meet it as what they actually were, not as what they hoped to be. And what they actually were, 7 people who had chosen genuine bonds over strategic ones, who had sat together in a kitchen and told each other the true things, was the only weapon the sutra had ever been designed to provide. Chapter 20. The 12 days before the Continental Council assessor's arrival were the densest the household had yet experienced, which was a statement of considerable weight given the density of the preceding month. The formation drills reached the fluidity stage Zhao Cunming had been building toward, all 7 members maintaining their positions and resonance flow as a default condition rather than an assembled state, the Hearthstone barrier's coverage extending and retracting with breath, the Heartlink site's distributed awareness running continuously at low operational cost. The Vanguard Surge remained in reserve, an offensive capability the household had decided not to demonstrate during any session the Crimson Leash's observers might be monitoring, a piece of information they had not given the sect and intended to retain as long as possible. The observers were still present, though they had changed personnel twice. The new rotations watched from slightly different positions, which Liangchen had tracked systematically as a way of inferring the intelligence priorities, shifting the surveillance parameters. By the 9th day before the assessor's arrival, he had assembled a reasonably detailed model of what the Crimson Leash was currently assessing and what conclusions they were likely drawing. The model suggested that the organization had accepted the legal proceedings outcome and was no longer devoting resources to administrative channels. Their surveillance had shifted from tactical intelligence gathering, what are the household's vulnerabilities, to strategic planning. When is the optimal moment to apply direct pressure? They're waiting for the assessor's visit, Liangchen has said, presenting his analysis to the household on the 10th day before arrival. The visit creates 2 things simultaneously. The household's attention is partially occupied by the assessment process, and there is a public audience for any disruption they create. If they can generate a visible confrontation during the assessor's visit, it creates both an operational distraction and a reputational narrative they can deploy in their report to the Crimson Leash's senior network. What form does the confrontation take? Meihua asked. Not physical assault, too visible and too clearly attributable. He looked at his notes. More likely a formal challenge to the assessment itself, arguing that the household's formation has not been in stable operation for sufficient time to warrant continental-level evaluation. This is a recognized objection mechanism at the Continental Council level, and it would require the assessor to spend additional time on the procedural challenge before completing the substantive assessment. Bei Russian needs to be briefed, Chen Ryu said. We should have the counter-documentation ready before the assessor arrives. Already drafted, Meihua said. She had apparently anticipated this analysis by approximately 2 days. The deeper preparation was harder to document. Following Zhao Cunming's framework, the framework his records on the Yin family had made necessary, the household spent the 9 remaining days building the specific knowledge of each other that the old custodian had identified as the genuine defense against what the Hollow Patriarch did. Conversations that went to the actual foundations of each bond, each member explaining to the others what their connection was for them specifically, where it was certain and where it was still forming, what it had cost them and what it had given them, what they were most afraid of losing and why. Not as cultivation exercises, as genuine conversations between people who had decided that actual transparency mattered more than managed impressions. These conversations were difficult in the way genuine things are difficult. Not painful exactly, but requiring a quality of honesty that most people do not habitually exercise, and that took practice to do without self-protective distance. Xiao Yan was, predictably, most natural at it. He had never developed the habit of self-protective distance and approached each conversation with the same direct assessment he applied to everything. saying what was true with the confidence of a boy who had long ago concluded that pretending otherwise was a waste of everyone's time, including his own. Yao Sufin was the most difficult. She participated fully and honestly, but the honesty moved through layers of considered restraint and arrived refined to its essential content, abbreviated in the way that a lifetime of controlling one's presentation tends to abbreviate things. Wei Liangchen found that the bond between them gave him access to what was underneath the restraint even when the words were sparse, which was perhaps the truest demonstration of what the sutra's heart-link site was actually for. Not knowing everything about the people you were bonded to, knowing enough to understand what the sparseness was covering, and to trust that what it covered was real. On the final evening before the assessor's arrival, Wei Liangchen sat in the central courtyard at the hour before the lamps were lit and extended his awareness through all 7 bonds simultaneously. Meihua's warmth, present and unhurried. Yao Sufin's depth, which had increased across the month the way things increase that have been there a long time and are simply more visible now. Lian Xinghe's steady clarity, the reliability of a bond that had been tested across 16 years before the sutra formally recognized it. Shun Ryu's careful strength, the connection built by choice and sustained by consistent evidence over 7 years. Xiao Yan's growing brightness, a young cultivation advancing faster than its age suggested possible, doing so with genuine investment and genuine delight. Wei Bashan's complicated solidity, the bond that had required the most from everyone to reach, and was accordingly the one Wei Liangchen understood most precisely. Zhao Ziming's stone patience, 30 years of quiet presence distilled into a resonance that felt like the compound's own bedrock. 7 genuine bonds. 7 sutra chapters active. A household 1 month old. And somewhere at the northern edge of the heart-link site's maximum extension, the pressure he had been feeling for days. Large, patient, old, and oriented toward this compound in the way that things that feed on genuine bonds orient toward genuine bonds. The hollow patriarch. Not close yet, but approaching with the patience of an ancient thing that had been approaching targets for a very long time and had learned that patience was the truest form of inevitability. The seed in his chi-si had grown past every word that described seeds. What it was now was something the sutra had been designed across 4 generations to produce. A formation so deeply rooted in real connections that the only thing capable of dismantling it was real doubt between real people, which was precisely why the 9 days of genuine conversations had not been optional, and why they had done them anyway, and why the household was sitting tonight in the compound it was defending, carrying the weight of what was coming and the certainty that facing it together was the only way it could be faced. The assessor would arrive tomorrow. The Crimson Leash was watching and planning. And the Hollow Patriarch was coming. Slowly, certainly, with a patience that had dismantled every household cultivation art it had ever targeted. But none of those targets had known it was coming before it arrived. This household did. And knowledge, genuine knowledge, held by genuine bonds, was a different thing entirely from what every previous target had carried into the confrontation ahead. Wei Liangchen sat in the compound's central courtyard after the others had gone to sleep, listening to the boundary formation's low harmonic hum, the sound of 7 chi signatures held in sustained resonant coherence. It was not a loud sound. It was the kind of sound you noticed only when you stopped moving, the kind that had always been there, and that you finally heard when you were still enough to receive it. He had been still for approximately 40 minutes, and in that time the sound had gone from background noise to something he understood, at least partially, as communication. The sutra telling him, in the language it used for things too structural to put into direct awareness, that the household was exactly where it needed to be. Not safe, not finished, not beyond threat, but exactly where it needed to be, which was a different thing, and a more important one, and the only kind of readiness the sutra had ever been designed to offer. He went inside before the 3rd watch. Tomorrow required actual sleep, and genuine bonds were not maintained on exhaustion. Previous context story 76. My family cultivation art requires a full household. Part 1, Step 2 story so far. Wei Liangchen, 19, discovered his deceased mother's jade slip contained the Supreme Family Sutra, a rare household cultivation art that grows through genuine family bonds. Each bond unlocks a new sutra chapter and contributes to a resonance network that multiplies, not adds, every bonded member's output. He formed 7 bonds in 32 days. Meihua, sworn sister, wind veil barrier. Yao Sufin, adopted grandmother, hearthstone barrier formation. Lian Xinghe, sworn brother, vanguard surge combat technique. Shun Ryu, registry liaison turned household member, heart-link site detection. Xiaoyan, adopted son, seedling of heaven cultivation accelerant. Wei Basan, estranged father, Pillar of Heaven Structural Technique. Zhao Cunming, Master Formation Custodian, Cornerstone of Heaven. Boundary Expansion. The Crimson Leash faction filed legal challenges against the household. The Continental Council authenticated the sutra and dismissed those challenges. Zhao Cunming revealed the Hollow Patriarch, an ancient entity that dismantles household arts by cultivating genuine doubt between bonded members. The household completed 9 days of deep mutual transparency conversations. Zhao Cunming began installing a new 7-signature boundary formation. Now the council assessor visit is complete and the household stands ready. Chapter 21. The Continental Council's formal letter arrived on the 7th morning after the assessor's visit, sealed with the 3-circle mark in pressed copper wax, addressed to the household head of the Wei family cultivation compound, a title that had not existed in any official record until the assessor's report created it. Meihua brought it to Wei Liangchen with both hands and set it on the workbench beside his morning tea with the particular care she reserved for documents whose weight she had already assessed before he touched them. She had opened the outer envelope. Her role as household correspondence manager made this appropriate, read the covering letter, and resealed it with the wax wafer from the administrative kit. Her expression told him the news was significant before he broke the copper seal. The letter was 3 pages. The first page was formal acknowledgement. The Continental Council had received Assessor Hui Danqing's field report on the Wei Family Household Cultivation Sutra and confirmed its authenticity as a genuine household cultivation art of the bond resonance class. The Wei Family Sutra was being entered into the Continental Registry of Authenticated Household Arts, a catalog that had not received a new entry in 61 years. The entry was permanent. The second page was practical. The authentication carried certain protections under Continental cultivation law. The Crimson Leash's administrative complaints, filed through Magistrate Bei Russian's office, had been reviewed against the authentication and found to lack the legal foundation required to proceed. All 4 complaints were dismissed. The Council's letter cited the statutory provision protecting registered household arts from interference by cultivation organizations whose methods had been classified as legally restricted, and the Crimson Leash's forced bonding technique had been classified as legally restricted in 3 of the 5 continental provinces for 30 years. The third page was a warning, written in the formal language of official concern rather than alarm, but unmistakable in its substance. The Continental Council was aware that the authentication of a new household bond resonance art would attract attention from certain parties with historical interests in suppressing such arts. The Council's authentication provided legal protection, but not physical protection. The household was advised to ensure its defensive formations were current, its members trained, its threat awareness high. The Council could provide an advisory consultant if requested. They strongly recommended requesting one. Wei Liangchen read all 3 pages twice. Then he set the letter on the workbench and sat with it for a moment, not rushing past the weight of what it contained. The dismissal of the Crimson Leash's complaints was genuinely good news. It ended a legal pressure campaign that had required sustained attention and resources. But the third page was not reassuring news dressed in formal language. It was accurate information about a real situation, and the people writing it knew more about the threat landscape than they were able to commit to official correspondence. Meihua, who had been standing across the room maintaining the fiction of reviewing household accounts, said, "Zhao Cunming needs to see the third page." "He already knows what's in it," Wei Liangchen said. "He needs to see it in official language. It changes the preparation timeline from his recommendation to a formal requirement." She was right. When Zhao Cunming recommended something and the Continental Council agreed in writing, the recommendation acquired a different quality of urgency, not because his judgment required external validation, but because the timeline implications shifted when an official body had put them on record. He folded the letter along its original creases and rose. The household would need to meet before the morning training session, and the morning training session itself would need to change, not because of the warning's content, which he had known for weeks, but because the warning's official character meant they could no longer treat the accelerated preparation timeline as a contingency. It was now the primary schedule. The Supreme Family Sutra's warmth moved through the bond network with the steady, particular quality of an art that had just been officially confirmed as what it already knew itself to be. Not triumphant, not relieved, but more settled, as if external recognition had added a specific groundedness to what was already real. Wei Liangchen noticed it as he walked toward the central courtyard, and named it silently, legitimacy. The sutra had always known what it was. The world now knew it too, and knowing changed the practical terrain in ways that were both clarifying and more complicated than he had entirely anticipated entering this week. The household assembled in the central courtyard within the quarter hour. Meihua had sent the call through the compound. She managed internal communications with the same precision she brought to external correspondence, which meant people arrived prepared rather than disoriented. Wei Boshan came from the structural survey he had been conducting on the eastern outbuilding. Yao Sufin came from the herb preparation bench with her hands still faintly fragrant with the evening's tincture work. Xianxia came from the pre-dawn practice session. He ran for himself regardless of schedule. Xiaoyan came from wherever Xiao Yan always came from at these hours, which was apparently everywhere and nowhere specific. Chunryu arrived with a copy of the Continental Council's formation protection statutes she had pulled from the household's legal files the moment Meihua's message reached her. Zhao Cunming arrived last, which was his way. He always waited until the people he was consulting with had had a moment to settle before he added his voice. Wei Liangchen read the third page of the council's letter aloud. He did not summarize or interpret it. He read it in full, including the formal language and the bureaucratic hedging, because the actual words of an official warning carried weight that a summary could not fully convey. When he finished, the courtyard held its silence for a moment. Not the silence of shock, but the quiet of people who were receiving information and actually processing it. The council is telling us that legal protection is not the same as physical protection, Chunryu said finally, with the registry professional's precision. And they're recommending an advisory consultant, which is the bureaucratic way of telling us the threat is real enough that they would send someone if we asked. We don't need to ask, Zhao Cunming said. I have already sent for someone. He looked at the household. The letter changes the timeline. I had proposed 9 days for the formation installation. We will do it in 6. The advisory consultant I have contacted will arrive within the week. He picked up his tools. We begin this morning. I need everyone's full attention for the anchor attunement work, which cannot be done with divided minds. He looked around the courtyard with the particular expression of a person who has said everything that needs to be said and is now ready to work. Actual full attention, not performance of it. The household moved to begin the day with the quality that had become characteristic. Purposeful, present, not managing the weight of what they were facing but not performing calm about it either. The sutra's warmth moved through all 7 bonds simultaneously, steady as the foundation it was built to be. The formation's installation had begun that morning with Zhao Cunming directing the anchor attunement work with his usual unhurried precision. By the end of the first day, 3 of the 6 outer anchors were set and calibrated, their chi signatures integrated into the formation's preliminary architecture. Zhao Cunming's assessment of the progress was characteristic. Ahead of the revised schedule by approximately 6 hours, the chi integration quality was above the target standard at 2 of the 3 anchors and within acceptable parameters at the 3rd. The anticipated calibration challenge at the northern anchor had materialized as expected and had been addressed without significant delay. Wei Liangchen filed the day's progress in the household log and considered, in all the ways he had imagined what building a household cultivation art would look like, this precise, methodical, unglamorous daily work was not among them. He had imagined something more dramatic, breakthroughs, visible power increases, clear moments of transformation. What the household provided was something different and more durable. Continuity, depth, the compounding of genuine effort over time. The sutra grew not through dramatic moments, but through accumulated genuine work, the same way trust was built. Not through declarations, but through consistent action, repeated across enough time to become the ground rather than the event. Chapter 22 Zhao Cunming read the 3rd page of the council's letter standing at the central courtyard's northern edge, where the new boundary formation's primary anchor stone had been set 3 days earlier. He did not read it quickly. He read it the way he read formation blueprints, parsing each sentence for the specific technical meaning that formal language contained when you understood the system it was written for. When he finished, he folded the letter along its original creases and handed it back to Wei Liangchen without comment. Then he walked to the anchor stone and crouched beside it, examining the formation channels with his fingertips. The stone was carved obsidian, 6-sided, set flush with the courtyard pavement so that it would not create a tripping hazard, a practical consideration that served the secondary purpose of making the formation invisible to casual observation. The channels carved into it carried the 7 signature resonance pattern he had spent 9 days designing, each channel tuned to one of the 7 household bonds. The hollow patriarch moves faster when household arts are authenticated, he said, without looking up from the stone. Not dramatically faster, but the timeline compresses. The Continental Registry is monitored, not by human administrators, but by things that have had considerable time to develop tracking systems. Authentication draws attention from exactly the entities you most need to be prepared before attracting their attention. Entities monitor the Continental Registry? Liangchen asked. He was standing at the courtyard entrance with the easy attentiveness of a practitioner awake since before dawn and maintained readiness without visible effort. The Continental Registry is a known concentration point for exactly the kind of information a hollow patriarch values, Zhao Zunming said, still examining the anchor. Which households are cultivating genuine bonds? At what stage? How developed? It processes this information systematically and updates its approach accordingly. It is not driven by urgency or malice. It is simply very patient and very thorough. He straightened, his hands moving to his tool bag. What this means practically is that the installation timeline I proposed, 9 days, needs to compress. We will finish in 6. I have already revised the sequencing. The household stood in the early light, absorbing this with the particular quality of attention they had developed in the weeks of transparency conversations. Not alarm, not performed calm, but genuine presence. Each person registering what was being said and sitting with its actual weight rather than the weight they thought they should project about it. Wei Liangchen, who had been listening from beside the eastern anchor stone, asked, "What does a compressed installation cost us?" In quality. It was a builder's question, and Zhao Zunming received it the way he received builders' questions, with direct respect. The central resonance node calibration will have less settling time than ideal. Under normal operational conditions, this is negligible. Under the specific kind of pressure the hollow patriarch applies to bond networks, there may be a minor resonance irregularity at the node during moments of high bond stress. He looked at the household. The alternative is a fully calibrated formation that is not active when the patriarch completes its assessment phase. The minor irregularity is preferable. Shun Ryu was the first to voice the question that followed naturally. What does the assessment phase look like from the outside? How will we know when it ends? Zhao Zunming met her gaze. You likely will not know from the outside. The assessment phase generates no visible phenomena. It is gathering. When it ends, the next phase begins, and the next phase is also not externally visible. Not at first. He paused. This is why I sent for a colleague. She has spent 40 years developing the instruments to detect what I cannot. She will be here within the week. He picked up his tool bag and moved toward the eastern anchor. We begin the compressed installation sequence this morning. Wei Liangchen, I need your chi signature at the structural anchor. Meihua, the wind veil channel assessment starts at mid-morning. Zhao Zunming moved toward the eastern anchor site with the unhurried, precise steps of a practitioner who has a full day of technical work ahead and conserves nothing by rushing the beginning. Wei Liangchen fell into step beside him, and Wei Liangchen watched his father and the old custodian walk together across the courtyard, two people who had, between them, more practical knowledge of how things were built and how they failed than anyone else in the compound, and felt the pillar of heaven bond pulse with the specific warmth it had developed in the past weeks, steady, structural, carrying no performance of what it was supposed to feel like, but simply the weight of what it actually was. He did not dwell on the warmth. There was work to do, but he noted it with the deliberate quality of attention he had been training himself to bring to the bond network, not projecting onto it, not taking it for granted, but actually noticing what was there. She had been explicit about this in her preliminary household assessment. The bond you notice least is the one most vulnerable to surprise. The bonds you take for granted are the ones the patriarch will find most useful. Genuine bonds require genuine ongoing attention, not as a cultivation practice, but as what genuine relationships simply were when people were honest about them. Shun Ryu, he said, before she could turn toward the study. She stopped. The third letter, the one from Pei Jinghao at the Northern Archive. I want to discuss how we respond before you draft anything. His request for documentation access is going to require the household to make a decision about how much detail we share with outside scholars, and that decision needs to be made together. She nodded once, the way she nodded when she agreed with both the content of a statement and the reasoning behind it. This evening, before dinner, she paused. I've been thinking about that letter since it arrived. There are several considerations the household should know about before we decide. Tell me one of them now, he said. Pei Jinghao's scholarship is genuine, she said, and documentation by credible external scholars is part of how household arts maintain their institutional legitimacy over time. The sutra is real and authenticated. Accurate external documentation of real things is generally protective, not exposing. She picked up the legal file she had brought. The other considerations are more complicated, and they need the full household's context. This evening, he watched her walk toward the study and thought, this is what genuine competence in the right position looks like. Not performing capability, actually having it and deploying it without theatrics, and knowing when to give the summary and when to hold the full analysis for the appropriate context. The Heartlink chapter had chosen correctly. The sutra had chosen correctly, as it always had. That evening, Chun Ryu joined Wei Liangchen in the study after the formation progress review, not because the agenda required it, but because she had been thinking through the Pei Jinghao visit and wanted to discuss the specific documentation scope before they finalized the approach. She had opinions about what level of detail to share, grounded in registry precedent about documentation visits to authenticated household arts. Her opinions were, as usual, precise and well-reasoned. He listened and asked 3 questions, each aimed at a different part of the analysis. She answered each directly, adjusted one recommendation based on his second question, and concluded with a summary that was shorter and more useful than the full analysis had been. "You could have sent me a written summary," he said. "I could have," she said. "Written summaries don't catch where the reasoning is unclear until too late to revise it." This caught the second question while it was still useful. She gathered her documentation. "Also, I wanted to make sure you were actually thinking about the Pei Jinghao visit and not just the patriarch tracking data." She looked at him with the particular directness that had been there from the first day she arrived at the registry intake desk. "Both require attention. The patriarch cannot be the only thing we're thinking about. That's exactly the kind of narrowing it benefits from." He acknowledged she was right, because she was. That sensing technique operated most precisely when the person wielding it was themselves fully present. And being fully present required genuinely attending to the full scope of the household situation, not only the most threatening part of it. Chapter 23. The formation installation ran 6 days, beginning before dawn each morning and ending when the precision work required better light than the evening provided. Zhao Cunming directed the household's participation with the patient, exacting thoroughness of a master who has thought carefully about how to teach people to build something they do not fully understand yet, and who has also understood that not fully understanding something is not a barrier to building it correctly, provided the people doing the building trust the process and follow the instructions with genuine attention. The first 2 days were anchor stone work, setting and calibrating the 6 outer boundary anchors and the central resonance node, each stone requiring its own qi infusion and its own attunement to the household bond signature it would carry. Zhao Cunming handled the attunement himself, but required the bonded member whose qi signature the anchor carried to be present during the process, actively cycling qi through the relevant sutra channel. This meant that each anchor installation was simultaneously a cultivation session. Meihua cycling wind veil qi into the eastern anchor, Yao Sufin channeling hearthstone barrier energy into the north-facing stone, Lian Xinghe contributing vanguard surge qi to the gate anchor, which served as the formation's active response point. The process demanded sustained concentration rather than raw power, which was in itself informative about the nature of household formation work. By the end of the first day, everyone in the household understood something about formation construction that no theoretical study would have conveyed. The material and the practitioner were not separate components joined together. The stone was shaped by the qi at the crystalline level, in ways that made the resulting anchor as distinctive as a fingerprint, as particular to the specific bond that produced it as the bond itself was particular to the specific people who held it. This is why household formation arts cannot be stolen and replicated, Zhao Cunming said on the second evening, when the household reviewed the day's work around the main hall table. He had drawn the full formation schematic on the table's surface in chalk, a diagram that would be erased when the review was complete. A blueprint can be taken. The qi signatures embedded in these anchors cannot be taken, because they cannot be separated from the bonds that produce them. A formation built with stolen blueprints using non-bonded qi would read correctly for approximately 40 minutes under pressure, then disintegrate as the dissonance between the intended structure and the actual qi source overcame the anchor integrity. Wei Boshan studied the schematic with the focused attention of a builder encountering a construction problem he hadn't considered. "What happens when a bond changes?" he asked. "In quality, I mean. Not broken, changed." Zhao Cunming looked at him with the expression he reserved for questions that were exactly the right questions. "The anchor drifts from the formation's tuning. Not catastrophically. The drift accumulates slowly, over weeks, in the gap between what the formation was calibrated to and what the bond has become. This is why formation maintenance includes recalibration. The test I have planned for after installation will establish the baseline, and we will recalibrate monthly afterward." He paused. "The short answer to your question is, bonds should be allowed to deepen and change. The formation adjusts. The sutra adjusts. The art is designed to accommodate growth." Wei Boshan absorbed this in silence. "I wasn't sure," he said, "whether the art could accommodate what happened between me and Liangchen, whether that kind of damage could really be built from." "The bond exists," Zhao Cunming said. "The pillar of heaven opened. The art has answered the question you're asking." He erased a portion of the chalk schematic and redrew it with a minor correction. Tomorrow we begin the channel linking work. This is the most technically demanding phase. The household lingered at the table after Zhao Cunming finished his presentation, in the way they had begun to linger after significant evening discussions. Not because the conversation required continuation, but because the quality of being together after important information had been shared was itself valuable. Yao Sufan made her particular spiced tea, the blend she reserved for occasions she considered worth marking, and distributed cups without commentary. Wei Boshan accepted his with both hands, which was the formal receiving posture, which was his way of marking occasions when he recognized their significance without having words for it. "I've been thinking about what you said," Wei Boshan said to Zhao Cunming. The old custodian raised an eyebrow. "About bonds changing. That the formation adjusts." He held the cup without drinking, turning it slowly. "I've spent 43 years in conditions where the things I built were expected to stay exactly what they were. Walls, foundations, load-bearing structures. The expectation was stability, not growth." He paused. The idea that a bond deepening improves the formation rather than requiring replacement or repair, that growth is the intended condition rather than a deviation from the intended condition, is something I'm still understanding. "Most structures," Zhao Cunming said, "are static because their components are static materials. Stone does not grow. Wood does not learn. The household art is built on living materials. Living materials behave as living things behave. They develop in response to conditions, to care, to accumulated experience. The formation adjusts because the formation was designed for living things, not fixed ones." He looked at Wei Boshan directly. "What you are describing, the expectation of stability over growth, is the expectation of someone who has worked primarily with static materials. It is a sensible expectation for that kind of work. It is the wrong expectation for this kind." Wei Boshan nodded slowly. "Then my job is not to maintain what was. It's to support what's becoming." "That's the pillar of heaven's function, yes," Zhao Cunming said. "Structural support for an ongoing process, not a finished state." Something shifted in Wei Boshan's face, small, but visible to Wei Liangchen, who had been watching his father learn the language of this household for weeks. It was the expression of a person encountering a framing that has resolved something previously unresolved. He finished his tea without further comment, but the quality of his silence was different from the quality it had been at the beginning of the evening. Wei Liangchen noted the change without drawing attention to it, which was the form of acknowledgement the situation required. Wei Boshan did not need to be told that he had understood something. He needed to be given the time to integrate the understanding, which he was doing, and the company of people who were not waiting for him to demonstrate the integration before they moved on. Yao Sufan, without looking up from her knitting, said, "The tea's getting cold." It was not a comment about the tea. It was her way of saying, "The important part of the evening has happened. The comfortable part can begin now." The household understood this, because they had been paying attention to what Yao Sufan's comments actually communicated for 2 months, and her comment-to-meaning translation had become part of the household's shared vocabulary. Meihua refilled the cups. Chun Ryu moved to the shelf where the household's current reading materials were kept, the formation theory texts, the cultivation reference works, and the 3 novels that had appeared at intervals, without attribution, in the household's library. The novels turned out to be Yao Sufan's, brought from her previous residence with the herb press and the medicinal kit, and the specific brand of pungent cleaning compound she considered the only adequate option. The household had adopted her cleaning preferences, her medicinal herb schedule, and the novels, all of which turned out to be very good. The rest of the evening was the household being a household. Comfortable, specific, unglamorous, and more valuable than anything Wei Liangchen would have known to ask for a year ago. The bond network moved through its quiet evening frequency, 7 signatures in sustained, relaxed resonance, the sutra's warmth, the consistent ground beneath everything else. This was also cultivation, just a different kind. Chapter 24. The channel linking work on days 3 and 4 was delicate in the specific way that direct communication under pressure is delicate, requiring 2 practitioners to hold precise qi output simultaneously while remaining genuinely responsive to each other's adjustments in real time, across a distance of approximately 40 meters, through the indirect medium of the formation channels they were both feeding. Lian Xinghe and Chun Ryu worked opposite sides of the compound boundary, their qi signatures flowing into a shared channel that had to achieve a specific linking frequency before it could be locked into the formation's overall architecture. They had worked together in every other context a shared compound creates over 2 months. But this was the first time they had been required to coordinate their qi output at this level of precision toward a single shared technical result. essentially a sustained test of whether the bond between them was mature enough to support the kind of real-time mutual attention that the channel architecture required. The first attempt failed. Not dramatically. The channel simply declined to stabilize, refusing to hold the linking frequency. Zhao Cunming examined the channel signature and said, without particular emphasis, "You are anticipating each other rather than responding to each other. Anticipation is projection. You are feeding your models of what the other person is doing rather than what they are actually doing. Formation channels run on what is, not on what you expect. Try again, and this time, actually listen." The second attempt lasted 6 minutes before the channel lost coherence. The third lasted 14 minutes, substantially closer. Zhao Cunming adjusted the linking frequency specifications during the break, citing a minor miscalibration in his initial calculation. The fourth attempt stabilized, not perfectly, with a slight irregularity in the third oscillation cycle that Zhao Cunming noted for later adjustment, but it held. The channel locked with a quality Wei Liangchen felt through the central node as a specific kind of satisfaction. Two genuine practitioners doing something genuinely well together, the difficulty of it evident in the sustained concentration on both their faces, the success evident in the formation anchor's response. "Better," Zhao Cunming said. He moved to examine the channel junction. The irregularity is in the third oscillation. "Qinghe, your output is slightly ahead of the established rhythm at that point, approximately 15%. The formation registers it." Lian Qinghe received this without defensiveness. He had a practitioner's relationship with accurate criticism. It was information, not assessment. "I'll slow the third cycle." "Don't slow it. Recalibrate your rhythm from the channel's baseline rather than from your own sense of pace. You have been setting the tempo slightly. The channel has a natural frequency that emerged from both your signatures together. You need to join that frequency rather than conduct it." Wei Liangchen thought about this distinction for several days afterward. The difference between joining a frequency and conducting one, and the way that difference mapped to something more fundamental than formation work. The sutra had been teaching him the same thing since the first bond formed. That genuine resonance was not one person's qi dominating another's, not two practitioners synchronized by one of them timing their output to match the other's. It was two genuine people finding the frequency that arose between them naturally, which was always more stable than either could produce alone, and always, in its particular quality, unlike anything either of them had known before they were in the same room together. The fourth attempt held for 90 minutes before Zhao Cunming called it complete. The channel junction was stable, correctly anchored at both ends, its resonance woven into the formation architecture with the permanent quality of a structure that had genuinely settled rather than merely stopped vibrating. Lian Qinghe and Chunryu met in the middle of the compound after the old custodian released them from their positions, both of them carrying the particular kind of tiredness that sustained precision work produces, not the exhaustion of raw force expenditure, but the quieter depletion of attention held at high resolution for a long time. "That was harder than expected," Lian Qinghe said. "Formation work usually is," Chunryu said. "The difficulty in this case was specific, learning to read your qi output accurately rather than modeling it from your previous output patterns." She paused. "I had the same problem. I was modeling your rhythm from the first two attempts. By the fourth attempt, I was actually listening. The difference was significant. How do you stop modeling and start listening? You let there be a moment of genuine uncertainty. You stop anticipating and let the actual signal reach you before you respond to it." She looked at the channel anchor. "It is, I think, exactly what Zhao Cunming was describing about household bonds in general. You have to let the other person be what they actually are rather than what your model of them would predict." They stood in the cold courtyard for a moment, two practitioners who had just done something technically demanding together and were discovering, in the recovery period, that the doing of it had changed something between them. The bond attunement registered the shift before Chunryu consciously named it. The bond between them, which had been genuine and warm and somewhat formal, had acquired a different quality, less mediated, more direct. Shared difficulty honestly faced produced that. The sutra knew this. It had been designed for exactly this kind of progression. Wei Liangchen noted the development in the bond network from the central position in the compound where he had been managing the resonance node output throughout the linking work. Chunryu's sensing capacity, operating Ryu's bond, communicated relational quality back through the network in the same way that the Hearthstone barrier communicated structural stability through Yao Sufin's bond, not as information in words, but as a quality of the resonance itself, a texture that the sutra rendered legible to the household head because that was part of its design function. The household head needed to understand the bond network's actual state, not the presented state, because decisions made on accurate information were the decisions the art was built to support. What the network communicated about the Lian Qinghe and Chun Ruyu bond after the fourth channel linking attempt was more integrated. Not by a dramatic amount, but detectably, measurably, by the resonance quality the formation read, and that way Liangchen could feel through the central node the way a musician feels when a tuning has settled. He recorded this in the household log, the document he maintained as a daily record of the bond network's condition, which served both as a historical record and as a baseline for identifying changes. Zhao Zunming had recommended the log in the first week. The sutra will show you what is actually happening between the people it connects, he had said. Keeping a written record ensures that gradual changes do not become invisible to you through habituation. You need to be able to read the trend, not just the current moment. Wei Liangchen had maintained the log every day since, in the same careful handwriting his mother had used for her cultivation notes. It was, in some sense, continuing the record she had started, in the art she had preserved, for the household she had understood was coming even when it was not yet here. After completing the record entry, Wei Liangchen sat with the household log for a few minutes, reading backward through the past 2 months of daily entries. The early entries were brief: the bond network's initial condition, the first cultivation session results, the first legal filing. The recent entries were longer, more textured, carrying the specific detail of a network that had deepened enough to describe. The trend was unambiguous: deeper, more integrated, more capable, more complex. The sutra was growing. The household was growing. And the growth was not toward something finished. It was the growth of something living, which is always growth toward more life, not toward completion. Chapter 25. On the 6th day of installation, the formation was 90% complete, and Zhao Zunming's colleague arrived from the northern region before dawn. Elder Fen Yulan was approximately Zhao Zunming's age, which placed her somewhere in her mid-80s under the cultivation extended lifespan that core formation practitioners maintained. She arrived on horseback with a single pack animal and the self-contained efficiency of a person who had optimized decades of independent travel into something close to an art form. She wore the gray traveling robes of a wandering formation specialist and carried a staff that functioned simultaneously as a walking implement and a weapon, the kind of tool that practical people carry when they need it to be both things and cannot afford the luxury of specialization. She spent 45 minutes examining the household's formation work without speaking to anyone, moving through the compound with a methodical circuit that covered every anchor stone, every channel line, and the central resonance node. Her examination was conducted entirely visually and through direct chi sensing. She touched nothing, asked no questions, and arrived at no visible conclusions during the circuit. Wei Liangchen, watching from the central courtyard, recognized the approach as the same one Zhao Zunming used when assessing work he had not done himself. Suspend evaluation until the full picture is available, because premature conclusion is the most efficient route to misunderstanding someone else's construction. When she finished the circuit, she crossed the courtyard to where Zhao Zunming and Wei Liangchen were waiting and said, "Correct architecture. The 7-signature channel distribution is non-standard but structurally sound. I've seen 5 signature household formations fail under stress because the channel load distribution was uneven. The dominant bond signatures took more of the load than the formation was designed to carry. This one won't fail for that reason." She studied Wei Liangchen with the particular direct assessment of someone deciding how much foundation to lay before delivering the main information. "You are the household head." "Yes." "The hollow patriarch has moved," she said, without preface. "I tracked it for 3 days before I received Zunming's letter, and the position data confirmed what his letter told me. The Continental Registry authentication drew its attention 6 days ago. It is currently approximately 4 days' travel from this compound, moving more slowly than its second phase velocity, which tells me it remains in the assessment phase." She looked at the boundary anchors. "The formation's completion will significantly alter its assessment calculations. Household formations of this quality are rare. Encountering one introduces variables it will spend time integrating. Is that useful to us?" Xiaoyan asked from the courtyard entrance. He had been there for some time. His arrivals were always preceded by a period of quiet presence that preceded his decision to speak. The elder looked at the boy with the specific attentiveness she had not given anyone else. "How old are you?" 10. "You are not a normal 10-year-old. "No," Xiaoyan agreed, with no inflection suggesting this was a compliment or required acknowledgement as one. Something adjusted in her expression, not warmth precisely, but the particular form of professional consideration that senior practitioners extend to younger ones who have arrived at the exactly correct answer without performing the arrival. "Pausing is neither good nor bad," she said, returning to the question. "It buys time. That time must be used." The patriarch's next move, after recalibration, will be more precisely targeted for what you actually are rather than what it initially assessed you to be. She turned to Zhao Zuming. I need the Yin family records. Complete. And I need time with each household member individually before the formation is finalized. The household returned to work after Elder Fin Yulan delivered this assessment, but the day had a different quality from the days that preceded it. Not heavier, exactly, but more specifically weighted, in the way that information about a real threat produces real weight rather than the ambient, less specific weight of knowing something is coming without knowing what it is. Wei Liangchen worked through the morning's cultivation practice with the conscious awareness that Elder Fin Yulan was going to speak to each of them, individually, about the specific nature of their bonds and the specific points where those bonds were complicated. He thought about what he would say when it was his turn. He thought about it honestly rather than strategically, which he had been practicing since the transparency conversations, the discipline of noticing when he was constructing a presentation rather than accessing the actual truth and choosing the actual truth. The sutra operated on actual truth. He had understood this from the beginning at the level of theory. He was still, months in, discovering what it meant in practice, that the art did not distinguish between the truth he was willing to present and the truth he was managing, because it registered both with equal clarity. There was no cultivating toward genuine bonds by presenting a managed version of yourself and hoping the art wouldn't notice. The art noticed. It noticed with the same precision that Elder Fin Yulan's instruments noticed the patriarch's position 12 li away. And the only response to being seen accurately by an art built on accuracy was to actually be what the art was registering. He finished the cultivation practice and went to find Zhao Zuming to ask for the formation progress report, and found that Zhao Zuming was already writing it up, having anticipated the request, which was something the old custodian did with quiet frequency, and which Wei Liangchen had stopped finding surprising. That specific bond communicated things that neither of them said aloud. He received the report and read it with the same attention he brought to every document that described the household's actual situation, which meant all the way to the end, including the minor irregularities and the items that required follow-up. The evening's household gathering ran longer than usual that night, because the formation progress report had produced 3 questions that each required genuine discussion rather than quick resolution. The first was about the transition phase vulnerability that Zhao Zuming's mother's notes had described. The second was about how the Pei Jinghao documentation visit should be structured, given the patriarch's current position and the transition window. The third was something Xiao Yan had raised at the end, quietly, in the way he raised things he had been thinking about for some time before deciding they warranted the full household's attention. He had said, that range extension technique, the one that expands the formation's boundary coverage. Has anyone thought about what its maximum range might be, and whether there is a range at which it could cover the Su family compound as well as ours? Zhao Zuming had looked at the boy for a long moment. No one has thought about that. It is an excellent question. He pulled out his formation records. I will calculate the theoretical maximum tonight and report in the morning. That bond, Wei Liangchen said quietly, is with Zhao Zuming. He would have to extend its output voluntarily. He looked at the old custodian. The question, Zhao Zuming said, is not whether I'm willing. The question is whether the technique was designed to extend that far, and whether the bond between me and the sutra's anchor system can sustain the additional load at that range. He wrote something in his notes. I will calculate both. The theory might be achievable. And if it is achievable, the next question is whether the Su family should be told what the coverage means before we extend it, or after. He looked at Xiao Yan with the expression he reserved for students who had asked exactly the right question. Tomorrow, first thing, I'll need your bond with me active and stable for the calculation, which means I'll need you well-rested and fully present, Liangchen. Not working past the 3rd watch tonight. He gathered his papers. The calculation may change the household's defensive options significantly. I want it conducted under optimal conditions. Chapter 26. The individual conversations Elder Fin Yulan conducted with the household were not what Wei Liangchen had expected from someone whose specialty was tracking an ancient predatory entity across 4 decades of fieldwork. She did not ask about the Hollow Patriarch. She asked about the household. Her conversation with Meihua lasted 2 hours in the study. She asked about the Wind Veil bond, its specific formation, the quality of trust that had preceded it, what Meihua understood about the nature of her connection to Wei Liangchen at the moment the sutra's first chapter opened. She asked what Meihua's own understanding was of the role she occupied in the household's emotional architecture. She asked what Meihua was most afraid of losing. Her conversation with Yao Sufin ran 90 minutes at the herb-drying bench, where the grandmother was working. She asked about the Hearthstone barrier technique's properties, about the quality of care that Yao Sufin's bond with the household generated in daily practice, and, specifically, about where the grandmother thought Wei Liangchen was likely to be wrong. She received this last question from Yao Sufin with 3 examples and a brief summary, which the elder recorded in the small notebook she carried, noting something after each example. Her conversation with Liangchen was an hour in the practice courtyard, covering the nature of sworn brother bonds in household cultivation contexts, the specific capabilities and operational limits of the Vanguard Surge technique, and, toward the end, what Liangchen would do if he became genuinely convinced that Wei Liangchen had made a serious error in judgment. Liangchen answered this last question with characteristic directness. He would say so directly, once, clearly, with his reasoning. And if Wei Liangchen did not engage with the reasoning, he would do so again. I would not defer, he said. We agreed we wouldn't defer. That's the household's actual rule. She spoke with each member in turn, each conversation different in texture. All of them aimed at the same analytical target, a complete, specific understanding of how the 7 bonds functioned, where they were strong, where they carried the genuine complications that genuine bonds always carry, and which complications would be most useful to someone trying to cultivate fracture. When she spoke with Wei Liangchen, she came last. She sat across the study table with Zhao Zunming's Yin family records spread between them and asked not about his bonds, but about his understanding of the Hollow Patriarch's method. You've read the records, she said. Tell me what you think it actually does. He had been thinking about this for 3 weeks, and he told her what he understood. The Patriarch did not attack cultivation directly. It attacked relationship. It found the genuine complications in genuine bonds, unresolved tensions, real doubts, moments of honest misunderstanding that any relationship accumulates, that any healthy relationship can address, but only if the people in it are looking at what is actually happening rather than the version of it they find most comfortable. The Patriarch selected these real complications and applied pressure, not manufacturing false grievances, but amplifying true ones. A genuine grievance, given sustained attention from outside the bond, could grow in the space between 2 people into something that distorted what was real about the bond itself. She listened to all of this without interrupting. When he finished, she was quiet for a moment before speaking. You understand the theory correctly. What you cannot yet know, because you haven't faced it, is that understanding the method does not make you immune to experiencing it. The Yin household understood the method. They had my notes, my analysis, my direct warnings delivered in person. They still fractured. She looked at him with the clear attention of someone who has watched a thing she was trying to prevent happen anyway, and has spent years arriving at an honest understanding of why. Understanding why the Patriarch works does not make the doubts it cultivates feel less real. Because the doubts are real. That is the entire mechanism. The doubts it chooses to cultivate are always ones that were already there, already genuine, already the kind of thing that genuine people in genuine relationships have to actually work through. Not once, but continuously, because relationships are not static and the things that need working through are not resolved by one conversation and then finished. Wei Liangchen sat with this after the conversation ended. She had moved to the next household member on her list, which was Zhao Zunming himself. A conversation that was apparently taking place between 2 people who had known each other for decades, and had therefore compressed the standard information exchange into something Wei Liangchen suspected was more like a technical briefing between colleagues than the orientation conversations she had conducted with the others. He thought about what she had said about genuine doubts. He thought about the specific doubts that were actually present in the household, not manufactured, not projected, but real. There were complications between Xiao Yin and Wei Boshan that no one had directly addressed yet, rooted in the boy's acute reading of the older man's continued adjustment to the household and the older man's awareness that the boy was reading him precisely and had not yet decided what he thought of him. There was a tension between Meihua and Chun Ryu that was not a conflict. Both women were genuinely respectful of each other, but that had a slight formality to it that hadn't been there in the first weeks and that he had noticed but not yet addressed. There was his own complicated relationship with what he had not yet told the household about his mother, about the specific history of the jade slip and why she had hidden it, and what the hiding might mean about her own understanding of what the sutra was. He had been not telling this story for 2 months, not hiding it exactly, not lying about it, simply not bringing it forward, because there had always been more immediately urgent things, because the story was difficult in ways he hadn't fully worked through himself, because he wasn't certain what he would find at the end of examining it carefully. She had said, the doubts the Patriarch cultivates are always ones that were already there. She had not looked at him when she said it, but he had understood that she was not speaking generally. The individual conversations she had conducted with the household had been, he understood now, a systematic mapping of the bond network's real condition, not just the bond's strength, but their texture, where they were mature and stable, where they were still forming, where they carried unresolved complications that were neither problems nor failures, but simply the kind of genuine complexity that genuine relationships accumulated when the people in them were genuinely involved with each other. She had spoken with everyone in the household. Her final conversation with Wei Liangchen had been the one that mattered most to her professionally, because the household head's bond quality determined the network's overall coherence in ways that no individual bond quality could compensate for. He understood this. He also understood, sitting in the study with the Yin family records spread between them, that she had found what she was looking for in the bond network. Not a catastrophic vulnerability, not an obvious fracture, but the things he had been not addressing, which were precisely where she had directed him. He spent the rest of the afternoon after her conversation in the compound's herb garden, helping Yao Sufan with the winter preparation of the medicinal plants that couldn't go dormant unattended. He worked methodically, following her specific instructions without improvisation, which was what the herb work required. Yao Sufan said nothing about Elder Fan Yulan's conversation or about what Wei Liangchen might be thinking. She talked about the herbs, the specific winterization requirements of the 7 strains she maintained, the way cold affected qi absorption in different root structures, the batch of preventive tincture she was preparing for the household's use through the coming months. By the time the afternoon's work was done, Wei Liangchen had received, without realizing it was being given, approximately 2 hours of the Hearthstone barrier bond's most fundamental function, the warmth that made the household a place where difficult things could be carried without having to be performed. Chapter 27. The formation's final activation required every household member to stand at their corresponding anchor stone and channel their specific sutra chapter qi into the formation. Simultaneously, Zhao Zunming had spent 2 evenings preparing the household for this sequence, explaining the timing and the qi quality required at each point in the process. The sequence was not technically complicated. It required something harder than technical complexity. It required everyone to be actually present, not performing presence, not demonstrating readiness, but genuinely and fully in the moment, because the formation's resonance detection was sensitive enough to register the difference between real attention and its performed approximation. Elder Fan Yulan stood at the central courtyard's western edge as the household took their positions at the anchors. She watched with the focused attention of a practitioner who has spent decades assessing whether work she has not done herself meets the standard she would have applied, and who has learned to do this accurately. When Wei Liangchen gave the signal, the household moved qi into the anchors. What happened was not what he had expected. He had anticipated gradual activation, channels filling incrementally, the boundary manifesting in measurable stages, defensive parameters establishing in logical sequence. What happened instead was a single moment of instantaneous recognition. The 7 qi signatures moving through the formation channels found each other, not as separate streams joining a shared architecture, but as 7 expressions of the same underlying structure discovering that they were, in the medium of qi channel and obsidian stone, what they had already been in the medium of genuine bond. The formation was not a structure overlaid on the household's bonds. It was the household's bonds, translated into a form that stone and channel could hold and express. Wei Liangchen understood, in the moment of activation, why Zhao Zunming had said that household formation arts could not be replicated, because the formation was not in the stones. The stones were scaffolding. The formation itself was the 7 genuine bonds between 7 genuine people, rendered visible by the medium it now occupied. The boundary manifested at the compound's perimeter with a quality that was palpable to anyone with basic qi sensitivity, a clean, sustained harmonic resonance that had no aggressive edges, no threat display, no projection of force. It was the formation language of something that had nothing to hide and was simply, unmistakably, itself. Elder Fan Yulan was quiet for a full minute after the activation completed. Then she said, "In 40 years of this work, I have seen 3 household formations activate. This is the cleanest." A pause. I say this not as a compliment. Clean formations are specifically what the patriarch targets. They represent exactly what it is most interested in. But it also means you have built something real. She looked at the compound boundary. I will remain in the district for 3 weeks. If anything in the bond network changes quality, any bond feeling different, not necessarily worse, but different in texture or ease or weight, tell me immediately. The patriarch's first signs are always subtle, and they are always mistakable for ordinary relationship weather. She picked up her tracking staff and turned toward the northern end of the compound. I am going to set up my instruments. We will review their initial readings in the morning. The formation activation ceremony was not a ceremony in any formal sense. There were no ritual words, no designated clothing, no elements that Wei Liangchen would have described as theatrical. It was 7 people standing at their assigned positions in a compound that was theirs, doing something they had been prepared to do, together. The simplicity of it was its own kind of formality, the formality that genuine things have when they are not decorated. When the boundary manifested, Wei Liangchen felt something he had not anticipated: grief. Not sadness about the present moment, which was the cleanest and most solid thing he had known since his mother died, but grief about her, about the fact that the Supreme Family Sutra was active and functioning and precisely what it was designed to be, and she was not here to see it. She had sewn the jade slip into the lining of her quilting box under 3 layers of oiled cloth and a red silk ribbon. She had hidden it so carefully, for reasons he had been building toward understanding for months. She had known something about the sutra, or known enough to know it needed protecting, or feared something about what it would mean for him if he found it before he was ready. He had been not ready for months. He was ready now. He stood at the central resonance node and held both things simultaneously: the grief of her absence and the aliveness of what she had given him. And let the sutra register both, because the sutra registered everything real, and this was as real as anything he had experienced in his 19 years. The boundary hummed. The bond network carried the warmth of 7 genuine connections, and beneath all of it, the particular quality he had come to understand as the sutra's own voice. Not words, but presence. Confirming. Present. Exactly as she had intended it to be. He would tell the household about the silk ribbon, about the quilting box, about the fact that his mother had known about the sutra and had hidden it and had left it for him to find. He had been not telling this story for 2 months, and she had shown him that the things he was not telling were exactly where the patriarch would look. Not tonight. The activation was its own occasion, and the household would need this evening to simply be what it had become. But soon, the story deserved to be told to the people it now belonged to, because the sutra did not belong to Wei Liangchen alone. It had never belonged to him alone. That was the entire point. He found Zhao Cunming in the study the following morning, already working through the notebook's other sections with his systematic attention. The old custodian had spent the night reading. He looked up when Wei Liangchen came in, and there was something in his expression that Wei Liangchen had not seen there before, a quality of being genuinely moved, held with the characteristic careful control of a practitioner who considers emotional display a form of imprecision. Your mother, Zhao Cunming said, was a better formation theorist than anyone who has written about this art knew. He set the notebook down. The sections about the Hollow Patriarch are the most detailed private analysis I have encountered outside my own research. She was working from less primary documentation than I have, and she reached conclusions that it took me decades to arrive at. He paused. I want to ask you something, and I want to be direct about it. Yes. Did she ever mention my name? In any context, Wei Liangchen thought back through everything his mother had said about cultivation, about the sutra, about the people who might have understood what it was. She mentioned a formation custodian who had written about the cornerstone of heaven technique in an obscure regional archive 20 years ago. She said his analysis was the most accurate she had found. He paused. She didn't say a name. Zhao Cunming was quiet for a moment. I published that analysis under a pseudonym. I was not willing to attach my name to theoretical work on a technique I had not yet verified in practice. He looked at the notebook. She found it. She was reading my work. He picked up his tea. I think she may have known who I was. And I think she may have chosen this compound's location in this district in part because I was the formation custodian here. He was quiet again. I cannot verify that, but I intend to look at the lease documents for this compound and the date she signed them. Chapter 28. The Hollow Patriarch arrived at the district's outer range on the 3rd morning after the formation's activation and did nothing visible. Elder Fen Yulan detected its presence at the boundary of her tracking equipment's range, approximately 12 li from the compound, and reported it to the household at the morning gathering with the particular quality of information delivery she used for significant developments: direct, complete, without alarm or minimization. It is in the assessment phase, she said. The formation changed its calculations. It had been preparing an approach based on 6 weeks of observing your household's unshielded bond network. The formation reads differently from the unshielded network. It will spend time recalibrating before it moves to any subsequent phase. She poured tea from the pot. She had adopted this habit during the morning gatherings, which had the dual effect of making her feel slightly more like a household member and slightly less like an external expert monitoring a crisis. This is the most useful window you will have. Use it. The household had been informed of the patriarch's approach the previous evening, which was itself an expression of the principle the transparency conversations had established. Information about threats was shared with the household as a whole rather than managed by Wei Liangchen toward the people he judged most prepared to receive it. The decision had been made explicitly, together, because the alternative, the managed disclosure approach, was precisely what the patriarch's method exploited. The Yin household head believed he was protecting his family members from unnecessary anxiety. Elder Fin Yulan had said during the evening's discussion. He managed what they knew. This created a systematic asymmetry, bonded members operating on different information foundations. The bonds between the informed and uninformed members were, in a technical sense, running on incompatible premises. The patriarch found that asymmetry. It found it faster than the household head found the patriarch's influence. The morning gathering proceeded with the quality of people who are waiting for something and have made a household decision to fill the waiting with actual work rather than accumulated tension. Cultivation practice at its usual time. Formation maintenance at mid-morning. Administrative household correspondence continued. 3 letters had arrived from cultivation families who had read the Continental Registry's authentication notification and wished to inquire about the household's composition and practices. We answer all of them, Chun Ryu said, without consultation. She was reviewing the letters at the correspondence table with the systematic attention of someone who has processed several thousand cultivation family inquiries in her career and can assess the nature of each in approximately 30 seconds. 2 of them are from families with genuine household arts, 3rd tier, but real. Responding carefully and maintaining correspondence with other genuine household cultivation practitioners is part of how the household arts community functions. It is also, incidentally, the thing the patriarch specifically works to prevent. It thrives on isolation. She looked up. The 3rd letter is a courtesy inquiry from a practitioner who read the registry notice and is curious. We answer that one too, briefly and warmly. Wei Liangchen watched her work and thought, this is what the heart link site is actually for. Not the combat sensing, not the threat detection, those were downstream applications. The core of the technique was relational attunement, the capacity to read not just what people were doing but the quality of the relationship dynamics moving between them. In Chun Ryu's hands, that capacity had developed into something like institutional map reading. She understood not just the individual relationships in the cultivation community, but the network structure of those relationships, the ways they connected and the points where the connections were weak or strong. The sutra had chosen her, and the sutra had been right. That evening, Wei Liangchen told the household about his mother. He told them about the quilting box, about the red silk ribbon, about finding the jade slip in the lining the day they buried her, and how he had stood in her room with the ribbon and the slip for a long time before he remembered where he was supposed to be. He told them why the slip had been hidden, not because he fully understood it, but because he had a working theory he had been holding for 2 months without sharing. That his mother had known what the sutra was, and had understood that it required a household to function, and had known that her own household was not yet what the art needed. She had hidden it until he was old enough to build what it required. He did not know whether this was true, but it was what the evidence suggested, and the household deserved the evidence along with his uncertainty about what it meant. The household received this quietly. Yao Sufin set down her knitting and was still for a moment with her eyes closed, which was her way of honoring information that deserved more weight than immediate response. Meihua looked at the table, then at Wei Liangchen, then at the table again, with the expression she wore when she was experiencing something that the sutra's wind veil channel registered before she found words for it. Xiaoyan sat with his hands flat on the table, and his eyes precise and attentive, the way he sat when he was listening to something he was deciding how to hold. She knew about the patriarch? Lianxia asked. I don't know, Wei Liangchen said. I think she knew the sutra needed protection. Whether she understood what specifically it needed protection from, I haven't been able to determine. She may have known more than the records suggest, Zhao Cunming said quietly. He was looking at the table, and there was something in his expression that Wei Liangchen could not quite read, a quality of focused attention that suggested the old custodian was connecting something he had not yet connected aloud. I would like to look at whatever documents she left. Not to find anything specifically, but to look. He paused. With your permission. Yes, Wei Liangchen said. And then, I should have told you all of this earlier. You told us when you were ready to tell us, Yao Sufin said, without opening her eyes. That is when things can be properly heard. The household sat together in the main hall for a considerable while after that. No one moved to retire. The evening had the quality of a moment that needed to be sat with rather than moved past. The specific weight of a significant truth finally placed where it belonged, among the people it most concerned. Meihua, after a while, said, she was protecting us. Not just you. Wei Liangchen looked at her. The sutra, Meihua said. She hid it until you were ready to complete the bond network. If you had found it earlier, when you were younger, when the household that's here now didn't exist yet, you might have tried to build what the sutra needed without the people or the conditions to build it properly. A failed or incomplete household art is more visible and less defensible than an art that hasn't opened yet. She looked at the table. She was protecting the sutra from being built wrong. And by protecting it from being built wrong, she was protecting all of us. She paused. She didn't know us. But she understood what kind of people would need to exist for the sutra to work, and she preserved it until those people could come together. The household sat with this. It was not a comfortable thought in the way that comfortable thoughts are comfortable. It was a true thought, which is a different quality entirely. Zhao Cunming, after another silence, said, I would like to add the notebook to the household's formal records, not as a private document, as a foundational document, alongside the Continental Registry authentication. Your mother's work is part of this household's history, and it should be preserved with the same care as its formation records and its bond documentation. He turned to Wei Liangchen. With your permission. Yes, Wei Liangchen said. Absolutely yes. Chapter 29. The 3 letters were answered over 2 days with the care that genuine cultivation correspondence required. Shun Ryu drafted each one. Wei Liangchen reviewed and approved the content. Meihua handled the sealing and dispatch through the district's official mail post. The division of labor had emerged without assignment. Each person doing the component of the work they were actually best suited for, which was how the household had begun to function across all its tasks. The first letter went to the Su family of the Eastern District, who maintained an agricultural household art centered on accelerated crop cultivation. They had written because their own art was showing signs of the resonance multiplication property, a phenomenon they did not understand and had not been able to find documented anywhere. Shunryu recognized the phenomenon immediately from registry records. It was the early stage of bond resonance development in a household art that had been operating primarily on accumulated family qi rather than genuinely cultivated bonds. The family had been doing something right, essentially by accident, and their art was responding. The response letter was technically informative about the phenomenon without being presumptuous about what they should do with that information. The second letter went to the Bao family, a single practitioner family that maintained household bond documentation for legal registration purposes, but had no active household art. Their question was about the authentication process itself, from the practical standpoint of a family that might someday want to pursue formal documentation. The response was practical and direct. The third letter came from a cultivation scholar named Pei Jinghao, who ran the Northern Archives Cultivation Arts Research Division and wanted to document the Supreme Family Sutra as part of a project on rediscovered household cultivation traditions. He was not a practitioner of a household art. He was a cataloger and analyst of considerable reputation, and his request was genuinely academic. It was also, Wei Liangchen recognized, exactly the kind of contact that the patriarch's presence made complicated in ways that were worth thinking through carefully. An outside scholar with institutional access, conducting documentation, requiring extended conversations about the specific properties and functioning of the household's bonds. It was not suspicious. Pei Jinghao's credentials were verifiable and were verified. But it was contact that required the household to share detailed self-description with someone outside the formation boundary, during a period when an ancient entity was 12 li away mapping their network's potential fracture points. He brought this to the household as a question, not a directive. The discussion lasted an hour. Zhao Cunming said that any external contact during the assessment period carried some security consideration. Elder Fin Yulan said that refusing all external contact during an assessment period was itself a detectable behavioral change that would update the patriarch's model in ways that were not necessarily favorable. Shun Ryu said that Pei Jinghao's project had been running 8 years and had produced the most accurate scholarship on household cultivation arts currently in existence, and that one more incomplete record in a field already suffering from documentation gaps was, in the long run, a loss that mattered. Xiaoyan asked, "Does he know we know we're being watched?" Everyone looked at the boy. If he does, refusing him signals fear. If he doesn't, there's no problem with a 3-week delay in scheduling. The response to Pei Jinghao accepted his documentation request and proposed a visit in 3 weeks, after the patriarch's assessment period was likely to have resolved in one direction or another. The letter was honest about the delay without being specific about the reason. It was, she said after reading it, correctly decided, and the reasoning was as important as the conclusion. The 3 days between sending Pei Jinghao's letter and hearing the tracking instruments update were also the days in which Zhao Cunming reviewed the documents Wei Liangchen's mother had left behind. There were not many. She had not been a collector of records. What remained was practical. Household accounts, cultivation maintenance notes, a correspondence file containing 11 letters from the previous 8 years, and a small notebook that had been in the quilting box alongside the jade slip, so well concealed that Wei Liangchen had not discovered it until Zhao Cunming asked specifically about the box, and they looked together. The notebook contained 43 pages. Most of it was cultivation practice notes, detailed records of the sutra's behavior across multiple years of her own cultivation with the incomplete version of the art, before she had the household that would have completed it. There were notes about the Wind Veil channel, which she had opened on a bond with someone whose name appeared only as my sister, and who Wei Liangchen did not recognize. There were notes about the Hearthstone barrier, which had apparently opened on a bond with someone who had died 6 years before Wei Liangchen found the jade slip. There were notes about 3 other channels she had been unable to open, and her analysis of why. Near the end of the notebook, there were 11 pages written in a different hand, denser, more urgent, the handwriting of someone who was writing quickly because time was limited. The entries were dated across a 3-month period that ended 4 years before his mother's death. The entries were about the Hollow Patriarch. Zhao Cunming read them twice and set the notebook on the table between them. Your mother knew about the Patriarch, he said. She encountered someone who had survived one of its attacks on a household art and had documented the experience. She had the analysis. She understood the mechanism. He addressed Wei Liangchen directly. She was protecting the sutra from the Patriarch's attention as much as from anything else. An incomplete household art, a sutra practiced by a single cultivator who had not completed its bond network, is less visible to the Patriarch's detection than a completed one. She kept it incomplete deliberately, until you were ready to complete it in a way that would survive the attention it would attract. The silence in the room lasted a long time. She was protecting me, Wei Liangchen said, from the attention I would get by completing it. Yes, Zhao Cunming said, and she was protecting the art. And she understood that protecting both required leaving you alone with a jade slip you could not yet use, which was, he paused, a difficult choice, made by someone who thought it through very carefully and made the right call with the information she had. Wei Liangchen held the notebook for a moment. Then he held it carefully, both hands, the way the sutra's bond warmth felt when it was communicating something it had no language for, only presence. Only the fact of itself, and the people it connected, and the love that made all of it possible. He told the household about the silk ribbon that evening, in the same session where he told them about the jade slip and the quilting box. He had been holding the ribbon's specific detail back, not from the larger story, which he had shared with Zhao Cunming alone, but from the moment of telling it to everyone, because the ribbon felt like the most personal part. It felt like the part that was about his mother specifically as a person rather than as the sutra's keeper. Mei Hua, when he described the ribbon, was still for a moment. Then she said, "What color was it?" "Red. Faded, but still distinctly red. She wore it in her wedding hair." Mei Hua was quiet for another moment. "She wrapped the slip in her wedding ribbon," she said, not as an observation about cultivation, as an acknowledgement of what it meant. She kept them together. Yes, Wei Liangchen said. The household sat with this quietly. The sutra's warmth was different in those moments, not the active cultivation warmth of a technique in use, but the deeper, quieter warmth of 7 bonds simply being present to a significant thing together. It was, Wei Liangchen thought, the closest thing he had to the feeling his mother might have imagined when she wrapped the jade slip in the ribbon, not alone with it, not carrying it alone, surrounded by people who could receive what it carried and give it back as something shared. Chapter 30. The Crimson Leash moved on the 8th day after the Patriarch's detection. Not with practitioners, no one approached the compound physically. They sent a legal representative to the district magistrate's office with a new set of complaints, different in kind from the 4 the Continental Council had dismissed. The previous complaints had alleged fraud, that the Supreme Family Sutra was not a genuine household cultivation art. These new complaints alleged technical violations of district formation codes, specific, real codes, cited accurately, applied with genuine legal sophistication. The 3 code violations cited were formation height restrictions within residential cultivation districts, chi emission boundaries affecting neighboring practitioners, and notification requirements for major formation upgrades within 100 meters of other registered cultivation users. Each was a real regulation. Each had been drawn from the actual district code, and each had been applied with enough precision that a casual review would suggest the complaints had merit. "They have a better lawyer," Chen Ryu said, reviewing the copies served by the district registrar's clerk. She read with the systematic efficiency built through 8 years of processing exactly this kind of document, and her expression was the expression of a person who has identified the problem and is already constructing the solution. "The height violation is technically viable as written. The formation's resonance field extends above the residential limit as measured from the ground plane. Which measurement standard? Zhao Zuming asked. He was standing in the doorway with his hands in his tool bag, in the posture of a man who has been waiting for this moment. That's the question, Chen Ruiyu said. The code was revised 18 months ago. The measurement standard changed in the revision. Which standard does our formation satisfy? Wei Liangchen asked. Both, Zhao Zuming said, provided we can establish the correct installation start date. The prior code applies to installations in progress before the revision's effective date. I began the formal assessment before the revision. I have dated records of that assessment. He moved to the table. The complaint's assumption is that the installation began when the first anchor stone was physically set, which falls after the revision. My position is that an installation begins when the formal assessment begins, which is a documented professional practice standard, not a novel argument. The legal strategy took shape over the following 2 hours around the main hall table. Chen Ruiyu drafting the response, Zhao Zunming providing dated documentation, Lian Xinghe identifying 2 supporting statutes from his time spent at the advocacy office during the sutra's registration. Wei Liangchen observed the process with the specific attention he brought to moments where the household's distributed competencies became visible. 7 people with 7 different knowledge bases, in genuine connection, addressing together a problem that no single one of them could have addressed adequately alone. The response was filed the following morning. The legal advocate Xianxia, who had represented the household in the earlier proceedings and who had by this point developed a genuine professional interest in the case, reviewed the filing and said it was strong. They will push for a formal hearing, he predicted. The violations are close enough to viable that they'll want a ruling rather than an administrative dismissal. We should prepare for a hearing within 2 weeks. The legal response preparation occupied the following 3 days, running concurrently with the household's usual cultivation practice, formation maintenance, and the ongoing correspondence that the Continental Registry authentication had generated. The household had developed the capacity to run several things simultaneously without any single track receiving degraded attention. It was one of the advantages of having 7 people with 7 different competency areas in genuine coordination. The legal track was primarily Chen Ruiyu, Jian Yuxiao, and Zhao Zunming. The Crimson Leash's new lawyer had prepared a sophisticated complaint, and Zhao Zunming's installation records were the most valuable documentary defense, but the records needed to be translated into the procedural language that the district hearing format required. Jian Yuxiao did this translation with the practiced efficiency of an advocate who had spent 20 years working with technical experts who knew their material, but not the hearing format. The cultivation track continued under Lian Xinghe's direction for the combat component and Zhao Zunming's for the formation component, with Xiao Yin and Mei Hua taking on more leadership roles in the group sessions as their respective techniques developed. The seedling of heaven technique was producing acceleration benefits that the full household could feel collectively now, not dramatically, not in the sudden breakthrough style of individual cultivation, but in the sustained, reliable quality of growth that had enough space and support to develop at its natural rate without interruption. Wei Basan had begun taking a more active role in the compound's physical maintenance, not because he was asked, but because he had found his particular competency and was expressing it. He had spent the preceding 2 days reinforcing the Western Outbuildings Foundation, which had subtle stress damage from the previous winter's frost, and he had done it with the thoroughness of a builder who considers a thing done when it is genuinely done rather than when it looks done. He had also, without comment, improved the drainage around the formation anchors in the northern boundary section, which Zhao Zunming had noticed and documented with the same approving note he reserved for work that showed understanding of the principles behind the task rather than just execution of the task. Your father, Zhao Zunming said to Wei Liangchen on the second evening, understands formations better than he believes he does. He has been doing empirical formation maintenance for 20 years on building structures. The Pillar of Heaven technique is not a coincidence. The sutra found what was genuinely there. The technique's development over the preceding 2 months had followed a trajectory that Zhao Zunming documented with particular interest. It had begun as a passive structural support, a chi field that reinforced the physical objects Wei Basan was in direct contact with, stabilizing their load distribution and stress resistance. It had developed, in the weeks since the full formation activation, into something with an active perimeter component. The technique now extended its structural support to the formation anchors in Wei Bashan's immediate vicinity, providing a secondary integrity layer that the formation's main architecture did not generate on its own. He's building on the formation, Zhao Zunming said, reviewing the development. Without being instructed to, without knowing formally that it's possible. He directed this observation at Wei Liangchen. The pillar of heaven is self-directing toward what the formation needs. This is consistent with highly integrated bond resonance. The technique begins to understand its household context and extends toward where it can be useful. He made a note. I should document this development formally. It may be the first recorded instance of the technique developing active formation integration properties. Wei Bosshan, when told about this development, received the information with the quiet attentiveness he brought to significant structural news. It does feel different from the first weeks, he said. Like the foundation I'm supporting has gotten larger. He paused. I assumed that was just my awareness of the compound expanding as I learned it better. Both, Zhao Zuming said. Your awareness expanded, and the technique expanded with it. He looked at Wei Bosshan with the direct, unembellished professional respect he reserved for workmanship he genuinely admired. The technique follows genuine understanding. You have spent 2 months genuinely understanding this compound's structural needs. The sutra registered the understanding and extended the technique to meet it. He paused. This is how household arts develop correctly, by the practitioner genuinely engaging with the household's actual requirements rather than demonstrating technique. The technique that develops from genuine engagement is always more integrated and more capable than technique developed from demonstration or performance. He looked at Wei Bosshan with the direct professional regard he reserved for workmanship he found genuinely admirable. Your father, for 43 years, was already developing the pillar of heaven. He simply did not have its name. Chapter 31. The district magistrate who received the Crimson Leash's new complaint was not Magistrate Bei Russian, who had been reassigned following the Continental Council's authentication dismissal. His replacement was Magistrate Guo Renshu. 20 years in district administration, the careful pragmatism of a mid-level official who understood that decisions about authenticated cultivation arts had the potential to become cited precedents, and a personal policy of reviewing every complaint thoroughly before committing to any procedural path. He reviewed this one for 5 days before scheduling a formal hearing. The hearing was convened at the district hall, with both parties permitted to bring legal representation. The formal proceeding structure meant it would be conducted with the full evidentiary standards the district code required. Not an administrative interview, but a proper adversarial review. The household brought Chun Ryu, whose registry background gave her standing as a cultivation law expert witness, and Jian Yuxiao as primary legal representative. The Crimson Leash brought Fang Karu, a cultivation law specialist from the eastern provincial capital, wearing the professional cultivation robes of someone who appeared before district magistrates regularly enough to have a preferred style of dress for the purpose. The hearing ran 4 hours. The central legal question, when the formation installation began for code applicability purposes, was resolved by documentation. Zhao Zunming's dated assessment records were precise and unambiguous. His formal assessment had begun 11 days before the code revision's effective date. Under the pre-revision code, which governed installations that began before the revision, the formation's height measurement satisfied the residential limit. The height violation complaint failed on the evidence. The Qi emission boundary complaint was more complex. The formation's active resonance did extend beyond the compound perimeter, which the regulation addressed. But the regulation was specific. It applied to offensive or interfering Qi fields that penetrated or degraded the Qi environment of neighboring practitioners. The Supreme Family Sutra's resonance, as Assessor Huadanqing's formal report documented in considerable technical detail, was a non-interfering field. It affected the household's internal bond network and did not penetrate or alter the external Qi environment. Fang Kairu argued that any Qi field extending beyond a compound boundary was covered by the regulation regardless of its character. Chun Ryu cited 3 precedent rulings specifying that the regulation applied exclusively to fields meeting the interference definition. Magistrate Guo Renshu reviewed the precedents during a recess and ruled for the household on that complaint as well. The third complaint, notification requirements for major formation upgrades, was upheld, with a remediation order rather than a penalty. Zhao Zunming had not filed the formation upgrade notification because he had been uncertain whether the new construction constituted an upgrade of the existing single practitioner formation or a new installation, and had elected to resolve the installation before addressing the documentation question. The magistrate ruled that this was a violation of notification procedure but did not warrant a penalty given the ambiguity. The household was required to file formation documentation within 10 days. Zhao Zunming filed it the following morning. The documentation he filed was the most complete formation record the district office had received in years, which was noted by the filing clerk in a marginal comment that had no legal weight, but which Zhao Zunming found professionally satisfying. They walked home from the district hall through cold afternoon air that tasted of wood smoke and winter, and Wei Liangchen felt the bond network steady and uncompromised around him, and thought, "We won this battle." The question was what winning this battle looked like to something that was not watching the battle and had never been watching the battle. Xianxia walked with them for 2 streets before turning off toward his own office. He had the quality of a person in whom professional satisfaction and personal satisfaction had just coincided, which produced a specific kind of energized calm. "The Crimson Leash has capable lawyers," he said, before he turned away. "They will not stop. What they will do is refine. Every filing that fails tells them something about the specific perimeter of what they can and cannot challenge. They are learning your legal structure by testing it, which is a legitimate legal strategy." He paused. "I am telling you this not to discourage you. I am telling you because the next filing will be better than this one, and the one after that will be better still. Your defenses need to grow at the same rate their attacks are being refined." He looked at Qinruoyu. "The supplemental documentation work you've been doing with the Provincial Bureau is exactly the kind of defense that's hardest to attack. Keep building the institutional record." Qinruoyu nodded once. Jian Yuxiao turned. "I'll have the hearing documentation filed by tomorrow. Well done today, all of you." He walked away, and the household continued homeward through the cold air, and Wei Liangchen thought about what the advocate had said. Their attacks are being refined. The Crimson Leash was learning by failing, and what they were learning was how to attack the household more precisely. This was not new information. He had understood from the beginning that the legal pressure was not going to end, that each failed attempt would be followed by a better one. But hearing it stated plainly by someone whose professional job was to understand these dynamics had a specific clarifying quality. The patriarch was not the only threat being updated by the household's responses. Every defense produced a more sophisticated offense in return. The understanding settled into the household's planning framework over the following days. They had been thinking about the legal defense and the patriarch threat as 2 parallel tracks. What Jian Yuxiao's observation made clear was that they were in dynamic relationship, both threats responding to the same target, updating based on the same information stream. "The question," Qinruoyu said during the planning discussion that evening, "is whether there is a defense that addresses both simultaneously." "There is," Elder Fin Yulan said. "The Crimson Leash's legal attacks are most effective against household arts with thin institutional records. The patriarch's attacks are most effective against households with unresolved bond structures. Building a strong institutional record and building strong genuine bonds are the same project approached from 2 directions." She looked at the table. "The household that is most defended against both is the household that is most thoroughly itself, fully documented, deeply bonded, transparently genuine in its institutional presence and internal relationships, which is also exactly what the Supreme Family Sutra is designed to produce." She paused. "Your mother's notebook contains a version of this analysis." She understood the convergence. Zhao Tsuanming, who had been reading the notebook sections about the patriarch, looked up. She understood it in theory. She did not have the household to test it in practice. He addressed Wei Liangchen specifically. "You are testing it in practice. The results so far are consistent with her theory." He paused. "That is not a guarantee, but it is evidence." Wei Liangchen went to sleep that night thinking about his mother's careful handwriting, 43 pages in a quilting box, waiting for the household that would make the theory real. He considered what it would have meant to her to see the bond network active, 7 genuine chi signatures moving in sustained resonance, the sutra doing exactly what she had preserved it to do. He thought about this until the thought resolved into something quieter and more settled than grief, which was not the absence of grief, but its transformation into something that could be carried without weight. Gratitude, specifically, and the knowledge that she had been right about what was coming, and that what was coming had arrived. He could feel this in the quality of the bond network as he settled into sleep. Not the active cultivation warmth, but the resting warmth. The sustained frequency of 7 genuine connections simply present through the night, holding what they were even when no one was actively maintaining it, which was, in itself, a form of strength worth noting. Chapter 32. Elder Fin Yulan was waiting at the compound gate when they returned from the district hall, which meant she had been monitoring the patriarch's behavior during the hearing rather than attending it. She had offered to attend, and they had agreed together that her presence at the compound, managing the tracking instruments, was more valuable than her presence at the district hall, where her specialty was not directly applicable. "It moved," she said, as they came through the gate. "Closer?" Wei Liangchen asked. "North. Approximately 3 li north of its previous position. Not toward the compound, laterally." She led them through the gate into the central courtyard, where her tracking equipment was active, 4 formation stone instruments arranged in a compass pattern, emitting the low, searching Qi resonance of sustained detection work. 3 Li North puts it adjacent to the Su family compound. The household stood with this. Xiaoyan said, quietly. The letter. We answered their letter. Yes, said Chenruoyu. They have a genuine household art. A real one, even if it's third tier. The patriarch would have registered their resonance signature in its regional assessment. She looked at Elder Fan Yulan. Is it targeting them instead of us? Several interpretations are possible, the elder said, crouching beside the eastern tracking stone to make a reading adjustment. First, it has assessed us as more defended than expected and is identifying a more accessible target. Second, it is establishing a secondary position for tactical reasons that will only become clear when they manifest. Third, it is attempting to reach us through a connection we might form with the Su family, using a genuine nascent relationship as an approach vector. She straightened. All 3 may be simultaneously true. The patriarch does not generally plan sequentially. It maintains multiple threads and advances whichever develops most productively. We should warn the Su family, Liangchen has said. Not yet. Not directly. Not from us. She set down her tracking instrument. A warning delivered by a household they have had one-letter exchange with, about an ancient entity most cultivation practitioners consider legendary, will produce one of 2 results. The Su household will dismiss it as a larger household trying to pull them into a conflict they don't understand, or they will take it seriously and begin behaving differently in ways that update the patriarch's assessment of their network. She looked at the household. I need to make contact with them independently as a traveling formation specialist, which is accurate. That contact will tell me what their situation actually is before we decide what information they need and how to deliver it. She picked up her tracking kit and moved toward the compound's northern passage. Xiaoyan. If anything in the bond network changes quality before I return tonight, come find me directly. You're the fastest and the most observant. Xiaoyan accepted this assignment without comment, which was his way of accepting assignments he considered both important and appropriately matched to his capabilities. After the elder left, he moved to the position on the compound boundary nearest the northern tracking instrument and sat down, cross-legged, with the quality of stillness he had developed in the weeks since joining the household. Not passive stillness, but attentive stillness, the difference being that one was absence and one was presence concentrated inward. Wei Liangchen spent the afternoon on the cultivation practice he had been postponing in favor of the legal preparation and the tracking analysis. The bond network's resonance multiplication was most pronounced in the joint cultivation sessions, but there was also a specific quality to solo practice within an active household formation that differed from cultivation without the formation. The formation held the environment, and the held environment had a quality of groundedness that Wei Liangchen had not had in his pre-household cultivation and that he was only now understanding had been absent all along. The sutra had always been designed for this environment. Cultivating it outside the environment it was designed for was like running a river channel dry and then noticing the channel doesn't work very well as a water transportation system. The river needed the water. The sutra needed the household. He had been cultivating the art for 6 months now, and the difference between the early solo practice and the current full household practice was not linear. It was not even exponential. It was structural, like the difference between a foundation and what the foundation could support. By evening, Elder Fan Yulan had returned, and the household gathered for the report. Xiaoyan had noted 3 minor qi fluctuations in the bond network across the afternoon. All 3 had been identifiable as internally generated, 2 from Liangchen's combat training and 1 from Wei Boshan's foundation work, both of which generated specific qi signatures that Xiaoyan had cataloged sufficiently to recognize. The elder reviewed his notes and said, Good, you're building the baseline. In 2 more weeks you will be able to identify externally influenced fluctuations by elimination. The patriarch's northeast position had not changed since morning, which meant the tracking readings were consistent with a stable assessment period rather than active approach. Elder Fan Yulan's note in the daily tracking log was a single phrase, observing but not moving. She had explained her tracking notation system to the household early in her stay, a precise shorthand developed over 40 years that she had documented in a separate ledger she kept for exactly this purpose, so that the observations could be read accurately by anyone who needed to read them, whether or not she was available to explain. Wei Liangchen had been reading the tracking logs each morning with the attention he brought to any document that described the household's actual situation. He had begun to understand them. Not completely. Elder Fan Yulan had 40 years of pattern recognition that he could not replicate in 2 weeks. But he could read the baseline and recognize deviation from it. which was the foundational skill the elder said most practitioners who needed this capacity never developed because they assumed the tracking was the specialist's job rather than everyone's responsibility. The patriarch will be here long after I leave, she had said, when he asked why she was teaching the notation. I will give you everything I have in the time I am here. But my being here is temporary. Your households need to understand what it is facing is permanent. She had looked at him with the clarity she brought to everything. You are not hiring protection. You are building capacity. The distinction matters. He thought about this as Xiao Yin presented his afternoon's tracking notes with the precision of someone who had decided that formation monitoring was worth doing and therefore worth doing carefully. The boy had not been asked to build this capacity. He had recognized that it was needed and begun building it. This was the seedling of heaven functioning at its deepest level, not just accelerating cultivation speed, but accelerating the development of whatever genuine capability was already present in the people the bond connected. Xiao Yan's genuine capability was exactly this, identifying what was needed and moving toward it without requiring external direction. The sutra had found him because this household needed someone like this, and he was becoming what the household needed at the rate the household's genuine support for his development permitted. The thing about genuine support, Wei Liangchen had come to understand, was that it was not primarily a feeling. It was a set of conditions. Conditions under which a person's genuine capabilities could develop without the friction of needing to protect or manage themselves, without the weight of performing for people who were assessing rather than simply present. Xiao Yan, in the first week, had been in the mode that the streets of the northern district had trained him into. Constant light surveillance, constant readiness, constant management of impressions. By week 8, he still read people with extraordinary precision. But the reading had become less about threat assessment and more about genuine interest, about actually wanting to know what the people around him were doing and thinking, because the people around him had demonstrated, repeatedly and without exception, that knowing them was safe. You could know people and let them know you, and the information would not be used against you. This was not something he had believed before. It was something the household had shown him by being consistently true. Chapter 33 Zhao Zunming used the day of Elder Fen Yulan's independent reconnaissance to conduct the household's first full formation calibration test, an exercise he had been intending to run since the activation, which the preceding sequence of legal proceedings and threat monitoring had compressed into waiting. A formation calibration test was not a combat drill. It was a precision measurement exercise. Each household member cycling their sutra channel qi into their formation anchor at specified intervals and specified intensities, while Zhao Zunming moved through the compound reading the formation's response at each anchor, channel, and node. The purpose was to establish an accurate baseline, what the formation currently registered as each bond's qi signature, and to identify any drift that had already accumulated between the formation's initial calibration and the bond's current state. Bonds change as they mature, Zhao Zunming had explained when he proposed the exercise, not in quality necessarily, or not only in quality, in the specific character of the qi they generate, which shifts as the people holding them grow and as the bond itself deepens. A formation calibrated to a household 6 weeks ago will be reading slightly mismatched data for a household 6 weeks older. Small mismatches are tolerable. Accumulated mismatches degrade the formation's response accuracy in exactly the moments when accuracy matters most. The test took 3 hours, working through each anchor in the sequence Zhao Zunming specified. The results were interesting in the way that accurate measurements of growth are interesting. Every bond in the network had matured since the formation's initial calibration. The qi signatures were deeper, more harmonically complex, and in several cases substantially more integrated at the resonance layer. The 3 bonds showing the most advanced integration were Wei Liangchen to Mei Hua, Wei Liangchen to Xiao Yin, and, notably, Yao Sufan to Chen Ruyu. The grandmother to Chen Ruyu bond is the most interesting data point, Zhao Zunming said at the evening table, reviewing his measurements with the household gathered around him. It was formally established most recently, but the qi integration suggests a development period substantially longer than the formal bond date. He looked at Yao Sufan, who was at the far end of the table with her knitting, listening with the focused attention she directed toward everything important while appearing to direct it toward nothing in particular. When did you start thinking of Chen Ruyu as family? Before the formal bond, I mean. Yao Sufan did not look up from the knitting. The 3rd day she was in the compound. She reorganized the herb drying rack, improved the airflow arrangement without being asked, without commenting on the previous arrangement, without making it an occasion. Just did it because it needed doing. She turned a row of stitches. People who notice what living things need and quietly address it are people I understand. I didn't know it counted as a bond forming. I thought it was just liking her. This is the fundamental misunderstanding most people have about household cultivation arts, Zhao Zunming said. He was writing in his measurement log. They believe that formal acknowledgement of a bond is what creates it. In fact, formal acknowledgement is the moment the qi that has been accumulating becomes legible to the sutra. The bond itself preceded the acknowledgement by however long the genuine connection had been developing. He closed the log. The formation will need recalibration at both those anchors. I'll do it tomorrow morning. The good news, the actual good news, is that deeper integration means better resonance multiplication coefficient. The formation will perform better after recalibration than before. The recalibration the following morning took 2 hours and involved Yao Sufin and Chun Ryu working with Zhao Zunming at their respective anchors, while the rest of the household ran their usual cultivation sessions to maintain the baseline resonance that the calibration required. At the Yao Sufin anchor, Zhao Zunming spent 40 minutes carefully resetting the qi pattern frequencies to match the deepened bond. The Hearthstone barrier channel was, in his professional assessment, the formation's most structurally significant anchor, not the most powerful, but the most stabilizing. The grandmother's bond was the household's center of gravity in a way that was not visible in combat capability terms, but was unambiguous in the qi signature record. Every other bond in the network ran slightly warmer and more stable in her presence. This was the Hearthstone barrier's core function, and it was operating at higher efficiency than the initial calibration had captured. At the Chun Ryu anchor, the recalibration revealed the full extent of the Yao Sufin Chun Ryu bond integration. The Heartlink site channel was drawing resonance directly from the Hearthstone barrier channel in a coupling that Zhao Zunming said he had not designed, but which the formation had apparently developed organically as the two bonds deepened toward each other. Formation architectures built on genuine bonds sometimes self-organize in ways the initial design didn't specify, he said, examining the coupling with the careful attention of an engineer discovering that a structure has been improving itself without his input. The self-organization is always toward efficiency. The formation knows what it's for better than the blueprint does. This was, Wei Liangchen thought afterward, an interesting principle in more context than formation work. The increased resonance multiplication coefficient after recalibration was measurable within an hour of completion. The afternoon's cultivation session was the most productive the household had conducted, not dramatically, not with visible breakthroughs, but with the sustained, deep-running quality of cultivation that had genuinely adequate support, the way a plant that has been adequately watered grows differently from one that has been getting by on what it could find. Xiaoyan's cultivation advancement was the most visible. The seedling of heaven accelerated not just the rate of qi condensation, but the efficiency of absorption, the percentage of available ambient qi that actually entered the cultivator's meridian system rather than diffusing back into the environment. Most cultivators absorbed approximately 30% of available ambient qi in any given session. Xiao Yin was absorbing close to 60%, which Zhao Zunming said was the highest efficiency rate he had documented in a practitioner below foundation establishment. The technique was not doing this alone. It was doing it in combination with genuine bonds and genuine household resonance, conditions that it was specifically designed to function within. Meihua's wind veil technique had developed a new property that she had not been expecting. The barrier, which had initially manifested as a defensive screen, a wall of qi between the household and incoming threats, had begun to develop sensitivity. Approaching qi signatures registered against it with distinguishing clarity. Familiar signatures passed through without activation, while unfamiliar signatures produced a specific resonance response that Meihua described as like the feeling of a door being tested from the outside. She had spent 2 days refining her attention to this new capacity before mentioning it to the household, wanting to be certain she was reading it accurately rather than projecting. You should have mentioned it immediately, Zhao Zunming said, when she described it. Not with reprimand, with the particular tone he used for missed information that he genuinely needed. This is a significant development. Document every instance. He made a note in the formation maintenance record. The wind veil developing perimeter sensitivity is consistent with the formation integration. The barrier is beginning to function as part of the household formation rather than as a separate technique. This changes the formation's defensive architecture in ways that improve it substantially. He looked at Meihua. The new capacity is genuine. Trust your reading of it, and document every instance. I need the complete development record, not just the current state. He made an additional note in the formation log. The wind veil integrating with the boundary formation may change how we assess the formation's overall defensive architecture. This technique integration is precisely what I have hoped to see. I will review the implications fully and report to the household within the week. Chapter 34. Elder Fin Yulan returned before nightfall with the controlled, careful expression of someone who has found what they were looking for and is deciding precisely how to present it. She delivered the report at the evening gathering, standing rather than sitting, which the household had learned signaled that the information required immediate consideration rather than leisurely discussion. The Su household has 3 members, she said. The grandmother, the household head, a woman named Su Manling, 42 years old, and a nephew named Su Dowling who assists with the agricultural cultivation work. Their household art is real. I confirmed that independently with a chi-sense assessment from outside the compound boundary. The patriarch is not adjacent to them by chance. She paused for a moment before continuing. Su Manling received a visitor yesterday afternoon, a cultivation practitioner in traveling scholar robes, claiming to be researching agricultural household arts. The visit lasted approximately 2 hours. Su Manling appeared comfortable during the visit. The household absorbed this. Who was the visitor? Shen Ruoyu asked. I got a description, and I want to know if the name Shun Baiyu means anything to anyone from their time at the Continental Registry or the Northern Archive. Shen Ruoyu was still for a brief moment. Shen Baiyu was dismissed from the Northern Archive's Cultivation Arts Research Division 6 years ago for falsifying documentation records. He appealed and lost the appeal. He also applied for a registry position and was rejected. A pause. He has a genuine scholarly interest in cultivation arts. The dismissal was about documentation standards, not about the quality of his academic knowledge. And he has a genuine grievance about how that interest has been received by the formal institutions. The household sat with this combination: genuine scholarly interest, genuine grievance, institutional rejection. The patriarch does not recruit in any conventional sense, Elder Fin Yulan said. It does not send messages or make offers. It finds people who have genuine grievances and genuine desires, and it applies very subtle cultivation pressure to those grievances over a period of months. Not to control, not to direct, but to amplify the internal weight of the grievance until the person carrying it is predisposed to act in ways that serve the patriarch's access needs. She looked at the table. Shen Baiyu may not know anything unusual is happening to him. He may simply feel, increasingly, that his exclusion from the scholarly institutions is deeply unjust, that researching overlooked household arts independently is meaningful and important work, and that gaining access to an authenticated household arts documentation, perhaps in ways that bypass the formal channels that have rejected him, is exactly the kind of thing a serious independent scholar should do. He's genuinely talented and genuinely wronged, Wei Liangchen has said. Yes, which makes him more useful, not less. Manufactured grievances are detectable. Real ones are not. She looked at Wei Liangchen. We need to address this. The Su family first, because they're the immediate access point. Then Shen Baiyu, if it becomes necessary. But the Su family comes first, and it has to be done carefully enough that the approach itself doesn't create the problem we're trying to prevent. The household spent the rest of the evening reviewing what they knew about Shen Baiyu's situation. Shen Ryu's registry background provided the most complete picture. A cultivator in his late 30s with genuine scholarly expertise, dismissed from the Northern Archive not for incompetence, but for falsifying attribution records, specifically, presenting others' field research as his own documented work. The falsification had been discovered by the very scholar whose work he had taken, who had filed a formal complaint that left no institutional ambiguity. He didn't falsify to profit, Chen Ryu said. He falsified to get credit for work he had contributed to substantially, but not exclusively. The original scholar had done the foundational work. Shen Baiyu had developed it significantly. The question of attribution was genuinely complicated, and the institution resolved it in favor of the original scholar without adequately acknowledging Shen Baiyu's contributions. She paused. I am not justifying the falsification. The falsification was wrong. But the underlying grievance, that his genuine contribution was not acknowledged, was real. So the patriarch found a real injustice, Liangchen has said, and is cultivating it into something that serves its purposes rather than the person carrying it. That's the mechanism, Elder Fin Yulan confirmed. The injustice doesn't need to be large. It needs to be genuine, unresolved, and connected to a desire that the person has not been able to satisfy through legitimate channels. She looked at the table. Shen Baiyu wants his scholarship recognized. He wants access to authentic cultivation art documentation. He wants the institutions that rejected him to be shown as having been wrong. She paused. Gaining access to the Supreme Family Sutra's documentation in a way that circumvents the formal authentication channels that have excluded him would satisfy all 3 of those desires simultaneously. Her expression was precise and not unkind. It would not require him to do anything he experiences as wrong. It would feel, from the inside, like righteous, independent scholarship. This is why the mechanism is effective. Wei Liangchen had been listening to this description with the specific quality of attention he brought to information that was accurate about someone else and also, at a structural level, accurate about himself. He recognized the pattern. He had been doing a less extreme version of the same thing for 2 months, following reasoning that felt entirely internally generated, protecting the household, maintaining stability, not creating unnecessary disruption, toward conclusions that, when examined honestly, were in some part about avoiding the discomfort of having the conversations that needed having, not with shunned by use intensity, not driven by institutional rejection and accumulated grievance, but the same basic structure, a genuine reason that was partly genuine and partly cover for something he was less willing to look at directly. I have something I need to do before the Su family visit, he said, without quite planning to say it aloud. Elder Fenelon looked at him. Yes. The conversation with my father. About the years he was gone. He had been not having this conversation for 8 weeks, for a series of reasons that were all at least partly valid and all at least partly avoidance. I've been managing around it, not addressing it directly. Yes, she said again. The repetition was not impatient. It was the confirmation of someone who had already identified this gap and had been waiting for him to identify it himself, because that was the only moment at which the identification would do any useful work. The patriarch would find that gap, he said. It would. She paused. But that is not the reason to address it. The reason to address it is that your father has been in this household for 8 weeks carrying the weight of what needs to be said between you. And so have you. And genuine bonds are not maintained by managed silences, even careful ones. The patriarch would only be able to use a gap that was already there. She looked at him steadily. Address the gap because it deserves to be addressed. The patriarch's relevance to the decision is secondary. He spent 45 minutes after the conversation in the compound's practice courtyard, cycling Qi through the sutra's central channel with the focused attention of someone who is thinking through something that requires precision. Not the bond resonance cultivation, the individual cultivation practice, the original strand of the art that his mother had maintained for years alone with an incomplete household. The individual strand still existed even when the full network was active. It was the sutra's foundation, the cultivation the household head did themselves, for themselves, that was neither amplified by the bond network nor the source of the bond network's resonance. Just the person, alone with the art, building the personal foundation that everything else stood on. He needed this session. Elder Fenelon had shown him where the gaps were. The awareness of gaps was not the same as the closure of gaps, and before he could address the conversations that needed having, he needed to be in the quality of internal honesty the sutra required. Not performing readiness, not cultivating toward a performance of resolution, but actually settling into the real territory of what needed doing and why. The cold of the practice courtyard was useful. The formation's quiet hum was useful. The sutra's individual practice warmth, distinct from the bond network warmth in a way he had learned to distinguish, was its own kind of presence. He finished the session with the specific quality of stillness he associated with accurate self-knowledge. Not comfortable, not uncomfortable, but clear. And then he went to find his father. Chapter 35. The household spent the following morning working through how to approach the Su family situation, a discussion that was itself a demonstration of something Wei Liangchen had been observing for weeks without having named it. The household's decision-making process had developed its own distinctive character. It was not democratic in the simple sense of voting. It was not directive in the sense of the household head deciding and the household implementing. What had emerged organically was something more like coordinated distributed expertise. The person with the deepest relevant knowledge shaped the initial frame. The full household contributed perspectives from their own areas of competence, and the decision emerged from the synthesis of those perspectives, tested against each person's genuine concerns rather than consensus managed toward a predetermined conclusion. She had observed this process across the week she had been present, and she said, on the second day of the household's deliberation about the Su family, the Yin household did not make decisions this way. They made them quickly, because the household head was decisive and the household was used to following his decisiveness. He was usually right. The times he was wrong, no one told him until after. She said this without judgment, as an analytical observation. Speed without collective intelligence is a fragility. Your process is slower. It is also much harder to fracture. The approach they developed was Chon Ryu's, built on the practical infrastructure of her registry experience. The registry maintained contact with authenticated household arts as a matter of standard practice, particularly in the first year of authentication. Periodic welfare check-ins were routine and expected. Chun Ryu still held her registry credentials, She had taken a formal leave of absence rather than resigning, at the registry director's suggestion, precisely because the household's authentication made her continued registry connection a useful institutional bridge. She could contact the Su family as a registry liaison conducting a standard authentication year outreach. The contact would be accurate in every particular. During the visit, she would do two things: assess the Su household's actual situation directly, through Chun Ryu's relational attunement capacity, and, if her assessment suggested the household was ready to receive it, provide information about support resources available to household cultivation art practitioners encountering external pressure. The Continental Council's formal warning letter would be one such resource. Elder Fun Yolan's existence as a documented specialist in exactly this category of threat would be another. You are not warning them about the patriarch by name, the elders said, reviewing the plan. You are providing them accurate information about the support infrastructure available to authenticated household arts, information you would provide to any household in the authentication year. Everything you tell them will be true. The context they understand it in depends entirely on what they already know about their own situation. Chun Ryu sent the registry outreach letter that afternoon. Su Manling's response arrived in 2 days, warm, interested, suggesting a visit at the household's convenience. A visit was scheduled for 4 days hence, which was, Elder Finulan noted, close to when the patriarch's recalibration period was likely to complete and its next phase begin. The elder also made a second contact. This one was not part of the formal plan. It was something she had decided independently and reported to the household afterward, which was the first time she had made a unilateral decision during her time with them. I contacted Shinbaiyu, she said, not as part of the Su family approach. Separately, she received the household's attention with the steadiness of someone who had made a considered decision and was prepared to explain it fully. Shinbaiyu does not know he has been selected as an approach vector. If we address the Su family situation successfully, the patriarch will not use him against the Su household specifically, but it will find another use for someone with his specific combination of genuine expertise, genuine grievance, and genuine access to cultivation arts documentation. She looked at the household. I have had 2 previous cases in which the patriarch's instrument recovered and understood what had happened to them, and in both cases, that understanding was protective, both for them personally and for the households they had been directed toward. Understanding creates resistance to subsequent use. What did you say to him? Shinryu asked. I told him that his scholarship was excellent, and that his dismissal from the Northern Archive was professionally unjust. Both of those things are true. She paused. I also told him that people with genuine expertise and genuine grievances are specifically sought out by certain parties, and that being sought out in this way does not look like being recruited. It feels, from the inside, like following your own judgment toward work you genuinely value. She looked at her tea. He paused for an extended moment. Then he asked if this was happening to him. I said, I think it may have started to. He asked what to do about it. I told him to do nothing immediately. That understanding it was the protection, and that acting on incomplete understanding would likely make things worse. She set down the cup. He is intelligent and honest. He will think about it. That is all we need from him right now. Wei Liangchen had found Wei Boshan in the western outbuilding, completing the foundation reinforcement work with the methodical attention of a builder who considers a thing done when it is genuinely done. He had told his father that he wanted to have the conversation they had not had. Wei Boshan had set down his tools and turned to face him and said, Yes. I've been waiting. They had spoken for 2 hours. Not the managed version. Not the conversation where each of them said something and the other received it, and they moved carefully around the things that were difficult to say directly. The actual version, which was less comfortable and considerably more useful. Wei Boshan had been absent for 11 years. He had left because he believed that leaving was better for Wei Liangchen and his mother than staying. Not because he had good reasons for believing this, but because believing it allowed him to leave. He said this without softening it. He said, I needed to leave and I made a reason for it. The reason was real enough that I believed it. But it was also a reason I chose because I needed to leave, not one I arrived at through honest assessment. He met his son's gaze. You were 8 years old. Your mother never stopped believing I would come back. I knew she believed it, and I stayed away anyway. He paused. I don't have a good explanation for that. I have an explanation. It is not good. Wei Liangchen had listened to all of this and held it without managing his response, without performing forgiveness before he had fully absorbed what he was being asked to forgive, without performing anger because anger was the socially expected register for this kind of conversation. He had simply sat with what he actually felt, which was complicated in ways he had not previously had language for, and he had said, I needed you. When she was sick, and you weren't there. He had said it the first time, and it had been quiet for a long time. and then he had said it again, and then he had said, I understand why you left better than I did before you explained it. I don't understand why you didn't come back when she needed you. He had paused. I want to understand that. Not to forgive it. I don't know yet if I can fully. But to understand it accurately, which is a precondition for anything else. Tell me what was actually happening in those years, without simplification, from the beginning. Chapter 36. The 4 days before the Su family visit had the character of a period between defined events that a disciplined household fills with actual work rather than waiting. Training ran at its usual time each morning. The combat practice under Liangchen's direction, the formation maintenance work under Zhao Zunming's, the cultivation sessions that each household member conducted both individually and in the bonded group practice that the Sutra's resonance network made more efficient than individual cultivation alone. The resonance multiplication was more pronounced than it had been 2 months ago. The bond network had deepened enough that the multiplication coefficient had increased noticeably. Zhao Zunming had documented this in the calibration test results and had spent an evening explaining the underlying mechanics to the household in the matter-of-fact way. He explained everything. This is what is happening. This is why it is happening. And this is what it means for what we do next. What it meant practically was that every household member's cultivation was advancing faster than it would have in any other configuration. The benefits were not evenly distributed in the way that simple sharing would produce. They were multiplicatively distributed in the way that genuine resonance produced, which meant that the household member who gained most from any given cultivation session was not necessarily the strongest practitioner, but the one whose cultivation was most naturally suited to benefit from the specific qi quality the group session generated. Some sessions benefited Xiaoyan most. Others accelerated Wei Liangchen's pillar of heaven development. The distribution shifted, and Zhao Zunming tracked it, and the tracking produced a growing understanding of how the household's individual cultivation paths were beginning to integrate into something more coherent than 7 parallel cultivation trajectories. Xiaoyan had been independently studying formation theory from Zhao Zunming's reference library. He had not asked permission, which was his approach to learning. Identify what he wanted to know, find the available resources, begin. He asked questions when he encountered them, and Zhao Zunming answered with unhurried precision, a pattern that had developed over several weeks into something that functioned as mentorship without either party having formally proposed it. He's going to be a formation specialist, Zhao Zunming said to Wei Liangchen one evening. Not as a primary specialty. The seedling of heaven technique suggests his primary cultivation path will remain the bond growth facilitation that the Sutra chapter is developing. But as a complementary capacity, he has exactly the analytical pattern recognition the formation work requires. Most importantly, he has patience for precision. He will sit with an unresolved formation problem for 6 hours without forcing a conclusion. This is rare. In a 40-year-old, it's rare. In a 10-year-old, I have not seen it before. Wei Liangchen had been monitoring Xiaoyan's development with the kind of sustained, genuine interest he brought to each household member, not monitoring in the sense of checking against expectations, but in the sense of actually wanting to know who they were becoming. Xiaoyan at 2 months was still the same person who had read threats with extraordinary precision and trusted almost no one. But he had begun directing that precision toward things other than threat assessment, because the household had made threat assessment less continuously necessary, and in the space that opened up, other interests had become visible. The free afternoon was spent not in cultivation work, but in a conversation with Xiaoyan about what he wanted, what he hoped for, and what he was afraid of, answered with the same directness the boy brought to everything, and reciprocated with equal directness by Wei Liangchen, which was itself the important thing. The conversation with Xiaoyan about what he was afraid of had been the most important part. The boy had been quiet for a long time before answering that question, and the quality of the quiet was not evasion. It was the specific quiet of someone who knows the accurate answer and is deciding whether to trust the person asking with it. I'm afraid of being wrong about people, Xiaoyan said finally. Specifically, about this household. About all of you. He looked at the compound boundary, at the formation humming quietly in the winter air. I have been wrong before. About people I thought were safe. And I have been right when I needed to be right. About people who were not what they appeared. Both kinds of being wrong about people are expensive. But being wrong about people who were actually safe is. He stopped. It makes you feel stupid. And it makes you wonder if the next time you think you can trust someone, you're just making the same mistake again. Wei Liangchen sat with this for a moment. You are not wrong about this household. I know, Xiaoyan said. I have checked. Repeatedly. The HeartLink site doesn't lie about what it sees, and I have been watching the qi texture of the bonds in this network for 2 months. He paused. But knowing something and not being afraid of the thing you know might be wrong are different states. Yes, Wei Liangchen said. They are. He looked at the boy. What helps with the second state, in your experience? Xiaoyan considered this seriously. Time, he said. Time during which the thing you know doesn't turn out to be wrong. Accumulated evidence that the knowledge is accurate. He looked at Wei Liangchen. This household has been giving me that evidence. Every day. He was quiet for a moment. I wanted you to know that I am aware of it. That I notice. Wei Liangchen thought about his mother hiding the jade slip until he was ready. He thought about what Yao Sufin had said about telling things when you were ready to tell them, because that was when they could be properly heard. I noticed too, he said. Every day. They sat together in the compound's winter silence for a while after that, not speaking, which was the kind of companionship that did not require words to be real. When the cold became too much to continue sitting in, they went inside. The household was in the main hall, the usual evening configuration, each person engaged in whatever evening work their particular habits had established. Wei Boshan at the table with the structural survey documents he had been developing for a planned improvement to the eastern outbuilding's secondary roof. Meihua reviewing correspondence with the organized attention of someone who had made incoming mail into a manageable daily practice rather than an accumulated obligation. Yao Sufin knitting. Lian Xinghe doing maintenance work on the cultivation practice equipment with the methodical thoroughness of someone who does not believe tools are ready for use unless they are actually ready. Chun Ryu at her desk with the household bond documentation, adding the day's network quality entries to the log in handwriting that was, like everything about her professional work, precisely legible. Zhao Cunming reading the mother's notebook again, making margin notes in pencil. Elder Fun Yulan sat by the fireplace with a cup of tea and the particular quality of stillness of a practitioner who is thinking about something complicated and has decided that thinking about it in the company of the people it concerns is the most accurate way to think about it. Wei Liangchen looked at all of this and felt the sutra's warmth moving through the bond network with its evening frequency. Lower, steadier, more integrated than the active cultivation sessions produced. This was the resonance of a household simply being. Not cultivating, not defending, not demonstrating. Being. He thought about what it would take for the patriarch to fracture something like this. He thought about the answer carefully, honestly, without minimizing what he knew about the patriarch's capabilities. And then he thought about what it would take for something like this to survive what the patriarch brought. And the answer to the second question, he realized, was the same thing the first question was trying to fracture. Exactly this, continued exactly like this, without performance or management or careful omission. Exactly this, and nothing less. Chapter 37. The visit to the Su family household took place on a cold morning with Wei Liangchen and Elder Fin Yulan accompanying Qin Ryu in the formal roles of household head and cultivation safety consultant, which were both accurate descriptions of what they were and appropriate context for the visit. Su Manling was 42 years old, with the calloused hands of a practitioner who worked the agricultural cultivation physically, and the particular quality of wary welcome that people have when they are genuinely glad of a visit and also genuinely uncertain of what it means. She received them in the Su family's receiving room, smaller than the Wei compound study, but organized with the deliberate care of someone who had made limited space into exactly what it needed to be. She served tea. She asked about the Continental Registry process, specifically, what the authentication notification meant for the Su family's ongoing documentation obligations, since they had received one and had not been certain how to respond to it. Chun Ryu answered with the clear competence of 8 years of registry experience, explaining the notification timeline, the obligations it created, and the resources available to newly recognized household arts during the authentication year. The conversation was genuinely useful, and Su Manling received it with the focused attention of a household head who had been wanting this information and had not known how to request it. After approximately 30 minutes of this practical discussion, Su Manling set down her tea and said, "You're also here about the scholar." Chen Ruyu did not pause. "Yes." Su Manling looked at the table for a moment. "I knew something was wrong about him during the visit. I couldn't identify it precisely. He asked the right questions. He knew the subject, he knew it well, actually, better than most people who claim interest in household arts. But when he left, I had the feeling of having been in a conversation where the real conversation was happening somewhere I couldn't see." She met Elder Fin Yolan's gaze directly. "You track something. I've heard of practitioners who do this kind of tracking. Is that what this is?" The elder explained what the hollow patriarch was, and what she had been observing, with the same direct completeness she brought to all significant information delivery. Su Manling listened without interrupting. She asked 3 targeted questions, about the patriarch's typical timeline between assessment and active pressure, about whether the agricultural art's specific character made the household more or less accessible, and about whether the scholar himself was knowingly involved or was an unknowing instrument. The elder answered each question directly. Then Su Manling said, in a quiet, steady voice, "The grievance it would use with us is my nephew. Su Dowling does the majority of the physical cultivation work. He believes the household art should be his to lead because he's the one with his hands in the soil every day. He's right that the physical work is his. He's wrong about what that means for the household's leadership structure, but his grievance about recognition is genuine." She paused. "I've been aware of the grievance. I've been managing around it rather than addressing it directly." "Yes," Elder Fin Yulan said. "What do I do about a grievance that is genuinely there?" "Address it," Wei Liangchen said. "Not because the patriarch is watching. Because a genuine grievance deserves genuine attention, and the people in your household deserve to have the real things between them acknowledged and worked through." He held her gaze steadily. "The patriarch cannot use a resolved grievance. That's not a tactical recommendation. That's what genuine household bonds require anyway. Continuously, not once." Su Manling looked at the table for a moment after Wei Liangchen said this. Then she looked at Chen Ruyu, and then at Elder Fin Yulan, with the expression of someone who is recalibrating the terms of a conversation. "My nephew and I have not spoken honestly about the leadership question in 3 years," she said. "We've been speaking around it. Managing it. I've been managing it, specifically." She picked up her tea and held it. "He is doing the physical work. He has genuine expertise in the cultivation component. He believes he should lead. I believe the household head role requires different competencies than the cultivation work, and that those competencies are ones I have developed and he hasn't. Both of us are right about different parts of the situation, and neither of us has said so directly." "What would happen if you did say so?" Chen Ruyu asked. "I don't know," Su Manling said. "It might resolve well. It might escalate. It might." She stopped. "He has a temper. Not violent. But when he believes he's been wronged, he does not address it moderately. He addresses it fully, and it is not comfortable." She looked at her hands. "I have been avoiding the discomfort." "Yes," Wei Liangchen said. "Not with judgment. With recognition." She looked at him. "The things we manage around rather than address directly," he said, "are exactly where the patriarch's access starts. Not because you are doing something wrong. Avoidance of discomfort is a normal human response. But because the gap between what is said and what is real is where it finds purchase." He looked at her steadily. "The conversation with your nephew may be uncomfortable. It will certainly be more honest than the 3 years of conversations around it. And an honest conversation, even an uncomfortable one, doesn't leave the kind of gap that the patriarch requires." Su Manling nodded slowly. "Will you be here if it goes wrong?" Chen Ryu answered before Wei Liangchen could. "We will be reachable. And the support resources I mentioned, the consultation services available through the council, are available for household arts navigating exactly this kind of internal pressure. You don't have to manage this alone." They left the Su family compound in the mid-afternoon, walking back through a district that felt different from the one they had arrived in that morning. Not physically different, not changed in any visible way, but different in the way that places feel when something significant has been done in them, and the doing cannot be undone. Elder Fin Yulan, who had said almost nothing during the household's conversation with Su Manling, spoke when they were far enough from the compound that the words would not carry back. "Su Manling will have the conversation with her nephew within the week. Possibly tomorrow." She looked at the road ahead. She is the kind of person who, once she has understood what needs to be done, finds continued avoidance more uncomfortable than the doing. The conversation with her nephew will be difficult. It may initially make things worse before it makes them better. She paused. "But it will be real. And the patriarch has no access to real." "You're confident she'll do it," Wei Liangchen said. "I've had this conversation with household heads in this situation before," she said. "The ones who don't address the real grievance within their households after a conversation like today's, they've already made their decision during the conversation. They leave with resolution that feels like delayed action, but is actually no action." Su Manling left with resolution that felt like immediate action she was already preparing for while we were still speaking. She looked at Chen Ruoyu. "The Heartlink site registered it?" "Yes," Chen Ruoyu said. She had already decided before we finished the tea. The elder nodded. "Good. The tracking instruments will tell us whether the patriarch's northeast position changes after she has the conversation. If the conversation is genuine, the position should shift. The patriarch recalibrates when the approach vector it was monitoring closes." She looked at Wei Liangchen. "And then it will look for the next one. This is ongoing work. There is no point at which it becomes finished. There is only the point at which the household has become strong enough and genuine enough that the work of maintaining it is simply the work of being what it is, which is, by that point, no longer a burden, but simply the nature of the thing." Chapter 38. The tracking equipment registered a significant position change 3 days after the Su family visit. The Hollow Patriarch had moved. Not north, not laterally. It had moved northeast, toward the outer edge of the regional boundary, in the direction of the provincial capital. The new position placed it approximately 20 li from the district line, substantially further from both the Wei compound and the Su family compound than its previous location. Elder Fun Yulan mapped the position change with meticulous attention, moving between her 4 tracking instruments and making measurements that she cross-referenced against her equipment's accumulated history before she said anything. The household had learned to let this process complete without interruption. The elder's conclusions were invariably accurate and worth the time her accuracy required. It's not retreating, she said finally. This is consistent with the Yan records. The patriarch's documented response to a target that is more defended than its initial assessment projected. It establishes a secondary position and begins approaching through a different vector. She set down the measurement instrument. The vector, in your case, is institutional. The provincial capital is where the formal cultivation authority for this region is concentrated. The Crimson Leash has institutional contacts in the provincial capital, Liangchen has said. The patriarch doesn't work through the Crimson Leash. Their organizational grievances are too visible and too structured. The patriarch works through individuals who have genuine personal stakes and genuine access. She looked at Chenruoyu, who at the Provincial Cultivators Bureau has the most legitimate reason to maintain sustained interest in the Supreme Family Sutra's authentication, and who might carry a genuine professional grievance about how that process was handled. Chenruoyu considered for 2 seconds. Yin Mengru, Chief Documentation Officer for the Provincial Bureau. She filed a formal objection during the authentication review. She believed the Continental Council's assessor had been rushed and the documentation incomplete. The objection was overruled. She's professional about it. But the objection was genuine, and she is genuinely the kind of person who cares deeply about documentation completeness as a professional principle. She paused. She's also published independent scholarship on household cultivation arts. She has a personal intellectual investment in the subject. A genuine professional with genuine authority over the institutional documentation record. A genuine grievance about how the process was conducted, professionally grounded and not resolved. Genuine personal interest in the subject that made continued involvement feel appropriate rather than surprising. We need to address that grievance, Elder Fun Yulan said, before the patriarch finds it and begins cultivating it. Wei Liangchen was already thinking through the approach. How do we address a grievance held by a provincial official who has no relationship with this household, without the approach itself appearing to be strategic management? By making it not strategic management, Chenruoyu said. She was looking at the wall past everyone's heads, in the way she did when she was constructing something. Her objection was about documentation completeness. She was right. There is an incompleteness in the current record. The cornerstone of heaven characterization notes in Assessor Huadanqing's report are accurate but thin. We addressed the actual objection by requesting a documentation review consultation, citing the household's own interest in ensuring the record is complete. She looked around the table. Which is true. I do want the record to be complete. Then that's what we do, Wei Liangchen said. Not to prevent what the patriarch might do, because the record should be complete, and her concern was legitimate. The tracking instruments showed no change in the patriarch's position the following morning. Northeast, 20 li out, stationary. Elder Fun Yulan read the readings with the attention of someone who was not being reassured by stasis, but was also not treating it as a crisis. It's not active, she said, but it is observing. This is the assessment phase extending, which happens when a target becomes more complex than the initial assessment projected. She adjusted one of the tracking stones. The Yin family records show an extended assessment phase of approximately 6 weeks before the first active approach. We are at week 2. There is time. But I want to be clear that time buys nothing automatically. It only provides the opportunity to use it correctly. Zhao Cunming had been reviewing the mother's notebook pages about the Hollow Patriarch since the previous day. He brought his notes to the morning gathering. 3 pages of his precise, dense handwriting, the kind that covered twice as much ground per square inch as most practitioners' notes, because he had been taking useful notes for 60 years and had optimized the format. Your mother's notes align with my own research in 2 areas and diverge in 1, he said. Where they align, the patriarch's method of selecting targets based on genuine bond quality, and its preference for household arts over individual cultivation paths. Where they diverge, she believed the patriarch had a second preference category beyond genuine bonds. She documented 2 cases in her records where the entity appeared to target household arts that were in transition, specifically, arts in the process of completing their bond network, rather than arts that were already complete. He looked at the household. Her notes suggest that the most vulnerable period for a household art is not when it is fully established. It is when it is becoming what it is meant to be. He paused. We completed the Sutra's 7-bond network 38 days ago. We are, by her analysis, still within the transition window. The household received this information with the particular quality of attention it reserved for significant recalibrations. Not alarm, not minimization, but the genuine presence that genuine information deserved. The transition window, Liangchen has said. How long does it last? Her notes don't specify a universal duration, Zhao Zunming said. She documents 3 cases. The shortest transition window was 4 months from initial bond network completion. The longest was 18 months. The determining factor appeared to be the rate at which the bond network integrated beyond the initial formation, the point at which the household had genuinely become what it was rather than still becoming it. He looked at the bond network data he had compiled from the monthly calibration records. By my assessment, based on the resonance integration rates this household has shown, we are approximately 2 to 3 months from that point. He paused, which means the patriarch's window for exploiting transition phase vulnerability is also approximately 2 to 3 months. And what does the patriarch do during those months? Chen Ruoyu asked. In the 3 documented cases, it waited, Zhao Zunming said. Observed. Looked for the fracture points that the transition phase produces. Genuine complications in genuine bonds arising from the normal pressures of a new household navigating difficult conditions. He looked at Wei Liangchen. The most common fracture points, according to the notes, were leadership disagreements about how to handle external threats, bond complications arising from household members' pre-existing relationships and histories, and the specific pressures that come from sustained external attack from organizations like the Crimson Leash. He set down the notebook. We are experiencing all 3. Wei Liangchen looked at the household around the table. He thought, genuine complications and genuine bonds. Not manufactured problems. The real ones. We keep doing what we've been doing, he said. We address the real things directly. We don't manage them. He looked at each person. Is there anything real and unaddressed between any of us that we haven't discussed? The question produced a quality of honest collective attention that the transparency conversations had built, people actually considering the question rather than immediately reassuring. 2 things were named and addressed by the following morning. Meihua had been slightly formal with Chen Ryu since an unresolved small misunderstanding, and Wei Basan had not yet told Xiao Yan directly that he respected him. Both were corrected directly and specifically. The patriarch would have found these gaps already closed, addressed directly rather than managed around. Chapter 39, the formal documentation review consultation with Chief Documentation Officer Yan Mengru required 2 days of drafting before Chen Ryu was satisfied that the contact letter achieved the right balance between institutional appropriateness and genuine transparency. It was not addressed to Yan Mengru directly from the Wei household. A direct letter from a household that had been the subject of her overruled objection would be received as either defensive management or implicit pressure, neither of which accurately described the intention. Instead, Chen Ryu sent it through the registry's formal household arts liaison channel, citing the household's interest in ensuring the authentication record was as complete and accurate as possible, and specifically referencing Chief Documentation Officer Yan Mengru's formal objection as having raised documentation points the household wished to address. The letter was framed as a documentation consultation request. It was, in every particular, accurate. It was also, by its framing, the response to Yan Mengru's professional concern that Yan Mengru had not received and had not expected to receive. Elder Fin Yulan reviewed the final version and said, correctly framed. The distinction between strategic framing and honest communication is whether the frame accurately represents the actual intent. This one does. She handed the letter back. The response will tell you a great deal about her character. How she responds to being genuinely engaged after being professionally overruled is significant information. The response came in 3 days. Yan Mengru was willing to conduct the consultation and proposed a date the following week. Her reply was formally appropriate, correct in every procedural particular, but contained, between its well-constructed sentences, the specific quality of a person who has been carrying a professional grievance for several months and is somewhat surprised to be taken seriously about the substance of it. The surprise was faint, but the relational attunement registered it clearly when Chen Ryu read the letter, and she reported it to the household at the evening gathering. During the days before the consultation, the household continued its usual work. Zhao Zunming completed the Yao Sufin and Chen Ryu anchor recalibrations, reporting that the updated resonance multiplication coefficient had improved by 11%. The patriarch's northeast position remained fixed. Monitoring it had become a regular part of the household's daily rhythm. The way weather monitoring becomes a regular part of life for people whose activities depend on conditions they cannot control but can observe and prepare for. Xiaoyan noted, during one of the morning gatherings, that the patriarch's movement patterns since the authentication had been responding to the household's actions rather than advancing on a predetermined timeline. It's reactive, he said. Not predictable reactive. But we keep changing its plans. He paused. We should keep doing that. The day before the Yanmengru consultation, the patriarch moved again, 3 li further northeast, toward the provincial capital's outer boundary. The elder logged the movement and said, "Tomorrow, be exactly what you are. The difference between what you actually are and what you think will be most effective is detectable by the kind of person she is. Be the thing, not the performance of the thing." The night before the Yanmengru consultation, the tracking instruments registered a minor fluctuation in the patriarch's position. Not a movement, a resonance shift, within the same northeast location, as if something had changed in its attention or orientation without changing its physical position. Elder Fun Yulan noted it in the tracking log and said nothing to the household until morning, when she had additional readings to contextualize it. "It's updating," she said at the morning gathering. "Not moving. The fluctuation is consistent with what the Yin records document as the patriarch recalibrating its assessment of a target in response to new information." She looked at Wei Liangchen. The Shun Baiyu conversation may have reached it, or the Su Manling conversation, or both. Something we did has introduced new information into its assessment model. She paused. This is not bad. It means we are ahead of its current model rather than behind it. But it will catch up. It always does. Wei Liangchen asked, "What is it updating toward?" "I won't know until I see the next position shift," she said. "What I can tell you is that the pattern in the Yin records, when the patriarch received new information that disrupted its initial assessment, was to fall back to a higher-order threat. It stopped trying to create external fracture and began looking for something more fundamental, a fracture that was already developing internally from natural causes." She met the household's attention steadily. This means the next phase, if it comes, will not look like an external actor. It will look like a genuine complication in a genuine bond, developing from entirely natural causes, that simply happens to develop at an inconvenient time. She gave Wei Liangchen a specific look. The things you have not yet addressed between yourself and any household member, those are where it will look. Wei Liangchen thought about Mei Hua and Chun Riyu's slight formality with each other. He thought about the tension between Xiao Yin and Wei Boshan that had not yet been directly addressed. He thought about the conversation with his father about the years of his father's absence that had still not been fully, honestly had. "I know what needs addressing," he said. "I'll do it before the consultation." "Today?" Lianqing asked. "Today," Wei Liangchen confirmed. "Starting with my father." The conversation with Wei Boshan before the Yanmengru consultation was not the 2-hour conversation of the previous week. It was shorter, 40 minutes, and it addressed a specific gap that the longer conversation had left open rather than resolved. What Wei Boshan had been unable to say in the longer conversation, and what he said now, was simpler than the explanations that had preceded it. He had not come back during Wei Liangchen's mother's illness because he had not known she was ill until 3 months after she died, when a neighbor sent a letter that had been delayed by the northern road closures that winter. He had received the letter and had stood in the road where the letter found him for a long time before he could move. He had not come to the funeral because by the time the letter arrived, the funeral had happened 6 months ago, and Wei Liangchen had not known where he was, and he had not known how to arrive at his son's door after 6 months as a stranger bearing delayed grief. "I should have found a way," he said. "I know I should have found a way. I know that is not an adequate explanation for not finding one." He looked at his hands. "I am not telling you this to make what I did acceptable. I am telling you because you asked what was actually happening, and this is what was actually happening." Wei Liangchen sat with this. It did not resolve everything. It was not supposed to resolve everything. But it changed the shape of what he had been carrying, changed it from a story about abandonment into something more complicated and more true, and therefore more possible to actually work with. "Thank you for telling me," he said. He meant it. He did not add anything else to it, because sometimes gratitude for honest information was its own complete sentence. The bond between them moved with the slow, structural warmth of something that had been built in difficult ground and had found its footing anyway. They joined the rest of the household for the departure to the provincial bureau with the quality of 2 people who had addressed something that needed addressing and were now ready, actually ready, for whatever came next. The bond felt different after that morning. Not stronger exactly, but more accurately itself. The way a foundation settling into solid ground feels more reliable than one set too quickly. They walked to the bureau side by side, and the bond walked with them, carrying what it had just become. Chapter 40. The documentation consultation with Yin Mingru took place at the Provincial Bureau's formal review chamber, which was precisely what its name suggested, a room designed for the careful review of important documents, with carefully positioned light sources, a large work table, and the particular organizational clarity of a space where a careful person did careful work every day. Yin Mingru was 45, with the precise manner of a documentation specialist who had developed exacting standards through decades of practice and who held those standards consistently whether or not she was being observed. She reviewed the household's authentication documentation systematically, working through the file in the order she had established, and Wei Liangchen watched her work with genuine interest rather than anxiety about her conclusions. Because the anxiety would have been performative, and the heart-link sight he felt moving faintly through Chunryu's attention registration beside him was picking up the quality of everything in the room. Yin Mingru found two things. The first was the documentation gap she had identified in her original objection. The assessor's field report referenced 7 bonds, but contained detailed characterization notes for only 6. The seventh, the cornerstone of heaven bond with Zhao Cunming, had characterization notes that were accurate as far as they went and substantially thinner than the others. She pointed to the relevant section without heat, but with the precise attention of a person who had been correct about something and is now in a room where the evidence of that correctness is visible to everyone present. This is the gap I cited. You were right, Wei Liangchen said. The characterization notes for the Zhao Cunming bond in the original report don't capture the bond's specific nature adequately. I want to provide a complete characterization now, for the record. She looked at him for a moment that lasted long enough to be a genuine assessment rather than a polite pause. Then she took out a documentation form, set it between them on the table, and picked up her stylus. Tell me about the bond, she said. All of it. Accurately. He spent 40 minutes describing the bond with Zhao Cunming, how it had formed, the specific quality of the trust that had preceded it, the nature of what the cornerstone of heaven technique was, and how it functioned in the household's resonance network, what the bond meant to him personally, and what he understood it to mean to the old custodian. He did not manage the description toward any desired conclusion. He told the truth, completely, without omission. When he finished, Yin Mingru had filled 3 documentation pages in her precise, legible hand, and her expression was the expression of a documentation specialist who has finally received the information they needed and who has, in receiving it, understood something about the subject they were documenting that they had not understood before. She filed the supplemental characterization notes that afternoon. The Provincial Bureau's record of the Wei Family Supreme Sutra was now complete, and Yin Mingru's professional grievance, the legitimate one that had been real and unaddressed, had been genuinely addressed by the substance it deserved. Elder Fan Yulan was waiting outside the bureau when they emerged into the cold afternoon. She read Wei Liangchen's expression, then at Chunryu's, then at the sky. The patriarch moved south this morning, she said, toward the provincial capital's southern boundary. Away from us. A pause while she calculated. Addressing genuine grievances with genuine engagement does not always produce this result this quickly, but sometimes it does. And I want to say clearly, what you did in that room was the right thing to do because Yin Mingru's concern deserved a real response, not because it moved the patriarch south. The patriarch moving south is a consequence. It is not the justification. She began walking. The justification is that genuine things deserve genuine engagement. Full stop. The patriarch moving south is a secondary benefit that I have been in this work long enough to appreciate when it happens. The household ate dinner together that evening with the quality of a group that has done something genuinely well and knows it. Not triumphant, not celebratory in any performed sense, but settled in the specific way that work done correctly produces settlement. Yao Sufin made a more elaborate meal than usual, which was her way of marking occasions she considered worth marking without requiring anyone to say anything about the marking. Wei Liangchen watched the household around the table and thought about what Elder Fan Yulan had said on the road back. Genuine engagement is the justification, not the outcome. The outcome was the patriarch moving south. The justification was that Yin Mingru's concern had been legitimate, and legitimate concerns deserved genuine responses, and that was true regardless of what happened to any entity 12 li away as a consequence. He had spent 19 years in a household that had gradually reduced to nothing, bonds strained by circumstance and unaddressed grief, and his father's long absence, and the slow, grinding weight of not enough, of managing rather than actually addressing the things that needed addressing. He had understood, when the sutra first opened and he felt what genuine bond resonance actually felt like, that what he had been living in was not the definition of what a household was. It was what a household became when the people in it stopped genuinely engaging with each other. The sutra had not fixed anything. It had not replaced the years of distance or erased the reasons for it. What it had done was create the conditions under which genuine engagement was both possible and necessary, and under those conditions, the people in the household had done the actual work. Meihua had chosen transparency when she could have chosen performance. Yao Sufan had treated Qinryu as family because that was the true thing, not the managed thing. Wei Basan had reinforced the Western Outbuildings Foundation because it needed doing, and because he was the person who knew how to do it, and because both those things were sufficient justification for any work worth doing. The patriarch was moving south, and the reason it was moving south was that this household had become too genuinely what it was for the patriarch to find purchase in it. Not because they had managed themselves into invulnerability, but because they had stopped managing and started actually being. That was the defense. It had always been the only defense. And it required, every day, starting again from the actual truth rather than the comfortable version of it. That was what his mother had understood. That was why she had waited until he was ready. And that was why, sitting at the table with 6 people who were genuinely what they said they were, he could feel the sutra's warmth moving through all 7 bonds simultaneously, steady as a heartbeat, permanent as intention, and completely, entirely real. He went inside when the cold became too much. The household was settling for the evening. The post-dinner wind down that had become its own kind of cultivation, the practice of being a household in the hours when there was no external pressure, no task requiring completion, no threat requiring response. Just people who had chosen each other, in a compound that was theirs, doing the ordinary work of being alive together. He thought, this is what the patriarch cannot replicate and cannot manufacture. Not the technique, not the bond energy multiplier, not the formation architecture. This, 7 people in a warm room on a cold evening, genuinely here, genuinely each other's, and genuinely safe. The patriarch was moving south. The institutional record was being completed. The transition window was being navigated. All of that was true and all of it mattered. But the thing that made all of it possible, the thing underneath all the strategy and the preparation and the careful cultivation of genuine bonds, was this exact, irreducible quality, a household that had decided to be real with each other, and had kept deciding it, every day, until the decision became a fact and the fact became a foundation that nothing approaching from any direction could move. Previous context story 76. My family cultivation art requires a full household. Part 1. Step 3. Story so far. Wei Liangchen's household has completed all 7 bonds and built the Supreme Family Sutra's full bond resonance network. The 7 bonds and their sutra chapters: Meihua, Wind Veil Barrier, Developing Perimeter Sensitivity; Yao Sufan, Hearthstone Barrier Structural Stability; Lian Xinghua, Vanguard Surge Combat; Chun Ryu, Heartlink Site Relational Attunement; Xiao Yan, Seedling of Heaven Cultivation Accelerant; Wei Basan, Pillar of Heaven Structural Support, now integrating with the formation; Zhao Cunming, Cornerstone of Heaven Boundary Expansion. Zhao Cunming installed a 7-signature boundary formation. The Continental Council authenticated the sutra and dismissed the Crimson Leash's legal challenges. Elder Fan Yulan arrived to track the Hollow Patriarch, an ancient entity that dismantles household arts by cultivating genuine doubt. Key developments. Wei Liangchen told the household about his mother's silk ribbon-wrapped jade slip and her hidden notebook analyzing the patriarch. Zhao Cunming discovered the mother had been reading his anonymous published research and suspects she chose this compound's district specifically because he was the formation custodian here. Wei Basan told Wei Liangchen why he never came back during Wei Liangchen's mother's illness. He didn't know until 6 months after she died, due to a delayed letter. The Su family, agricultural household art, was identified as an adjacent patriarch target via scholar Shinbaiyu. Wei Liangchen visited Su Manling, who agreed to address her nephew's genuine grievance directly. Yan Mingru's documentation grievance at the Provincial Bureau was addressed through a genuine consultation. The patriarch moved south, away from the compound, after these grievances were resolved. Elder Fan Yulan noted the household is still in the transition window, 2-3 months to full integration. Chapter 41. Zhao Cunming found the compound lease documents in the estate filing cabinet on a Wednesday morning in the 4th month of the household's existence. While Wei Liangchen was conducting the monthly calibration assessment at the central resonance node, and the rest of the household was occupied in their respective morning activities. The cabinet was old, original to the compound, which meant it had been in the estate since before Wei Liangchen's mother signed the lease 31 years ago. The documents were organized with her characteristic care. The original lease, the 4 renewal records, the maintenance correspondence, the utility agreements, and, at the bottom of the lease folder, a folded letter that had no envelope and had been placed there so carefully that Zhao Cunming understood immediately it had been placed there to be found by someone who would look in exactly this place. He read the letter standing at the cabinet. In the way he read things he needed to read accurately rather than quickly. The letter was addressed to no one. It was not signed. It had been written 8 years before her death, in the same clear, precise handwriting that filled her cultivation notebook, the handwriting of someone who had been taking careful notes for most of their adult life and had developed, through that practice, a hand that communicated information without ambiguity. She had written, "I chose this compound in the district where the formation custodian Zhao Cunming works, because his analysis of the 7th Sutra chapter technique is the most accurate documentation of its properties that I have been able to find, and because a formation custodian who understands the technique's properties will understand, if my son ever brings him the full household that the sutra requires, what he is looking at. I cannot predict whether Zhao Cunming will still be in this district in 20 years. But the district has been his home for 30 years already, and careful men with deep roots in their work rarely move without compelling reason. I am betting on the probability that he will still be here when my son is ready to find him. I am writing this letter because I want the record to be clear. I made deliberate choices about this household's preparation. I chose this district. I chose this compound. I chose the neighbor who would become my son's first exposure to cultivation theory as an adult, who would eventually understand what the sutra was and know who could help him build the household it required. These were not accidents. My son will not know they were choices, because knowing would have constrained him. But I want the record to know." Zhao Cunming read the letter twice. Then he folded it along its original creases and carried it to the central courtyard, where Wei Liangchen was completing the resonance node calibration. He waited until Wei Liangchen finished. Then he held out the letter. "Your mother left this in the lease documents," he said. "I believe she intended it to be found. I believe she intended it to be found by me." He paused. "It should be read by the household. After you have read it, I think the full household should know what it says." Wei Liangchen took the letter. He read it standing in the morning light with the sutra's warmth moving through the bond network around him. He read it a second time. He stood with it for a moment, holding the paper his mother had held, which had been waiting in a filing cabinet for 8 years to be placed in his hands. "She planned all of this," he said. "Most of it," Zhao Cunming said. "The specific people who would fill the household, those were not planned. She could not have known who would be here. But the conditions, the location, the access to the resources the household would need." He looked at the courtyard boundary. She understood what the sutra required. She built the conditions in which it could be built correctly. He paused. "It is, in my professional assessment of household cultivation art preparation, among the most careful and thorough preparation work I have ever encountered." He met Wei Liangchen's gaze directly. She was remarkable. Wei Liangchen felt the bond network register the moment, not with any specific technique's warmth, but with the deeper, quieter resonance of the sutra itself, the foundational current beneath all 7 channels. His mother had chosen this compound, this district, this neighbor. She had built the foundation of this household 20 years before it existed, and had trusted that the people who would eventually fill it would be worth what she had built for them. He intended to ensure that trust was warranted every day for as long as the household existed. The bond network did not simply register the moment in the abstract way Wei Liangchen had first learned to read it, the warmth at the periphery, the subtle shift in resonance quality. It registered it in the specific way the sutra registered things of lasting significance, as a deepening. The foundational current that ran beneath all 7 channels became slightly more present, slightly more audible, as if the sutra itself were acknowledging the weight of what had just been understood. Wei Liangchen folded his mother's letter again, carefully, along the same creases she had made 8 years before, and stood in the morning light for a long moment before speaking. "She wrote this letter before the Continental Council authenticated the sutra," he said, "before any of the 7 bonds existed, before the formation was installed, before any of us knew each other." "Yes," Zhao Cunming said. "She wrote it when the sutra was still something only she and I knew was real, when she was maintaining it alone, with 2 bonds she had managed to form, in a compound she had chosen for reasons she could not fully explain to anyone without revealing more than was safe to reveal." Wei Liangchen looked at the courtyard, the formation anchors, the boundary, the space that had become home in the months since the 7 bonds were completed. And she was thinking about who would come, who would be here to fill what she was building. She could not know us, but she knew what would make it possible for people like us to find each other. Zhao Cunming was quiet for a moment. He had spent 31 years in this district as formation custodian, and he had never considered why he had chosen to remain when opportunities elsewhere had presented themselves. He considered it now, standing in the morning light with the memory of reading that letter still vivid. He had stayed because the district felt right. Because his work here had felt continuously worth doing. Because every time he had assessed his reasons for staying versus leaving, staying had been the answer that aligned with his actual priorities. He had thought, each time, that it was his decision. Do you think she had any way of knowing I would stay? He asked. I think she made a careful assessment of the probability, Wei Liangchen said. And then she bet on it. The same way she bet on everything else. He paused. She was right. Zhao Cunming looked at the courtyard boundary with the professional attention of a formation custodian assessing his own installation. The 7-signature boundary was functioning at full operational capacity. The cornerstone of Heaven's Anchor held its position at the northern outbuilding with the specific stability that came from a genuine bond between the custodian and the formation rather than a formal installation without that bond. He had built better formations in this compound than anywhere else he had worked. He had always attributed it to familiarity with the substrate. He understood now that it was also because he had been, for 31 years, waiting for the household that the formation was designed to serve. We should gather the household, he said. What is in that letter belongs to all of us. Yes, Wei Liangchen said, then turned and carried the letter to the central hall where the others were beginning to gather for the morning calibration, and he held it carefully, and he thought, Mother, we are here. We are what you built for, and we will be worth it every day for as long as this household exists. Every day, beginning now. Chapter 42 Wei Liangchen read the letter to the household at the evening gathering, which had become the household's most consistent shared ritual. Everyone present, everyone with whatever work they had brought to the table, genuinely together in the daily space where significant information was shared and significant conversations were had. He read it without preface, in his mother's exact words, and let the letter speak for itself. The household listened. Yao Sufin's knitting needles stilled. Mei Hua's pen, which had been moving across a correspondence document, stopped. Xiao Yan, who had been reviewing Zhao Cunming's formation notes, looked up from the page and stayed looking up. Lian Qinghe, who was rarely still in his body, was still. Chun Ruiyu's attention, which was already precise, became more precise. Wei Boshan set down the structural survey he had been annotating. Zhao Cunming, who already knew the letter's contents, sat with his hands folded around his empty teacup and looked at the table. When Wei Liangchen finished reading, there was a long silence in the quality that followed significant information. Not the silence of shock, but the silence of people absorbing something true and substantial and needing to absorb it before they responded. Mei Hua spoke first. She built all of this for you, she said. She built all of it for you before you were old enough to know it existed. And then she left so that what she built could become what it was supposed to be. She met Wei Liangchen's eyes. That is a specific kind of love that most people do not encounter. It is worth naming. Yes, Wei Liangchen said. It is. I want to say something, Yao Sufin said, from the end of the table. She had set down her knitting, which was unusual. I was the first person outside your immediate family who understood that the art was real. I saw it before the registry confirmed it, before the council authenticated it. I saw it because I have been around genuine household cultivation for a long time, and I recognized what I was seeing. She turned to Wei Liangchen. When your mother chose this compound and this district, she also chose the neighborhood where I lived. I don't know if she knew I was here, but I want to say that if she chose carefully enough to place her son near Zhao Cunming, she may have chosen carefully enough to place him near other people as well. She picked up her knitting. I think she knew what she was doing in more detail than even the letter suggests. The household sat with this. Zhao Cunming, after a moment, said, I think she was also choosing the school district for the cultivation theory instructor, who would be Wei Liangchen's first serious exposure to advanced cultivation concepts. I have been trying to identify who that was. The records suggest a retired practitioner named Master Chun Haut who taught in this district for 12 years. He paused. Master Chun Haut is Chun Ruiyu's uncle. Everyone looked at Chun Ruiyu. I know, Chun Ruiyu said. She had known for 2 weeks, since the household's records night, when she had cross-referenced the district's cultivator registry against the household's biographical notes. She had not said anything because she had not been certain it was relevant. My uncle taught in this district from the year Wei Liangchen was 12 to the year he was 24. His specialty was household cultivation theory. She looked at the table. He never mentioned a student named Wei Liangchen, but he mentioned a student whose questions were unusual in a way that he found interesting. She paused. His description of that student was unmistakably you. The household absorbed this in the specific quality of people encountering the full scale of a careful plan that was larger than they had previously understood. The silence held for a long moment after Zhao Cunming's revelation about Chun Ruiyu's uncle. In household cultivation arts, silences after significant information had a particular quality, not emptiness but density. the density of 7 minds processing the same information from 7 different positions within the network. Yao Sufan was the one who spoke into it. Master Chen Haod, she said. She was knitting again, her needles moving quietly, and when she knitted, she often accessed memories from the long life she had lived in the district's cultivation community. He was a remarkable teacher. I attended one of his public cultivation lectures, perhaps 20 years ago, when he was in the middle of his period teaching in this district. The depth of his understanding of household arts was unusual. Most practitioners who teach cultivation theory at the district level do not have genuine mastery of household art dynamics specifically. He did. She paused in her knitting. He spoke about the resonance multiplication function of genuine bonds in a way I had not heard before. He was precise about the distinction between bonds that produce the multiplication effect and bonds that merely produce the stability effect. She turned to Chen Ruoyu. You have the same precision when you speak about institutional relationships. You look for the same distinctions he looked for. Chen Ruoyu considered this. She had not thought about her uncle's influence on her professional approach in the specific terms Yao Sufan was describing, but the description was accurate. The thing she did when she assessed institutional relationships, the insistence on distinguishing between genuine function and institutional form, between what the relationship actually produced versus what it was supposed to produce. That was a habit of mind she had developed under his teaching when she was 14 years old, and he was explaining why household cultivation arts could not be reduced to their documentation. He would have wanted to know about this household, she said. He spent his life teaching what household cultivation arts were meant to be, knowing that most of what he was teaching was theoretical because the genuine examples were so rare. She looked at Wei Liangchen. He retired from teaching 3 years ago. He lives in the southeastern part of the province. I should write to him. Write to him, Wei Liangchen said. I will. Tonight. She looked at the table. The household that his teaching helped make possible should not be something he learns about from the institutional record. He should hear about it from someone who was shaped by his understanding of what it was supposed to be. She paused. He deserves to know that what he taught was right. Mei Hua, from across the table, said quietly. Every person here was prepared by someone. Your uncle, Zhao Zuming's 31 years in this district. Yao Sufan's decades in the community. Lianxing has training that gave him the ability to hold the vanguard surge with the specific steadiness a combat chapter requires. She looked at the letter Wei Liangchen was still holding. She could not plan the specific people, but she could build the conditions where people with good preparation would find their way to each other. She understood that the sutra's bonds are genuine, which means they form between people who are genuinely what the bond requires. So she ensured her son would grow up around people who were genuinely what household bonds require. The wind veil's resonance was warm and clear in the evening air. The plan was the district. The people were the district's people. She was right about the district. The household sat with this. The full scope of the preparation, the 22 years of careful positioning, the bet placed on probability rather than certainty, the bet that had paid out in 7 genuine bonds and a functioning formation and an authenticated sutra and a scholar coming next month from the Northern Archive to document what had been built. Wei Liangchen set the letter in the center of the table. This letter belongs to the household, he said. Not just to me. All of us are in it. No one argued. The letter stayed in the center of the table until the gathering ended, and then Zhao Zunming moved it carefully to the household records chest, where it was placed alongside the sutra's authentication document and the formation's installation certification, in the company of things that would last. And the letter stayed there, waiting to be read by the generations who would come after. Chapter 43 Zhao Zunming confirmed the full extent of Wei Liangchen's mother's preparation work over the following 3 days, working through the estate documents with the methodical attention he brought to formation archaeology, reconstruction of a complex structure from its existing components. The compound's lease had been signed not in the year of her death, as Wei Liangchen had assumed, but 22 years before it, when Wei Liangchen was less than a year old. She had chosen the compound before she had any way of knowing what her son's specific cultivation aptitudes would be, before the sutra had opened even its first chapter for her, before she had any indication that the people who would eventually fill the household were anywhere near this district. She had chosen it on the basis of 2 things: Zhao Zunming's presence as formation custodian and the district's unusual concentration of cultivation practitioners at the middle tier of the provincial cultivation spectrum. She was optimizing for conditions, not for specific people, Zhao Zunming said, when he presented his findings to the household. She understood that the sutra required a knowledgeable formation custodian, a community of practitioners broad enough to contain people with household cultivation aptitude, and a district with institutional stability, a reliable continental registry presence, competent district administration, The kind of infrastructure that allows a household cultivation art to be legally registered and protected. He looked at his notes. This district had all three of those characteristics 22 years ago and still has them. She chose correctly. She was 24 years old when she signed the lease, Wei Liangchen said. He had found her birth records in the estate files. 24 years old, with a 7-month-old son and an incomplete household cultivation art she was maintaining alone, Zhao Zunming confirmed. And she was thinking 20 years ahead. He closed his notes. I want to make one further observation, and then I will say nothing more about it because it is personal and the household can decide whether to discuss it further. But I think it should be said. He regarded Wei Liangchen. Your mother did not have the household the sutra required. She maintained the art with 2 bonds she was able to form, and she cultivated it as carefully as she could in the conditions she had, and she protected it until it could become what she knew it was meant to be. She spent 22 years living adjacent to the resources her son would eventually need, without being able to access those resources herself. She watched the art sit incomplete, knowing what completion would look like, not being able to complete it. He paused. What this household is, the functioning, resonant, authenticated household art that 7 people are cultivating together in this compound, is something she prepared for with her entire adult life and never personally experienced. She gave it to her son without being able to keep any of it for herself. The household was very quiet. We should honor that, Meihua said, not in a formal way, but by being what she built for, by being the household she imagined. She looked around the table. All of us here, every day, as genuinely as we can manage. That is the honor. That is the only one that matters. Yes, Wei Liangchen said, and he meant it with the specific, complete weight of someone who has just understood the full scope of what they have inherited and what they owe to it. The household was still for an extended moment after Zhao Zunming finished his account. The figure of 22 years was significant in a manner that required time to fully absorb. 22 years. Before Wei Liangchen could speak. Before the sutra had shown what it was. Before the compound was anything other than a building in a district that a young practitioner had assessed carefully and chosen with more foresight than most practitioners brought to decisions they made after 10 times as many years. Lianqing has said, eventually. She was 24. I'm 31. I have not made a single decision in my adult life with that kind of projection horizon. He was not saying this as self-criticism. He was saying it the way he said things that genuinely surprised him, with directness about the surprise, without performance of a reaction he thought was expected. That is not a normal way to make decisions. That is an exceptional way, the kind that requires you to understand, very clearly, what the stakes are and what you're trying to produce, and to trust the analysis over the feeling of the moment. She was also living with an incomplete household art, Wei Bosan said. He was looking at the table, not at Wei Liangchen, in the way he spoke about things that involved both of them, not avoiding Wei Liangchen's gaze, but not directing the words at him specifically either, leaving Wei Liangchen the choice of whether to receive them as addressed to him. An incomplete household art is not simply an incomplete technique. The art is designed to function in a complete household. When it functions in an incomplete household, it is not at half capacity or 2/3 capacity. It functions at a level that is difficult to describe without having experienced it, because the resonance multiplication is an exponential function rather than an additive one. He paused. She maintained it alone, for 22 years, at a fraction of what it was designed to produce. And she understood, because she had studied it carefully enough to choose this district and this district's custodian, what the complete version would be. He stopped. He did not say what maintaining that partial function for 22 years, knowing what completion would look like, would have been like to live. He did not need to say it. The household understood. Xiaoyan said, the seedling of heaven's acceleration function. When I cultivate with the full household present versus when I cultivate alone, the difference is not linear. I have been documenting it. The full household produces approximately 6.3 times the cultivation advancement per session hour that individual cultivation produces. The acceleration compounds the bond resonance multiplication. He looked at the table. When she was maintaining the art with 2 bonds, the multiplication factor would have been approximately 1.8. Not 6.3. 1.8. He was still for a moment. She dedicated 22 years at 1.8, knowing what 6.3 felt like in design. Not in experience. She never experienced it. In design. In the documentation she had studied carefully enough to know what she was preparing her son to eventually reach. The weight of this settled into the household in the specific way that true things settle, not with drama, but with permanence. Meihua said what she had said before, in different words that meant the same thing. We owe it to her to be exactly this. Not a performance of what she imagined. Not a household that exists to honor her memory. A household that actually is what she given 22 years building the conditions for, because that is the only honor that has any weight. She met Wei Liangchen's gaze. You already know this. I am saying it for all of us. So we all know it equally. Yes, Wei Liangchen said. He looked at the household around the table. Zhao Cunming's careful precision, Yao Sufin's deep steadiness, Mei Hua's perceptive directness, Chen Riyu's institutional acuity, Xiao Yan's disciplined attention, Lian Qinghe's grounded power, Wei Bashan's structural solidity. Each person exactly what their bond required them to be. His mother had not chosen them. She had chosen the conditions in which people who were what the bonds required would find each other. And she had been right. Yes, he said again. Every day? Exactly this, and every day after this, for as long as the household stands. The 22 years were not merely an intellectual abstraction to the household. They were a lived reality that each member processed through the lens of their own bond with Wei Liangchen, each bond illuminating a different facet of what those 22 years meant. Lian Qinghe understood it through the lens of deliberate investment in a future outcome. Mei Hua understood it through the lens of patient trust. Zhao Cunming understood it through the lens of professional dedication sustained without institutional support or recognition. Each understanding was partial and each was accurate, and together they assembled a full picture of a woman none of them had known and all of them now understood, in some measure, better than many people who had known her personally. Chapter 44. Pei Jinghao arrived from the Northern Archive 3 weeks after his initial correspondence, on a clear morning when the winter was beginning its first negotiations with early spring. He was 38 years old, with the precise, attentive manner of a cultivator scholar who had spent 2 decades studying things he found genuinely interesting and had never learned to pretend indifference when he was encountering something that mattered to him. He arrived at the compound gate and announced himself to Mei Hua, who managed the gate as part of her boundary monitoring role, with the direct, courteous manner of someone who knows they are a guest in a significant space and treats that knowledge with appropriate respect. He carried 2 notebooks, a documentation kit, and a letter of introduction from the Northern Archive that had the institutional weight of a formal visit. Mei Hua assessed him through the wind veil's perimeter sensitivity, the developed version of the barrier that could now register the chi quality of approaching practitioners, and confirmed to Wei Liangchen through the bond network that his signature was consistent with what a genuine scholar's would be, concentrated at the intellectual faculties, without the undertone of suppressed threat or competitive interest that she had learned to recognize. He was, as far as her technique could determine, exactly what he had presented himself to be. Wei Liangchen received him in the household's formal reception space, a room that had not been formal before the household formalized it, but which had been given that character by Chen Riyu's deliberate attention to how significant outside visits should be conducted. A proper space, properly prepared, neither grandiose nor casual, designed to communicate that the household took itself and its guests seriously. Pei Jinghao looked at everything with the attentive, unhurried interest of a man who has waited 3 weeks for a visit that matters to him and is not wasting the arrival by performing a first impression. He looked at the formation anchors in the courtyard through the reception room's window. He looked at the cultivation notes pinned above the study desk that was visible through the open doorway. He looked at the 7 places set at the main hall table for 7 household members and the 8th place that had appeared in recent weeks for Elder Fenyolan's continued visits. He was not trying to appear to be not looking. He was simply looking carefully at what was there. I have spent 8 years studying household cultivation arts that survived, he said, when Wei Liangchen poured tea and they settled. Most of the authenticated ones in the historical record did not survive. They were dismantled, legally, violently, or by the internal failures that genuine bonds eventually develop under sufficient external pressure. What I find most useful to document is not the technique. Any practitioner with access to the Continental Registry can read the technique documentation. What I find useful to document is how the household that sustained the technique actually functioned. The decisions made, the tensions navigated, the things the household understood about itself that the technique alone doesn't explain. He studied Wei Liangchen carefully. That is what I want to document. The household, not just the art. With your permission. Wei Liangchen thought about what Elder Fenyolan had said before the visit. Be exactly what you are. Yes, he said. The household, not just the art. That is the right framing. He set down his tea. Where would you like to start? With the beginning, Pei Jinghao said. The night the jade slip shattered, and everything that followed from it, in the order it happened, told as accurately as you can tell it. He opened his notebook to a blank page. I will ask questions when I need clarification. I will not editorialize. I will document what actually happened and let that documentation speak for itself. because that is what genuine scholarship does. He faced Wei Liangchen with the steady attention of a person who has been doing this for a sustained moment. Begin whenever you're ready. Pei Jinghao's assessment of the reception space, precise and unhurried, extended to the household itself when the others came to introduce themselves before the documentation session began. He met each person with the particular attention of a scholar who had been studying household cultivation arts for 8 years and understood, from that study, that what he was meeting was not simply a group of cultivators, but a functioning cultivation system, each member a component of a whole that was more than the sum of its parts, each relationship a channel through which that whole operated. He did not perform familiarity. He did not perform professional distance. He was simply precise about what he was observing and honest about what he was not yet sure he understood. To Yao Sufan, he said, I have studied 3 hearthstone barrier techniques in living households. The documentation I have encountered of those techniques suggests they are primarily structural, barrier maintenance, and stability preservation. I wonder, having read your household's authentication filing, whether your understanding of the technique matches that documentation. Yao Sufan looked at him for a moment, the measuring look she gave people she was deciding whether to trust with accurate information, and said, the documentation is correct about what the technique does. It is incomplete about why the technique does it. What the documentation calls structural maintenance is the effect. The cause is something more specific and harder to put in formal language. She picked up her knitting from the chair beside her. I'll tell you about the cause if you can remain patient with an old practitioner who does not speak in the technical vocabulary of cultivation scholarship. Patience with primary sources is a prerequisite of my work, Pei Jinghao said. I will be patient. Yao Sufan nodded once, the nod of a practitioner who has decided to trust, and said, come back to me after you have finished with Wei Liangchen. I will have had time to think about how to explain it accurately. To Lian Xinghe, Pei Jinghao said, the Vanguard Surge is the rarest of the 7 traditional household chapter techniques in the modern record. 3 authenticated instances in the past 2 centuries, and none with a genuine combat practitioner as the chapter holder. What I would like to understand, when time allows, is whether the combat function is primary, whether the technique exists to enhance the household's combat capability, or whether it is instrumental to something else. Lian Xinghe considered this. He was not accustomed to being asked questions about his cultivation technique that presumed scholarly sophistication about household arts. He found he liked the presumption. It exists, he said, to ensure that the household can be protected when protection is necessary, so that the household can continue to be a genuine household. The combat function is the means. The genuine household is the purpose. He paused. But you probably already knew that. I suspected it, Pei Jinghao said. It is useful to have the confirmation from the practitioner who holds the chapter. He made a note in his notebook. I will ask you to say more about this tomorrow, if that is agreeable. Agreeable, Lian Xinghe said. Wei Liangchen watched these exchanges with the particular attention of a household head observing how the household presented itself to an outside observer. The household was being exactly what it was. Not performing, being. And Pei Jinghao, who had spent 8 years documenting the difference between households that performed and households that functioned, was visibly and genuinely engaged with what he was encountering. The scholar's attention had the quality Wei Liangchen had learned to recognize in genuine engagement, not the slightly too bright quality of performed interest, but the settled, steady quality of a person who has found what they were looking for and intends to understand it completely. Where would you like to start? Wei Liangchen repeated, when the introductions were complete. With the beginning, Pei Jinghao said, and opened his notebook again, and prepared to listen. And Wei Liangchen looked at the blank page and understood that what followed would matter. Chapter 45 Wei Liangchen's account to Pei Jinghao took 2 full days. Not because the events were difficult to describe, they were, by now, a well-organized narrative that Wei Liangchen had told in fragments to the household, to Elder Fen Yulan, to the Continental Council Assessor, to Magistrate Guo Renshu's hearing, and to Yan Mengru's documentation consultation. He could describe them accurately and in sequence. What took time was the scholar's questions, which were aimed not at the events themselves, but at the texture of the events, the specific quality of what it had felt like to be in them, the decisions made inside them, the things he had understood at the time versus the things he understood only in retrospect. You described feeling certain warmth when the first bond formed with Meihua, Pei Jinghao said, near the end of the first day's account. Can you be more specific about what certain meant in that context? Did it feel like certainty the way an argument feels certain, or the way a physical sensation feels certain, or something else? Wei Liangchen thought about this with genuine care. The question was the kind of question that required real consideration rather than quick description. Neither exactly, he said. It was more like the certainty of recognizing something you have always known, but have not previously had context to name. Not discovery, recognition. The art wasn't telling me something new. It was confirming something that had already been true and allowing me to perceive it clearly for the first time. Pei Jinghao wrote this down with careful specificity. And the second bond, with Yao Sufan, was the recognition different in character? The resonance was different. The first bond had a particular quality that I would describe as clarity. The second felt more like weight, not oppressive weight, structural weight. The sense of something being properly supported that had been unsupported. The Hearthstone barrier opened before I had language for what the sutra was. I understood the technique in theory before I understood what the technique was for. He paused. I think now that the order of the bonds was not accidental. The first chapter opened with the person who is the household's perceptual edge, the wind veil. The second with the person who is the household's center of stability. The art was building a structure in a specific sequence, and the sequence had an internal logic that I was following without fully understanding it. Pei Jinghao looked up from his notes. You describe the art as having intention. I describe it as having design, Wei Liangchen said. The distinction matters. An art with intention is animistic. It wants things, it acts. An art with design has been constructed to produce specific results under specific conditions. The Supreme Family Sutra is an art with design. Its designer intended specific outcomes and built a technique that produced them. When I say the technique is recognizing something or directing my attention, I mean that it produces those effects, not that it is making autonomous choices. He paused. Though I will say that the distinction is harder to maintain in practice than in theory. The art, when it is functioning correctly, feels like it understands what you need. Whether that is genuine understanding or extraordinarily sophisticated design that simulates understanding, I have not been able to determine. Pei Jinghao wrote all of this down, including the final statement. This is the central philosophical question of household cultivation arts, he said. Whether the art is a tool that the household uses, or whether the household and the art are constitutively related, whether the art is, in some sense, part of what the household is. He closed his notebook for the first time all day. I have been trying to document this question for 8 years. You are the first practitioner I have interviewed who named it unprompted in the first 2 days. He watched Wei Liangchen with the particular respect of a scholar encountering a primary source who has thought carefully about the question the scholar has been asking. I'd like to come back tomorrow. There is considerably more to document here than I had anticipated. On the second day's morning, before Pei Jinghao arrived for the continued documentation session, Wei Liangchen stood in the practice courtyard with the bond network resonant and the morning quiet and thought about what the scholar's questions were actually asking. Pei Jinghao was not documenting events. He was documenting what events meant to the people inside them. The interior texture of a functioning household cultivation art, which could not be accessed through the registry's formal records or the authentication filing or the council's notification. The scholar's questions pressed on the parts of the experience that were hardest to render in formal language. The certainty that was not certainty, the recognition that was not discovery, the sense that the art had design without attributing intention. These were not questions Wei Liangchen could have answered accurately 5 months ago. 5 months ago, he was still learning the language for what the sutra was. The household had developed its vocabulary in the transparency conversations, and the evening gatherings, and the morning calibrations, the months of being genuinely together and learning, from the inside, what genuine togetherness produced. He had the language now, and having the language made it possible to answer Pei Jinghao's questions with a specificity that the scholar, visibly, had not expected to encounter. You said yesterday that you think the order of the bonds was not accidental, Pei Jinghao said, when he arrived, and they settled in the reception room with tea. I want to press on this. What does the order was not accidental mean, specifically, in your understanding? Are you saying the art required the bonds in that sequence? Or that the art generated conditions that made that sequence most probable? Or something else? Wei Liangchen thought about this carefully. The sutra's warmth moved through the bond network while he thought. The 7 channels, each distinct, the foundational current beneath all of them. I think, he said slowly, that the art was designed with a sequence in mind, but did not enforce the sequence. The design assumed that a practitioner cultivating the art genuinely would encounter the available bonds in a natural order that reflected the household's needs at each stage of development. A household without a stable center cannot add an exterior edge without losing cohesion. So Yao Sufan before Meihua, if the art is functioning correctly, is the order that allows the edge function to be stable when it arrives. But you said the bond was sound when you described the hearthstone formation of the Yao bond. Did that mean the bond was sound, or the household was ready for the bond at that point? Both. And they were the same thing, because a bond that forms between a genuine household head and a genuine Hearthstone practitioner in a household that is ready for its center to be established is sound by definition. He paused. The art designs conditions in which the right bonds are the available bonds. The people who are available to bond with at each stage are the people whose bond the household needs at that stage. I cannot prove this, but the evidence of my experience is consistent with it. Pei Jinghao wrote this and then looked up. If the art designs conditions, if it has, as you said, design rather than intention, but design so sophisticated that it simulates intention, then the art is also, in some sense, selecting for the household. Not you selecting the art, but the art selecting the household. Wei Liangchen had not articulated this before. He sat with it. The sutra's warmth did not change when he considered the idea, did not confirm or deny it. It simply continued to resonate through 7 channels with the quiet foundational persistence of something that had been functioning correctly for several long moments and intended to continue. Yes, he said, I think that is accurate. The art selects for households that are built on genuine bonds, because it is an art that cannot be built any other way. Its design is its selection mechanism. He looked at Pei Jinghao, which is why the Crimson Leash's approaches fail. They are offering the art's function without the art's requirement. The art will not function for a household that does not meet its requirements, regardless of how skillfully those practitioners perform the bond ritual. He paused. You should document that. I think it explains something important about why forced household arts fail systematically. Pei Jinghao was already writing, and he would not stop writing for a very long time. Chapter 46. The second day of Pei Jinghao's documentation visit was different from the first. He had spent the previous evening reviewing his notes and had arrived with a reorganized set of questions, not about events, but about relationships. He spoke with every household member who was willing, in conversations that Wei Liangchen did not attend, which was by design. The scholar had been explicit. Documentation of household dynamics required speaking to household members without the household head present, because the household head's presence in a room changes how people speak about their relationship to the household. Wei Liangchen agreed with this reasoning and spent the interview period in the practice courtyard, running the solo cultivation session he had been postponing, while Pei Jinghao worked through the household. He learned, afterward, what each person had spoken about. The household had agreed, before the visit, that nothing from the conversations would be kept private from each other. Pei Jinghao had been informed of this agreement, and he had found it consistent with the household's general commitment to internal transparency. Meihua had described the wind veil's development, specifically the moment when the barrier had begun to register approaching practitioners as distinguishable signatures rather than simple chi presence. She had explained that she had initially not reported this development because she had been uncertain whether she was reading it correctly. The household taught me, she had said to Pei Jinghao, that uncertainty is worth reporting rather than concealing. The concealment of uncertainty is more dangerous to a household than the uncertainty itself. I reported it as soon as I was confident in the reading, and the next time it happens, whatever the next development is, I will report it immediately rather than when I am confident, because Zhao Zunming can assess what my uncertainty is pointing toward better than I can assess it alone. Yao Sufin had described the Hearthstone barrier's practical function in terms Pei Jinghao said were the clearest description of a stabilizing household technique he had encountered. She had said, the barrier does not protect by strengthening the walls. It protects by making the people inside more fully themselves when they are threatened than when they are not. Fear contracts people. The Hearthstone barrier counters the contraction. When the household is under pressure, the technique ensures that the people in it can still be accessed by each other, still genuinely present to each other rather than retreating into managed, defended versions of themselves. She had paused. I did not read this in a cultivation text. I know it because I can feel what happens to the household when the technique activates under stress, and it is this. Pei Jinghao reported this to Wei Liangchen at the end of the second day with the expression of a scholar who has been given an extraordinary gift by a primary source and knows it. Your grandmother, he said, is one of the most precise and accurate self-reporters I have ever interviewed. In 8 years of household cultivation documentation, she has given me the most useful single description of a stabilizing technique's actual function that I have in my records. He paused. I want to ask you, does she know that? Probably not in those terms, Wei Liangchen said. Tell her, Pei Jinghao said, not as a compliment, as a factual report. She describes something accurately that most practitioners cannot describe at all, because the technique is operating on them rather than being observed by them. She has the unusual capacity to observe from inside the experience. That is a significant capability, and it is the kind that deteriorates if it is not exercised. He opened his notebook to the next blank page. Now, I want to hear about the Hollow Patriarch and about what this household is doing to prepare for it, and about what you understand of how your mother's preparation relates to that threat. Because I believe those three things are connected in a fashion that has not been documented before, and I believe this household knows how they are connected. Shun Ryu heard Pei Jinghao's description of Yao Sufin's self-reporting at the household gathering the following evening, and told Yao Sufin directly, as the scholar had requested. He said, Shun Ryu told her, that in 8 years of household cultivation documentation, you gave him the most useful single description of a stabilizing technique's actual function in his records. Yao Sufin received this with a long silence. She was knitting again, the gray wool shawl that had been growing for weeks and was beginning to take its final shape, and the needle stilled when Shun Ryu spoke, and remained still while she absorbed the information. He is a serious scholar, she said finally. Yes, Shun Ryu said. The Northern Archive's Household Cultivation Arts collection is the most significant scholarly archive on the subject in the continent. He knows what he is comparing against. Yao Sufin's needles resumed. The reason I can describe it from the inside, she said, is not an unusual capability. It is the result of decades of paying careful attention to what I actually experience, rather than what I am supposed to experience or what the formal language of cultivation theory tells me I should be experiencing. She paused. Most practitioners learn, early in their cultivation training, to describe their experiences in the vocabulary of cultivation theory. This is useful for communication, but harmful for precision. The vocabulary of cultivation theory was developed to describe a certain range of cultivation experiences, and when an experience falls outside that range, a practitioner who has learned to use the vocabulary automatically will distort the experience to fit the vocabulary rather than developing new vocabulary to accurately describe the experience. Her needles moved steadily. The Hearthstone barrier falls partly outside the existing vocabulary. Describing it accurately required setting the vocabulary aside and describing what I actually felt. Wei Liangchen, who had been listening from across the table, said, This is what the transparency conversations trained all of us to do. To describe what we actually perceive, not what the existing language says we should perceive. Yes, Yao Sufin said. But I have been doing it for 60 years, before there was a household. It is a habit of mine that my own cultivation practice required of me long before this household existed. She turned to Wei Liangchen. Your mother was the same. Her notebook shows it. She described what she actually experienced with the art, not what the cultivation text said the art should feel like. That is why the notebook is valuable. That is why Pei Jinghao wants it in the archive. She resumed the steady rhythm of the knitting. The habit of accurate self-reporting is its own cultivation practice. It requires the same discipline that any cultivation practice requires, the discipline to notice what is actually happening rather than what you expect to be happening. She paused for a moment. I will tell Pei Jinghao, when he returns, that the description he found useful was not a gift. It was the result of 60 years of practice. He should document that as well. Zhao Zunming, from the other end of the table, said, The accurate self-reporting and the formation work require the same underlying discipline. You must read what the formation actually tells you, not what you expect it to tell you. Otherwise, the formation assessment is the assessment of your expectations, not the formation. Exactly, Yao Sufin said. The discipline is the same. The medium is different. She held up the shawl and assessed its progress in the evening light. A household where everyone practices accurate observation produces a different kind of household than one where people report what they think they should be experiencing. We should never lose sight of that. She looked around the table. The patriarch looks for the gap between what people say they experience and what they actually experience. The gap is where it finds purchase. Close the gap, and the patriarch has nothing to work with. The household absorbed this. The evening gathering moved on to its other topics, but the observation stayed in the room, settling into the shared understanding of why the household worked, why the transparency was not a policy but a practice, why the practice was also the protection, and why neither could be abandoned without losing both. Chapter 47. Pei Jinghao spent 3 days with the household, one more than he had planned. The extension was not due to insufficient documentation time. It was because Zhao Zunming, on the second evening, showed him the mother's notebook. The scholar sat with the notebook for 2 hours without taking any notes of his own. He read it the way Zhao Zunming read formation blueprints, parsing the structure beneath the surface content. When he finished, he set it down and said, This notebook needs to be in the Northern Archive's permanent collection. Not a copy. The original. He looked at Zhao Zunming. With the household's permission. It is the most complete documentation of a practitioner maintaining a household cultivation art in incomplete household conditions that I have ever encountered, and the analysis of the Hollow Patriarch in the final section is independently significant scholarly material. The household will discuss it, Zhao Zunming said. The household discussed it that evening. The question was not whether the scholarship deserved archival preservation. It clearly did. The question was whether allowing the original notebook to leave the compound was consistent with the household's information security considerations, given the patriarch's ongoing monitoring of their situation and the information's direct relevance to the household's specific defense strategies. Xiao Yan, who was listening with the quality he brought to discussions that had a security dimension, said, "If the notebook is in the Northern Archive, scholars can read it, including Pei Jinghao, who will reference it in his publications. And people who read those publications will know we know about the Patriarch, which means the Patriarch knows we know, which we already know it knows, because Elder Fun Yulan told it when she contacted Shen Baiyu." He paused. "But people who are threatened by the same thing we're threatened by will also be able to read it. And they will know they are not alone, and they will know there is analysis they can draw on, which may be more valuable than the security consideration." The household considered this. Shun Ryu said, "The Continental Registry is aware of the notebook's existence. I included it in the supplemental documentation I submitted to Yan Mengru. It is already in the institutional record. Placing it in the Northern Archive does not increase the Patriarch's access to information it does not already have. What it increases is the access of other practitioners who need the information." The household agreed to allow Pei Jinghao to take the original for archival preservation, with the condition that the household retain a full transcription. Zhao Zunming made the transcription himself, in the same careful handwriting he used for all significant records, over 2 evenings while the documentation visit concluded. When Pei Jinghao left on the 3rd morning, he carried the notebook in the document case he had brought for exactly this purpose, which meant he had anticipated the possibility, which meant he had read enough about the household's approach to information sharing to understand that they would likely agree. He thanked the household individually, with genuine precision about what he was thanking each person for, which was itself a kind of accurate documentation. He thanked Xiao Yan for the security analysis that had resolved the discussion. He thanked Yao Sufan for the description of the Hearthstone barrier. He thanked Zhao Zunming for his trust in the scholarship. To Wei Liangchen, he said, "Your mother's notebook changes what I can write about household cultivation arts. Not just this household, all of them. It changes what we know is possible to understand about how these arts function and fail. I will cite it accurately, completely, and with the respect it deserves." He picked up his documentation case. "What you have built here is remarkable. What your mother built before you was more remarkable. I hope I am adequate to the task of documenting both." Zhao Zunming's transcription of Wei Liangchen's mother's notebook was completed over 2 evenings of careful work, not rushed, not abbreviated. Every annotation and marginal note included, every crossed-out phrase preserved in brackets alongside the replacement she had chosen. He worked at the study desk after the household's evening gathering ended, with the original notebook open beside his transcription and the household's quiet around him. Wei Liangchen stayed up with him on the 2nd evening, not to help. The transcription required only Zhao Zunming's particular form of precise attention, but to be present with the work. "You read it more carefully than most people read anything," Wei Liangchen said, near midnight, when Zhao Zunming paused to refill his ink. "I read formations more carefully," Zhao Zunming said. "Your mother's notebook is the most formation-like analytical document I have encountered outside of actual formation blueprints. She was building an understanding of the Hollow Patriarch the same way I build a formation, layer by layer, with each layer checked against the previous ones, the analysis tested against the available evidence, the gaps in understanding noted explicitly as gaps rather than papered over with assumptions." He returned to the transcription. "This is rare. Most people who write analytical documents, including most cultivation scholars, write their conclusions and then write the evidence that supports the conclusions. They do not document the false starts, the revisions, the moments when the evidence did not match the previous conclusion and required the conclusion to change." He paused. "Your mother documented all of that. Every revision is there. Every moment when she changed her understanding because the new information required it. She was a scientist of the Patriarch," Wei Liangchen said. "In the precise sense of the word, yes. She observed, formed hypotheses, tested them against observation, revised the hypotheses, repeated." He turned a page of the transcription. "The analysis of what the Patriarch does in the final weeks before a household collapses is the most accurate account I have read. More accurate than Elder Fun Yulan's, and the Elder has been tracking it for years." He paused. "Your mother tracked it without instruments, without direct observation access, with only the historical record and her own reasoning. Her accuracy comes from the same place as Yao Sufan's. She described what the evidence actually showed rather than what she expected it to show. When Pei Jinghao had left that morning with the original notebook, he had shaken Zhao Cunming's hand with genuine warmth. Not the warmth of a professional transaction, but the warmth of someone who understood what trust was being placed in his hands. "I will handle it as it deserves to be handled," he had said. "The archive will treat it as a primary source of first importance." Which is what it is. Zhao Cunming had watched him walk to the compound gate and through it, and had thought, "She invested 22 years writing that notebook, in this compound, in the district she chose because I was here. And now the notebook is going to the Northern Archive because a scholar came to this compound to document what she committed 22 years building." The circle of it, the arc of cause and consequence across decades, was the kind of thing that his formation work had taught him to recognize. A design so complex and so carefully constructed that its completion looked, from the inside, like inevitability. But it was not inevitable. It was built. She built it, year by year, decision by decision, in a compound in a district she chose before she could know what choosing would eventually produce. The transcription was finished near midnight. Zhao Cunming reviewed it once, confirmed its completeness, and placed it in the household records chest beside the original lease document and the Continental Council's authentication letter. He closed the chest carefully and stood with it for a moment. Then he went to bed and slept. And in the morning the household continued, and the notebook traveled north toward the archive, carrying everything Wei Liangchen's mother had understood. The final act of the documentation visit, Pei Jinghao's parting words at the gate, stayed with Wei Liangchen through the afternoon. The scholar had said, "The notebook changes what we can write about all of them, not just this household. All of them." The implication was significant, and Wei Liangchen had been turning it over in the hours since. That his mother's analysis, developed alone, without scholarly support, without institutional recognition, without any assurance that it would ever reach anyone who could use it, had produced something that would change the scholarly understanding of an entire category of cultivation arts. She had been doing genuine scholarship in conditions that no scholar would choose, and she had done it with the same precise care she brought to everything else. Chapter 48. 3 days after Pei Jinghao left, Elder Fan Yulan returned to the compound from a 2-week tracking circuit through the northern reaches of the region. She had been following the patriarch's movement pattern, not its position, which was now consistently to the south-southeast, but its pace and its quality of movement, which were different from when it had been approaching the compound. She reported to the household at the morning gathering with the specific completeness she brought to all tracking reports. "It is not retreating," she said. "The movement south is not the patriarch abandoning interest in this household. It is relocating to a position from which a different approach vector can be developed." She unfolded her tracking log on the table. "Over the 2 weeks I was following its pattern, it moved through a specific geographic arc, from the northeast to the southeast to the south. The arc is deliberate. It is moving toward the provincial capital's outer boundary from a different direction than its initial approach." "The provincial capital again," Liangchen has said. "Not the same access point. The Yanmingru grievance has been addressed. The patriarch knows this. I believe it registered the Yanmingru consultation through its monitoring of the institutional record, because Yanmingru's supplemental filing was noted in the Provincial Cultivator's Journal. That access vector is closed." She looked at her notes. "What the Southern Arc puts it close to is the Continental Registry's provincial office, which is the administrative center for the cultivation community across this province, and which is staffed by practitioners who interact with every significant cultivation development in the region." She paused. "Including, specifically, the authentication of your household's sutra." Shan Ryu, who had been listening with the focused attention she brought to institutional matters, asked, "Who would it find there? What kind of genuine grievance would it be looking for?" "The same pattern it uses everywhere," the elder said. "Genuine competence undervalued, genuine effort unacknowledged, genuine interest in the subject combined with institutional access and a real frustration about how the institution has treated them." She closed her tracking log. "The registry's provincial office has been understaffed for 3 years. The practitioners who work there are doing 3 people's work with 2 people's resources. They are frustrated. Their frustration is genuine. And they have access to the complete administrative record of every cultivation family in the province, including this household's, including its legal challenges, including its current institutional relationships." She observed Wei Liangchen. "I don't know yet which specific practitioner the patriarch will find useful. What I know is that it is positioning itself to look. We need to get ahead of this the same way we got ahead of Yanmingru," Wei Liangchen said. "Yes, but we need to be careful about how. The registry office is not a single relationship to address. It is an institutional relationship, and institutional relationships can be addressed in ways that look like politics or management rather than genuine engagement. She met his gaze. The genuine version of this is, does this household have legitimate ongoing business with the registry's provincial office? Legitimate reasons to be in contact with the practitioners there? And if so, is that contact genuine, genuinely useful to them, genuinely engaged with their actual institutional concerns? Or is it strategic contact that is distinguishable from genuine contact by anyone paying careful attention? I have a legitimate reason, Chen Ruiyu said. She had been thinking since the elder began speaking. I have been on leave from the registry for 4 months. My leave is due for its first formal review. Requesting that review, and requesting it specifically through the provincial office rather than the central registry, is standard protocol and is also exactly the kind of thing that would put me in genuine contact with the practitioners there. She paused. And I do have genuine concerns about how my leave is being processed. I haven't addressed them because I've been occupied with the household's more urgent needs. But they are real concerns and they deserve real attention. Then attend to them, Wei Liangchen said. For your own reasons. Not for the patriarch's position. The household processed Elder Fen Yolan's tracking report with the specific attention they brought to external threat assessments. The attention that was focused without being alarmed, analytical without being detached, engaged with the strategic implications without losing sight of the people involved. Chen Ruiyu's observation that she had legitimate leave review reasons to contact the registry provincial office was correct, and the household's endorsement of her doing it for her own reasons rather than as a defensive strategy was also correct. But Wei Liangchen spent the hour after the morning gathering in the practice courtyard, running the solo cultivation session that cleared his thinking, working through the structural question the elder's report had raised. The patriarch was systematically finding the genuine grievances adjacent to the household, the things that were authentically wrong, authentically unfair, authentically in need of address. Each grievance it found was real. Yin Mingru's documentation friction was real. The Su family leadership tension was real. Whatever institutional frustration Bao Meiqing carried about the pre-framework authentication advocacy was real. The patriarch's method was not to create grievances. It was to find them, the way water finds the path of least resistance, not digging new channels, but flowing into the channels that were already there. This meant that the household's best defense was the same as its best practice. Genuine engagement with the people around it. Addressing real problems with real attention because real problems deserved real attention. Not because doing so would inconvenience the patriarch, though it clearly did, but because the problems were real and the people experiencing them deserved genuine engagement regardless of what the patriarch intended to do with their frustration. The sutra's warmth in the bond network was steady during the practice session. Each of the 7 channels resonant at its characteristic frequency. Zhao Cunming's chapter technique at the northern boundary, the broad, steady warmth of Zhao Cunming's presence extending through the compound. The pillar of heaven's structural solidity, Wei Bashan's contribution to the formation's integrity registered as a consistent structural element in the network's feel. The wind veil's alert, perceptive quality at the perimeter. The hearthstone barrier's deep, unruffled stability at the center. The vanguard surge's readiness, not aggressive but capable, the readiness of someone who could respond if response was required. The heartlink site's relational attunement, Chen Ruiyu's awareness of the relational dimension of everything the household navigated. And Xiaoyan's chapter technique's warmth, which had begun in recent weeks to feel different in a way Wei Liangchen was still learning to characterize. What are you thinking about? Lianqing asked. He had come to the practice courtyard without announcement. This was his character, moving quietly in ways that his vanguard surge shaping made natural. The patriarch's method, Wei Liangchen told him. The household's counter to it, which is just being what we are. Which is just being what we are. Wei Liangchen completed the cultivation form. There is something clarifying about having an opponent whose only available attack vector is the gap between what we appear to be and what we actually are. He looked at the formation anchors. It cannot attack a household that has no gap. It can only look for the gaps we create by managing around things rather than addressing them directly. He paused. Which means the elder's question last night about unaddressed things in the bonds. That is not only strategic due diligence. It is the household being what it needs to be in order to be what it needs to be. The defense is the practice, Lianqing has said. Yes. Wei Liangchen looked at him. Elder Fen Yolan's assessment is correct. We continue doing what we are doing, because what we are doing is correct. The patriarch is not our primary consideration. The household is. He looked at Lianqing. So, what does the Vanguard Surge tell you about today? Chapter 49. Chen Ruiyu submitted her leave review request through the provincial office on a Thursday morning, and the response arrived on Friday afternoon. a request for an in-person meeting with the provincial office's senior practitioner, a woman named Registry Officer Bao Meiqing, who managed the provincial office's household cultivation affairs portfolio. Chun Ryu knew Bao Meiqing. They had worked together during Chun Ryu's early registry years, when Bao Meiqing had been in the central registry and Chun Ryu had been a junior officer. They had a professional relationship of the specifically registry variety, mutually respectful, competent, maintained through reliable institutional correspondence rather than personal connection. Not a friendship. A professional relationship that had continued because both parties were reliable and because reliable professional relationships in institutions tend to persist. She brought the response to the household gathering that evening. Bao Meiqing has managed the household cultivation affairs portfolio for 6 years, she said. She is, by institutional reputation, meticulous and fair-minded. She has a specific interest in household arts that predate the Continental Registry's current authentication framework. She has been advocating internally for a review process for pre-framework arts that is more accessible than the current standard. She paused. This is a genuine institutional position that she has held for 6 years and that has received genuine institutional resistance. Her position is correct. The current authentication framework makes it unnecessarily difficult for genuine pre-framework household arts to receive formal recognition. And her advocacy has been systematically undervalued by an institution that does not prioritize the issue. A genuine position, systematically undervalued, Liangchen has said. Exactly the pattern. Yes. Which is why it matters that I approach this as what it actually is, a genuine colleague contact about a genuine leave review concern, and not as an approach strategy. Bao Meiqing will know the difference. She always has. Chun Ryu looked at the table. I also genuinely want to tell her about this household. Not as an information management exercise. Because she has spent 6 years working on exactly the kind of household cultivation art authentication that this household represents, and she deserves to know what success looks like. She deserves to see the outcome of the institutional work she has been doing. She glanced at Wei Liangchen. Is that an appropriate use of what we are? Yes, Wei Liangchen said. That is exactly an appropriate use of what we are. He paused. A household that exists in a community and builds genuine relationships with the people in that community is doing what household cultivation arts are designed to do. The art is not a private resource. It was never designed to be hidden. Chun Ryu left for the provincial office the following morning. She took Mei Hua with her. Mei Hua's organizational precision was useful for the leave review documentation, and the wind veil's presence at any meeting Chun Ryu considered potentially significant had become a household practice in the weeks since the technique developed its perimeter sensitivity component. Elder Fan Yulan tracked the patriarch's position while they were gone. It remained at the southern boundary, which was consistent with an entity in the information-gathering phase rather than the active approach phase. The leave review request itself had taken Chun Ryu most of an evening to compose properly. Not because the content was complex. It was standard institutional language, formatted correctly, with the right documentation attached, but because she was also deciding, as she wrote it, what else the meeting should accomplish. The patriarch had been identified as positioning itself near the provincial cultivator's office. Bao Meiqing had a genuine, sustained institutional grievance about the pre-framework authentication advocacy. These two facts were connected in a style that the household had discussed carefully, and the household's consensus was that Chun Ryu should approach the meeting as a genuine colleague contact about a genuine leave review concern, and let anything else that should be addressed emerge from genuine engagement rather than strategic planning. This was the right approach. It was also, Chun Ryu noted as she wrote the request, significantly harder to execute than a strategic approach would have been. A strategic approach would have given her a script. Say this, achieve this outcome, close this vulnerability. Genuine engagement had no script. It required her to be accurately present to what Bao Meiqing actually needed, and to respond to that need genuinely, and to trust that genuine response was the right response regardless of what the patriarch was doing in the institutional landscape nearby. She had been doing that kind of work for 4 months in this household. She was better at it than she had been when she arrived, but it was still work. Mei Hua, reading over her shoulder as she finalized the letter. Mei Hua had a habit of appearing at the study desk during the evening hours that Chun Ryu had come to find genuinely useful, because Mei Hua caught things she missed, said, "You're writing formally because you're anxious about the meeting." Chun Ryu looked at the letter. She was right. The phrasing was correct, but slightly stiff, the vocabulary of institutional protocol doing the work that her own voice should do. "I know Bao Meiqing well enough for informal language," she said. "Then use it," Mei Hua said. Chun Ryu rewrote the request in language that was accurate but natural, the way she would write to someone she had worked with for years and respected, and was genuinely looking forward to seeing again. When she read it back, it sounded like herself. That was better. Thank you, she said. You do that thing, Meihua said, where the anxiety produces the formal register, and the formal register produces the distance, and then the distance feels appropriate because the anxiety said there was a reason to be distant. She was looking at the letter, not at Chunruyu. The household has taught me that the distance is usually not the right response, even when the anxiety is real. The anxiety is always real, Chunruyu said. The patriarch looks for anxieties that have been managed into distances rather than addressed. She paused. I think Bao Meiqing has been doing that with her advocacy frustration, managing a genuine grievance into professional distance from the institution that has frustrated her, because addressing the grievance directly has not worked. She looked at the revised letter. I want to tell her that I see the grievance, not as a strategic move, because I do see it, and it is worth seeing, and she deserves to know that someone outside the institution also sees it clearly. Meihua said, that is the right reason. She looked at the letter one more time. Send it. Shunryu sent it, and then sat with the particular quiet of having done something that could not be undone, and knew, without question, that it needed to be done. The compound was quiet in the hour after the letter went out. Wei Liangchen was in the practice courtyard. Zhao Zuming was in the study reviewing the 7th Sutra chapter extension calculations he had been developing for 3 weeks. Yao Sufan was in the main hall with her knitting. Lian Xinghe was at the practice target in the northern section of the courtyard, running the vanguard surge through its resistance forms with the systematic thoroughness he brought to anything he considered important enough to sustain. Wei Boshan was at the formation anchors in the eastern outbuilding, running a maintenance check that the formation's recent increased operational demands had made prudent. Xiao Yin was at the study table with Zhao Zuanming, reviewing the documentation from the past week's cultivation sessions and adding his observational notes to the household's cultivation development record. The household did what it did. The bond network resonated in each of its 7 channels. The formation held the boundary with the steady, deep reliability of a structure built for the long term. And Chunryu's letter traveled north through the institutional channels toward the provincial registry branch, carrying her voice and her genuine concern and her genuine offer of connection to a person who deserved to be genuinely connected to what the letter described. The patriarch held its position to the south and did not move. Chapter 50 Chunryu's meeting with Bao Meiqing lasted 3 hours and covered significantly more ground than a standard leave review required. The leave review itself was completed in the first 40 minutes. Chunryu's status was confirmed as active leave with continued registry affiliation. The documentation requirements for the next review period were established, and Bao Meiqing made 2 process recommendations that addressed the documentation concerns Chunryu had been managing alone for 4 months. Both recommendations were immediately useful. Bao Meiqing was, as her institutional reputation suggested, meticulous and fair-minded about procedural matters. After the leave review, Chunryu stayed. Not at Bao Meiqing's invitation, at her own choice, because the conversation she wanted to have deserved to happen in a space where it was clearly chosen rather than institutionally structured. She told Bao Meiqing about the Supreme Family Sutra. Not the official version. The authenticated record and the council's notification were already in the institutional record, and Bao Meiqing had read them. The actual version, what the sutra was, how it functioned, what building it had required of the people involved, what it had cost, and what it had given. She told it as a practitioner speaking to another practitioner about a cultivation experience that mattered, not as a registry officer providing a case summary. Bao Meiqing listened with the careful attention of a practitioner who has spent 6 years working on pre-framework household cultivation arts, and who is now hearing a detailed account of one actually functioning. She asked 4 questions during the account. All 4 were aimed at understanding how the sutra navigated the specific institutional friction points that she had spent 6 years trying to address. The authentication process friction, the legal challenge vulnerability, the formation registration complexity. The questions were the questions of someone who understood the institutional landscape of household cultivation arts better than almost anyone outside the registry, and who was genuinely trying to understand how this specific household had navigated it. When Chunryu finished, Bao Meiqing sat with it for a moment. Then she said, I have been arguing for 6 years that the authentication framework needed to be more accessible. My argument has always been that there were genuine household arts out there that were not being served by the current framework. I have not had a specific example I could point to, because the arts that were not being served by the framework had no way to be known to me through institutional channels. By definition, if they were not in the framework, they were not in the record. She paused. Now I have a specific example. And the specific example is one that navigated the framework successfully, which means I can use it as a case study for what adequate institutional support for household cultivation arts looks like. She met Chunroyu's eyes. Would the household be willing to cooperate with a formal case study for the pre-framework review advocacy I'm conducting? Yes, Chenryu said, without needing to consult the household. She knew the answer. On one condition. Name it. The case study documents the complete experience, including the Crimson Leash's legal challenges and the institutional inadequacies in the existing framework that made those challenges possible. Not just the success story. She held Bao Meiqing's gaze. The parts that don't reflect well on current institutional practice need to be in the record alongside the parts that do. Otherwise, the case study doesn't tell institutions what they actually need to know to do better. Bao Meiqing looked at her with an expression that Chenryu recognized as professional respect of the specific variety that emerges when someone says something accurate that the listener had hoped to hear. Yes, she said. That is the case study I want to write. The 2 hours with Bao Meiqing after the leave review was finished had the quality of a long overdue conversation. The kind that had not happened because neither party had made the space for it, not because either party lacked the desire for it. Chenryu described the sutra's function in the specific terms she had developed in the household's transparency conversations, the resonance multiplication, the bond quality dependence, the 7 chapters, and their specific functions. She was precise about the technical structure because Bao Meiqing had spent 6 years working on exactly this kind of art and could receive precision without being overwhelmed by it. She was also precise about the experience of it because Bao Meiqing needed both, the institutional picture and the actual texture of what it was like to be inside a functioning household cultivation art that was doing what it was designed to do. Bao Meiqing's 4 questions, when they came, were aimed at the institutional friction points with the accuracy of someone who had spent years identifying where the friction was highest. The first was about the authentication timeline, specifically, how the household had navigated the 6-week window between formation installation and formal authentication when the art's legal status was ambiguous. The second was about the Crimson Leash's legal challenges and what institutional mechanisms had been available to respond to them. The third was about how the household had financed the formation installation without any institutional support structure for pre-framework household arts. The fourth was about what a household in an earlier stage of development, say, 3 bonds rather than 7, would need from the institutional framework in order to survive the period between the first bond formation and the authentication threshold. The fourth question was the one that told Chenryu what Bao Meiqing was actually building. She was not simply documenting a case study. She was building the evidentiary foundation for a specific policy proposal, a proposal for an institutional support framework for household cultivation arts in the pre-authentication window, the period that currently had no formal institutional support and was the period in which most genuine household arts failed. There is a registry of household arts that have failed in the pre-authentication window, Bao Meiqing said. I have compiled it over 6 years. It is not an official registry. The institution does not maintain one, because the institution's position has been that pre-authentication household arts are not within its mandate. The unofficial registry contains 312 authenticated cases of household cultivation arts that collapsed in the pre-authentication period in the past century. She paused. I believe the majority of those collapses could have been prevented by institutional support that does not currently exist. She held Chenryu's gaze with the steady attention of a cultivator who has been working on something for a considerable time and is now, for the first time, describing it to someone who fully understands what they are describing. Your household survived because of exceptional preparation and exceptional people and exceptional resources in the form of Zhao Sunming's formation expertise. Most households do not have those things. Most households are ordinary households with genuine bonds and no access to the support they need. 312, Chenryu said. In 1 century. In 1 province. Bao Meiqing's expression was calm, but not detached. I can give you the full registry if the household would find it useful. And I would be grateful if, in the case study, the household would describe specifically what they had that most households do not have, so that the policy proposal can address those specific gaps. Yes, Chenryu said. We will describe it completely and accurately. She paused. And we will advocate for the proposal publicly, if advocacy would be useful. Bao Meiqing looked at her with the expression Chenryu had learned to recognize from the household. Genuine relief at being genuinely met. It would be useful, she said, and then she spread her 6 years of unofficial registry across the table, and what Chenryu saw there made her breath catch. The registry Bao Meiqing spread across the table was not a formal document. It was her own compiled record, a thick volume of case notes, cross-referenced against the Continental Registry's public authentication records, documenting household cultivation arts that had entered the pre-authentication period and not survived it. She had been building it for 6 years, 1 entry at a time, from public records and practitioner accounts, and the fragmentary documentation that survived when a household art collapsed. The entries were brief, because the documentation that survived was usually brief. A household would appear in the regional cultivation record, a registration with the district registry, a formation installation permit, occasionally a note from a local elder about a promising developing art. And then the household would disappear from the record, sometimes with an explicit note about the collapse, more often simply ceasing to generate documentation, as if it had stopped existing and the institution had not noticed. 312 entries. 1 century. 1 province. How many do you think are in the other provinces? Chen Ruoyu asked. Bao Meiqing looked at the table. Multiply by 14, she said. Approximately. Chen Ruoyu did the calculation. She looked at the registry for a long moment, and then she looked at Bao Meiqing, and she understood exactly why this practitioner had been working on this problem for 6 years without institutional support, without recognition, without any assurance that the work would ever produce the change it was designed to produce. Chapter 51 Elder Fan Yolan's tracking instruments registered a significant change on the day Chen Ryu returned from the provincial office. The patriarch moved north, not toward the compound, north from its southern position, toward the provincial capital's center, not its boundary. The movement was small, perhaps 2 li, but the direction was unambiguous, and the direction was toward the area where the Continental Registry's provincial office was located. It's not retreating from the approach vector, the elder said, when she reported to the household. It's moving toward the registry office from its current position. She looked at the tracking log. This is not consistent with the pattern we've been seeing. When an approach vector closes, when the grievance we were addressing is resolved, the patriarch moves away from the vector. This is a movement toward the registry office that is happening on the same day Chen Ryu met with Bao Meiqing. Is Bao Meiqing a target? Wei Liangchen asked. She may have been. She has a genuine grievance about institutional undervaluation. She has advocated for 6 years for a policy change that has not happened. That is exactly the kind of sustained, legitimate grievance the patriarch finds useful. She paused. The question is whether the patriarch's movement toward the registry office is the approach pattern of an entity that has found a useful access vector, or the investigation pattern of an entity that is trying to determine whether the vector it was positioning to use is changed. Chen Ryu said, Tell me the exact timing of the movement. The elder consulted her log. The movement registered at approximately 3 hours after midday. Chen Ryu turned to Wei Liangchen. My meeting with Bao Meiqing ended at approximately 2 hours after midday. We discussed the patriarch in the final portion of the meeting. She paused. I told her what the patriarch was, what it targeted, why genuine grievances were its access points. I told her that her 6-year advocacy frustration was exactly the kind of legitimate grievance that made practitioners with institutional access vulnerable to this type of approach. She looked at the tracking log. If the patriarch monitors the chi field signatures of conversations that are relevant to it, which Elder Fan Yulan has said it does, in the later stages of approach, then it would have registered a conversation in the provincial cultivation office in which its method was described and its current target described with accuracy. And then moved toward the subject of that conversation, Xianxia said. He was sitting cross-legged on his chair with his tracking notes from the afternoon spread on the table in front of him. To assess whether Bao Meiqing's grievance had been addressed, Chen Ryu said, whether I had, in the course of describing the patriarch's method, inadvertently resolved the access vector by making Bao Meiqing conscious of her own vulnerability. She looked at Elder Fan Yulan. Did it find what it was looking for? The movement stopped after approximately 1 li and has not continued, the elder said, which is consistent with an entity that assessed the vector and found it closed. She regarded Chen Ruoyu. You told her about the patriarch. The telling may have been as protective as the conversation with Shun Baiyu was for him. She paused. You did this without planning it as a defense strategy. I told her because it was relevant to the household situation and she deserved to know what we were navigating, Chen Ryu said. Yes, the elder said. That is why it worked. Elder Fan Yolan's tracking instruments were calibrated to register shifts in the patriarch's position with a precision that distinguished deliberate movement from ambient drift. The Tuli movement toward the registry's provincial branch on the afternoon of Chen Ryu's meeting was deliberate movement. The tracking instruments recorded not just the position change, but the chi pattern characteristics that indicated an entity moving with purpose rather than repositioning randomly. When the movement stopped, the pattern changed. The entity held position. Then, after approximately half a li of further investigation, it withdrew to its previous southern position. I want to explain something, Elder Fan Yulan said, when she finished her report to the household, about what this withdrawal pattern means in the context of what I know about the patriarch's behavior from the historical record. The household listened. The elder was not given to emphasis for dramatic effect. When she said she wanted to explain something, she had something specific and important to explain. The patriarch does not give up on approach vectors quickly, she said. In the Yin family case, the most detailed historical record I have, it maintained engagement with a specific approach vector for 7 months before finally abandoning it. The households that have survived the patriarch longest are the ones where the patriarch continued to find viable vectors for the longest period, because the patriarch's continued engagement kept the household in a state of strategic response rather than genuine development. She paused. What I am seeing in this household's case is different. The vectors are closing faster than the historical record shows as typical. Each closure is producing a smaller repositioning rather than a sustained alternative approach. She looked at the tracking log. This suggests the patriarch is running out of viable vectors faster than it expected to, which means the household's approach, genuine engagement producing genuine resolution, is more efficient as a defensive strategy than any previous household the patriarch has targeted has managed to produce. Xiaoyan asked, is it possible the patriarch will change its method? Find a new category of approach we haven't seen before. Possible, the elder said. The historical record shows that the patriarch adapts. But the adaptation takes time. It must observe the household long enough to develop a new model, and each failed approach requires the patriarch to revise its model significantly. She paused. The revision time works in the household's favor. Each month the patriarch spends revising its model is a month the 5th chapter's mature integration develops, a month the bond network deepens, a month the transition window closes. Time is on this household's side in a way it has not been for previous households, because this household's development pace is faster than typical. She faced Chenruoyu. What you did this afternoon, telling Bao Meiqing about the patriarch's method, addressing her genuine grievance directly, building a genuine institutional relationship, was not a tactical calculation. It was the household doing what the household does. The tactical benefit was incidental. She placed her tracking log in the household's records cabinet, beside the formation monitoring logs and the bond quality records. I have been tracking the patriarch for 11 years, she said. I have never observed a household that closed vectors this consistently. She regarded Wei Liangchen. I believe you will survive the transition window. I have not believed that about a household before. She paused. Continue doing what you are doing. Do not let the good news make you less careful. But know that the good news is real, and that the patriarch is still out there, still watching, still revising its model of what you are. After the gathering ended, Elder Fan Yulan remained in the courtyard for a few minutes, reviewing her tracking log in the evening light. Wei Liangchen stayed with her. 11 years, he said. You said 11 years of tracking the patriarch. Yes. She did not look up from the log. And you have never told a household it would survive. No. She closed the log. I have been careful about saying it even now. The transition window is not closed. The patriarch is not done. The word survive is premature. She looked at him. What I said is that I believe you will. Belief and certainty are different things. I want you to hold the belief without treating it as certainty. I understand, Wei Liangchen said. Good. She tucked the tracking log into her carrying case. The thing that distinguishes this household from the ones that did not survive is not the formation, though the formation is excellent. It is not the council authentication, though that protects you. It is this. Every person in this household is here for reasons that are genuinely their own. Not because the household needs them, because they have found in this household something that is genuinely good for them. The patriarch cannot dismantle a bond between a person and something that is genuinely good for them. It can only work on the gap between what people tell themselves they feel and what they actually feel. She paused. There is very little gap in this household. Chapter 52. The pattern, by the 5th month of the household's existence, had become clear. The patriarch was working systematically through the institutional relationships adjacent to the household, finding genuine grievances in genuine practitioners with genuine access, and, in each case, the household was addressing those genuine grievances with genuine engagement before the patriarch could cultivate them into access vectors. The pattern was not a strategy the household had designed. It had emerged from the principle the transparency conversations had established. Genuine things deserve genuine engagement. The household was engaged genuinely with the people around them, and the genuine engagement was closing access vectors that the patriarch had identified as viable. The defensive outcome was real, but it was a secondary consequence of behavior that was its own justification. The patriarch is learning, Elder Fan Yulan said, during the 5th month's extended tracking review. It is updating its model of this household. It has tried legal administrative manipulation through the Crimson Leash. It has tried institutional grievance cultivation through Yan Mengru, Bao Meiqing, and the adjacent household arts. All of these approaches have been closed by genuine engagement rather than strategic countermaneuvering. It is accumulating evidence that the standard approaches are not working. She looked at her tracking log. The historical record, the Yin family records, the others I've documented, shows that when the patriarch's standard approaches fail consistently, it shifts to what I call the deep approach. It stops looking for access vectors in the household's external relationships. It starts looking for access vectors inside the household's internal ones. It looks inside the bonds themselves, Liangchen has said. Yes, it looks for the genuine complications within genuine bonds, the things that have been addressed but not fully resolved, the things that have been resolved but not fully integrated, the things that neither party has acknowledged at all because the relationship is still developing and some things develop slowly. She looked at the household. I want to ask, specifically and directly, is there anything within any of the 7 bonds that has not been addressed, not been resolved, or not been integrated? This is a question I need answered accurately, not reassuringly. The household sat with the question. It was the kind of question that the transparency conversations had trained them to answer honestly rather than comfortably. The pattern analysis occupied Elder Fignolan's extended review for most of the morning, and what emerged from it was more precise than she had initially presented. She had been documenting the patriarch's approach pattern in this case with the same systematic method she used for all her tracking cases, a log of positions, movement vectors, timing correlations, behavioral indicators. When she laid the complete log on the table and walked the household through it, the pattern was visible in the data: 14 approach vectors attempted, 14 vectors closed, the closure of each vector producing a measurable withdrawal before the next repositioning. The timing correlations are what's significant, she said. She pointed to specific entries in the log. The Yin Mengru vector closed within 6 hours of the consultation. The Su family vector closed within 24 hours of Wei Liangchen's visit. The Bao Meiqing vector closed within 3 hours of Chun Ruiyu's meeting. She looked up. The closure is not just that the grievance was addressed. It's that the patriarch registered the genuine engagement and the genuine resolution, which means it has monitoring capacity for the chi signature of genuine relational transactions. It can distinguish, from a distance, between a genuine resolution and a managed accommodation. It can tell when something is actually resolved versus when someone is performing resolution, Wei Liangchen said. Yes, which is why the Crimson Leash's forced bond practitioners, the ones using the Crimson Leash technique, are not tools the patriarch can use in this region. The patriarch looks for genuine grievances because genuine grievances produce genuine access. Forced bonds produce obedience, not genuine relational state. The patriarch needs genuine material to work with. She closed the log. This also means that a managed accommodation, a grievance that appears to be addressed but has only been managed around, would remain a viable vector for the patriarch indefinitely. The patriarch would know the management from the genuine resolution, Zhao Cunming said, which is why your question about unaddressed things within the bonds is not only relevant to the internal health of the household, it is also directly relevant to the external security. Yes. She looked at the household. The patriarch cannot be deceived by the household appearing to be healthier than it is. It monitors the chi signature of the actual relational state, not the report of the relational state. If the household says it is well but is managing around an internal tension, the patriarch will know. If the household is actually well, if the genuine complications have been addressed genuinely, the patriarch has nothing to work with. She paused. This is why I am asking directly about unaddressed things. Not because I doubt the household, because the question needs to be asked explicitly and answered with the same accuracy the household applies to everything else. The household sat with this. Liangchen was the first to speak, and what he said was the beginning of the conversations that would occupy the following 2 evenings. The ones about what had not yet been said, what had been known but not named, what had been developing slowly in the way that things between people develop when there is genuine bond and genuine care, and also the ordinary human difficulty of putting significant things into words. There is something I should say to Wei Liangchen, Liangchen began. I have been sitting with it rather than saying it. He paused. This is perhaps the moment to say it. And what he said changed the shape of everything that came after. Liangchen's statement that he had been sitting with something, and this was perhaps the moment to say it, produced a particular quality of attentive silence in the room. The household had learned, in the months of transparency conversations, that this framing, I have been sitting with something, meant something of genuine weight was coming. Not a complaint, not a crisis, but a true and substantial thing that had been held privately and was now being brought into the household's shared awareness. Elder Fignolan, who was still present, settled into her chair with the stillness of one who has been doing this long enough to know when to be quiet and let what is coming come. Wei Liangchen set down his tea. The others arranged themselves in the particular posture of full attention. Yao Sufin's knitting needles stilled, Mei Hua's pen set down, Xiaoyan closing his cultivation notes. Zhao Ziming was already still, as he habitually was during significant household conversations. The quality of stillness he brought to formations when they required observation rather than adjustment. Chun Ryu's heart-link sight was warm in the bond network's background register, the relational attunement reading the room. She could feel the weight of what was coming before Liangchen spoke it. Not its content, the specific words, but its quality, something genuine, carefully held, now being released. There is something I have not said to Wei Liangchen, Liangchen began, that I believe should be said. Not a grievance. I want to be clear about that from the start. But something significant that has been in me since the beginning of this household, and that I have been managing as a private thing when it should be a shared thing. Chapter 53. The honest answer to Elder Fan Yolan's question required several conversations. The first was between Liangchen and Wei Liangchen, in the practice courtyard early the following morning, where Liangchen, trained before dawn, and Wei Liangchen had taken to joining him in the pre-dawn hour when the bond network's resonance was at its quietest and most legible. Liangchen said, "There is something I have not said to you that should be said. Not a grievance. I want to be clear, it is not a grievance. But it is a thing that is there and that I have been sitting with rather than bringing to you directly. Tell me," Wei Liangchen said. "When I became your sworn brother, I was doing what a practitioner does when a cultivation relationship makes sense for both parties. I assessed the situation, I assessed you, I assessed the household's trajectory, and I concluded that the bond was sound." Liangchen moved through a slow practice form as he spoke, the way he processed significant things, in motion, not stillness. What I did not account for, and what has become clear in the months since, is that becoming part of a genuine household is not a cultivation calculation. It is something that changes what you are. Not your technique or your cultivation path. What you are, specifically, as a person. He stopped moving. I was not prepared for that. I made the decision with the information I had, which was accurate information about the cultivation benefits. I did not have accurate information about the personal transformation that a genuine household creates in its members, because I had never been part of a genuine household and did not know what it felt like from the inside. He held Wei Liangchen's gaze. "I am telling you this because I think you should know that what I committed to and what I received are different in kind, not just in degree, and that the difference has not been difficult, but it has been significant, and I did not want to be the person in this household who was not transparent about significant things." Wei Liangchen sat with this. "Is the difference unwelcome?" he asked. "No," Liangchen said, with the directness that was his characteristic. "It is the most substantial thing that has happened to me in my adult life. I am telling you not because there is a problem. I am telling you because significant things should be spoken, and this was significant." He began moving through the practice form again. "That's all. There is no further issue." "Thank you," Wei Liangchen told him. He meant it with the full weight of a household head who has been told a true and important thing by a household member who valued truth enough to say it even when it was not urgently necessary. The pre-dawn hour in the practice courtyard had its own particular quality. Before the household woke, before the morning calibration, before the day's work began, it was the hour when the bond network resonated most quietly, each channel audible in the way that individual instruments are audible in the pause between movements of a composition. Wei Liangchen had come to value this hour for exactly that quality, the individual audibility that the daytime's fuller resonance made harder to distinguish. He listened to Liangchen with the full attention the hour invited. When Liangchen finished, Wei Liangchen sat with what had been said for a long moment. Not performing consideration. Actually considering. "I want to tell you something in return," he said. "Not in response to what you said. Not a reciprocal disclosure to balance accounts. Something I have also been sitting with." Liangchen stopped moving through the practice form. He turned to face Wei Liangchen directly, in the way he turned toward things that deserved full attention. "When you became sworn brother, I was also calculating," Wei Liangchen said. "I could see the household needed the vanguard surge. I could see you were the right person for it. I approached the relationship with the question of the bond in my mind, not just the question of you as a person." He paused. "What I did not expect, what I had not prepared for, was that you would become someone I value for reasons that have nothing to do with the vanguard surge. The bond opened the channel. But what fills the channel is you specifically, your directness, your honesty about uncertainty, your willingness to say difficult things clearly rather than managing around them." He met Liangchen's gaze. "I want you to know that. Not because the bond requires it. Because it is true and should be said." Liangchen remained silent for a moment. He had the quality, in stillness, of someone who does not perform reactions, who processes what they receive and responds to what is actually there rather than what is expected of them. That is useful to know, he said finally. Wei Liangchen almost smiled. It was exactly the right response. The response of someone who had received something genuine and was acknowledging its genuine utility without sentimentalizing it. Good, he said. They stood in the pre-dawn quiet for a moment longer. The bond network was warm between them. The Vanguard Surge's channel, which Wei Liangchen had initially experienced as power and readiness, now also had something else in it. The specific warmth of a genuine relationship that had developed past its initial form into something more personal than the bond establishment had been. You should know, Xianxia said, before they returned to the practice form, that the personal transformation I mentioned, the one I did not account for when I made the calculation, is not an objection. I am saying it is significant because significant things should be named. He faced Wei Liangchen directly. I would make the same choice again. I say that knowing what the choice produces, rather than not knowing. I would make it again. Wei Liangchen did not need to respond to this. Some things, in a genuine household, did not require a response. They required acknowledgement, the kind that was simply being present to what had been said and letting it take its proper place in the understanding of the relationship. He was present to it. It took its place. The practice form resumed in the pre-dawn quiet. The bond network resonated. The household slept a little longer in the rooms around the courtyard, and the morning calibration was still an hour away. And for now, there was only the practice and the quiet and the genuine thing that had been said and properly received. And in the bond network, the Vanguard Surge's channel ran warm and clear and exactly itself. After Xianxia returned to his early morning training, the forms that occupied him until the household woke for the morning calibration, Wei Liangchen stood in the practice courtyard for a few minutes in the growing light. The bond network was at its pre-dawn clarity, each channel audible. The Vanguard Surge's channel, which he had just experienced in the conversation with Xianxia, had a quality that morning that it had not had before the conversation. Not stronger, not warmer, but more fully itself. Defined. The way that addressed things are more fully themselves than managed things. He thought about what the household had built over 6 months. The 7 bonds, each of which had required specific people who were exactly the right people for what those bonds needed to be. The formation that Zhao Zunming had installed with the specific care of someone who understood what he was installing and why it mattered. The transparency conversations that had trained all of them to say true and significant things rather than managing around them. The elders' tracking work that had kept the patriarch's position known and the household's response calibrated. And now the transparency inventory that Elder Fan Yulan's question had prompted. The specific, honest accounting of what had been addressed, what had been resolved, what had not yet been fully said. The Vanguard Surge bond, the small managed distance between Mei Hua and Chun Ryu, the long conversation with Wei Boshan about the years between them. These were things that the household's commitment to genuine engagement required. The engagement made the household what it was. The household's being what it was the primary defense. He went back inside to prepare for the morning calibration. Chapter 54. The second conversation was between Mei Hua and Chun Ryu, in the study in the early evening of the same day, which Mei Hua initiated. She had described, in the transparency inventory the previous evening, a slight formality that had been present in her relationship with Chun Ryu since a small misunderstanding 3 weeks prior. The misunderstanding had been minor, a misread intention about a piece of household administrative work, and both women had registered it and moved past it without addressing it directly, which had left a small residue of managed rather than resolved tension between them. I should have come to you immediately, Mei Hua said. When I realized what had happened, I understood that a direct conversation would resolve it in 5 minutes. And instead I let it sit for 3 weeks because the direct conversation required me to acknowledge that I had misread your intention initially, and that the misreading had made me behave slightly differently toward you for a moment. She studied Chenroyu. I was embarrassed about the misread. The embarrassment made the direct conversation harder than it needed to be. I knew the misreading had happened, Chenroyu said. I chose not to address it directly because I thought you would address it when you were ready, and I didn't want to make it more significant than it needed to be by making it an explicit conversation. She paused, which was also a form of managing around it rather than addressing it. Yes, Mei Hua said. They sat with the recognition of this for a moment. The thing about genuine bonds, Chun Ryu said, is that they register even the small managed distances. You don't have to be in conflict for the heart link site to register that a bond is slightly off from its baseline. She looked at Mei Hua. I registered it. I noted it in the household log as a minor variation. I should have told you that I noted it. And I should have addressed it the week it happened. Mei Hua looked at the wall for a moment. This is what the patriarch looks for, she said quietly. Not the big things. The small managed distances that accumulate. Yes. They looked at each other in the particular way of two people who have just addressed something that should have been addressed sooner and have found, in addressing it, that it was exactly as resolvable as it appeared and no more serious than it was. The managed distance dissolved. The wind veil and the heart-link site registered each other's chi signatures at their actual current quality, which was warm and clear and without the slight formality that had been there for 3 weeks. The bond network felt the restoration immediately. 7 signatures, all at their actual quality, no residue of managed distance anywhere in the network. Wei Liangchen, in the central courtyard, felt the shift and noted it in the household log. Minor bond quality variation resolved between Meihua and Chun Ryu. Both bond signatures at baseline. Network integrity confirmed. The managed distance between Meihua and Chun Ryu had been small enough that neither had addressed it directly, small enough that the household's daily functioning had been entirely unaffected by it, small enough that an outside observer would have seen nothing. The Heartlink site had seen it, and Meihua, who managed the household's perimeter and had developed, through that role, a particular sensitivity to things that were slightly different from their baseline, had also seen it, had been aware of the slight formality in her own approach to Chun Ryu for 3 weeks, had registered it as something to address, and had found, each day, a reason to address it tomorrow. The transparency inventory had made tomorrow into today. Elder Fun Yulan's question about unaddressed things had created the specific kind of necessary moment that required honest accounting, and Meihua's honest accounting had included the small managed distance that she had let accumulate. After the conversation, after the bond signatures returned to baseline, after Wei Liangchen noted the restoration in the household log, Meihua and Chun Ryu sat together in the study for another hour. Not to continue the conversation about the misunderstanding. That conversation was complete. But in the specific way of people who have just addressed something that should have been addressed sooner and have found, in addressing it, that the relationship between them is warmer than it had felt for the 3 weeks the management had been in place. Can I ask you something? Meihua said. Yes. How do you do it? The Heartlink site's institutional work. The way you assess relationships between people and institutions with the same precision the site uses for personal relationships. She was looking at the wall, not at Chun Ryu. In the way she looked at things she was genuinely thinking through. I can feel the perimeter. I can feel the chi signatures of approaching practitioners. I can feel the bond network's resonance quality in all 7 channels. But I don't think I could do what you do, translate that kind of attunement into institutional analysis. Chun Ryu thought about this. It is the same underlying perception, she said. The Heartlink site reads relational dynamics, the real state of relationships beneath the performed state. An institution is a set of relationships organized according to formal rules. The rules shape the relationships, but do not replace them. When an institution has a problem, when an institutional relationship is under stress or has been mismanaged, the real state of the relationship beneath the institutional form is where the problem lives. She paused. The site reads the real state. That is all it does, whether the relationship is between 2 people or between a practitioner and the institution they work within. And you can feel that from a distance? Without direct contact. From a distance, it is more like pattern recognition than direct perception. I know what institutional stress patterns look like. The documentation friction Yin Mengru described, the advocacy frustration Bao Meiqing carries, because I have seen them in many institutional contexts. The site sharpens the pattern recognition. It makes the patterns more legible. She looked at Meihua. You could learn it. The pattern recognition is not the site's exclusive function. It's a skill that comes from sustained attention to relational dynamics over time. The site gives me an advantage, but it is not the only path to the same understanding. Meihua considered this. Maybe that's part of why the managed distance was uncomfortable, she said. I could feel that it was there. I couldn't quite see it clearly enough to know exactly what to do with it. Next time, Chun Ryu said, tell me when you feel it. We can look at it together. Yes, Meihua said. Next time immediately. And the Heartlink site registered the resolution so completely that the tracking log would record it as one of the cleanest bond quality restorations of the household's first year. The managed distance had been small, but its resolution produced something disproportionately significant. The household functioned as a whole, not as 7 individual people in proximity. When any 2 of those 7 had a managed distance between them, even a small one, even one that neither party would have described as a conflict, the whole felt it. Not in a way that interfered with the household's function. In a way that was slightly less than full. The way a formation runs slightly less than full when one of its anchors is not fully calibrated. Zhao Cunming had described this phenomenon to Xiao Yin during one of their formation documentation sessions. The household is not like a formation in most respects, but in this one it is exactly like a formation. Every component at full calibration produces a qualitatively different result than every component at almost full calibration, even when the quantitative difference between the two states is small. The qualitative difference is not measurable by the formation instruments. It is perceptible to the practitioners inside it. After Meihua and Chun Ruoyu's conversation, the household functioned at full calibration. Wei Liangchen felt it in the bond network's baseline resonance, the specific warmth of a network where every channel was operating at its actual quality rather than a slightly managed version of it. He noted it in the household log and let it stand as its own record. The next time a managed distance developed, and there would be a next time, because the household was made of people and people developed managed distances, the log would show what full calibration felt like and what restoring it required. Address it directly, as soon as it is noticed. That was the practice. Simple, hard, necessary. Chapter 55. The third conversation was the longest and the most difficult, and it happened between Wei Liangchen and Wei Bashan over 2 evenings at the end of the 5th month. Wei Liangchen had been thinking about what Elder Fin Yulan had said about the things neither party acknowledges because the relationship is still developing and some things develop slowly. The conversation about Wei Bashan's absence, the one about why he left and why he didn't come back, had addressed the facts of what happened. It had not fully addressed what those facts had meant to Wei Liangchen as a child and what they still meant to him as an adult, or what the household was asking Wei Bashan to be in his son's life now that he was here. I don't know what to call you, Wei Liangchen said on the first evening. I have thought about this for 2 months. I address you directly when we speak, which avoids the question. But I am aware of the question, and I think it is something we should address directly rather than continue to navigate around. Wei Bashan looked at him with the particular quality of careful attention that he brought to structural assessments, not the attention of someone performing consideration, but the attention of someone who was actually thinking through a problem that had specific parameters and genuine stakes. You could call me by my name, he said. That would be accurate. I am Wei Bashan. I am your father. Those two things can be true simultaneously without the second requiring the specific form of address that the first makes complicated. He paused. I don't need you to call me father. I am aware that I have not done the things that make that form of address feel earned. But I am also aware that I am here now, doing the things I can do, and that the relationship between us is real and developing and does not need to be resolved into a specific language before it can be what it is. What is it? Wei Liangchen asked. Not as a challenge, as a genuine question. Wei Bashan sat with it for a moment. A bond, he said. A specific bond that has a specific history and is making something new from that history. Not erasing the history. I don't want to erase it. The history is what it is, and I won't ask you to release it before you're ready to release it. But the bond is also something that is building forward, and I think the building forward is what I can most honestly offer. He looked at his son. Is that enough? Knowing that I can't give you back the years I wasn't here, but that I am here now, and that I intend to be here, and that the pillar of heaven opened because something between us is genuine. Is the genuine thing enough to build forward on? Wei Liangchen sat with this for some time. Not performing consideration, actually considering. Yes, he said, it is enough. And I think I need to tell you that I see what you are doing in this household every day, and that I see it clearly, and that it matters to me. He paused. That is also something I should have said earlier. Tell me now, Wei Bashan said. Now is when you're ready. So now is when it can be properly heard. He used Yao Sufin's phrase without knowing it was her phrase. Wei Liangchen noticed, and did not say anything, and thought, this is what a household is. This is what it builds between people, even across the ones who have not spoken directly about it. The connections that grow without being tended, between people who are genuinely in the same place together long enough for the genuine to compound. The conversation across 2 evenings covered significantly more ground than the explicit topic of what Wei Liangchen should call his father. On the second evening, after the first evening's conversation had settled and both of them had had a day to absorb what had been said, Wei Bashan brought something he had been carrying for longer than the household had existed. I want to tell you something about your mother, he said. Not about the illness, not about the absence, something I have not said because I was not certain it was useful to say, and I am now certain it is. Wei Liangchen listened. When I knew her, when we were together, before the years of loss and distance, she was the most precisely careful person I had encountered in my cultivation practice. Not cautious, careful. There is a difference. Wei Bashan was looking at the table rather than at his son, in the way he spoke about the things that still carried weight. She understood the sutra's requirements in a way I did not, at the time, fully appreciate. I understood them intellectually. She understood them in her body, in her practice, in the daily choices she made about how to cultivate and what to cultivate toward. She had already, by the time we met, made the decision to build the household the sutra required, not as a project or a goal, but as the orientation of her life. Everything else was in service of that. He paused. I did not know, when I knew her, that she would spend 22 years building the conditions for something she would never personally experience. But I knew she was the kind of person who would do exactly that. He looked up at his son. You are more like her than you know. The way you have built this household, the specific quality of care you bring to each bond, each relationship, each decision, that is hers. That is what she gave you. Wei Liangchen was motionless for an extended moment. Tell me about her, he said. Not the end. The beginning. What she was like when you knew her. He paused. I have her notebook. I have the letter. I have the compound she chose and the district she chose and the plan she made. But I don't have the person. Tell me who she was. Wei Bosan told him. He spoke for over an hour. Careful, precise, the structural attention he brought to his formation work applied to memory, every detail accurate, nothing softened or enlarged beyond what he actually remembered. He told Wei Liangchen about the way she argued, directly, without heat, always with evidence. About the way she laughed, which she did rarely but completely, the laugh of someone who found specific things genuinely funny rather than performing amusement. About the cultivation discussions they had had, in which she had consistently been more precise about the sutra's implications than he was, and he had not always recognized this at the time, which he now understood was a failure of attention he regretted. Wei Liangchen listened to all of it. He did not know if the Pillar of Heaven's channel in the bond network felt different during this hour, or if he was reading warmth into the technique, because the conversation warranted warmth. He did not try to distinguish them. At the end of the hour, Wei Bosan stopped speaking. The quiet was comfortable. The quiet of people who have been genuinely together for a sustained time and do not require the silence to be filled. Thank you, Wei Liangchen said. It is also for me, Wei Bosan said. I have not spoken about her in a long time. It was necessary. He paused. She would be very pleased with what you have built. I know, Wei Liangchen said. He did know, with the kind of certainty that does not come from evidence, but from understanding a person well enough to know what would have mattered to them. She would have been pleased. She would have come to the morning gathering and sat at the table with the household, and she would have said nothing sentimental, because she was not a sentimental person, and she would have been exactly where she had dedicated 22 years positioning her son to be. Exactly here, and he understood, for the first time, exactly what that meant, and what it required of him going forward. Chapter 56. Su Manling contacted the household on a clear morning in the 5th week after the Chun Ryu visit, with a letter that was brief and specific. She had spoken with her nephew Su Dowling about the household leadership question. The conversation had been difficult. It had been necessary. It had not resolved everything in the first conversation, but it had begun to resolve the things that most needed resolution, and the second conversation was scheduled for the following week. The most important thing, she wrote, was saying directly what I had been managing around, that his contribution to the household's cultivation work is genuine and valued, and that the reason the leadership structure does not currently reflect the cultivation work as its primary basis is not because his work is undervalued, but because the household's legal, administrative, and relational management requires different capabilities, which are mine. I told him that both are necessary and that both deserve acknowledgement. He was frustrated in the first conversation. He came back for the second one. She included a second paragraph, which was less formal in its register. I should have had this conversation 3 years ago. I managed around it because the conversation was uncomfortable and the management was easier. The management was also, as you told me, exactly what makes a household vulnerable. I understand that now in a way I did not before we spoke. Thank you for the clarity. Chun Ryu read the letter to the household at the morning gathering and then said, the patriarch's position in the southeast has shifted since yesterday. Elder Fen Yulan notified me this morning. Elder Fen Yulan, who was present at the morning gathering for the 3rd consecutive week, she had begun attending regularly, which was a change from her initial occasional presence, reflecting a shift in her assessment of the household from subject under observation to household I am choosing to be adjacent to, said. It moved 2 li further south, away from both the Su family compound and the provincial administrative office. This is the largest single movement away from the target household I have recorded in this case. She looked at the household. The convergence of the Su family resolution, the Bao Meiqing relationship, and the bond network's internal clarity work appears to have closed enough access vectors simultaneously that the patriarch has revised its overall assessment of this household significantly. She paused. I want to be measured about this. The patriarch does not give up. It revises and waits. The transition window is not yet closed. But this is a significant development, and the household should know it. Xiaoyan was looking at the tracking data that Elder Fen Yulan had placed on the table. It's still within tracking range, he said. Yes, she said, and it will remain within tracking range. I intend to continue tracking it for the full duration of the transition window, and I recommend the household maintain its formation maintenance and its bond quality monitoring practices. She considered Wei Liangchen. What has changed is the immediate threat level. What has not changed is the nature of the thing you are navigating. This household's best defense has always been exactly what it is. Continue being exactly what it is. The letter from Su Manling was read twice at the morning gathering, once by Wei Liangchen, once by Chun Ryu, who wanted to hear the language again after the first reading had let the content settle. The second reading made something clear that the first had only suggested. Su Manling was not reporting a successful conflict resolution. She was reporting the beginning of an ongoing process, a process she had initiated, that she was committed to continuing, and that she understood would require more than one conversation to complete. She was being accurate about what she had done and careful about what she was claiming. 3 years ago, Wei Liangchen said, when Chun Ryu finished the second reading. She writes that she should have had this conversation 3 years ago. He paused. I wonder how many household cultivation arts fail because the person who needs to have that conversation identifies it 3 years before they have it. The number is high, Elder Fan Yulan said. She had been attending the morning gatherings regularly enough now that her voice in household discussions no longer felt like an outside observer's contribution. It felt like the household's perspective, informed by 11 years of watching household cultivation arts navigate exactly the questions the household was navigating. The delay is never because the person is unaware that the conversation needs to happen. It is always because the conversation is uncomfortable and the management is easier. She paused. The patriarch does not need a large gap. It needs a sustained gap. A conversation delayed 3 years is a 3-year opening. And now it is closed, Xiaoyan said. He was looking at the patriarch's position on the tracking table, which Elder Fan Yulan had updated that morning. 2 li south. Closed enough that the patriarch has revised its assessment of the adjacent household art as a viable approach vector. The elder confirmed. The Su family is not out of danger permanently. No household is, until the transition window closes. But the patriarch's current interest in the Su family situation is significantly reduced. She looked at the letter. Su Manling's decision to address the genuine grievance was her own decision, for her own reasons. The protective consequence was secondary. That is the pattern that closes vectors. Decisions made for their own reasons, not decisions made to close vectors. Zhao Cunming said, the boundary expansion technique's range extension analysis. I have been running it as a background calculation for the past 3 weeks. The results are ready. He opened his formation notebook on the table. The question was whether the technique's boundary function could be extended to include the Su family compound, which is approximately 400 meters from this compound's northern boundary. The household turned their attention to the formation analysis. The practical question of whether the household's defensive coverage could extend to protect the adjacent household art that had become, over the past several weeks, something approaching a genuine alliance rather than merely an adjacent concern. It was the kind of question that combined the household's concern for the people around it with the sutra's design for exactly that kind of expanding connection. Tell us, Wei Liangchen said. Zhao Cunming began to explain. The analysis was detailed and required careful attention, and the household gave it careful attention, and the morning gathering extended an hour past its usual endpoint because the question mattered and deserved as much time as it needed. And Zhao Cunming's answer, when it came, was larger than anyone had anticipated. The extended morning gathering had a different quality from the ordinary morning gatherings, which typically ran 60 to 90 minutes and covered the household's cultivation development, formation maintenance status, and any external institutional matters requiring attention. The extended gathering ran 2.5 hours and covered the Su family situation in depth, Su Manling's letter, the patriarch's movement data, Elder Fan Yulan's assessment of what the southward movement meant, and then Zhao Cunming's cornerstone of heaven range extension analysis, which was the most technically complex topic the household had addressed in a single morning session. The complexity was appropriate to what was being proposed. The 7th chapter range extension was not a simple technical question with a yes or no technical answer. It was a question about what kind of household this household intended to be in its community, whether the household saw itself as a self-contained unit that happened to be embedded in a cultivation community, or as a household cultivation art that was designed to be in genuine relationship with adjacent households and institutions, and that had both the capacity and the responsibility to use that relationship actively. The sutra's design answered this question clearly. The design was for the latter. A household cultivation art that withdrew from its community produced a diminished version of the art. The art's full expression required genuine engagement with the world around it. That was what the range expansion chapter's range extension function was designed to enable. Wei Liangchen sat with this understanding and felt the rightness of it in the bond network. The sutra agreed with the direction, not as an act of will, as a structural alignment. Chapter 57. In the 6th month of the household's existence, something changed in the 5th sutra chapter technique's expression that Xiaoyan identified before anyone else noticed it. He came to Wei Liangchen in the study on a Tuesday afternoon and said, "The acceleration is changing. Not stopping, changing. The way it accelerates qi condensation has shifted in the last 2 weeks. It was accelerating individual cultivation. Now it is also doing something that I don't have a word for. Something that happens in the space between practitioners when they are cultivating near each other, not just to each practitioner individually." Wei Liangchen stopped what he was doing. "Describe it as specifically as you can." Xiaoyan sat across the desk in the cross-legged chair posture that was his thinking posture. When two practitioners who are genuinely bonded cultivate near each other, not together, separately, in the same space, I can feel the acceleration technique doing something in the qi between them. Not the bond resonance, which I can always feel. Something additional. Like, the cultivation of each one is also informing the cultivation of the other. Not amplifying it, informing it. Their individual cultivation paths are beginning to integrate at the structural level, not just the resonance level. He paused. "I don't know if this is what the technique is supposed to do. I don't know if it has always been doing this, and I am only now able to perceive it, or whether it is a new development." Wei Liangchen brought this to Zhao Zunming, who reviewed the sutra's design documentation for the 5th chapter. The documentation was incomplete. The sutra's design notes, preserved in the jade slip's secondary encoding that Zhao Zunming had spent 2 months decoding, described the acceleration technique's initial function and its expected development path. But the documentation was written for a household that had never completed the art before, and the developer had indicated that the full technique development was emergent. That is, it would develop in response to the specific household that cultivated it, and the developer could not fully predict what it would become. "What Xiaoyan is describing," Zhao Zunming said, "is the 5th chapter beginning its mature integration phase. The acceleration function was the early stage expression. The cultivation path integration function is what the technique was designed to eventually produce in a genuinely bonded household, a convergence of individual cultivation paths toward a shared development trajectory, while preserving each practitioner's individual character." He addressed Wei Liangchen. "This household has been together for 6 months. Xiaoyan's chapter is ahead of schedule." He looked at Xiaoyan, who had come with Wei Liangchen. "You noticed this before I did." "How?" "I feel it from the inside," Xiaoyan said. "The technique is mine. I'm in it all the time." "Yes," Zhao Zunming said. He picked up his documentation notebook. "Tell me everything you can perceive about it, in the order you have been perceiving it, as specifically as you can. I need to document this completely. It may be the first recorded instance of a seedling of heaven technique reaching mature integration in a fully bonded household in the modern cultivation record." Xiaoyan's description of the integration chapter's mature integration phase occupied most of the 3-day documentation period and generated more entries in Zhao Zunming's notebook than any previous period of technique documentation had produced. The challenge was precision. The technique operated at a level of subtlety that strained the existing vocabulary of cultivation documentation, the resonant path clarification, the qi signature alignment, the cultivation path integration function. These were things that Xiaoyan could perceive clearly because he was inside the technique, but that the vocabulary available for describing them was designed for techniques that operated differently. Zhao Zunming was patient with the vocabulary problem. He wrote what Xiaoyan described in Xiaoyan's own words, and then wrote alongside those words the closest formal cultivation vocabulary equivalent, and then wrote the specific ways in which the formal vocabulary failed to capture the full description. This was how Wei Liangchen's mother had written her notebook. The parallel was not lost on anyone. "Tell me about the cultivation path integration function again," Zhao Zunming said, on the 2nd afternoon, when Xiaoyan had been describing the same phenomenon from 3 different angles and the description was beginning to converge. "You described it first as informing rather than amplifying. In the most specific terms you can manage, what is the difference between those 2 words in this context?" Xiaoyan thought about this with the careful attention he brought to questions that required real precision. He had been sitting cross-legged for 3 hours and had not noticed the time passing, which was how he processed significant problems, by putting his full attention on them and losing track of everything else. Amplifying would mean more of what the cultivation is already doing. Stronger, faster, more efficient, but the same process. He paused. What the technique is doing is different. It is showing each practitioner's cultivation path, the other practitioner's paths, not giving them access to those paths, showing them. The way a light shows a terrain without changing the terrain. He looked at Zhao Cunming. Each path becomes more clearly itself because it can see, in the technique's light, where the other paths are and what they are doing. It's not merging. It's orientation. Each path knows where it is relative to the others, and that knowing makes each path more clearly itself rather than less. Zhao Cunming wrote this down and looked at it. Orientation, he said. Not alignment, orientation. The cultivation paths are orienting to each other while remaining individual. Yes, that is more accurate than what I said before. This is consistent with the design documentation's description of what the mature integration was intended to produce, Zhao Cunming said. But the documentation used the word convergence, which I had been interpreting as the paths moving toward a single shared path. What you are describing is different, the paths remaining individual but gaining a shared frame of reference. He made an additional note. The developer may have chosen convergence to mean something closer to what you are calling orientation. He looked at Xiaoyan. This distinction is significant for how the technique's full mature state will function. Can you tell if the orientation is strengthening? Whether each path's sense of the others is becoming more precise over time? Yes, Xiaoyan said. Every week, more precise. Like eyes adapting to a light source. At first you know there are other lights, and then you begin to see their specific qualities. Zhao Cunming wrote, Asterisk cultivation path orientation function. Each bonded member's individual path gaining precise awareness of relative position of all other bonded paths, not convergence toward single path. Orientation within shared developmental field. Increasing precision weekly. Analogy. Eyes adapting to multi-source light. First, awareness of other sources. Eventually, specific quality of each source discernible. Asterisk he looked at the entry. This is the most useful description of this technique's mature function in the historical record, he said. Because you can feel it from the inside, and you are describing what you feel with accuracy. He looked at Xiaoyan steadily. You understand that what you are doing, this documentation work, is itself a contribution to the sutra's ongoing development. Future households who cultivate this art will have access to your description of what it is like to be inside it. He paused. Your mother's notebook helped us understand the patriarch. Your documentation will help future households understand the cultivation accelerant. Xiaoyan sat with this. The responsibility had not fully occurred to him. He was still for a moment, and then he said, Tell me what else you need to know. And they continued. And what Zhao Cunming learned in the next 2 days would change what the household understood about where they were going. Chapter 58 Zhao Cunming's documentation of the cultivation accelerant's mature integration phase took 3 days and involved the full household. He needed each bonded member to cultivate in paired and grouped sessions, Xiaoyan present in each configuration, tracking the technique's behavior, while Zhao Cunming measured the qi patterns with his formation instruments. The results were significant in ways that required careful documentation before they could be understood. In paired cultivation sessions, the integration technique produced what Zhao Cunming's notes described as resonant path clarification. Each practitioner's individual cultivation path became, during the session, more clearly defined and more efficiently traversed, as if the technique were cleaning the qi channels of accumulated inefficiencies while simultaneously revealing where each path was most naturally developing. The clarity effect was stronger in bonded pairs than in uncategorized pairs of practitioners, and strongest in pairs whose bonds were most mature. In grouped sessions of 3 or more, the technique produced something different, a brief but measurable qi signature alignment that Zhao Cunming was initially uncertain how to characterize. It was not the bond resonance multiplication, which he could measure separately. It was something that seemed to be preparing the individual cultivation paths for a more integrated shared development, a kind of coherence building that operated at a slower timescale than the resonance multiplication, but at a deeper structural level. The 5th Sutra chapter, Zhao Cunming said, on the 3rd day, speaking to the full household gathered around the documentation table, is building towards something I have not seen in any of the historical records I have studied. Based on what I can observe and what the design documentation suggests, I believe this technique's mature integration phase eventually produces a unified cultivation advancement dynamic, one in which major advances for any single household member produce corresponding structural advances for all members, in proportion to their bond quality. He paused to let this land. Not simply resonance multiplication of existing cultivation speed, a genuine integration of individual cultivation trajectories into a shared developmental arc. He looked at Xiaoyan. This is what the technique is preparing for. It is not there yet, but the preparation is underway, and the timeline is consistent with a household of this maturity and bond quality reaching this stage. The household sat with this. How long until it fully integrates? Liangchen asked. Based on the development rate I have observed, Zhao Zunming said, approximately 3 months, which is also approximately when the transition window closes. He looked at the household. The timing is not a coincidence. The sutra's 7th chapter is designed to fully activate when the household crosses the transition threshold. The mature seedling of heaven integration is part of what that activation produces. He paused. What we are watching is the art becoming what it was always designed to be. The transition window is not a vulnerability period. It is a growth period, and the growth is ahead of schedule. The grouped cultivation sessions were the most revealing part of the 3-day documentation process. In individual sessions, Zhao Zunming could isolate the growth chapter's effect on a single practitioner and measure it against a baseline. In paired sessions, he could measure the resonant path clarification, the sharpened individual definition that occurred when 2 bonded practitioners cultivated near each other. In grouped sessions of 3 or more, the additional phenomenon Xianxia had called orientation became measurable in ways that individual and paired sessions did not produce. The measurement required Zhao Zunming's most precise formation instruments, the ones that could distinguish between qi pattern states at the structural level rather than only at the surface level. He had designed a supplemental instrument specifically for the mature integration documentation, a nested formation array that could map multiple qi signatures simultaneously and register their relative states rather than only their individual states. What the instrument showed, in the grouped sessions, was the orientation function Xianxia had described. The individual cultivation paths, each practitioner's qi pattern, which in a fully cultivating practitioner was as individual as a signature, were, during the grouped sessions, registering each other's presence in a measurable way, not moving toward each other, not blending, simply becoming more precisely located relative to each other, the way objects become more precisely located relative to each other in clearer light. The qi pattern correspondence rate, Zhao Zunming reported, is increasing at approximately 4% per week. At this rate, the full orientation function will be complete in 12 to 14 weeks, which is within the transition window, Wei Liangchen said. Within, and likely before the transition window closes. Zhao Zunming reviewed his instrument readings from the previous session. The implication for the household's cultivation advancement rate is significant. When the orientation function is fully developed, each practitioner's major advancement events will produce measurable structural effects across all bonded members. Not the resonance multiplication, the structural integration. The advancement of one becomes the advancement of all, not by sharing resources, but by the shared developmental field registering the shift and orienting to it. Meihua, who had been cultivating in the most recent grouped session and was still sitting in the posture she used for cultivation, said, I could feel it more clearly this session than the last one. The other 6, not their technique outputs. I can always feel those through the bond network. Something different, like knowing where they are without looking. Not physically. Cultivation ally. She paused, like being able to tell, at any moment, exactly where each person is in their cultivation arc. Not their stage, their moment, where they are in the moment. That is the orientation function developing, Xiaoyan said. He had been watching the other members of the household during the session, tracking their reports of the experience against his own perception of the technique. Zhao Zunming, can you add Meihua's description to the documentation? Knowing where they are in the moment, that is more accurate than what I said initially. Zhao Zunming wrote it down. The documentation continued through the 3rd day, and by its end the household had a precise record of a technique's mature integration phase that had never been documented before. Zhao Zunming planned to submit it to Pei Jinghao at the Northern Archive as a supplement to the primary case study, the first accurate documentation of the 5th Sutra chapter's full developmental arc, contributed by the only household that had ever cultivated it to completion. And what would happen when that completion arrived was still 3 months away, but the shape of it was becoming visible. The 3-day documentation period produced a record that neither Zhao Zunming nor Xiaoyan could have produced independently. Zhao Zunming had the formation expertise to design the measurement instruments and interpret the qi pattern data at the structural level. Xiaoyan had the interior perception to describe what the technique felt like from inside it. The specific texture of the resonant path clarification, the quality of the orientation function, the way the cultivation path awareness was developing in precision week by week. Without Xiaoyan's interior descriptions, the data was pattern without meaning. Without Zhao Zunming's structural measurements, Xiaoyan's descriptions were experience without evidence. Together, they had documentation that was both. The first complete record of a seedling of heaven technique's mature integration phase, produced by the only practitioner who had ever both held the chapter and had access to a formation custodian who could measure what the chapter was doing. This is what a genuine household makes possible, Zhao Cunming said, on the evening of the third day, when he was reviewing the completed documentation. He was not speaking to Xiaoyan specifically. He was speaking to the room, to the household that was completing the evening gathering around him. A household cultivation art is not simply the 7 chapters functioning together. It is the 7 practitioners, each with their specific capabilities and understandings, making possible things that none of them could make possible alone. He closed the documentation notebook. I could not have produced this without Xiaoyan. He could not have produced it without me. The documentation is the household's, not ours individually. Xiaoyan was quiet for a moment. Then he said, "That is true of everything we do here, isn't it?" "Yes," Zhao Cunming said. "That is what the sutra is designed to produce." Chapter 59. The Crimson Leash sent a practitioner to the compound in the 6th month's 3rd week. Not a legal representative. A practitioner, foundation establishment stage, traveling alone, who appeared at the compound gate at mid-afternoon with credentials identifying him as an independent cultivation assessor conducting regional practice surveys. Meihua registered his approach through the wind veil's perimeter sensitivity before he reached the gate. The signature was wrong, not the signature of a genuine assessor, which she had registered 2 regional assessors in the past months and understood how they read, but the signature of someone suppressing an aggressive intent beneath a professional presentation. The suppression was competent. The wind veil's developed sensitivity registered it anyway. She sent the alert through the bond network before she opened the gate. The household was prepared and positioned. Liangchen in the practice courtyard in a location that put him between the main hall and the gate. Wei Basan at the northern outbuilding where his structural presence reinforced the formation's response capability. The others in positions that were natural and non-alarming, but that covered the compound's key areas. Zhao Cunming activated the formation's active response layer. Not a defensive deployment, but a heightened operational mode that increased the formation's ability to read external qi signatures and respond to deliberate qi manipulation. Wei Liangchen opened the gate himself. The practitioner's credentials were flawlessly prepared. He had documentation from 3 regional cultivation bodies, all of which were real organizations whose letterheads had been accurately reproduced. His professional manner was composed and appropriate. His qi signature, at normal detection range, was consistent with a mid-tier independent assessor. Regional practice survey, the man said, presenting his credentials. Routine documentation of authenticated cultivation arts in this district. Your household's authentication is on file, and the survey protocol requires an on-site visit within 6 months of authentication. I believe you are within that window. There is no such survey protocol, Chen Ryu said, from behind Wei Liangchen. She had her registry credentials in her hand. The Continental Registry does not conduct on-site surveys of authenticated household arts within the first year. The standard is an optional check-in at the 2-year mark. She looked at the credentials. These documents are accurate reproductions of legitimate letterheads. They are not authentic documents. The signatures are not consistent with the regional body officers currently in those positions. The practitioner's composure held. There may be a procedural confusion. I can contact the regional bodies directly to confirm the authorization. That won't be necessary, Wei Liangchen said. You will leave the compound immediately, and you will convey to whoever sent you that the Crimson Leash's direct approach strategy has the same result as its legal strategy. The household is what it is. It will remain what it is. And we will be filing a report with the Continental Council's Enforcement Office this afternoon describing this contact. He looked at the man without alarm, without aggression, with the steady directness from a scholar who has been preparing for this moment and knows exactly what it requires. The formation is active. You will feel it if you attempt anything other than leaving. The formation hummed at the compound perimeter, not threateningly, but unmistakably. Goodbye. The man left. The household noted the direction he traveled and filed the report as promised. Liangchen has said, direct approach. They've escalated past the legal strategy. Yes, Elder Fin Yulan said. She had been present at the gate, off to the side, visible to the practitioner but not foreground. This is consistent with what the records show when the legal approach is exhausted. They test the direct approach. Once, she focused on Wei Liangchen. The question is what comes after the test, when the test fails. The Crimson Leash practitioner had been better prepared than the previous legal representatives had been. He had done genuine research. His documentation of the regional cultivation body's letterhead formats was accurate enough to fool a surface reading. His professional manner was practiced and consistent. His qi suppression technique, the method of presenting a controlled surface signature while managing the actual signature beneath, was foundation establishment quality work, which was the level at which such techniques could be executed with enough sophistication to be genuinely difficult to detect. Mei Hua's wind veil had detected it anyway. This was, Wei Liangchen reflected afterward, exactly what the wind veil's developed perimeter sensitivity was designed to do. The technique had not simply developed the capacity to register approaching qi signatures. It had developed the capacity to register the character of approaching qi signatures, not only the surface presentation but the quality beneath the surface. A practitioner suppressing aggressive intent beneath a professional presentation produced a qi pattern with a specific kind of tension in it, the tension of a thing being held rather than a thing naturally at rest. After the practitioner left and the household assembled in the courtyard to debrief, Liangchen has said, "I want to note that we handled that correctly. The formation was active before he reached the gate. The positions were correct. The response was proportionate, not threatening, not hesitant." He studied Wei Liangchen. "You spoke to him as an equal, not as a threatened party. That was the right register. It is the only register that makes sense," Wei Liangchen said. "We are not afraid of the Crimson Leash. We are simply clear about what this household is and what it will remain." He paused. "But I want to understand the escalation. Why direct approach now?" They exhausted the legal strategy. They knew direct approach would fail here. Their intelligence about this household has to include the formation status, Zhao Cuiming's involvement, Elder Fen Youlan's tracking presence. Elder Fen Youlan, who had moved to the courtyard's interior once the practitioner was clear of the perimeter, said, "They are testing. Not expecting success, testing to see how the household responds under direct contact. They want to know if the response is disciplined or reactive. If the household overreacts, files an aggressive counter-complaint, escalates through institutional channels in such a way that generates conflict rather than record, that gives them useful information about how the household behaves under pressure." "We filed an accurate report," Chen Ruyu said. "Not aggressive. An accurate description of what occurred, submitted to the Continental Council's Enforcement Office as protocol requires for Crimson Leash contact incidents. Nothing beyond what the situation warranted." "Yes," the elder said, "which is the response that gives them no useful information about reactivity." She addressed Wei Liangchen. "They will assess the report. They will see that it was accurate and proportionate. They will conclude that direct pressure produces no gap in the household's composure." She paused. "The question is what they do with that conclusion." "They try something else," Xiaoyan said. "Yes. The question is what?" And none of them knew yet, but the Crimson Leash did, and it was already moving. The Continental Council's Enforcement Office filing was completed by Chen Ryu that afternoon, with the specific institutional precision she brought to documentation that would enter the official record. She described what had occurred, the practitioner's approach, the false credentials, the specific inaccuracies that identified the credentials as fraudulent, the household's response, the practitioner's departure, in the precise, measured language of an official incident report, without editorializing and without minimizing. The filing served two purposes. The immediate purpose was the institutional record, a documented Crimson Leash contact incident that would be in the Council's files and would be relevant context for any future Crimson Leash activity in the province. The secondary purpose was the signal it sent. The household handled direct contact exactly as it handled legal approaches and institutional pressures. Accurately, calmly, through proper channels, without escalation and without retreat. Liangchen, who had reviewed the filing before Chen Ryu submitted it, said, "This is also training for what comes next. Whatever they try next, they will approach it knowing that this household documents accurately and files accurately and does not panic or overreact." He paused. "An opponent who knows you won't panic is a different kind of opponent than one who thinks panic is possible." "Good," Wei Liangchen said. "Let them know that." Elder Fen Youlan, who had been reviewing her tracking instruments while the filing was being completed, said, "The Patriarch's position has not changed since this morning. It is still at the southern boundary. Whatever the Crimson Leash's direct approach test was meant to tell it, the household's response under direct pressure, the Patriarch is assessing what the test revealed." The household was quiet for a moment. The formation hummed at the boundary, steady and clear. Chapter 60. The Crimson Leash's direct approach test was the beginning of a new phase in the external pressure, not the end of it. Over the following 2 weeks, 3 additional Crimson Leash-adjacent practitioners were identified in the district, not attempting direct household contact, but establishing presence in the district's cultivation community. Elder Fen Youlan identified 2 of them through the tracking instrument's external signature monitoring. Xiao Yan identified the 3rd through direct observation. A practitioner he noticed visiting the district's cultivation supply market on 3 consecutive days, whose interest in the household cultivation arts section of the market was systematically thorough in a mode that felt less like personal interest and more like professional reconnaissance. They're mapping the household's community connections, Chen Ryu said, when the three identifications were presented. Not preparing for another direct approach, collecting information about who the household is in relationship with. They want to understand what removing us from this district would cost the cultivation community here, and what alternatives the Crimson Leash could offer to fill that role. They're thinking about the long game, Liangchen has said. Yes, they've concluded that direct approach won't work and legal approach won't work. They're assessing whether they can isolate the household from its community connections, whether they can make the household less central to the district's cultivation infrastructure by developing alternative relationships with the practitioners and institutions we're connected to. She turned toward Wei Liangchen, which means the most important thing we can do in the next several weeks is deepen those community connections. Not defensively, because these connections are valuable and the practitioners involved deserve genuine engagement, but consciously. Wei Liangchen thought about this. The household had been building community connections organically. The Su family relationship, the Bao Meiqing relationship, the Pei Jinghao documentation project, the correspondence with the two other household cultivation families who had written after the authentication notification. These had all been genuine relationships, pursued because they were worth pursuing. We continue doing what we've been doing, he said. We continue because it's the right thing to do. The fact that it is also the best defensive strategy is the sutra's design working as intended. The art that was built on genuine bonds is best defended by being genuinely present in the community that surrounds it. He looked at the household. Zhao Tsunming, what is the status of the boundary chapter range extension calculation? The one for the Su family coverage question. Ready to discuss, Zhao Tsunming said. He had been waiting for the question. The calculation is complete, and the results are significant. Zhao Tsunming's cornerstone of heaven range extension calculation was the last item at the morning gathering, saved for last because it was the largest in scope and required the household's full attention. He spread the calculation on the table, 4 pages of formation notation, with 3 supplemental diagrams showing the Su family compound's spatial relationship to the household's boundary formation. The calculation had taken 3 weeks because the range extension question was not simply a question of power. Zhao Tsunming's chapter technique had ample power for the extension, but a question of legal structure and bond architecture. The technical answer, he said, is that the 7th Sutra chapter can extend to include the Su family compound within its boundary coverage. The technique was designed with this kind of extension in mind. A household art that grows genuine connections to the community around it can, in mature operation, extend its formation anchor's coverage to adjacent households that have established genuine household-to-household relationship with the primary household. He paused. The legal answer is more complex. The extension requires an agreement between both households, a supplemental registration with the Continental Registry documenting the protective relationship, and a formal acknowledgement from Su Manling that the extension is requested rather than imposed. He looked at the calculation. The bond architecture question is most significant. The extension does not work by technical coverage alone. It requires a genuine household-to-household bond, not a personal bond between individuals, but a recognized institutional relationship between 2 household cultivation arts, each acknowledging the other's legitimacy and committing to the relationship's ongoing maintenance. Su Manling's letter, Wei Liangchen said. She is addressing the genuine grievance in her household, building the internal health that would make such a relationship viable. Yes, the extension cannot work with an internally unstable household on either end. Both households must be genuinely functional for the formation connection to hold. Zhao Tsunming looked at the calculation. I am not suggesting we propose this now. I am suggesting that we understand it is possible, that it is within this household's capacity to offer when the Su family is ready, and that the Crimson Leash's community mapping strategy, their effort to develop alternative relationships with the practitioners and institutions we are connected to, is specifically designed to prevent exactly this kind of expanding household network from forming. He paused. They are not trying to defeat this household. They understand they cannot defeat this household. They are trying to prevent this household from becoming the center of a genuine household cultivation arts community in this province. He considered Wei Liangchen, which means the most significant long-term question is not whether this household survives. It is whether this household becomes what the Sutra's design intended a mature household cultivation art to become, a center from which genuine bonds extend outward, household to household, building a network that the Hollow Patriarch and the Crimson Leash cannot penetrate because it is built on exactly the kind of genuine foundation that neither of them can fake or force. The household was very quiet. Wei Liangchen looked around the table, 7 people, 7 bonds, 7 sutra chapters, the foundational current moving through all of them in the morning light. Then that is what we build, he said, beginning with the Su family. In the proper time, when they are ready and we have built the relationship correctly. He looked at Zhao Cunming. Keep the calculation. We will need it. Already filed, Zhao Cunming said. He closed his notebook. I anticipated the answer. The gathering ended. The household moved into the day's work. Individual cultivation, formation maintenance, correspondence, the ordinary and extraordinary activities of a household that was becoming, in the 6th month of its existence, something the sutra had always been designed to become. The patriarch held its southern position and revised its models. The crimson leash mapped the district's cultivation community, and the household continued doing what it did, being exactly, genuinely, completely what it was, and the patriarch, Tu Li to the south, watched the household grow and revised its models and waited. The morning after the gathering, Zhao Cunming began a new phase of his cornerstone of heaven extension calculations, not the range extension for the Su family, which was documented and ready, but a longer-term structural analysis of what the sutra's full mature expression would look like at the 12-month mark. The seedling of heaven's mature integration timeline suggested that the 12-month mark would produce significant structural developments across all 7 channels. The boundary expansion technique's role in those developments was complex enough to require a dedicated calculation rather than an assumption that its function would simply scale with the other channels. The bond network, in the morning's quiet, registered the formation custodian beginning his work with the characteristic attention he brought to problems worth solving. The 7th chapter channel had a specific quality that the other channels did not, a depth that came from the specific nature of the bond, the deep-rooted, long-prepared quality of a connection between a man who had dedicated 31 years to a district he understood and a household that had grown from the conditions he had spent those 31 years maintaining. It was the deepest anchored channel in the network, and its range extension function, when it developed fully, would be one of the most significant capabilities the household could offer its community. The patriarch to the south held its position and revised its models. The Crimson Leash's community mappers moved through the district's cultivation market and noted connections. And the household worked. Formation custodian and cultivators and practitioners, each doing what they did, each bond resonant in its channel, the sutra's foundational current moving through all of them with the steady, deep persistence of something that had been built to last. The transition window was narrowing. The household was ready. Previous context story 76. My family cultivation art requires a full household. Part 1. Step 4 stories so far. The Supreme Family Sutra 7 bonds are complete, and the bond network resonates at full capacity. All 7 sutra chapters are active. Meihua, Wind Veil Perimeter Sensitivity. Yao Sufan, Hearthstone Barrier Stability. Lian Xinghe, Vanguard Surge Combat. Chun Ryu, Heartlink Site Relational Attunement. Xiaoyan, Seedling of Heaven. Now entering mature integration phase with cultivation path orientation function developing. Wei Liangchen, Pillar of Heaven Structural Support. Zhao Cunming, Cornerstone of Heaven Boundary Expansion. Zhao Cunming completed his range extension calculation showing the cornerstone of heaven can extend to include the Su family compound, but only when both households are ready. Pei Jinghao from the Northern Archive spent 3 days documenting the household and left with Wei Liangchen's mother's notebook for archival preservation. Elder Fan Yulan is tracking the Hollow Patriarch, now positioned 2 li south, and withdrawing further as approach vectors close. The Crimson Leash sent a practitioner with false credentials to the compound gate. The household repelled them and filed an accurate report with the Continental Council's Enforcement Office. The Crimson Leash has now shifted to a community mapping strategy, placing practitioners in the district to understand the household's community connections. Chun Ryu met with Registry Officer Bao Meiqing and learned about an unofficial registry of 312 household arts that failed in the pre-authentication window. Both agreed to cooperate on a formal case study for Bao Meiqing's institutional advocacy. The household completed a transparency inventory of unaddressed bond tensions. Lian Xinghe told Wei Liangchen about the unexpected personal transformation the household produced in him. Meihua and Chun Ryu addressed a small managed distance. Wei Liangchen and Wei Liangchen had a 2-evening conversation about the years between them, and Wei Liangchen described Wei Liangchen's mother as a person. The household is in the 6th month of its existence with the transition window, vulnerability period, estimated at 2 to 3 months remaining. Chapter 61 Zhao Cunming's chapter technique range extension calculation revealed something Zhao Cunming had not anticipated when he began it. The mathematical structure of the extension suggested that the technique was not designed to extend to single adjacent households only. He worked through the implication over 3 days before bringing it to Wei Liangchen, because he wanted to be certain before presenting something with this kind of scope. The mathematics were clear. The technique's design was not a point-to-point extension, a single anchor reaching to a single target. It was an expansion architecture. The 7th Sutra chapter, when its extension function was activated, created a formation network rather than a formation line, a central anchor capable of spanning outward to multiple adjacent household arts simultaneously, with each additional connection strengthening the overall network rather than diluting the central anchor's stability. The design, Zhao Zunming said, when he brought the full analysis to Wei Liangchen in the study, is for a household cultivation art federation, not a single household art with one outside connection. A central hub household that is in genuine protective relationship with multiple adjacent household arts, each of which is strengthened by the network and contributes to its stability. He spread the calculation across the study desk. The boundary expansion chapter is the most architecturally sophisticated of the 7 sutra chapters. I have been reading it as a boundary expansion technique. It is actually a network building technique. The boundary expansion is the first stage. The network is what it was built to eventually produce. Wei Liangchen looked at the calculation for a long time. How many households could the network accommodate? At full mature development, the design documents do not give a specific number because the answer depends on the quality of the relationships rather than a fixed architectural limit. What the documents say is, as many genuine household-to-household relationships as this household can authentically maintain. Zhao Zunming paused. The design assumes that the limit will not be reached quickly. Genuine household-to-household relationships take time to build correctly. Begin with the Su family, Wei Liangchen said, when they are ready, and document everything you learn about the extension process. If this is what the sutra is designed to eventually produce, the documentation will matter for the households that come after us. Zhao Zunming was already opening his notebook. I had anticipated that instruction, he said. The documentation is already underway. Wei Liangchen sat with the calculation for the rest of the morning after Zhao Zunming left the study. The papers remained spread across the desk. Formation notation that would have been meaningless to him 6 months ago, but that he could now read, slowly and imperfectly, with enough comprehension to follow the architectural argument Zhao Zunming had made. The formation network technique was not a boundary expansion technique. It was a network building technique. The boundary expansion was the first stage of a longer development arc that the sutra's designer had intended from the beginning. A household cultivation art at its full mature development was not a self-contained unit, but a center of gravity in a community of genuine cultivation relationships, each household art strengthened by genuine connection to the others. He thought about what it meant that his mother had chosen this compound in this district. She had known what the sutra was designed to eventually produce. She had positioned her son not just near Zhao Zunming, but in a district with a cultivation community dense enough to eventually support the kind of household-to-household network that the sutra's mature development required. She had planned for a future she would not live to see. In detail, she could not fully specify, trusting that the people who would eventually build it would understand what was needed and build it correctly. The documentation, Wei Liangchen said, when Zhao Zunming returned in the afternoon for the calibration session. Everything you learn about the extension process, every adjustment, every unexpected outcome, every place where the theory did not match what the technique actually did, document all of it. Already doing so, Zhao Zunming said. He settled into the calibration posture with the ease of someone who has been doing this work for decades and no longer needs to think about the physical form of it. The documentation will be the household's primary contribution to the cultivation scholarship on household arts at mature development. Pei Jinghao's case study covers the formation period. What I am building will cover the development that comes after. He paused. The scholar at the Northern Archive will want to see it when it is ready. He will have access to it, Wei Liangchen said. He looked at the calculation one more time before rolling it carefully and returning it to Zhao Zunming's document case. You said the design assumes the limit on the network scale will not be reached quickly. That genuine household-to-household relationships take time to build correctly. Yes. Then we build them correctly, beginning with the Su family, when they are ready, and then whoever comes after them, as the relationships develop in the direction they develop. He paused, not trying to build the network, building the relationships that the network will eventually be made of, because each relationship is worth building for its own sake. He looked at the study window, through which the compound's courtyard was visible, the formation anchors at their positions, the boundary holding steady and clear. That is the only way to build something that lasts. Zhao Zunming considered this for a moment, not as a philosophical proposition but as a formation design principle. A network built on genuine relationships versus a network built on strategic connections. The structural difference was the same as the difference between formations built on authentic bond anchors and formations built on replicated ones. The authentic version held under pressure. The strategic version failed when the pressure exceeded the tolerance of its underlying inauthenticity. Yes, he said, that is the only way, and they had chosen it from the beginning, which meant it was already built. What Zhao Cunming had described as network building had a specific meaning in his professional vocabulary that Wei Liangchen needed to unpack carefully. A formation network, as distinct from a formation with a single anchor, was a fundamentally different type of installation. A single anchor formation was a bounded space with a defined perimeter. A formation network was a web of interconnected anchors, each maintaining its local integrity while sharing resonance with the others, the whole being significantly stronger than any single component. The cornerstone of heaven, as a formation network technique, did not simply extend the boundary to include adjacent households. It created genuine formation relationships between household arts, relationships in which the formation capabilities of each household in the network were available to all of them, proportionally to the quality of the genuine bonds that anchored the formation connections. This was why the technique required genuine household-to-household relationships rather than strategic alliances. The formation network could not function on artificial bonds. The resonance multiplication principle that governed the internal function also governed the network. Genuine bonds amplified, forced bonds failed. Wei Liangchen thought about the Crimson Leash's community mapping strategy in this light. The Crimson Leash was trying to build relationships with the district's practitioners, relationships that could substitute for the genuine connections the household was developing. What they could not build was the formation network that genuine connections would eventually enable. Their relationships, being strategic rather than genuine, would not provide the anchoring that the network required. They could map the community. They could not replicate what the household was building. Zhao Cunming confirmed this. The sutra protects itself by being what it is. The design is not a barrier to replication. It is a structural requirement. The formation will only exist where the bonds that anchor it are genuine, and that requirement cannot be circumvented, which meant the network the household was building was the only kind that could last. The formation's design and the sutra's design were, Zhao Cunming understood, built by the same architectural intelligence. The same understanding of what genuine bonds produced and what forced bonds failed to produce informed both. They were two aspects of the same system, and understanding one required understanding the other. Chapter 62 The community mapping practitioners the Crimson Leash had placed in the district were, Elder Fin Yulan confirmed, not threatening in the immediate sense. They were not capable of direct action against the household and were not attempting to set up such action. What they were doing was observation and relationship building, visiting the cultivation market, attending the district's monthly cultivation coordination meeting, introducing themselves to practitioners in the household's extended network as independent cultivation scholars interested in the district's household arts development. They are building alternative relationships, Chen Ruyu confirmed. She had been monitoring the district's cultivation community through her registry contacts and through her own institutional network. Two of them have made contact with practitioners who interact with us regularly, not attempting to cultivate grievances, presenting themselves as additional resources, offering the same kinds of support the household offers, but without the sutra's requirement for genuine bonds. They cannot replicate what we do, Liangchen said. They can offer proximity to power. They cannot offer the resonance multiplication. They don't need to replicate it exactly, Chen Ryu said. They need to provide a plausible alternative for practitioners who might otherwise develop genuine connections with this household. If a practitioner who would naturally be drawn to what we are can be absorbed into the Crimson Leash's network first, that practitioner is no longer available for the genuine connections we're building. She looked at Wei Liangchen. The mapping strategy is not about defeating us. It is about limiting the scale of what we can become. Wei Liangchen considered this. The bond network was warm in all 7 channels, the full resonance of a complete household operating in its 6th month. We continue building genuine relationships, he said. The practitioners who are drawn to what we actually are will not be satisfied with the Crimson Leash's imitation. And the practitioners who are drawn to the imitation are not practitioners we could have built genuine connections with anyway. He paused. The community mapping is expensive for the Crimson Leash. They are paying real resources to maintain practitioners in our district. They will only continue it as long as they believe it is worth the cost. So we make it not worth the cost, Xiaoyan said. We build genuine connections that make the cost of competing with them clear, Wei Liangchen said. Not as a strategy. Because genuine connections are what we are here to build. The fact that building them is also the most effective counter to the Crimson Leash's strategy is the sutra's design working as it was designed to work. The household's response to the Crimson Leash's community mapping strategy was developed over 2 evening gatherings, with the whole household contributing to the analysis. Xianxia brought the perspective of a combat practitioner. Understand what they are actually trying to accomplish. Not what we fear they are trying to accomplish, what their strategy is actually designed to do. The community mapping is expensive, as Wei Liangchen noted. They would not maintain it unless they believed it was advancing something specific. He paused. What it advances is information. They are building a map of who matters to us and who we matter to. Which community practitioners have genuine connections to this household? Which institutions have genuine relationships with us? Which people in the district's practitioner community would notice if the household were disrupted? He spread his hands. They are doing threat assessment, determining what the cost of disrupting us would be, and finding that the cost is increasing with every genuine relationship we build. Chunryu added. Each genuine connection we develop with a practitioner or institution in this district increases the social cost of disrupting the household. The Crimson Leash is mapping that cost to determine whether it remains below some threshold at which they would consider a more aggressive strategy. What threshold? Xiaoyan asked. I don't know the exact threshold, Chunryu said. But I know the Crimson Leash's institutional character well enough to know that they prefer to avoid confrontations that generate bad institutional press. They operate through legal mechanisms and subtle social pressures. Their community mapping strategy is designed to assess whether a more direct strategy would generate enough institutional backlash to make it not worth attempting. She paused. If the household's community connections are extensive enough and deep enough, the cost of disruption becomes prohibitive. They abandon the strategy and redirect resources elsewhere. Yao Sufin, who had been listening with the patient attention she brought to institutional analysis, said, the local cultivation community has seen many years of genuine household cultivation arts. The practitioners here know what a genuine household looks like and what a managed one looks like. The Crimson Leash practitioners who are mapping the community will not be able to build genuine relationships to replace ours, because the community practitioners will perceive them as not genuine. She set down her knitting. The community will not be deceived. It has the discernment. What it needs from us is to continue giving it reasons to choose genuine connection over the Crimson Leash's imitation. The household's plan that emerged from the 2 evenings was simple, nothing additional, nothing strategic. Continue being exactly what they were, genuine, engaged, useful to the people around them for real reasons, and trust that the community's own discernment would do the work that no defensive strategy could replicate. The plan was not satisfying in the way strategic plans were satisfying. It had no specific action points, no measurable milestones, no sense of control over the outcome. It required trusting the community's judgment and the household's own nature and the sutra's fundamental design principle, that genuine bonds produce something authentic enough to be worth preserving and authentic enough to resist the imitation. We trust the community, Wei Liangchen summarized at the end of the 2nd evening. Not naively. We stay informed and we stay alert. But we trust that what we are building with the people around us is real enough to hold against what the Crimson Leash is offering. He looked at the household. That trust is itself a form of respect for the community's discernment, treating the people around us as capable of recognizing genuine connection versus strategic performance. He paused. I think they are. I think they have been, from the beginning, and the patriarch, testing what it finds, will confirm it. The evening gathering that followed the strategic analysis had the quality of a household settling back into itself after considering a threat and finding, as it always did, that the right response was to continue being exactly what it was. Yao Sufin put down the gray shawl she had been knitting for 12 weeks. It was finally finished, and folded it carefully and set it aside. The knitting had been present at every evening gathering since the 2nd month. Its absence had a weight. Chunryu said. Bao Meiqing sent word that 2 community practitioners who the Crimson Leash has been cultivating relationships with have contacted her asking if she knows who these practitioners are. They found the relationships slightly managed. Not hostile, not threatening, slightly not quite genuine. The community's discernment is working. Lianxia. Then the Crimson Leash is paying for practitioners in the district who are failing to accomplish what they were placed here to accomplish. Eventually, the investment will be assessed as not worth the return. Wei Liangchen. Eventually, we do not need to accelerate that calculus. We only need to continue being what we are and trust that the community's discernment will do the work the discernment is built for. The practitioners here have been in this district's cultivation community for years. They know what genuine cultivation relationships feel like from the outside. The The Crimson Leash practitioners are newcomers offering something. The community practitioners are experienced people who know what they are encountering. Yao Sufin, from the far end of the table, said, "The community has been doing that work longer than any of us have been here. It knows how to read what it is encountering." She looked at the finished shawl. "Trust the community. It has always known the difference, and it will continue to know it." Chapter 63. The household held its first formal cultivation coordination session with external practitioners in the 7th month. It was not announced as a formal session. It arose naturally from the correspondence that had developed between the household and 2 adjacent cultivation families who had written after the Continental Council's authentication notification. Families whose own household cultivation arts were at earlier stages of development and who had questions that the household was positioned to answer from experience rather than theory. Chen Ryu coordinated the logistics. The session was held in the household's main hall, which was large enough for the household's 7 members plus 4 guests. 2 practitioners from the Shan family, whose household art had completed 3 bonds and was navigating the authentication process. 1 practitioner from the Min family, whose household art was at the 2-bond stage and struggling with what she described as the problem of the 3rd bond, knowing it's needed but not knowing where to find it, and Su Manling, who had accepted an invitation with a specific understanding that the invitation was for her own benefit and the Su families, and not for the purpose of performing a connection for the range expansion chapter extension project. Wei Liangchen opened the session simply. "We are here because you had questions, and we have some experience." Not answers, experience. The Supreme Family Sutra is specific to this household, but the questions you are facing are questions that household cultivation arts face in general, and we can tell you what we learned from facing them. He looked at the 4 guests. "Tell us what you are navigating. We will tell you what we encountered in similar situations and what we did. You decide what is useful." The Shan family practitioners described the authentication process friction, specifically the documentation burden during the transition from formation installation to formal registry authentication, the period when the art's legal status was ambiguous and the practitioners maintaining it had no institutional protection. Chen Ryu spent 40 minutes walking through exactly what the household had done and what could have been done differently. The Min family practitioner described the 3rd bond difficulty, how she knew the bond was necessary but could not identify where the right person was. Yao Sufin listened carefully and then said, "You cannot find the person. The art finds the person. What you can do is build the conditions in which the person the art needs can find their way to you. Are those conditions currently in place?" They discussed what those conditions meant in practice. Su Manling did not speak much, but she listened with the specific quality of someone who is receiving information she will use. When the session ended, she said to Wei Liangchen, "The conversation I had with my nephew was harder than I expected, but I know, now, that it was the right conversation." She paused. "I will come back. If the invitation continues to be open." "It continues to be open," Wei Liangchen said. The coordination session's second half developed in a direction that none of the participants had fully anticipated, including Wei Liangchen, who had planned the session structure carefully. After the formal discussion of authentication process friction and 3rd bond challenges, the conversation turned organic. The Shan family practitioners began describing their household art's specific character, not the technical structure, which they had documented in the authentication filing, but the texture of it, the particular quality of what it felt like from the inside to be part of something they were building with genuine people in genuine relationship. They spoke hesitantly at first, using the vocabulary of cultivation theory to describe experiences that the vocabulary only partially covered. Then with increasing confidence as they found that the household understood what they were describing and could respond with something more than formal acknowledgement. "The 2nd bond," one of the Shan practitioners said, a young woman whose cultivation stage was foundation establishment and who had been part of the household's cultivation work since its beginning, changed everything about how the 1st bond felt. Not by adding to it, by clarifying what it was. As if the 2nd bond gave the 1st bond a context it had been missing. She paused. "Does that happen with more bonds? Does each additional bond clarify the ones before it?" Yao Sufin answered this from the perspective of someone who had experienced the process of building a household art from 1 bond to completion and had spent decades thinking about what each stage of that process produced. "Every new genuine bond," she said, "gives you a clearer picture of every bond you already have. Not because the new bond adds something to the old ones, because the new bond adds a new perspective from which to see them. With 7 bonds, you have 7 perspectives on each bond. The art becomes, with each addition, more visible to itself." She looked at the young practitioner. "What you experienced with the 2nd bond, you will experience that 7 times over, each time a new bond completes. and the seventh will give you a picture of all 6 previous bonds that you could not have had before the seventh was present. This opened 30 minutes of direct conversation between the Shan family practitioners and the household about what the completed 7-bond art produced in terms of internal self-knowledge, how the art, at full expression, gave the household a coherent shared understanding of its own nature that individual cultivation or even 2 or 3 genuine bonds could not produce. The Min family practitioner listened with intense attention because what she was hearing was a description of where her 2-bond art was heading, what she was working toward, what the effort was for. When the session ended 2 hours after its scheduled close, Su Manling was the last to leave. She stopped at the gate and said to Wei Liangchen, "I understood something today that I have been avoiding understanding." She paused. The 3rd bond question, what the Min practitioner described about not being able to find the person when the person was already present. I have been managing around the question of whether our household art needs a 3rd bond. She met his gaze. I know who it would be. I have been managing around knowing that. Then stop managing around it, Wei Liangchen said. Yes, she said. I think it is time. She left. Wei Liangchen watched her go and thought. The coordination session had done more than address the questions the participants had brought to it. It had given each person present a clearer view of what they already knew and had been managing around. That was what genuine household cultivation community did, not solve each other's problems, but give each other the perspective to see what was already there. And what they saw, each of them, was something worth acting on. After the session ended and the guests had left, Wei Liangchen sat in the main hall with the household for the winding down period that followed significant external meetings. Zhao Cuming said, the Min family practitioner, Lin Fenghua, has a genuine 3rd bond developing. The art is moving. The cultivation quality she described when she spoke about the recognition is accurate description of a genuine bond formation event. Meihua, you can tell from how she described it? Zhao Cuming, I can tell from the cultivation progression pattern. Practitioners whose art is developing cleanly tend to move through the early bond stages in a specific rhythm. The clean 3rd formation suggests that what she was managing around did not create structural damage to the art's development pathway. She is behind where she could have been by 8 years, but the pathway is clear. She will make up the time. With appropriate support. Wei Liangchen, she will have appropriate support. The coordination session had done more than address the questions the participants brought to it. It had given each person present a clearer view of what they already knew and had been managing around. That was what genuine household cultivation community produced, not solutions to other people's problems, but the perspective to see what was already there and what it required. Xiao Yan, who had been quiet through the post-session winding down, said, Lin Fenghua's description of the recognition, the art recognizing something that was already true before she named it, is the most accurate description of what genuine bond formation feels like that I have heard from someone outside this household. She understood it correctly on her first experience of it. Yao Sufan, she has been preparing to understand it for 8 years. She was ready to receive the recognition accurately the moment it came. The household absorbed this. Outside, the district's cultivation community was doing what it did, practitioners in genuine relationship with each other, developing and growing and navigating the complications that genuine relationships produce. And in the compound, the household continued to be what it was, and the community around it was beginning to understand what that meant for all of them. Chapter 64 Pei Jinghao sent word from the Northern Archive in the 7th month's 2nd week. The mother's notebook had been formally accessioned into the archive's primary collection, catalogued under Household Cultivation Arts, Historical Documentation, given a permanent reference number, and designated as a restricted access primary source. The restriction was not permanent. It would expire in 20 years, after which the notebook would be available to any qualified scholar. For the first 20 years, access required the household's written consent. The letter included a second section, which was Pei Jinghao's preliminary notes on the case study he was developing. He had been working on it since leaving the compound, and the preliminary notes were longer than most scholars' finished papers. He wanted the household to review them for factual accuracy before he proceeded further. Chun Ryu coordinated the review, which took 3 evenings. Each section was read aloud at the evening gathering, with household members correcting inaccuracies and adding context. The corrections were minor. Pei Jinghao's documentation had been precise enough that his account was accurate in almost all particulars. What required adding was context, the particular quality of things that an outside observer, even a careful one, could not fully perceive from documentation alone. Yao Sufan added a paragraph to the section on the Hearthstone barrier that reframed the technique's function in the terms she had used with Pei Jinghao. Xiao Yan added detail to the Seedling of Heaven section about the cultivation path orientation function, which Pei Jinghao had documented incompletely because the mature integration phase had only begun after his visit. Zhao Zunming added a technical appendix to the formation section that would allow other formation custodians to understand what the 7-signature installation required. Wei Liangchen wrote the opening section himself, the description of the night the jade slip shattered and what came after. He wrote it in plain language, without cultivation theory vocabulary, in the way he would tell it to someone who was not a practitioner but who deserved to understand what it meant. When he read it to the household at the final review evening, the room was quiet in the specific way it went quiet when something had been said that was accurate and complete. Yes, Meihua said. That is exactly what it was. Pei Jinghao's preliminary notes covered 200 pages and were structured with the methodological precision that characterized all of his scholarship. Organized by analytical category rather than chronology, each section independently coherent but connected to the others through a consistent analytical framework. The analytical framework he had chosen was significant. He was not documenting the Supreme Family Sutra as an artifact or as a case study of a specific household. He was documenting it as evidence about how genuine household cultivation arts function at each stage of their development, using the household's experience as primary evidence for broader theoretical claims about the category. This was, Wei Liangchen recognized, the contribution that his mother had understood the documentation would eventually produce. A case study of a single household was limited in its scholarly reach. A theoretical analysis supported by the case study, an account of how genuine household arts function that could be applied across the category, changed what scholars and practitioners could understand about household cultivation arts in general. That was what Pei Jinghao was building. That was why his note-taking had been so precise, why his questions had pressed on the texture of the experience rather than its factual surface, why he had sat with the mother's notebook for 2 hours without taking a single note. The review evenings produced 37 corrections, 12 additions, and 7 significant clarifications. Most of the corrections were minor: dates, names, the precise order of events in cases where sequence mattered to the analysis. The additions were more substantial. Xiaoyan's documentation of the mature integration phase extended Pei Jinghao's seedling of heaven section by nearly 30%. Zhao Zunming's technical appendix to the formation section added a level of detail that would make the documentation useful to formation custodians who encountered similar situations in the future. The clarification that required the most discussion was in the section on the household's response to the Hollow Patriarch. Pei Jinghao had framed the response as a strategic countermeasure, the household addressing external grievances to close the patriarch's approach vectors. The household's consensus was that this framing was accurate but incomplete. It was not primarily strategic, Chen Ryu said. The genuine engagement was genuine because the people involved deserved genuine engagement. The strategic consequence was real, but it was secondary to the primary reason, which was that Yan Mingru's documentation friction was a real problem that deserved real attention, that Bao Meiqing's institutional advocacy deserved real support, that the Su family's internal tension deserved real acknowledgement. She paused. If the framing makes it sound like we were using these people as tools for our own defense, the framing needs to change. Pei Jinghao, reviewing the household's comments remotely through correspondence, responded to this point with a revised section that made the distinction clear. The household's defensive effectiveness derived precisely from the fact that its engagement was genuine rather than strategic. A strategic engagement would have been detectable and ineffective. The genuine engagement was effective because it was not an engagement strategy. It was the household doing what the household was designed to do. The household reviewed the revised section and confirmed it. It was accurate. It told the truth about what had happened and why. And that truth, documented accurately and completely, would be the record that household cultivation arts needed. The review process for Pei Jinghao's preliminary notes produced a secondary benefit Wei Liangchen had not anticipated. Reviewing an outside scholar's account of the household's experience gave the household members a clearer view of their own history. When Pei Jinghao wrote about the Jade Slip night, he wrote it as someone who had not been there, but who had interviewed multiple people who had been there and synthesized their accounts. The synthesis was accurate. Every element had happened, but it had a shape that individual accounts did not have. A beginning that led to a middle that pointed toward a future. Wei Liangchen read the Jade Slip section twice before the review evening. He had not thought about that night in terms of narrative shape before. He had thought about it in terms of experience. The Jade Slip in his hands, the warmth through the bond network. The narrative shape was something else. A story about a person who had inherited something and found, in the finding, a household that had been waiting to exist. The narrative was his, and it was accurate, and it was also, in Pei Jinghao's framing, the narrative of a cultivation system doing what it was designed to do. the sutra functioning correctly in a household that met its requirements. Meihua said, after Wei Liangchen read the jade slip section aloud, "You were the right person for this. Not because you were exceptional or because you had a destiny. Because the sutra's design requires a practitioner who will build genuine bonds with genuine people for genuine reasons, and that is who you are." She looked at him directly. Pei Jinghao sees it in the record. Anyone who reads the case study will see it. What I want you to know is that the people who built this household with you see it too. Wei Liangchen received this as it deserved to be received, with the full weight of genuine acknowledgement from someone who had been present for all of it. "Thank you," he said, and meant it with the specific completeness of someone who knows an acknowledgement is accurate and allows it to be accurate. And that allowance, given fully, was itself a form of genuine cultivation. When something is seen accurately and the seeing acknowledged genuinely, the acknowledged thing becomes more fully what it is. The household had been learning this principle since its first month. Being told clearly that you are exactly what the art requires, that is not flattery. That is accurate perception offered as a gift, and it was a gift the household intended to keep earning. Chapter 65. The Hollow Patriarch moved again in the 7th month's 3rd week. It moved north, not toward the compound, which was west-northwest from its previous position, but north toward the district's outer boundary, in the direction of the Regional Cultivation Governance Center. The movement was measured and deliberate. Elder Fan Yulan registered it on 2 consecutive tracking cycles before reporting it, to ensure it was intentional repositioning rather than ambient drift. "The Regional Governance Center," she said, at the emergency morning gathering she convened when the repositioning was confirmed. "The cultivation governance infrastructure for the entire region. District offices, provincial liaison, the administrative practitioners who manage the registration and monitoring of cultivation arts across 12 districts." She spread her tracking map on the table. "This is a different category of institutional access than what it has been targeting. Not a single grievance in a single practitioner. The governance center is a structural position. A practitioner in the governance infrastructure with a genuine frustration about how household cultivation arts are managed at the regional level has institutional access to every household cultivation art in the region." "What kind of genuine frustration would it find there?" Wei Liangchen asked. "The same kind it always finds. Practitioners doing important work without adequate recognition or support. The Regional Administration Center has been underfunded for 7 years. The practitioners there are doing the documentation and monitoring work for 12 districts with staffing levels appropriate for 6. She looked at Chen Ruoyu. "You know this institution." "I know of it," Chen Ruoyu said. "I have not had direct contact with the regional governance practitioners. My registry work was primarily at the provincial level." She paused. "But Bao Meiqing knows them. Her pre-framework advocacy has required her to engage with regional governance practitioners regularly." She looked at Wei Liangchen. "I should contact Bao Meiqing immediately." "Yes," Wei Liangchen said, "and find out if there is a genuine need the household can address there. Not to close an approach vector, because there is a genuine institutional problem that deserves attention." Chen Riyu's contact with Bao Meiqing about the regional governance office happened by message rather than by visit. The urgency of the situation required faster communication than travel allowed, and Bao Meiqing was in the capital for the week of the contact, which made a meeting impossible anyway. The exchange of correspondence took 3 days. Bao Meiqing's initial response was cautious, not because she doubted Chen Riyu's assessment of the situation, but because what Chen Riyu was describing was an ancient entity specifically targeting institutional grievances, and Bao Meiqing needed to think carefully about whether raising the topic with Han Weizhen would help or inadvertently destabilize the governance officer's relationship with her own institutional frustration. "There is a balance," Bao Meiqing wrote. "The goal is not to tell Han Weizhen about the patriarch and expect that knowledge to neutralize her frustration. The frustration is real and valid and does not disappear because she understands it is being targeted. The goal is to give her what you gave me, a genuine relationship with practitioners who understand her work and can support it, so that the frustration has somewhere to go that is constructive rather than somewhere it can be cultivated into access." This framing was precise, and Chen Ryu recognized it as identical in structure to what the household had already been doing with every approach vector. Not eliminating genuine grievances, which were real and not the problem, but ensuring that genuine grievances existed in a context of genuine relationship rather than isolation. The patriarch's access required isolation, grievance without genuine connection to people who could help address it. "Introduce us to Han Weizhen," Chen Ryu wrote back. "We have material relevant to her audit that we can offer for genuine reasons. The relationship that develops from genuine institutional exchange will be genuine. We do not need to make the patriarch part of the introduction. It will be part of the context eventually, when the relationship is established and the information is relevant. But the foundation of the relationship should be what it actually is. Practitioners who care about the same problems she is working on, offering material that will help her work. Bao Meiqing's response came the following morning. I have sent Han Weijin your introductory letter. She will contact you directly. Her response to genuine offers of institutional cooperation is reliable. She has been building the same kind of unofficial network that I have, connecting practitioners who care about these problems across the institutional landscape. She will recognize what you are doing because she has been doing the same thing. A brief postscript. She is exactly the kind of person the patriarch finds useful. I hope what you give her closes the access before the patriarch reaches her. The household received Han Weijin's response 2 days later. She was coming directly to the compound. Additional context on the threat's trajectory. The patriarch's movement from the provincial registry approach to the governance center represented an escalation in scope. At the registry, it had been targeting a single practitioner with access to a single household's administrative record. At the regional cultivation governance, it was targeting the administrative infrastructure for 12 districts' cultivation communities. The scale was larger, the potential for damage broader. A practitioner at the governance center with cultivated grievance could generate institutional difficulties for household cultivation arts across the entire region, not just for the household the patriarch was specifically targeting. Elder Fan Yulan had documented this escalation pattern in 2 of her 11 historical cases. Both cases where the targeted household's community connections had been strong enough to close lower-scale approach vectors, forcing the patriarch to seek higher-scale institutional access. In both historical cases, the escalation had preceded the patriarch's final attempt before either succeeding or retreating. What was different in the present case was the quality and breadth of the household's institutional relationships that had been built as genuine community engagement rather than defensive strategy, and that were, therefore, more robust and harder to replicate than any strategic network. The elder had told Wei Liangchen about the escalation pattern in a private conversation the morning before the Han Weijin contact was made. You need to know this, she said, because the pattern suggests we are in the final phase of the patriarch's approach sequence. Not the end, the phase before the end. What comes after this depends on whether Han Weijin's situation can be addressed genuinely. If it can, the patriarch retreats. If it cannot, if there is something in the governance center that the household cannot address from the outside, the patriarch may attempt the internal approach. We address it genuinely, Wei Liangchen said. We offer what we have because it is genuinely useful and Han Weijin deserves the support. That is what we do, regardless of what the patriarch does with the outcome. Yes, the elder said. That is always the right answer. I only wanted you to understand the stakes. The stakes were understood, and the household, understanding them, continued doing exactly what the stakes required. The correspondence with Han Weijin established, from its first exchange, the specific professional quality Chen Ryu had hoped for. Direct, substantive, without the performative formalities institutional correspondence often carried. Han Weijin wrote like a person who had a specific purpose and limited time. Her questions were precise, her acknowledgments brief, her requests clearly stated. She did not flatter the household for its cooperation. She wrote about the audit's institutional resistance in plain terms. The governance center's leadership was skeptical. The resistance was based on institutional defensiveness rather than analytical disagreement, and the strategy for overcoming the resistance was documentation adequate enough that the case could not be dismissed without being specifically refuted. When Chen Ryu summarized the correspondence at the evening gathering, Elder Fan Yulan said, I want to make a record in the household's meeting notes that on this date, the household reconfirmed its consent to attributed documentation in Han Weijin's regional audit. Not because the consent requires reconfirmation, because institutional records benefit from multiple date-stamped confirmations in cases where the consent may eventually be challenged. She paused. If the audit succeeds and produces institutional change, the Crimson Leash and other practitioners invested in the current system will look for ways to discredit the documentation. Multiple dated confirmations of consent make discrediting more difficult. The household agreed. The meeting notes were updated. The confirmation was dated and filed. Chen Ryu said, Han Weijin is building something that will survive her if it needs to. She is not writing an advocacy document. She is building an institutional record that will exist after she does. She paused. That is the right way to do it. Documents that need their authors to survive are fragile. Documents that stand on their own evidence are permanent. And Han Weijin was building something that would stand for a very long time. Chapter 66. Chen Ruoyu's correspondence with Bao Meiqing moved faster than the previous exchange had. Bao Meiqing responded to Chen Ruoyu's initial inquiry within 2 days. and what she said was more specific than Shenryu had expected. There is a practitioner at the Regional Administrative Office, Bao Meiqing wrote, named Governance Officer Han Weijin, who has been the primary administrator responsible for household cultivation art monitoring in this region for 9 years. She is the most knowledgeable person in the regional governance infrastructure about the specific institutional challenges facing household cultivation arts in the pre-authentication period. She has been attempting, for the past 4 years, to develop regional governance protocols that would provide structural support for household arts in the transition period. She has encountered exactly the institutional resistance you might expect from a governance center that is underfunded, understaffed, and focused on administrative management rather than developmental support. Bao Meiqing's letter continued. Han Weijin has a specific project that she has not been able to complete, a comprehensive regional audit of household cultivation arts that have failed in the pre-authentication period, similar to the unofficial registry I maintain, but with full institutional access to the historical records. The project has been approved in principle for 2 years, but has not been funded. Han Weijin has been trying to complete it with volunteer labor and personal time. She paused. Her frustration is genuine. It is the frustration of a practitioner who has the right understanding and the wrong institutional position to act on it. Wei Liangchen read the letter to the household at the morning gathering. We have Zhao Cunming's analysis of what documentation survives for failed household arts, Xiaoyan said. We have Elder Fenyolan's tracking records from 11 years of patriarch cases. We have the case study Pei Jinghao is developing. We have direct experience of the pre-authentication period's institutional gaps. He paused. We have material that could substantially advance Han Weijin's audit project. Then we should offer it, Wei Liangchen said. Because the audit is worth completing, and we have material that could help complete it. We contact Han Weijin directly and tell her what we have. Bao Meiqing can make the introduction. He looked at Shenryu. Draft the letter. Tell her exactly what we have and what we can offer. The preparation for Han Weijin's visit occupied 2 days of the household's attention. Not decorative preparation, but substantive preparation, gathering and organizing the material that the household had offered to share. Zhao Cunming spent an afternoon compiling his historical analysis of failed household arts into a format that a governance officer could work with directly. Not the formation notation that was his natural documentation medium, but a clearly organized report with executive summary, supporting analysis, and specific findings about the institutional conditions that correlated with household art failure. He was not a report writer by training or inclination, and the format required a different kind of organization than his natural documentation style. Xiaoyan helped him restructure it 3 times until it was clear enough that a practitioner, without his specific expertise, could follow the argument. Elder Fenyulan organized her 11 years of tracking records into a case summary format that documented each case's institutional characteristics, the specific grievances the patriarch had targeted, the institutional structures those grievances existed within, and the outcomes in each case. She did this with the same methodical precision she brought to all her tracking work, but she also found, in the organization process, that she had more to say about the pattern than her individual case records had previously required her to articulate. The case summaries became, in her hands, an analytical document as much as a record, the accumulated understanding of 11 years distilled into findings that Han Weijin's regional audit could use. Chun Ryu and Meihua organized the household's own institutional experience, the authentication process, the Crimson Leash challenges, the engagement with the registry, the Continental Council's notification procedure, into a documented case history that showed the specific points at which better institutional support would have changed what the household had needed to navigate alone. Wei Liangchen reviewed all 3 sets of materials on the evening before Han Weijin's arrival. They were substantial and precise and genuinely useful. Not assembled to impress. Assembled because they were what Han Weijin needed, and the household had them. This is what we are offering, he said to the household at the evening gathering. Not a performance of helpfulness. Actual help, with material that will actually advance work that deserves to be advanced. He paused. Han Weijin has been working on this for 9 years. She has been doing the right work in the wrong institutional conditions. We have things she can use, and we give them to her not because of what the patriarch is doing near her institution, but because she deserves the support. He looked at the assembled documents. That is all. That is everything. The household went to bed that night with the calm that came from knowing you had done what you could do, and that what you had done was right, and that tomorrow would be what it was. A genuine practitioner arriving with genuine need, and a household with genuine things to offer meeting her at the gate. Han Weijin arrived at the gate at precisely the time she had specified. Meihua was at the gate when she arrived. Not at 8 or 9:30. Because Han Weijian's message had said 9 hours after midday, and Mei Hua treated stated arrival times as commitments rather than approximations. When the gate opened, "You knew I was coming," Han Weijian said. "I knew someone with your chi signature was approaching," Mei Hua replied. "I have been following your approach since the district boundary. I confirmed your identity against the impression from your previous visit." She stepped back to allow Han Weijian in. "You arrived at exactly the time you specified." "I dislike being late," Han Weijian said. She was looking at Mei Hua with professional assessment. "What technique is that?" "The wind veil's perimeter sensitivity function. It developed in the 4th month of the household's existence. The initial installation was a standard boundary barrier. The developed version can register the chi signatures of approaching practitioners at the district boundary range and distinguish between known and unknown signatures." "How does a technique develop in response to household need?" "The sutra's design. The art develops toward what the household actually requires, not toward what the design specification says it should produce. My bond is with the household's perimeter and external relationship function. The household needed perimeter sensitivity. The technique grew toward that function." Han Weijian wrote a brief note while they walked to the reception room. "This will go in the introduction of the audit," she said. The distinction between technique development toward design specification versus technique development toward household need is the core argument for why the current authentication framework is inadequate. It tests for specification compliance rather than genuine development. She closed her kit. "Your wind veil is a better argument for the framework's inadequacy than 12 pages of analysis." "Then use it," Mei Hua said, and stepped back to allow Han Weijian through the gate, toward what was waiting. The exchange about the wind veil's development as an argument for the audit's thesis continued as they walked. Han Weijian had a practitioner's mind beneath the governance officer's professional surface. She recognized technically significant things quickly and understood their implications without needing them spelled out. The audit's fundamental argument, she had explained in the correspondence preceding her visit, was that the Continental Registry's authentication framework tested for specification compliance rather than genuine development. A household art that had developed in the ways the wind veil had developed, toward actual household need rather than design specification, was evidence that genuine development produced results specification compliance could not anticipate. Mei Hua's technique was, as Han Weijian had said, a better argument for the thesis than 12 pages of analysis. It was a practitioner whose technique had developed to serve actual need, demonstrating precisely what the analysis argued was possible but under-supported by the current framework. And the wind veil would be the opening argument, because no analysis could be more persuasive than a demonstrated reality. Chapter 67. Han Weijian responded to the household's introductory letter by arriving at the compound gate. Not without notice, she sent a brief advance message that she was coming, and arrived 3 days later, traveling alone with a documentation kit and the specific directness of one who does not have time to waste on preliminary formalities when the substance is immediately available. She was 44 years old, with 9 years of regional governance work visible in the economy of her manner. No excess motion, no unnecessary speech, the attention of someone who had learned to gather information accurately and quickly, because accurate information was the only protection available against institutional decisions made on inadequate evidence. Mei Hua registered her approach through the wind veil. Genuine, focused, slightly worn in the way that people who carry heavy institutional responsibilities are worn, without the undertone of threat or manipulation that had characterized the Crimson Leash practitioner's approach. She let Han Weijian through the gate and brought her to Wei Liangchen, who was waiting in the reception room. Han Weijian looked at the compound the way Pei Jinghao had looked at it, with professional attention that was also genuine interest, and then sat across from Wei Liangchen and said, "Your letter described material relevant to my regional audit. I need to assess its relevance directly. I don't make decisions about institutional resources based on correspondence alone." She looked at him directly. "Tell me what you have." Wei Liangchen told her. He was precise and complete, and did not minimize or exaggerate. The elder Fun Yolan's 11-year tracking records, covering 14 regional patriarch cases and documenting the institutional vulnerabilities each case exploited. Zhao Cunming's analysis of the historical documentation that survived when household arts collapsed. The household's own pre-authentication period experience, including the specific institutional gaps that had made the Crimson Leash's legal challenges possible. Pei Jinghao's case study, which was in progress but had already produced significant documentation. Han Weijian listened without interrupting. She took no notes during the account, which meant she was retaining rather than recording. A practitioner who trusted her memory over the distorting effect of note-taking on active listening. When he finished, she was quiet for a sustained moment. "The elder's tracking records," she said. Are they available in a format usable for audit analysis? She is here, Wei Liangchen said. She can tell you directly. Han Weijian's first hour at the compound was unlike Pei Jinghao's or Bao Meiqing's first hours. Both of those had involved adjustment periods, the quality of two parties taking each other's measure carefully before the substantive work began. Han Weijian skipped the adjustment period entirely. She assessed what she was looking at quickly, arrived at a judgment, and proceeded directly to substance. Wei Liangchen recognized this quality and matched it. He did not offer the formalities that he had offered to Pei Jinghao, the poured tea, the settled settling in, the gradual movement toward the session's purpose. He poured tea but began before she had finished her first cup, presenting the household's prepared materials in the organized sequence Chen Ryu had designed. The historical analysis first, then the tracking records, then the household's own case history, then the offer of direct access to the people who had produced these materials. Han Weijian worked through the materials with the rapid, accurate comprehension of someone who had been thinking about these problems for 9 years and was encountering, for the first time, the specific type of evidence that had been missing from her analysis. She did not ask permission before picking up documents and reading them directly. She did not thank the household for the materials until she had assessed their actual usefulness, which she did with her eyes rather than with her voice, the specific attentive silence of a practitioner making a quality assessment. When she set down Zhao Zunming's analysis report after reading it entirely, she said, "This is the best institutional correlation analysis of household art failure that I have seen. The methodology is sound, and the findings are specific enough to be actionable." She paused. "Who wrote this?" "Our formation custodian," Wei Liangchen said. He would not call himself an institutional analyst. He is a formation practitioner who documented what he observed. "The best analysts usually call themselves something else," Han Weijian said. "What they observe is what it is, regardless of what they call themselves." She picked up Elder Fin Yolan's case summaries. "And these? Our tracking practitioner. 11 years of cases, now organized for your purposes." He paused. "She is here. You should speak with her directly about the cases where the documentation raises questions." Han Weijian looked at the case summaries for a long moment. "I have been trying to complete the regional audit for 4 years," she said. "The obstacle has always been the documentation. The formal institutional record contains the arts that survived, not the arts that failed. Getting accurate documentation of the failures required either accessing family records, which families rarely made available, or finding practitioners who had been present and were willing to speak." She set down the case summaries. "These case summaries cover 14 regional cases with a level of detail I have not been able to find through any other source." She met Wei Liangchen's gaze directly. "This is what I needed. Why are you giving it to me?" Wei Liangchen gave the accurate answer. "Because you have been doing the right work in wrong conditions, and we have what you need, and you deserve to have it. The audit you are completing is worth completing for the benefit of the household arts that come after ours." He paused. "There is nothing else behind it." Han Weijian looked at him for a moment with the assessing quality she brought to everything. Then she said, "I believe you." And she picked up her documentation kit and began to work. Han Weijian moved through the summary sheets in 15 minutes, making brief notes, then turned back to Zhao Zunming's analysis report and began reading it in full. 40 minutes passed. The household distributed itself in ways that were present but not intrusive, working on other things while remaining available for questions. Meihua worked on the week's correspondence at the side table. Xiaoyan reviewed cultivation session records. Wei Liangchen sat across from Han Weijian with tea and some of his own reading, available when needed. When Han Weijian set down the analysis, she said, "I have a question about methodology. The correlation analysis in Section 3, the institutional conditions correlated with household art failure in the pre-authentication period. The sample size is 14 cases. The analysis is rigorous for what it is, but the Institutional Review Committee will challenge the sample size." She paused. "Can you estimate how many cases exist in the broader record that would be consistent with the patterns you identified in the 14-case sample?" Zhao Zunming. "I can give a preliminary estimate with explicit uncertainty ranges. I would want to review Bao Meiqing's unofficial registry and your own preliminary compilation before I give it, to ensure the estimate is grounded in the fullest available evidence base." Han Weijian. "Both can be provided. Bao Meiqing has already agreed to share her registry data with the audit." Zhao Zunming. 312 cases in the unofficial registry, across 1 province in 1 century. Multiplied across 14 provinces over the same period, adjusted for regional variation. Han Weijian did the calculation. The estimate would be in the thousands. Zhao Zunming. "Yes. That is consistent with what the historical documentation suggests." Han Weijian was still for a moment. She said, "This is why the audit needs to exist. not to document a rare occurrence. To document the systematic failure of an institutional framework to protect cultivation arts that are authentic and functioning and deserving of support. She picked up the next section of documentation. Tell me about the Hollow Patriarch. I need to understand what I am describing and why it matters that the institutional framework makes household arts vulnerable to it. And what followed would change what the audit could claim and what it could demand. Chapter 68. Elder Fan Yulan and Han Weizhen spent 2 hours together at the tracking table, reviewing 11 years of records in the specific way that two practitioners who share a professional concern review evidence together, not as colleagues who agree on everything, but as professionals who trust the evidence and are willing to disagree about its interpretation when the evidence requires disagreement. Han Weizhen challenged 3 of the elder's methodological conclusions. The elder defended 2 and conceded 1, with the specific directness of a cultivator who has been doing this work long enough to know what she is certain about and what she is not. Han Weizhen recorded both the challenge and the concession in her notes. The process had the quality of good scholarship, rigorous, specific, without ego investment in a particular outcome. At the end of 2 hours, Han Weizhen closed her notes and said, "This material is significantly more useful than what I currently have access to through institutional channels. The institutional record covers authenticated household arts. What it does not cover, what I have been unable to access, is the documentation of household arts that collapsed before authentication. That documentation exists only in informal records, in family histories, in practitioners who were present and are still alive and willing to speak." She paused. "Your elder's records, combined with what your formation custodian has compiled from the historical documentation and what I can access through the Governance Center's institutional records, would produce a regional audit that is actually adequate to its purpose." She looked at Elder Fan Yulan directly. "Would you be willing to cooperate with the regional audit as a primary source?" "The audit is worth doing accurately," the elder said. "If my records are useful for that purpose, they are available for that purpose." She paused. "On one condition." "Name it." "The audit includes the complete picture, not just how household arts fail, but what makes them fail. The institutional gaps, yes, but also what the Hollow Patriarch is, what it does, and how it uses institutional vulnerabilities to dismantle household arts from the inside." She met Han Weizhen's gaze steadily. The regional governance infrastructure cannot protect household arts against an active threat they don't know exists. The audit needs to document the threat as well as the systemic failures. Han Weizhen looked at the tracking table briefly. She said, "I will need you to explain the Hollow Patriarch to me in terms I can document for institutional use." The 2-hour session between Elder Fan Yulan and Han Weizhen was the most technically rigorous conversation either of them had conducted about the Hollow Patriarch's documented behavior. Han Weizhen challenged the elder's conclusions not from skepticism about the Patriarch's existence. The historical record she had been compiling for 9 years had convinced her that some category of predatory entity existed that targeted household cultivation arts through institutional means, but from methodological discipline. Her regional audit required conclusions that could withstand institutional scrutiny. Claims about an ancient entity had to be grounded in observable, documentable behavior rather than attribution to an unseen cause. "When you write the Patriarch in your tracking records," Han Weizhen said, "you are attributing a single cause to events in 14 cases across 11 years. How do you establish that you are tracking the same entity across all 14 cases rather than a type of behavior that multiple practitioners or entities produce independently?" "For distinguishing characteristics," the elder said. She had been asked versions of this question before, by Continental Council assessors, by cultivation scholars who had reviewed her earlier tracking records, by practitioners who found the concept implausible. She had developed a precise answer over the years. First, the chi signature. The Patriarch has a specific chi signature that is consistent across all 14 cases and is distinct from any human practitioner's signature I have recorded in 11 years of tracking. Second, the method. The specific sequence, initial reconnaissance, grievance identification, cultivation of doubt within genuine bonds, is identical in all 14 cases in its essential structure, though the specific grievances and institutional contexts differ. Third, the timing. The Patriarch moves at a pace and with a precision that is inconsistent with human coordination. 14 cases across 11 years across a geographic area that would require, if these were human actors, a sustained coordinated effort that leaves no other institutional trace. She paused. Fourth, the response to genuine engagement. In every case where the target household addressed a genuine grievance genuinely, not strategically, genuinely, the Patriarch's approach vector closed. The consistency of this response across all 14 cases regardless of the specific context, is not consistent with human actors who would adapt their strategy. It is consistent with an entity whose method requires genuine complications in order to function. Han Weijin wrote all 4 points in her notes with the specific efficiency of someone who knows exactly what they need. The third and fourth are the most institutionally usable, she said. The first 2 require access to tracking instruments and expertise that institutional practitioners cannot replicate. The third and fourth can be documented from the institutional record itself. She looked at her notes. The pattern of household art failures following institutional grievance cultivation, without corresponding human actor evidence in the institutional record, is something I can document from the files I have access to. She paused. The fourth, genuine engagement closing the approach, is also documentable from the cases where households survived. She looked at the elder. Your 14th case is this household. Yes, the elder said. The 14th case is the most useful one for the institutional documentation. A household that has successfully navigated the patriarch's approach sequence and is approaching the transition windows close with the bond network fully developed. The institutional record of how this household addressed each approach vector. The documentation is in the registry, the Continental Council's files, the Governance Center's monitoring records. Han Weijin closed her notes. I can build the institutional case from the existing record, with your tracking documentation as the analytical framework that explains the pattern. She looked at the elder steadily. This changes what the regional audit can accomplish. Not just documenting what went wrong in the failures. Documenting what went right in this case, and why, and how to replicate it. She paused. This is the audit I have been trying to write for 4 years. She looked at the elder. Can we begin tomorrow? Elder Fun Yolan's explanation for institutional documentation required 3 attempts before she was satisfied with the formulation. The first attempt used tracking vocabulary, chi signature characteristics, behavioral pattern documentation, approach sequence methodology. Han Weijin's response. I cannot use this in an institutional document. The committee will reject anything that requires them to accept an uncharacterized chi entity. I need the same evidence base, described in terms independent of that category. The second attempt reframed the pattern in terms of observed institutional behavior, the specific sequence of grievance cultivation in practitioners with institutional access, the timing correlations between grievance resolution and behavioral change. Han Weijin's response. This is better, but it reads as a description of a human coordination pattern. Can you distinguish between that explanation and the one you are actually proposing? The third attempt. The distinguishing characteristic is the scale and consistency of the pattern across geographic and temporal boundaries that preclude human coordination. The 14 cases I have documented span 11 years and 3 provinces. The historical cases in the cultivation record span centuries and the full geographic range of the continental cultivation community. The behavioral pattern is identical across all of these cases in its essential structure, despite the cases occurring in environments with no contact with each other and no possibility of learned coordination. She paused. No human actor coordination can produce this consistency across this scale. The pattern is either a coincidence of independent behaviors that somehow produces identical sequences across centuries, or a single entity with a persistent method that operates independently of human coordination. I am proposing the second explanation because it is the more parsimonious one. The document can present both explanations and the evidence for each, and allow the committee to determine which explanation best fits the documented pattern. Han Weijin was quiet. Then, this is how you present it. Not as an assertion. As the most parsimonious explanation for a documented pattern. She paused. You have been doing this for 11 years. Why have you not published this analysis through institutional channels before? Because no institutional channel would have accepted it, the elder said. Until now. And that is what makes this moment different from every moment before it. Chapter 69 Han Weijin's 2-day visit produced more than the initial letter had indicated it would. The first day was the elder's records review and the agreement to cooperate with the regional audit. The second day was Han Weijin meeting with each household member whose experience was directly relevant to the institutional questions she was investigating, a structured version of what Pei Jinghao had done, but with a different analytical focus. Where Pei Jinghao had been documenting the household's internal experience, Han Weijin was documenting the institutional environment in which the household had developed and what that environment had provided and failed to provide. She spoke with Chun Ryu about the registry's processing of the sutra's authentication and what the process would have looked like for a household without a registry officer in its membership. She spoke with Zhao Cunming about the formation registration process and the specific institutional gaps that had made the Crimson Leash's formation challenge complaint possible even after dismissal. She spoke with Wei Liangchen about the Continental Council's notification process and what a household in a less legally sophisticated position would have encountered in the same circumstances. At each conversation, the picture that emerged was consistent. The household had navigated a system that was not designed to support what the household needed, had succeeded because it had unusually dense access to institutional knowledge and cultivator expertise, and had encountered multiple points at which a household without those resources would have failed. You should not have been the test case for what the system requires, Han Weizhen said, in her final conversation with Wei Liangchen on the second morning. A functioning authentication pathway for household cultivation arts should not require a formation expert, a senior registry officer, and a Continental Council authentication assessor to be on good terms with the household before the art can survive the legal challenges that the existing system allows. She paused. The system is not currently set up to support the arts it is theoretically designed to protect. The audit will document that. She picked up her documentation kit. When I have a draft, I will send it to the household for review. The same terms as Pei Jinghao's case study. Review for factual accuracy, add context where needed. She met Wei Liangchen's gaze. You have done something important here, not just for your household. For the field. The record of what you navigated and how you navigated it will change what is possible for household arts that come after yours. Han Weizhen's conversation with Wei Liangchen on the second morning had a different quality than the first day's sessions. The first day had been assessment and evidence gathering. She had been determining what the household had and whether it was what she needed. The second morning was what came after that determination, the beginning of an actual working relationship. I want to be direct with you about something, she said, when the tea had been poured and the documentation kit was open but not yet in use. I came here expecting to find a household that had navigated the institutional system correctly, practitioners who had the right connections and the right resources and had used them effectively. What I find instead is a household that navigated a system that was not designed to support what they were doing, navigated it by building genuine relationships rather than leveraging institutional advantages, and documented everything they did in ways that will be useful to household arts that come after them. She paused. That is not what institutional success usually looks like. It is rarer and more significant than institutional success. Wei Liangchen did not know quite how to receive this. We did what the situation required, he said. Everyone says that, Han Weizhen said. Most people, when they say it, mean they did what their capabilities and resources allowed. What you mean, if what I have seen in the past 2 days is accurate, is that you did what the situation required because the situation required it, without regard to whether doing it was institutionally convenient. She looked at him directly. The difference is the same difference your elder described between genuine grievances with direction and genuine grievances without it. One produces institutional actors who function within the system as it is. The other produces institutional actors who change the system because the system needs to change. She paused. Your household is the latter. Wei Liangchen considered this. He was not sure it was accurate. The household had done what it had done because the people in it were the people they were, with the bonds they had formed and the commitments those bonds entailed. Whether that constituted institutional agency was a framing question he had not thought about in those terms. The audit you are writing, he said. What do you want it to produce when it is complete and in institutional circulation? 3 things, Han Weizhen said, with the directness of a person who has been thinking about this question for 9 years. First, a funded, permanent institutional support framework for household cultivation arts in the pre-authentication transition period. Not a program, structural funding with permanent status in the regional governance budget. Second, a protocol that any household cultivation art can access for genuine threat documentation when they encounter what this household has encountered. Third, a training curriculum for governance practitioners about what genuine household cultivation arts are and what institutional conditions allow them to develop successfully versus the institutional conditions that prevent their development. She paused. The first 2 are achievable in 2 years with the right documentation. The third is a 10-year project. She met his gaze. But you have given me the documentation for all 3. Wei Liangchen said. What do you need from us to move forward? And what Han Weizhen named would take the household in directions none of them had yet imagined. Continued access, Han Weizhen said. Not frequent, quarterly correspondence will be sufficient, but access to the household's experience as the audit develops, so that the specific analysis I need can be drawn from what actually happened rather than from reconstruction. She opened her documentation kit. And I need your household's formal consent to include the household's case in the audit's primary documentation, with names and specific details, not anonymized. An anonymous case study does not have the institutional weight that an attributed case study with full documentation does. Yes, Wei Liangchen said. The household will consent. We will review the relevant sections before publication, the same terms as Pei Jinghao's case study. But yes, what we experienced should be in the record. The formal consent was more than institutional paperwork. It was the household making a permanent commitment to visibility in the cultivation community's institutional record, visible as this specific household, with these specific people, with this specific documented experience. Chen Ryu walked the household through the implications carefully, not to generate doubt about the decision. The decision was the right one, but because everyone who gave consent deserved to understand fully what they were consenting to. An attributed case in a regional governance audit meant that every practitioner with institutional access to the regional governance center's published documents would be able to find the household's case. The Continental Registry, the cultivation governance infrastructure across the province, the Northern Archive, all would have access to a document that named them and described their experience in specific detail. Lianxia, we were never hidden. The Continental Council's authentication notification went to every authenticated cultivation community in the province. The Crimson Leash has known where we are since the authentication. Being in the institutional record as a case study does not increase our visibility to hostile actors. It increases our visibility to household arts that need what our documentation can offer. Yao Sufin, documentation that exists only in the household's private records helps no one outside the household. Documentation in the institutional record is what the household cultivation arts that come after us can use. Xiaoyan. And the Crimson Leash cannot discredit accurate documentation without explicitly falsifying evidence. That is a much higher bar than simply claiming inaccuracy. The household was unanimous. The consent was signed. The institutional record grew, and the household story was now part of the permanent fabric of what the cultivation community knew about itself. Chapter 70, the Hollow Patriarch's position at the governance administration perimeter did not advance. Elder Fan Yulan tracked it for 12 days following Han Weijian's visit to the compound. In those 12 days, the Patriarch held the perimeter position, occasionally moving 2 to 3 li in either direction as if testing